Chapter 301, Yefrit, I'll pet Mavis. Acknowledge is worthy of being the Dragon King. Even in the face of such a luxurious lineup, he didn't lose. But for everyone in Fairy Tale, they were also very excited. Acknowledge was obviously used as a tool to test their strength. The last time they faced this domineering black dragon, they simply couldn't fight it, and even Yefrit went up to take the damage. This time, there are dragons attracting Acknowledge's attention and bearing most of the attacks, so they can output with confidence. Before they couldn't beat it, but now they can bite the opponent's head. After such a battle, Acknowledge's strong strength was directly reflected. This made the onlookers stunned. After all, Fairy Tale can overthrow the existence of Hades Gate, the strongest guild in the dark magic world, and there are more than one Jura-level guild in the guild. As a result, when fighting with the Black Dragon, they can't even be considered the main force, and even most of the people who performed very well just now can't even be considered as auxiliary. These people are all presidents or even Saint 10 level. Laxus just killed Jura with one move, but now he has to spend a lot of effort to beat Acknowledge, even a piece of scale. If it weren't for Fairy Tale, Acknowledge would have no idea how to fight. Boom! Acknowledge suddenly seized the opportunity, bypassed the defense circle of the dragons, and slapped everyone from Fairy Tale. Everyone fell like a meteor. What a tough guy! Natsu got up. He saw Yefrit not far away and said, "Yefrit, you are lazy again." "I'm not lazy." Yefrit said, "I'm on guard against another guy." "Who?" "The sinful guy." Yefrit watched the Book of End in his hand slowly disappear. "Yefrit? Book?" Lucy exclaimed. "This is my stuff." A faint voice sounded. Everyone suddenly felt cold in their hearts and numb on their scalps, as if some extremely terrifying existence had descended. Zerf. Urza looked at the black-haired man in the distance, extremely shocked. Zerf is here. Everyone couldn't help but hold their breath. Compared with Acknowledge, this one was even more terrifying. After all, in the past few hundred years, Acknowledge was relatively homebound, but this demon was hurting people in this world all the time. Many troublesome things were the negative legacy of this person. Zerf looked at Yefrit and said, "You are the one with the deepest sins. If you don't learn from the lessons of your predecessors, when the curse of God descends, you will become a more terrifying existence than me." "Sorry." Yefrit smiled proudly, "The curse has descended. I have already lifted the curse." Zerf was stunned. He had been struggling for so many years just to lift the curse. In his eyes, this matter was as difficult as an ordinary wizard wanting to become the next Zeref. It was simply a fantasy. "Everyone compares me with you." Yefrit pushed his glasses and smiled, "But I think I am much better than you." "What a self-righteous guy." Zeref sneered, "Over the years, I have seen countless geniuses like you, but in the end, they will all end in destruction." Yefrit looked at Natsu and said, "I'm right, so, I hate Zeref the most. Look at his pretended pitiful appearance. Disgusting." When Zeref heard this, he frowned slightly and raised his hand to cast a magic, intending to teach Yefrit a small lesson. Puff! But the moment he raised his hand, his arm was cut off. "Hey!" Zeref made a surprised sound. Everyone was also shocked to see the scene. That Zeref had his arm cut off. Did Yefrit do it? Only he could do it. However, even if his arm was cut off, Zeref didn't take it seriously. When he was young, he had already mastered most of the magic in the world, including forbidden magic and various lost magic. Among the three existing ultimates, Acknowledge is a pure numerical monster, and Zeref has a full skill mechanism. As for Miko, as Hermes, she may not lose to Zeref in magic attainments, and she also has a crystallization of civilization from the last alchemy era, but now let's talk about it again. There is a gap between her and the two of you. So now, if the gods don't come out, Zeref is the real god of magic. But at his level, there is no need to make a big fuss when using any magic. The next second, his arm was restored to its original state, which should be the time magic used. What's more, he is also immortal. Even if his body is smashed by Acknowledge, he will not die. This injury is naturally nothing. However, this is the first time that Zeref has suffered a loss. Yefrit's figure appeared beside Zeref, holding the Book of End in his hand. He smiled and said, "I didn't allow it. How can you take it back? It's rude." "Fraud magic." Zeref's tone was a little surprised. After all, even he was deceived. As long as it is life this world created by senses, no one can escape the control of fraud magic. Jaref said, this is a weak magic. Throughout your family history, no one has ever been able to develop this magic to this extent. Even I have studied it before, but the use of this magic is ultimately determined by the nature of the magic power. Even I cannot change it. Perhaps Hermes can. This is really a magic tailor-made for you. It was born for you. What an arrogant remark, Jalal. Yevlet looked at his corroded arm, and the Book of End fell to the ground. Jaref didn't know when he used magic on him. The next second, Yevlet's body collapsed, and the Book of End returned to Jalal's hand again. But at the same time, Yevlet appeared on the other side of Jalal, also holding a Book of End in his hand. Jaref looked at his palm, and what he got was a broken arm. His Hades in the distance suddenly took a breath, and it was not until he felt pain in his arm that he realized that Yevlet had cut off one of his arms and sent it to Jalal. This shocked Hades. That guy was so powerful. He actually fought against Jalal and didn't lose. The two of them fought casually, and it seemed powerless, but everyone present was sweating. Because if you think about any of the moves, it would be difficult for them to take them. Yevlet watched the black flame appear on Jalal's hand. Hades' arm was burned instantly, and he continued what he said just now, why do you think you are the master of magic, and others just have good luck? Is there a possibility? Yevlet tilted his head slightly, if I want, I can also learn a lot of magic. Then why don't you learn? Jaref asked, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. He was somewhat dissatisfied with Yefrit's repeated provocations. Yefrit also felt that this guy was really pretentious. He said, because I am different from you. I don't need to work too hard to get everything, and no matter how much you learn, you are just a slave to fate. In your life, in the past 400 years, how many times have you been happy, how many times have you escaped the bullying of fate? This made Jelf break his defense. He turned around sharply and wanted to attack Yefrit. Puff! But Jelf's head fell off. Yefrit took a long knife in his hand, stepped back 2 steps, and said with a smile, thank you for the bones sent by Akunologia. Akunologia in the distance Logia heard it and roared angrily, but was interrupted by Ignil's roar. The reason is that the long sword in Yefrit's hand is made of Akunologia's flesh and bones. The dragon's back scales can be used as the blade, the dragon's claws can be used as the blade, the dragon's teeth can be used as the tip, the dragon's bones can be used as the hilt, the dragon's belly scales can be used as the handle, the dragon's tendons can be used as the rope, the dragon's blood can be used as the blood storage tank, the dragon's tail can be used as the scabbard. This is the sharpest knife in the world, with cutting close to the atomic level and never worn. Each attack carries the characteristics of Akunologia. When Yefrit used the long sword before, he needed to inject his own magic power and use the fraud magic in the form of magic burst. This led to a big flaw in his fraud magic, that is, when attacking, it will be sensed by people. But it won't happen now. He didn't need to inject any magic power, and he could cut through any flesh and blood in the world except Akunologia, including the demons of the Gate of Hades, including Ziref. The current Yefrit's deception magic is flawless, of course. Before today, he pretended that he had flaws, which was also his habit. But even if his head fell off, Ziref recovered in the next second. At the same time, the ground sank. Yefrit's illusion was broken, and Ziref slapped back with his palm. Boom! Yefrit was blown away, but in mid-air, he spread his wings and stopped. To fight with Ziref, he naturally had to activate the Scale Angel state. Zerf! The impulsive Natsu saw the fight and immediately rushed towards Ziref. Stop, Natsu! Yefrit waved his hand to stop Natsu, and said, now is not the time to fight with Ziref. Ziref was in a bad mood, but Yefrit was right, he was not here to fight today. He looked at Natsu with a firm expression, but his eyes were complicated. Even he couldn't help but be touched by Natsu's face. Time will change everything. Wise Hermes became wise Miko, and the brother who loved his brother in the past ended up bringing disaster and fear to his brother. Immortality. It's really the most terrifying curse. Natsu looked at Ziref's eyes and instinctively felt something was wrong. But at this time, Pluto suddenly widened his eyes, and he suddenly realized. End is actually. At this time, Jelf turned his head and looked at Hades, and said, Maldo Gil, you did a good job. God Jelf, we are for your will. Hades was interrupted by Jelf in a cold voice before he finished speaking, but, we don't need you anymore. At this moment, Hades felt a chill in his heart. His existence, all his efforts, were denied by Jelf. How ruthless! Jelf! Hades smiled bitterly and accepted the reality calmly. At this time, he recalled what Yefrit said before, he would be grateful to the other party, and in the end he would die peacefully with gratitude. That guy was right. Hades smiled bitterly, their existence was a mistake, he once thought how important he was to Jelf, they were immersed in this beautiful dream together, so for the great goal, for Jelf's will, they felt that even death was an honor. But Yefrit told him that this was wrong, it was just Zeref's curse, it was Zeref's harm. Of course Pluto didn't believe it, but it was proved that they were just defective products in Zeref's eyes. Why would Zeref care about such byproducts and defective products like them? It was really pathetic. Pluto closed his eyes dejectedly. Hey! Flames ignited on his body and disappeared in a flash. Get rid of Pluto. Zeref looked at Natsu and said, it's not enough for you, but I can't wait any longer. Next time. Zeref looked at Aknologia and said, if the despair that guy brought to you is still not enough, then next time I will bring you despair myself. You guy! Natsu and others were very angry. On the other side, Yevlet pushed Mavis and said, President Mavis, why don't you go and see your old lover? There's nothing to see between him and me. Mavis stuffed the small cake into her mouth, puffed up her cheeks, like a little squirrel, very cute. She stretched out her hand again and said, I'm done, Yevlet, give me another small cake. It seems that she is not going to see Jelf. Don't you regret it? Yevlet took out a cake and said, this may be the last time you can talk calmly. The next time you meet, he will be an enemy. Mavis glanced at Jelf and said, no one is irreplaceable, no one can't let go, and no one must love only one person forever. She turned her head stubbornly and said, I have nothing to say to that kind of guy. As soon as she finished speaking, her tears fell. Then she turned around and threw herself into Yevlet's arms, crying, Yevlet, you can save anyone, but can you save me? Mavis had mixed feelings about Jelf. After meeting Yevlet after Flit, under the influence of Yefrit, she constantly removed her love brain and slandered Zeref, which made her thinking a little different from the original. Of course, this is not that Mavis fell in love with Yefrit and regarded Zeref as Yefrit's ex-boyfriend. But she was more willing to believe that Yefrit could untie this matter that imprisoned her forever this mess. Zeref looked at this side, his eyes full of anger and sadness. Everyone was also a little confused. Don't get me wrong. Yefrit said to Zeref with a smile, and he hugged Mavis, and then said, I just let you see it on purpose. Zeref's state of mind changed, and he suddenly wanted to launch a war to destroy Fairy Tail at this moment. Yefrit said, I want to tell you, stop being so conceited. No one will necessarily revolve around you, grieve for you, suffer for you, be disappointed for you, and torture you. The Wizard of Fairy Tail. Mavis Viviamilio. It will be our guild, and I, Yefrit, will do it. Chapter 302, Defeat. The scene was quiet. The sound of the dragon fighting in the distance was particularly noisy. Then, in Zeref's cold eyes, Natsu walked towards Yefrit, and then blocked the line of sight between the two. As Natsu moved, Lucy followed. Then it was Grey, and then Juvia. Everyone gathered around and expressed their attitudes with their actions. Is this the choice you made, Mavis? Zeref said coldly. Mavis raised her head from Yefrit's arms and said, they are my family. I will stay with my family. I believe in Yefrit and believe that everyone, I love Fairy Tail the most. It seems that you have forgotten how terrifying I am over the years. Zeref said. Mavis did not respond and lowered her eyes. Zeref is terrifying, but Yefrit may not lose to him. Mavis was once amazed by Zeref's achievements, but now, she is also proud of Yefrit. She does not think Yefrit is worse than Zeref, and apart from the ability to study, Yefrit is much better than Zeref in other aspects. The most important thing is, Yefrit is her family. And Zeref will be an enemy that she and her family cannot avoid. Hwa wah wah. Yefrit suddenly threw up the N technique, and Zeref caught it. Yefrit laughed, you are a lonely, poor tramp, and you think this book is so important. I will be merciful and give it to you. Otherwise. Yefrit tilted his head slightly and said, you will not accept the defeat. I will destroy this world. Zeref said, I will completely destroy Fairy Tale. I will. He gritted his teeth and said, I will make you Yefrit, a demon, and let you regret what you did today forever in the broken future world. He broke the defense. Yefrit turned around and patted Gray's shoulder, with a teasing tone. Gray was a little speechless. Only this guy dared to provoke Ziref like this. Ziref knew that these guys were not afraid of death. He had not made the final preparations. It was not suitable to fight today. Fraud magic, it was really not easy to deal with. What's more, there was Acknowledge here. Therefore, before hearing the more unpleasant words from the Fairy Tale people, Ziref took a step back and disappeared in an instant. He was afraid of being ridiculed by us and couldn't get off the stage, so he ran away. Yefrit said again. Everyone, ... So Lucy suddenly reacted and exclaimed, after we beat Acknowledge, we have to fight Ziref next. Yes, it's exciting, isn't it? Yefrit laughed. Such excitement really makes people want to experience it. Lucy smiled reluctantly. It's okay, Lucy. Natsu patted Lucy's shoulder and said with a big smile, no matter who the enemy is, I will protect you. Yet. Lucy nodded happily. Keep fighting. Laxus said. After forcing Ziref away, everyone turned their eyes to Acknowledge. At this time, the battle between the dragons was still fierce. Everyone rushed forward again, as a support. Boom boom boom. As time went by. After all, Acknowledge had the upper hand. After the removal of the Heavenly Wolf Island, most of the people in Fairy Tale lost their endurance and left the stage one after another. Even the Dragon Slayers, no matter how hard they tried, had to accept the fact that they could not kill the Black Dragon now. Then, the dragons gradually became weak and fell into a dangerous situation. Perhaps in their heyday, they could beat Acknowledge a little more embarrassed. But unfortunately, they are just the remnants of the last era, and in the past 400 years, Acknowledge has become much stronger than when it slaughtered thousands of dragons before. Suddenly, the celestial dragon Grandine was caught by the arm by Acknowledge. That was a force that can even drag a mountain. Grandine was not a strong type, and was dragged to his side by Acknowledge without any resistance. Then, he resisted Ignil's magic attack and smashed Grandine from the chest to the shoulder with one claw. Puff! Grandine spit out a mouthful of blood and fell from the air. Grandine! Ignil cried out in grief. Mom! Wendy ran over crying, wanting to use her wind to relieve Grandine from the impact of falling, but she was forced to leave the stage due to insufficient magic power and physical strength at this time, so the magic she released was naturally very weak and could not blow Grandine up. Boom! Grandine fell heavily to the ground. Everyone hurried over and felt sad immediately. Grandine's entire left chest, including the shoulder and arm outside, were shattered, even the stumps could not be found. She was no longer alive. Ang! At this time, another scream came from the sky. Skiadora! Baslaja stretched out his claws to grab his friend, but Acknowledge seized the opportunity and roared and hit him. Then, while Baslaja was in a panic, Acknowledge rushed up and bit him. Dad! Stinger shouted in grief. Boom boom! 2 dragons fell. The shadow dragon Shigiadora's entire abdomen was pierced. Baslaja's hands, feet and wings were torn off by Acknowledge, and his neck was bitten to pieces, bloody and fleshy. Only Ignir and Metalicana were left. Metalicana's body was made of steel and had high defense, but Acknowledge's attack power was extremely exaggerated. In the battle, he tore off Metalicana's outer armor again and again. Boom! Finally, there was a terrifying roar, which knocked the unarmored Metalicana down from the sky and announced his exit. Roar! Ignil roared, even though he was the strongest and tried his best to prevent the tragedy from happening, he could not stop the opponent's attack after all. Boom! The mad Ignil bit Acknowledge's shoulder and rushed him to the ground. Your power is only this. Acknowledge pushed Ignil away, turned over, and said, Flame Dragon King Ignil, today is your death. I have died a long time ago. Ignil said, and we did not think that we could kill you today. Oh! Acknowledge was a little surprised. I'm sorry, but... Ignil looked at Natsu, who was running over there, and Lucy, who was following behind Natsu. I will give this task to my son. I will kill him later. Acknowledge grinned. You can't do it. Ignil said, because... Boom! Ignil burned all his magic power and rushed towards Acknowledge. Acknowledge also rushed up. Boom! The two dragons collided. Dad! Natsu shouted desperately. I saw the sky. Igneel held the last consciousness and bit off Acknowledge's arm. But Acknowledge bit off half of Igneel's body. Boom! The two dragons fell to the ground. You lost. Acknowledge turned around and said, it's just this little injury. I can still hold on and kill your son. You have no chance. Igneel endured the pain, but still couldn't help but gasp. Then you just watch. Acknowledge looked at Natsu. Natsu, be careful. Lucy hurriedly pulled Natsu, who was running towards Igneel. Buzz! A terrifying roar hit Natsu. Swish! But at this time, the sound of wings was clearer than the roar of the dragon. A huge, blurry demon figure stretched out two arms and blocked the roar of the black dragon. Everyone looked at the figure in shock. It was not clear, the figure was very blurry. But it should be a charming female demon with 4 arms, tentacles on the head, and moth-shaped wings behind, which were spreading. Yevlet! Gray exclaimed. It was Yevlet who blocked the roar. Of course the main contributor was Maiko. Hermes! Acknowledge narrowed his eyes slightly and felt the threat. In his prime, he was a little afraid of Hermes. The main reason is that this person is not like Ziref, he knows Ziref's limit very well. But Hermes may look stupid now, but she left a deep impression on Acknowledge before he became a black dragon, even a shadow. What's more, he is not in his prime now. Zerf was there just now, and it is unknown whether he has gone far now, or he may still be spying in secret. It's just Ziref, it's just Hermes, he still has the mind to fight. But now, after being injured and facing the unknown Hermes, Ziref may be ambushing in secret. He chases Ziref for hundreds of years, the two sides have a deep hatred. If there is a chance, Ziref will definitely come to kill him. Anyway, it doesn't cost anything to try, and Ziref can't die. Finally, Acknowledge suppressed his anger. Although he is arrogant and domineering, and feels that he is invincible, it doesn't mean that he is a fool. Maiko has no intention of talking to Acknowledge. In her memory, she is not familiar with this person. Yevlet slowly drew out the long knife. Acknowledge took a deep look at Yevlet and said, Boy, aren't you afraid? You are targeted by Ziref, and now you dare to provoke me. Although he was fighting just now, he also noticed what was happening here and knew that this bold guy had provoked Ziref several times. Acknowledge didn't know Yefrit very well, and he said, Do you rely on the fact that you are Hermes' servant? After hearing this, Maiko finally spoke, and the shadow in the air said, Yefrit is my master. Her voice was pleasant, but there was a sense of disharmony, because she clearly had a queen voice, but her tone of voice was more like a little girl's pronunciation, which gave people a very intelligent feeling, just like some beautiful girls, with big, beautiful eyes, but the first impression given was that they were very intelligent. This was the first time everyone heard Maiko's voice, and they couldn't help but feel novel. And Acknowledge was even more surprised. Your master? You are such an evil and chaotic existence. He took a deep look at Yefrit again and smiled. You have been deceived, boy. Hermes is definitely not a pure existence, and one day she will make a world-destroying cry. It seems that you all know where this word came from. Yefrit was very curious. This is the inevitable ending. Acknowledge spread its wings and flew up, saying, just as Ziref promised you. I say so too. Boy, I will allow you to live until that time. When the time comes, your expression will definitely be wonderful. I am looking forward to it. After saying that, Acknowledge turned and flew away. Don't be in a hurry to leave. Yevlet said, you were very polite when we first met, and you gave me such a big gift. Why are you so ignorant today? As soon as Yevlet finished speaking, his figure and Maiko's phantom disappeared. The next second, he and the phantom appeared on the side of Acknowledge, and then he raised his knife, and the phantom raised his arm as a knife. Cut down! Roar! Acknowledge roared, human, you are looking for death. He wanted to defend, but it was too late. Cut down from the sky with this knife. A huge dragon's hind legs followed Acknowledge's body. Yeflet cut off one of his hind legs. Acknowledge stood up and looked at Yefrit angrily, but looking at the aggressive shadow of Maiko, he chose not to suffer a loss. After a roar of dragon, he turned around and left without looking back. Boom! It was just a hasty roar, and Maiko blocked it with one hand. The shadow in the sky, Maiko's forearms were wrapped around it, which was very impressive. It looked no worse than Zeref and Aknologia. But in fact, Maiko said to Yefrit with a face full of grievance, "Yeflet, my hand hurts." Maiko's defense was invincible, but the pain was real. Therefore, every time others saw that any attack was perfectly blocked by Maiko, they admired her, but in fact, no one could see that Maiko often cried while defending. "It hurts so much." Okay, I'll blow on it." Yefrit quickly put away the knife and comforted her. Huff, huff, huff. Looking at Yefrit blowing on his palm, Maiko's eyes narrowed with laughter. Dad. Aknologia also left. Everyone was relieved. But Natsu and others were very sad. Natsu rushed to the dragon's mouth of Igneel, looking very sad. The father who had been looking for him for many years finally met, but he left immediately, and he could never see him again. When he couldn't find him before, he still missed him. But now he can only watch his father die. There is no greater pain in the world than this. Chapter 303, It is people, not magic, that bring hope and happiness. Dad. Natsu knelt in front of Igneel. He was always cheerful and generous, but now he was extremely sad. Natsu. Lucy didn't know how to comfort him, so she could only kneel beside him, stroking Natsu's back with her left hand and her chest with her right hand. Igneel watched this scene with satisfaction. Taking advantage of the last moment of light, he pursed his lips and then spit out a dragon tooth. The dragon tooth, like a battering ram, fell in front of the two. Natsu. Igneel said with emotion, in the blink of an eye, "You have grown so big. The naughty and mischievous little guy back then seems to be still yesterday. Don't cry, wipe your tears, act strong and listen to me, otherwise, how can I leave with peace of mind?" Natsu heard this and wiped his tears with his fist. On the other side, Wendy, Gajeel and others also listened to their parents' farewell. Gajeel. Metallicana said, "Keep a soft and gentle heart, so as not to go astray. You are an overly strong child, what a pity, I taught you to be strong, you are like steel, which makes me happy and worried. But I have no time to teach you, the role of the sword is to protect the family. Everyone has a fragile heart, which is not a bad thing." Metallicana's voice was full of regret. As an iron dragon, he certainly knew that being too strong would break easily. Compared to Igneel's reassurance that Natsu had Lucy's care, Metallicana was afraid that Gajeel would suffer a loss, and a big loss. He still had a long way to go. Although Metallicana was an iron dragon, he was not a real steel straight man, and he had a way to educate children. Mr. Metallicana. At this time, Levi stood firmly beside Gajeel and said, "Don't worry, I will teach him everything from now on." Ah! Metallicana smiled and said jokingly, "I thought this stinky brat would not be liked by girls." This made Levi blush directly. "Then my stupid son, I'll leave it to you." Metallicana also opened his mouth and spit out a dragon tooth, saying, "There is no way to attend your wedding. A dragon tooth is still valuable, so use it to make jewelry." Rebecca nodded shyly. At this time, Gajeel suppressed his voice and said, "Don't worry, Dad." Metallicana smiled and nodded, and his body began to relax. "Mom." Wendy hugged Grandine and didn't let go. Grandine smiled and gently stroked Wendy's head with her claws, saying, "I'm sorry, Wendy, we have just met and we are going to separate." "No, it's my fault. If I could be stronger." Wendy cried. "It's okay, Wendy." Grandine said, "You already have a lot of family. I am relieved about Aknologia. I'm really sorry. It's obviously our dragon clan's fault, but... My daughter, we can only leave this matter to you." "I will do it, Grandine, next time, I will definitely do it." Wendy burst into tears. "I believe you." Grandine's body began to dissipate. "It's a pity that I can't grow up with you, but at least I saw how you grew up." Wendy. "Sorry. But... I am proud to have you as my daughter." Wendy, Mom loves you." Grandine. Wendy's cry was heartbreaking. Yevlet walked over silently. At the same time, the White Dragon and Shadow Dragon also explained the truth of the so-called killing of the dragon to Stinger and Rog. The two had always thought that they killed the dragon, but this was just a false memory. The knot in their hearts was thus resolved, but in front of them, they could only watch their father, with regretful eyes, dissipate his body. "Stupid sons," said the White Dragon, "you still have a long life, don't let grief fill it. I will take good care of Rogue." Suddenly, Lucky ran out and shouted generously. She also dragged Yukino along. Yukino was shy, but under Lucky's influence, she also said, "Me too." "You are not." Lucky shouted, "Rogue is mine, so are you. Go find Stinger." Ha ha ha, Beilong and Yinglong laughed. This Lucky is really a cheerful girl. Being with the silent and gloomy Rogue may make this boy's life much happier in the future. Then I'll leave it to you. After that, he and Beilong also spit out 2 dragon teeth. Natsu sighed. The years I spent with you are my happiest time. In fact, I also imagined that I could accompany you to grow up, and even accompany you to grow old. I have also thought about how you can be liked by girls with your temper, and when can I hold my grandchildren? Really? Igneel, who is as strong as Igneel, said with a sobbing tone and a strong nasal sound. I really am. I told you to be strong, but I became such an ugly person. The time is coming. Igneel sighed, sorry, Natsu dad is going to break the appointment. Igneel. Natsu cried to the sky. Even Lucy was thrown to the ground by him. Lucy also cried. Suddenly, Lucy seemed to remember something, and she rolled and crawled to Wendy's side. Everyone looked at her in confusion. Yefulet, Yefulet. Lucy cried, you must have a way, you must have a way, right? Yevlet was standing quietly at this time, with a calm expression on his face. After Grandine disappeared, Wendy turned around and hugged him and cried. Compared to others, Wendy's feelings for Natsu and Yevlet are more special. Of course, it's not love. Natsu is like a reckless second brother, and Yevlet is like a gentle eldest brother. Every time when she is in a bad mood, Wendy will find Yevlet, because she knows that the other party will definitely satisfy her expectations. Just like now. Hearing Lucy's cry, Wendy suddenly raised her head from Yevlet's arms, her pretty face was covered with tears, her eyes were hazy, but endless expectations burst out from the depths of her soul, through the window of her eyes, directly hitting Yevlet's heart. Yevlet, Wendy sobbed, you have a way, right? You will never let me down if you can save my mother, right? Plop. Lucy also rushed over at this time and hugged Yevlet's legs. Everyone looked at Yevlet, their eyes full of expectations, hoping that Yevlet would be like everything before. Yevlet would smile modestly but confidently, and then respond to everyone's expectations. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Yevlet was silent. Everyone's heart also fell to the bottom of the valley. It was really too much to ask. At this time, Yevlet took out a handkerchief from his pocket, with a blue background and beautiful flowers embroidered on it. It was embroidered by Mileage. He held Wendy's little face, gently wiped her tears, and then whispered, I'm sorry. Everyone's heart sank completely. But Yevlet continued, it's hard to let them continue to live as dragons. But Yevlet pushed his glasses, his face hidden under his palm, and everyone could only hear his calm voice, let them live as humans for a few decades, but I can do it. The voice fell. He put his hand down. Everyone saw the smile on his face. It was a typical smile of Yevlet, a smile that thought he was humble but was actually extremely proud, and with some teasing smirk. Yevlet, Lucy said blankly. Yevlet. Gray asked fiercely, you can't joke about this kind of thing. You can do it, right? Of course I can. Yevlet turned to look at him and said, by the way. He waved his hand, and Yin, wrapped like a mummy, appeared in front of Gray. Gray's heart almost stopped. Yin only showed a pair of eyes, nose, and half of his mouth. I don't know why. It was obviously a father-son meeting, but Yin's eyes were a little embarrassed. He opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound. Yevlet explained, I have brought your father back. If you have any words you didn't have time to say before, or regrets, you can say them now. Pa Kana slapped her forehead. Yevlet is really good at exposing people's shortcomings. However, this kind of prank is really... Yevlet is really a person who makes people love and hate him. Yerusha couldn't help but say. It was something that could be said in one sentence, even before everyone said goodbye and before everyone was sad. A normal person would say that they have a way to save people and let everyone rest assured. But this guy Yevlet had to say it at the last minute, and even whetted everyone's appetite. It was obviously a good thing, but why did everyone want to beat him up every time? But it was also because of Yevlet's words. Everyone's originally tense mood was instantly relaxed. By the way, Jura Yevlet waved again. Another mummy appeared on the side of Snake Princess scale. Jura. Grandma Oba seemed extremely excited. It was not only because Jura was the trump card of their guild, but also because she truly regarded Jura as a family member and her grandson. Now that Jura has returned to her safely, this old man, who is no younger than Makarov, cried with joy. But Yefrit said, "It will take some time. Please give me some time. Reviving them is much more difficult than curing Jura and the others." Resurrection. Laxus said worriedly, "It won't be a problem, this kind of taboo. It's not that he has to pour cold water at this time." Yefrit is obviously leaning towards Ziref. It's good to save Ignil and the others, but if Yefrit becomes like Ziref, the pros and cons must be weighed carefully. Yes, Yefrit, although I don't want to say it, but Gildarts also scratched his head and said, "Will there be any harm?" No. Yefrit waved his hand. At this time, he did not tease everyone by keeping them in suspense, but directly said, "It just takes some adaptation period to prepare the body and soul, so the preparation time will be longer. As for the price," he laughed sarcastically, "I am not that guy Jalal, he is too greedy, and I just want to protect everyone, and God will understand. It is useless if God does not understand. The first intervention has failed. God will not intervene a second time. This is not because of any rules, or God believes in Yefrit, or God suddenly becomes kind. The reason is very simple. God is afraid. Because Yefrit in another time and space has become a god. This is enough to show that Yefrit really has the right to talk to God on an equal footing. At this point, God nor dare to give up easily. This is why Yefrit is not afraid of Aknalaja and Ziref at all, and even arrogantly provokes them. Because he is no longer afraid of not being able to beat the two. At most, it will be 2 against 2, he and Maiko, fighting against Ziref and Aknalaja. But he and Maiko may be in tune with each other, but Aknalaja and Ziref will never cooperate, not only because they have been enemies for hundreds of years. Because they are proud, they will never admit that there are people who have reached a higher level than them on the road of magic. So, 2 against 2 is impossible. Only 2 against 1 against 1. When Maiko is serious, she is also very strong. Don't really think that she can only take a beating. And Yefrit's trump card, the 12 shields, he doesn't really care about it. Oz's achievements will amaze everyone. However, according to Yevlet's personality, even if he could defeat the Albarez Empire alone, he would never go alone. He doesn't want to be a lonely king. Fairy Tales wizard Yevlet defeated the powerful magic military empire Albarez, which has 730 wizard guilds, and killed Ziref and Aknalaja. Or the Fairy Tale Guild, led by President Laxus, and assisted by 500 wizard guilds of Ishgar, defeated the Albarez Empire, and Yevlet performed very well as a support. These two things are actually the same thing. But Yevlet will firmly choose the latter. Facing everyone's worried eyes, Yevlet smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm not forcing myself, nor am I being stubborn. I can do what I said. Am I the kind of guy who will sacrifice myself?" Hearing his comfort, everyone completely relaxed. That's right. Yefrit is a guy who will always do things when he is comfortable. But his selfishness makes people feel at ease. "Thank you, Yefrit." Natsu came over, helped Lucy up, and said solemnly, "Thank you, Yefrit." Gajil, Stinger and Roger also came over and said, "Thank you, Yefrit." Wendy, who was lying in Yefrit's arms, also said with tears in her eyes. Yefrit smiled and pushed his glasses, "You're welcome." Click. Emily took a photo in the distance. In the photo, the moonlight was shining, and Yefrit hugged Wendy, surrounded by people. The high-definition pixels recorded every detail. "Master," Emily said with some obsession, "it is you who brings hope and happiness, not fraudulent magic." She made up her mind, "I will always learn from you, and I will save all the suffering in this world." Chapter 304, Crash. The floor was pushed open. The location of the core of hell was found. Without a second thought, all the demons waiting here were completely killed. Including Hades and Germain, as well as the 7 followers of Purgatory. Minerva was not asked for Germain's consent when he was executed, even though everyone decided to let Minerva go. This still required Yevlet to transform Minerva back to a human. The matter was settled. The following trivial matters had nothing to do with Yevlet. He still had many tasks to complete. When Minerva woke up, she found herself in a white room. She looked down and saw that she was soaking in a jar without clothes. Someone was busy. That figure was Yevlet. Yevlet was facing away from her, doing some delicate work in front of a lab table. Minerva could not understand it at all. She looked down at her body and found that she had recovered to human form. By the way, the hidden injuries and scars on her body had all disappeared, as if she had been reborn. She had not been killed, even though she had experienced such a thing. Minerva felt the state of her body and felt that she had no major problems, so she knocked on the glass. Dong dong. The water level in the tank dropped and was finally drained. Shhh. The hatch opened. Minerva came out wet. She did not rush to cover her shame because it was meaningless. Yevlet had saved her and even transformed her body from a demonic state. He must have seen everything and even understood her body better than she did. So Minerva walked up to Yefrit generously and asked, "Why don't you kill me?" Yefrit was busy, not looking back. While dealing with his bottles and jars of alchemy, he said, "This is what they voted for, I voted against it." It was everyone's wish to let Minerva live. Although Yefrit opposed it, his emotions were not strong. During the battle, Yefrit's opinion was the most important, but when not in battle, Yefrit's opinion was the same as everyone else's, all of which were one vote. Yefrit was a companion of the guild, not a dictator. Since everyone had no intention of killing Minerva and few voted against it, he just did it. "You want to kill me?" Minerva said. "I'm not as kind as Urza and the others." Yefrit replied. "What should I do in the future?" Minerva asked. "It has nothing to do with me." Yevlet said. Mindbee was silent for a few seconds, then said, "Then I will be your woman." She paused for a moment, then changed her words and said, "Lover." She knew that she could not compete with Mileage, so she said, "You have only one lover, so..." "Stop." Yevlet waved her hand, "I have a suggestion." "What?" Mindbee was puzzled. "Your father is dead, and your body is basically created by me. You can say that you are a new person, a person who belongs to you. The things before can be said to be your previous life. Some obsessions in the past, I think you have died once, and you should have figured it out. There is no need for the constraints of the previous life to remain in this life. You are free." Mindbee. After Yefrit finished speaking, he continued to work. He was preparing a potion to fuse the body and soul. After that, he could find the eggs and souls of the dragons, extract a little blood from them, and make a perfect human body through cloning and birth technology, and then fuse the souls, to achieve the technology of completely transforming the dragons into humans. So, in fact, it doesn't matter if Natsu and others are completely transformed into dragons. Yefrit has done relevant research a long time ago. The technology he used to resurrect Igneel and others is actually just a part of that project. A slight cry came from the side. Mindbee sat on the ground and cried softly. She was free. Both physically and mentally. "Go cry somewhere else, don't disturb me." Yefrit threw Mindbee aside in a very unromantic way, so that he couldn't hear the cry. Mindbee. She cried for a while, wiped her tears, walked over and said, "From now on, there will be no Mindbee, only Anna." Yevlet did not answer, but a few clothes appeared behind Minerva, and a door opened, connecting to the outside. Minerva said, "Do you really not want me? Although this body was created by you, but..." Boom! Yevlet turned around and kicked Minerva out of the mirror world with one foot, and threw the clothes out by the way. Minerva, sitting on the grass holding the clothes, was confused. What a man who doesn't understand romance! Minerva shook her head. Suddenly, she sensed something and turned her head to look. There were 3 men. A tall and burly man and a blue-haired man had their backs to her, and the other red-haired man looked at her, but his eyes were calm. There was a hint of tyranny hidden in them. She quickly used the clothes to cover her chest. "Kebra!" Simon growled. "Tisk!" Cobra made a disdainful sound and turned away. Miniba quickly put on her clothes and said, "Jalal and Cobra, what do you want to talk to me about?" Miniba naturally knew Jalal. After all, he was also a figure in the newspapers, although he was beaten during the Tower of Paradise and the 6 demon generals, and was in the newspapers as a background board for Natsu and others. Not to mention Cobra, although he has the lowest presence among the dragon slayers, he is also a figure and has some fame. As for Simon, he looks average, has average strength, and doesn't like to show off. Miniba naturally didn't know him. It's not us who are looking for you, but our captain who is looking for you. Jalal said. Captain. Miniba looked at Simon in surprise. He could suppress Jalal and Cobra and make them convinced. This guy must be very strong. Simon turned around and said, Miss Miniba, first of all, congratulations on your rebirth. But I have something to say to you. What? Minerva frowned. Simon said, you have made mistakes. Although everything is over now, the harm you have caused to everyone cannot be ignored. So what? Minerva frowned and said, you want to punish me? Of course not. Simon said, I don't want to be a judge, but I think you should be responsible for what you have done. Minerva said, Yeflet said that I am free. Simon said, Mr. Yeflet is very kind and generous, but people who make mistakes, how can they forget the harm they have brought to others? It would be fine if they died. Since you are alive, you should be responsible for what you have done. Minerva understood a little, and she said, so, you mean, you want me to do things for you? She looked at Gerard and Cobra. Perhaps they were following this guy to atone for their sins. Can I refuse? Minerva asked. Yes. Simon nodded. This answer was a little unexpected for her. Minerva said quickly, then will you kill me? No. Simon shook his head and said, my behavior is now completely for personal purposes, so I will neither restrict you with my own rules nor morally blackmail you. Are you willing to follow us on the journey of atonement and get soul comfort? Just follow me. If you think it's totally unnecessary, you can leave, I won't stop you. You are really... Minerva was a little hard to understand, but for some reason, listening to Simon's steady voice, she, who was a little confused, suddenly seemed to have found a place of peace of mind. Don't get me wrong, this is not the beginning of a good impression. Minerva was a little confused before. Although she was free, she didn't know what to do next. Go back to the sword-bite tiger, she is not so shameless. Next, as a wizard, join a guild. She feels a little tired, and besides, people may not really accept her. She is a little unwilling to be completely content with being ordinary, such as finding a job, opening a flower shop, and then getting married and having children. She needs a career that can fill the emptiness in her heart. Simon's words reminded her. Minerva said, what's your name? Captain. Hearing Minerva's address, Simon smiled innocently and said, my name is Simon. Kagura is his sister. Jalal added. So that's how it is. Minerva was a little surprised. Looking at Simon's expression, she suddenly said, Kagura called Urza sister-in-law, I remember. You wouldn't. Simon blushed immediately, and his expression and movements were very embarrassed. Ah. Minerva laughed evilly and said, it seems that this journey of atonement will not be too boring. I feel that there may be constant trouble in the future. Jalal said. Is it because of the addition of a woman? Cobra said. I'm not a beauty who brings disaster. Minerva smiled and said, Mr. Duran, please give me more advice in the future. Tisk. Cobra turned his head. Minerva was not angry either, and looked at Jalal. Jalal continued, no, it's because of the addition of a troublesome woman. Don't say that about the new member. Simon said, it's a good thing to have girls join us. The journey of atonement for Simon and others was very difficult, they traveled all the way, and helped anyone who was experiencing suffering, without asking for compensation and caring about their affairs. For normal men, such a tiring and boring journey is indeed a bit depressing, and having girls join in will make them feel happier. His speech made everyone laugh, and Minerva teased, I will do my duty and bring you physical and mental happiness. She deliberately dragged out the sound when she said body so that people could hear the ambiguity. Gerald and Cobra looked normal. Both of them are old hands. Only Simon was at a loss, he could talk and laugh with men, and was very attractive among men, but he was too low defense when facing girls. Ha ha ha, please give me more advice in the future. Minerva laughed. She followed Simon and the others and left. After walking for a while, Simon said with emotion, there is still 1 year left. After 1 year, I can fulfill my dream. 1 year. Minerva was puzzled. Gellard explained, Simon needs to atone for another year before he leaves the team and pursues his dream. Simon is kind but not pedantic, and his sins are not particularly serious. He was captured in the Tower of Paradise, but he did not directly participate in persecuting others. Anyway, Jalal did not abuse or oppress them back then, and he was still very righteous, and would not force them to be a big villain. Therefore, Simon believes that his sins are not unforgivable. The most important thing is that he still wants to guide Jalal to atone for his sins. So, he set a deadline for himself, and by next year, he will have completed 8 years of atonement. In the past 8 years, he has worked diligently and helped countless people. He can completely relieve himself and go to Magnolia Town with peace of mind to fulfill his dream, to open a cake shop. Because Urza likes to eat cakes. Thinking that Urza will often come to his shop in the future, Simon couldn't help but smile. Seeing this, Minerva pulled Gerald and whispered, "What should we do after that?" Gerald glanced at her and said, "My sins can never be redeemed in my lifetime, so I plan to do this for the rest of my life. As for you, it depends on your choice. Simon won't force you, and neither will I. I don't know. I may not do this for the rest of my life." Minerva hesitated, "Won't you get married and have children in the future?" Hearing this, Gerard looked at Simon, who was immersed in beautiful fantasies. He pursed his lips, suppressed the bitterness in his heart, and said, "I killed my lover with my own hands. I am no longer qualified." "Okay." Minerva didn't know what to say, so she could only pat Gerard on the shoulder and said, "I can't persuade you. Anyway, if you need a shoulder, I can lend it to you. But don't think too much." Minerva emphasized immediately. Gerald walked aside with disdain and said, "Don't worry, I won't." Tisk. Minerva made a disdainful sound. Turning around, she saw Cobra holding something in his hand, also in a daze. "What? A girl's hairband? Given by a girlfriend?" Minerva asked as she approached. "Hat." Cobra sneered and ignored her. Minerva stopped talking. She was not angry, but was getting to know this team again. Justice but not the pedantic Captain Simon will leave in another year. With unforgettable pain, Jalal has a very high psychological defense line. He seems easygoing, but in fact, it is difficult to approach. Cobra, who pretends to be proud, may be the easiest to get along with in the future, provided that he can show his ability to be recognized by him. Not bad. Minerva's mouth curled up, and she stretched, "I'm free. By the way," she suddenly corrected, "from now on, my name is Anna." "Okay." Simon came back to his senses, nodded, and understood why she wanted to take a new name. Chapter 305, Daily Life, I. Winter is coming. Heavy snow. Everyone changed into new winter clothes. Before going out, Yefrit was also carefully dressed by Turtledove, which ensured that he would not be cold while not losing his handsomeness. After all, Yefrit is different from others, especially Natsu and Grey. One is always hot, and the other has been running naked in the snow since childhood. No matter how strong Yevlet is, his physical fitness is just so-so, so he can't be careless. Yevlet is not the kind of person who prefers grace over warmth. Put on warm clothes, take off the magic cloak, and change into a fluffy coat. Wearing a hat made by Emily, gloves made by Mileage, and boots on his feet, which were also newly made by Turtledove a few days ago. "It's too thick, and I can't hold the cane steadily." Yevlet couldn't help but say. "If you are afraid of falling, I will support you." Turtledove came up to support him with a smile. "I'm not an old man." Yevlet refused with a smile. The snow on the street was just swept in the morning, and a lot of it has accumulated. Fortunately, the snow has stopped. Yevlet stepped on the snow, and the crunching sound was very crisp. He walked leisurely towards the guild, but met other people on the way first. "Mr. Grey, this hat is so cute." Juvia leaned on the window, looking at the goods inside, a hat with a very cute design. She imagined herself wearing a cute hat, being admired and doted on by Grey, and then said emotionally, "Oh Juvia, you are so cute, I want to hold you in my arms and never let go." "Mr. Grey, Juvia won't let you go either." Juvia was immersed in fantasy and even couldn't help but say what was in her heart. Grey had a calm face, and he already knew the other party's personality. He didn't ask what the other party was thinking about, and said, "Then go into the store and buy it." "Okay." Juvia came back to her senses and nodded happily. But just as the two were about to enter the store, they saw two handsome men coming out of the store, holding shopping bags in their hands, talking and laughing. Grey's face suddenly sank. This is a women's clothing store. As for the two men, they were Gildarts and Silver. Both of them were holding shopping bags from this store. They probably bought clothes for women. Gildarts was understandable, but what about Silver? When the two went out, they ran into Grey and Juvia. "Ah, Mr. Gildarts, and Uncle Silver." Juvia was surprised, and then greeted shyly. "Good morning, Juvia, Grey." Gildarts smiled and greeted. Silver beside him also nodded. "Morning, Juvia and Grey, why are you so stinky?" In fact, there was no conflict between the father and son. But the bad thing was that when the two fought at the gate of Hades, Silver acted too much like a villain. After that, Silver was knocked down by Grey, and the two said some embarrassing words and some intimate actions. They thought they would lose each other, so they didn't care. But they didn't expect that Silver was pulled back by Yevlet. This time, it was a bit embarrassing. Both the father and son were a little embarrassed, after all, they were tsunderies. Juvia was also a little confused about the situation. She thought the father and son were quarreling, mainly because she thought Grey was quarreling, so she tried to mediate between them, said some sickening words, and brought up the intimate interaction between the father and son that day, which was to repeatedly expose the past and rub salt into the wound. The father and son are now in a difficult situation. No one is willing to admit defeat. As for what they are competing for, they don't know. Anyway, they will not lose to each other. Hearing Yin's harsh words, Grey snorted coldly. "What are you doing here? Buying women's clothes? For yourself? Or for someone?" Yin's face did not change, just like Grey, like an iceberg, he said, "It has nothing to do with you." After that, he turned around and smiled kindly at Juvia. "Juvia, this store is pretty good, the clothes are of good quality and the price is also very suitable, you can pick whatever you like. Grey is a kid with a lot of savings. I won't buy a lot, I just like this hat." Juvia said. "This hat? It's very cute and suits you very well." Yin smiled and said, "I remember that my Hua also likes these cute things, and when Grey was a child, he went to the store once and cried and asked to wear pink glittering shoes." "Shut up, how can this happen?" Grey shouted in a low voice. I learned another interesting thing about Grey's childhood. Juvia, she was happy in her heart, but she was immediately afraid that Grey and Silver would start fighting again, so she quickly pulled Grey's arm and said, "Mr. Grey, let's go into the store quickly. I want to wear this cute hat as soon as possible." "Mr. Gildarts, Uncle Silver, let's go into the store first." Juvia pulled Grey, but couldn't pull him. "Mr. Grey." She looked at Grey in confusion. Finding that Grey was still staring at the shopping bag in Silver's hand, she asked, "Who are you buying women's clothes for?" Silver also knew his son's concerns, but he didn't actually have the idea of finding a stepmother for Grey, so he said, "The festival is coming soon, and Gildarts plans to give a gift to his daughter Kana, so he asked me for advice. As a result, we argued for a long time and couldn't make up our minds, so we decided to buy a set each, not telling Kana, and let her choose for herself." Silver did not join Fairy Tale. He just settled in Magnolia Town and found a job as a dock worker. He didn't live with Grey either. After all, Juvia was looking for Grey all day, so it wasn't very convenient for him. Besides, he was also quite tsundere. He didn't want to be called a father who was clinging to his son behind his back. He wasn't that mushy. Gildarts was also of the same character, but Gildarts had a daughter, and a father's love for his daughter would often show a lot of doting. Jin was very envious, but who told his brat to be a tsundere from generation to generation? Anyway, if Grey didn't bow his head, he would never bow his head. He would never admit that he loved the other person the most unless he died. The two were about the same age and faced the same situation. Jin was a father and son who had been separated for many years and reunited, while Gildarts was a guild that had ignored his daughter for many years. Moreover, both Grey and Kana had high tsundere attributes. The two had a common problem: they completely missed their children's growth period. Gildarts' closeness would make Kana very upset. And it was even more difficult for Jin to show his closeness. So the two of them had a lot in common. They often complained about how difficult it was for them to be together and how hard it was to get close to their children after getting drunk. Occasionally, they would quarrel, such as who would think whose child was better. In the end, Jin won because he had a daughter-in-law, and although Kana had a history of dating, she had no plans to get married. In addition, Gildarts was unwilling to do so. From the perspective of a son-in-law, he looked down on everyone, including Yevlet and Laxus. In this regard, Gildarts was often speechless by Jin. But in short, the two of them admired each other and had a very good relationship. Gray didn't say anything when he heard Jin's answer, but Jovia pulled him again, and he was able to pull him. Jin and Gildarts made way for the two to go in. Looking up, he saw Yevlet across the street. Yevlet, you are wearing very thick clothes. Gildarts said. Warm. Yevlet replied. We'll go first. Silver waved his hand. Goodbye. Yevlet nodded slightly. He stopped paying attention to Gray and continued to walk forward. After a while. Be careful, the road is slippery in the heavy snow. I didn't let you go out, but you insisted on coming out. You can't make any mistakes now. A complaining voice came from not far ahead. It was Elfman and Alba Green, who was obviously pregnant. He was carefully supporting Alba Green. Alba Green said dissatisfiedly, I'm going to get sick from being idle at home. Mary Jane and Gwen can go out and buy clothes for their children when they have children. Their husbands can rest assured. But you lock me up at home and you are not at home to accompany me. I can only lie on the sofa and read magazines every day. I haven't been out to relax for a long time. You're still complaining. You don't know how tired I am and how bad my mood is when I'm pregnant. I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Elfman apologized quickly. He had already made a strategy in advance and knew that pregnant women have big mood swings. This was not the time to reason. As long as it was not a matter of principle, he would try to follow her. The woman that Alba Green gave as an example just now, of course, could go out. Mary Jane was the daughter of a wealthy businessman, and her husband was a live-in son-in-law. When she went out, she brought her mother's guards and servants with her, and took care of her carefully. Gwen's father was a viscount, and his family was in Magnolia Town, and they also had property. Her husband's family was also an official in another town. When such a noble lady went out, she would naturally have servants to follow and take care of her carefully. What conditions did their family have to compare with others? In order not to treat Alba Green badly and for the future life of the family of three, Elfman was working hard to make money. When he was not at home, he would naturally worry about Alba Green, afraid that she would encounter some situation when she went out. Even if Alba Green was a powerful wizard, she was pregnant now, how could she be bumped or fell? Besides, the situation was not as resentful as Alba Green said. Elfman had an older sister and a younger sister, and there were a lot of warm-hearted girls in the guild. How could they really leave a pregnant woman at home without taking care of her? However, he didn't dare to disobey Alba Green, so he just listened to her complaints and kept apologizing. Alba Green talked for a while, and when she saw Elfman nodding and bowing, she was finally satisfied and said, I'll forgive you today. If you dare to be nagging next time, I'll punish you according to the family rules. Okay, okay. Elfman nodded. Then he promised Alba Green that he would buy this and that, and she could buy whatever she wanted. Alba Green's mood improved, holding her waist with one hand, she looked at other couples complacently, thinking that other people's husbands were not as considerate as her own Elfman, and she immediately looked arrogant. Many women laughed in their hearts. Alba Green, this proud woman, used to say that no man could catch her eye except Laxus. She was a flower on the mountain, but now she has completely become a little woman who loves to act like a spoiled child. She used to be a typical person who preferred style over temperature, wore sexy clothes, drank and ate meat with big mouthfuls, had a straightforward personality, and was a queen. Now she plays with her sisters and holds women's tea parties, but her interests are full of small toys, children's products, baby clothes and shoes, etc. Even clothes, she now wears. Well, she is not much worse than Yevlet, for fear that the cold wind will blow her belly. Seeing Elfman constantly making promises and buying things to please Alba Green, Yevlet suddenly had an idea and asked loudly, Elfman, why are you so generous with your money? Of course, it's for Alba Green, I won't be stingy. Elfman answered proudly. Alba Green was also very proud. But then Yevlet asked curiously, but didn't you hand in all your wages? Where did you get so much money to buy things? Oh. Yevlet suddenly realized and said, you usually save some, right? Elfman's expression froze instantly. Yevlet, you old fool. Alba Green also suddenly realized that the money Elfman earned would be deposited in the passbook they jointly held, and the passbook was kept by her, so where did Elfman get the money to buy her these and those? He saved private money. This is very important. He actually lied to himself. This is more important. Yevlet, this guy. Yevlet left the place, and heard Elfman's roar behind him, but was interrupted by his scream. Yevlet laughed triumphantly, and then Albagreen's voice came from behind, Yevlet, although it is wrong for Elfman to deceive me and hide private money, you can't bully my man, and I will tell Myra about this. Yevlet couldn't laugh any more. Because there was a cake shop not far ahead, Myra Jane and Urza just walked out of the shop hand in hand. The two of them were holding shopping bags in their hands, with satisfied smiles on their faces, and they must have bought delicious desserts. Bajelen, you are bullying Elfman again. Ilusa looked at Elfman, who was being beaten, and persuaded Bajelen, don't always bully him. He works hard and should be distressed. This is our business. Lasse's hand, walking towards Jefflet, stretched out his hand around his waist, saying, you don't always bully Elfman, others are honest, but you have bullied him from an early age. It hurts a little, he is outrageous. He wore such thick clothes, how did Mirage's fibrous jade fingers break the defense and get out of injuries? Take good care of your one. Albagarren said. Got it. Myra Jane nodded with a smile, watching Albagarren scolding Elfman and leaving. She then looked at Urza and said, sorry, Urza, you go to the guild first, I'll go shopping with Yefrit. Okay, I won't disturb you. Urza nodded with a smile. Wait for Myra Jane to leave with Yefrit's arm. Urza sighed. It seems that everyone is in pairs, but what about her? To be honest, I'm a little envious. Urza. Chapter 306, Daily Life, 2. The sudden shout, and a little strange it was not the familiar voice in the guild, which scared Urza. She turned her head and saw several people. Simon, Jalal, Cobra, Minerva. No, she changed her name to Anna. Why are you here? Urza walked over in surprise. The few people were dusty and tired, and it was obvious that they had come from a long distance and came to see her without rest. I just happened to pass by, and the Golden Fruit Festival is coming again, so I thought I would come to see you. Simon said. The Golden Fruit Festival is a grand festival with a festive atmosphere, which lasts for 3 days. On the first day, everyone will plant apple trees and water magic potions. On the second day, apples grow out and everyone wraps them in paper bags. On the third day, everyone goes to the tree to take a fruit. One of them is a golden fruit. Because it is covered by a paper bag, whoever gets it will have good luck for the next year. This is of course a blessing activity. Even if you don't get it, there is no need to be discouraged, because adults will prepare gifts for children on this day, and couples will also give gifts to each other. Because gifts are given to each other, the Golden Fruit Festival is also a day for everyone to reunite as much as possible. Urza was very happy and even raised her hand to let Simon and the others notice the small cake in her hand. She said, you must be hungry. Eat something first, and then I'll treat you to a meal. Ilusa put away her smile and said in a serious tone, you are not allowed to refuse. You have come from afar, so I must be a good host. Then I will let you spend the money. Simon nodded. By the way, Urza asked in confusion, if you celebrate the Golden Fruit Festival here, what about Kagura? I will celebrate it with her next year. Simon said. Then Kagura will have to suffer this year. Urza smiled, and then waved her hand, let's go. Anna fanned herself, covering half of her face, her 2 big eyes turned around, and the expression hidden behind the fan was very intriguing. However, when she saw that Urza was going to take them to dinner, Anna hurriedly said, where is Yefrit's house? I'll go to his house for a meal. Yeflet? Ilusa glanced at her and said, he was here just now. Now he's shopping with Myra Jane. He should eat at the guild at noon. Can I go to your guild for a meal? Anna asked. You have to pay. Urza said. Okay, then you go eat first, I'll go to your guild to eat. After that, Anna turned and left. Ilusa looked at Anna's back. Simon said quickly, she's very good. She's strong, gentle, and smart. To be honest, she has done a lot of good things during this period, and she has sincerely repented. Puff. Cobra laughed out loud. Jalal also covered his face, looking helpless. But they underestimated Urza. Urza smiled and said, when she was Minerva, although she was also pitiful, she did a lot of wrong things. Now she's Anna and she's getting better, that's good. She has a new life and new choices, which is a good thing, but, she seems smart, but sometimes she is very stubborn, and she needs your help. I know. Simon nodded honestly. Simon. Urza said earnestly, although you are not the strongest and your mind is not the smartest, you are the most gentle, the most tolerant, the most determined, and the kindest. Everyone in your team has their own strengths and weaknesses. You don't have to belittle yourself. As you said, there is always something you can do. Of course. Simon said, as long as I am in this team for one day, I will not give up on them. Iluza smiled brightly. Yevlet and Myra Jane walked and soon met a few acquaintances. Looking at those people, Yevlet shouted loudly, is today a social gathering for dragon slayers? Natsu and Lucy, Stinger and Yukino, Rogue and Lucky, Gajeel and Levy, these couples gathered together in a jewelry store and were about to go in. You can understand it that way. Lucky said with a smile. Lucy explained, we brought the dragon fang to the store for processing before, and today we came to pick up the jewelry. Before, the dragons thought they were going to be completely sent away, so they saved a dragon fang. They couldn't attend their children's weddings, so they could only leave a dragon fang for their daughters-in-law and make jewelry as their compensation. Later, Natsu and others nodded. After all, the dragon fang was the father's intention, so they smashed it. So, they broke the tip of the dragon fang and Lucy and others took it to the jewelry store to customize the style. Today is the time to pick up the jewelry. I'm curious too. Yevlet said, and followed him into the store. Soon. The clerk brought the jewelry box. The girls looked at the men expectantly, hoping that they would open it and bring it to them personally. This is a gift made by the man's father with his own dragon teeth, which is of great significance and basically means that he recognizes his daughter-in-law. Even Natsu is not so stupid at this time. Yevlet said. Yevlet, you always look down on me. Natsu was speechless. He opened the box and was immediately amazed. He gave a thumbs up, this is really beautiful. This is a necklace. The maker is definitely a master. He directly carved a complete white chain with dragon teeth, and then carved a flaming lotus in one go. The technique is superb and lifelike. Lucy's eyes lit up and she leaned forward slightly in anticipation. Natsu, who has always been carefree, moved gently at this time. He unfastened the buckle, then went around Lucy's neck and gently put it on her. Does it look good? Lucy happily pressed her hands on both sides of her collarbones to show the necklace on her chest. It looks good. Natsu smiled with his big teeth showing and gave a thumbs up. It's really good. Mirage said with a smile. Yevlet heard that her tone was a little strange, turned his head and saw that she looked a little envious. He glanced at the others. At this time, everyone was putting jewelry on their girlfriends, either necklaces, earrings, or bracelets. Yevlet activated the deception magic, and then turned his head and looked at Mirage's delicate, white, and slightly red earlobe, wearing an earring. The only thing he could give to Mirage was this pair of earrings. It was passed down from the ancestors. It is said that there is a secret of the treasure inside, and it can only be opened when the Valier family is in dire straits. But in fact, Yevlet's father said that it was just a legend. Apart from a pair of earrings and legends, there was no news about the treasure, even the patriarch didn't know, so how to find the treasure and open it when the family was on the verge of extinction. So, this pair of earrings is just symbolic. Mirage got after that, the earrings were very precious, they had to be taken off during battle, even though Yefrid had copied many of them. That night, Turtledove and Mileage both got a pair of earrings. Later, because Turtledove was too proud, he leaked the news to Emily, and Emily said it again. Yerusha, Alice, and Melty were immediately dissatisfied. So they also got a pair. Tiffany didn't say it, but Mileage also asked her for a pair. Later in the news and magazines, there were photos of Tiffany, and she could be found wearing the pair of earrings. Finally, Emily also asked for a pair for herself and Wendy, but they didn't wear them, but kept them. So, originally, the only heirloom of the Valier family with special meaning suddenly felt that it had lost its uniqueness and distinctiveness. Even though Mileage was a very mature and sensible person, she felt a little lost. As long as a girl, who doesn't want to have jewelry that is unique and has extraordinary meaning in the world. Lucy had received many gifts before, and she would definitely receive them in the future. For example, she would definitely receive a gift from Natsu during the Golden Fruit Festival in a few days. But none of them could compare to this necklace. Yefrid took off her gloves, put her arm on Mirajana's shoulders, and gently teased her earlobes and earrings. Mirajana's body stiffened immediately. After all, her ears were a sensitive part. She smiled and turned her head, saying, "What are you doing?" Yefrit smiled and said, "In 2 days, I will remove my ribs and make a necklace for you." "Don't say such scary things, I don't want it," Myra Jane said with a smile. "I don't want you to only envy others now," Yefrit said. Myra Jane was stunned for a moment. Yefrit took out a card, shook her wrist, and a lump of white stuff appeared. Myra Jane looked closely and saw that it was a white bear figurine. Yevlet said, "This figurine was a birthday gift from my father on my 4th birthday. Just a few days before my birthday, I was still seriously ill. My father happened to lend money to a friend who was using it for emergency. In order to treat my illness, he had to carry me to find a friend of his, hoping that the other party could reduce the medical expenses, or let him buy on credit for a few days, at least to cure me. His friend didn't take the money, but my father still tried hard to perform magic, even in the snow, even if there were few audiences. Until my birthday, he collected the medical expenses and my illness was almost cured. On the way he carried me home, I saw this ice and snow white bear in the window. I didn't want to buy it, but my father remembered that today was my birthday. So, my father mortgaged the pocket watch his father left him and gave me this white bear as my birthday present." Mirage hesitated and said, "You want to give this to me?" Yeflet said, "It also comes from my father's heavy love. The pocket watch carries love, which my grandfather passed on to my father, and the white bear also carries love, which my father passed on to me." He paused, and then said, "What do you like? Necklace? Earrings? Bracelet? Hairpin?" He said casually, "I will melt it and make jewelry for you." Mirage quickly held down the white bear in Yeflet's hands, and said, "I am not an ignorant little girl. How can such a precious thing be destroyed? But this is I can take it out, a unique thing." Yeflet said. "No." Myra Jane shook her head, hugged Yevlet and whispered in his ear, "Your thoughts, your care for me, and your attentiveness are the unique treasures. Jewelry is just an external thing. What is important is the feelings. What you said just now, and your decision just now, are more valuable than all the money in the world, and more precious than any jewelry in the world." Myra. Yevlet was really moved. He didn't care where he was now, anyway, he had used fraud magic to deceive everyone. At this time, he simply threw out his substitute to perfunctorily deal with Natsu and others. Then he went straight to the shy Myra Jane. Although Myra Jane said some touching words to dispel Yevlet's idea, he still wanted Myra Jane to receive the most special jewelry at this time. But just when he opened his mouth and considered giving himself an anesthetic shot and knocking out the canine teeth, Maiko handed over a tooth. Yevlet took it in surprise. Maiko said, "My tooth is something you can't copy. My existence has been hidden by you. Everything that belongs to me will not be controlled by anyone. But for you, I am willing to give this tooth to Mileage. This is my only recognition. You have to think about it." Yevlet said. Maiko doesn't like to show up. She would rather hide in a lonely world where only Yevlet can see her. If this tooth is given to Mileage to be made into jewelry, it will inevitably mean that part of Maiko's body is exposed. This is equivalent to Maiko taking a brave step. For her said, it can be said to be very brave. "Thank you." At this time, Yevlet had no time to let the master take action. Fortunately, he himself is an alchemy master. Time. Slow down. Yevlet's magic power spread out, and all the lives in Magnolia Town were slowed down to the slowest perception of the flow of time. It is equivalent to slowing down the time of life. The whole town was quiet, and everyone was fixed in place. At this moment, even if a day passed, for them, it was only a second. What is the master doing? Playing such a big game. Emily on the other street was the only one who was not affected by the fraud magic. Perceiving Yevlet's magic power, the entire Magnolia Town was frozen. This made her dumbfounded. It is worthy of being a master. Always able to play new tricks that she could not imagine. Through the fixed perception, it is disguised as the effect of fixed time. This casual hand, taken out, is the rule system. I'm still far from mastering the magic of deception. I can't be complacent. Emily couldn't help but say. But then she was very curious, what was Yevlet doing so grandly? So she rushed over quickly. "Master, what are you doing? Are you a pervert who stops time?" Emily said. "Where did you learn all this messed up knowledge?" Yevlet was speechless. "Oh, I found it under your bed," Emily said frankly. Yevlet was speechless. Chapter 307, Daily life, 3. A silver necklace, the pendant is a small moth demon girl. Yevlet threw a substitute on the spot, and then turned into a clerk. Snap. After getting ready, he snapped his fingers. Everything returned to normal. No one had any memory of what happened, as if only 1 second had passed. Even if someone really noticed something was wrong, the deception magic would still control his emotions. Don't worry about it, just treat it as a trance. Yevlet came out with a box. Everyone looked at him, thinking he was a clerk. Ms. Mileage, the necklace that Mr. Yevlet made for you is ready. Then, he turned around and said, Mr. Yevlet, please check it. After that, Yevlet asked Maiko to hold the box, and he exchanged positions with his stand-in. Okay. Yevlet nodded. Yevlet, did you also make jewelry for Miss Mila? Lucy asked in surprise. Yes. Yevlet nodded with a smile. What a coincidence, we got it on the same day. Levi said with a smile. Yevlet took the box from Maiko, opened it, let Myra Jane take a look, and then said gently, Myra, let me put it on you. This is a necklace that is unique in this world. Yes. Myra Jane nodded happily. Although she knew that Yevlet had not prepared it in advance. But today was not a special day, and they had no agreement. It was just because Yevlet noticed that her mood was not right that he did this series of things even if it was not carefully prepared in advance. Facing this thought, apart from being moved, what else could he complain about? Myra Jane leaned forward slightly, and Yevlet put it on her. Myra Jane held the pendant in her hand and looked at Yevlet in surprise. This seemed to be Maiko's appearance. Although Myra Jane had never really seen Maiko. Maiko made several moves, and a blurry shadow appeared. Although her face could not be seen clearly, her figure could be seen, the antennae on the top of her head, forearms and moth-like wings were still very obvious. And this pendant is the image of a moth girl with 4 arms, which is hard for people not to associate with. Yevlet transmitted, Maiko pulled out her teeth, and I will alchemize them. Miss Maiko actually. Myra Jane was shocked. Maiko, who didn't like to be observed, was willing to pull out her teeth. It doesn't matter. At this time, Myra Jane heard Maiko's voice. Her voice was very royal, but her tone was like a cute loli. Anyway, it was very nice. Maiko said, leave everything about Yevlet's life to me, and leave everything behind him to you. Yet. Myra Jane nodded. Knowing that he had completely won Maiko's approval. Maiko really had no other thoughts. She had always resisted Myra Jane and liked Turtledove, because Turtledove was not smart enough, and Myra Jane was smart and strong. She was worried that Myra Jane would squeeze her position, or make Yefrit embarrassed between the two, but Myra Jane did not do so. She was smart and strong, but she knew when to advance and retreat, and was very generous. Even Arusha and others could accept it, so how could Myra Jane threaten her position? So Maiko was willing to lend her power to Myra Jane and completely reconciled with Myra Jane. Outside world. Lucy and others exclaimed, Myra, your necklace is also very beautiful. Thank you. Myra Jane smiled happily. Unique, Levi said in a strange tone. With a little teasing and reminder, let Yefrit not give the same necklace to others. Myra Jane, Turtledove, Arusha and others all wore the same earrings and looked like they were cherishing them. The sensitive girls guessed it. This guy actually gave the same jewelry to girls. But fortunately, it seems that this necklace belongs only to Myra Jane. Levy and others were also happy for Myra Jane. Congratulations, Sister Myra. Emily did not show up, and left after congratulating Myra Jane. Coming out of the jewelry store. Everyone went to the guild together. No more delays. Entering the guild, each of them found a place to eat, drink and chat. HHH, Brother Laxus, you lost again. Listen as proud, happy and cheerful laughter came from the second floor. Yeflet walked up to the second floor. Lysina and Laxus were playing cards, 21 points, Speed was the dealer. The loser had to put a note on his face. Laxus had already put a note all over his face. Obviously, he asked Lysina to do it. Where did the big black bear come from? Seeing Yefrit going upstairs, Lysina blurted out. It was all because Yevlet was wearing thick clothes and looked a little bloated in full armor. In the guild, it was warm with many people. Yevlet took off his hat, gloves, scarf and even his coat. Then he sat down on the sofa. He crossed his legs, took out a card, and threw it outside. The card spun and landed on the bar on the first floor, and then Yevlet's voice came out, "Janana, give me a cup of hot milk, thank you." "Okay, Mr. Yevlet." Myra Jane has now quit her job as a waiter, and now Janana has taken over, and occasionally Lysina will work part-time. Janana is dressed beautifully today and put on makeup because her boyfriend is coming to this city. They used the communication crystal to contact him a few days ago. Janana's boyfriend is Cobra. She was cursed when she was a child and turned into a snake, and then followed Cobra to make a living in the 6 demon generals. Later, Cobra was defeated, and Janana was freed from the curse by Makarov. She then joined Fairy Tail and worked there. Janana was not very strong, but she was gentle. She had a good relationship with Myra Jane and Lysina, who took good care of her. She also loved singing. Myra Jane is now gradually shifting her focus from work to family. After quitting these trivial jobs in the guild, Janana took over as her successor. Janana quickly poured milk for Yefrit and put it on the card. The card turned into a stream of light, carrying the glass of milk to the 2nd floor, and was held by Yefrit. "It seems that I rarely see Fried recently," Yefrit said. Since returning from the Gate of Hades, Fried, who always liked to pester Laxus, seems to have suddenly become very busy. He doesn't do many commissions, is not in the guild, and rarely comes to Laxus. "Oh? Brother Yefrit, don't you know? Fried has someone he likes," Lysina said. "To be precise, there is someone who likes him. Fried wants to refuse, but the other party is too strong," Speed said. "Speed, you don't understand at all," Lysina said. "If a man doesn't like a woman, he won't pretend to be annoyed, but he will agree to any unreasonable request from the other party. This is a happy trouble, just like Brother Laxus, just Sundara." "I see, I still have a lot to learn." Speed nodded. He is a more serious character. Laxus remained silent. Anyway, there were too many notes on his face, and no one could see his expression. But Yefrit could sense that Laxus' heart was touched through the deception magic. This guy was shy. But now is not the time to tease Laxus. He said, "What kind of magical woman can straighten Fried?" "What do you mean by straighten?" Lysina was speechless. "Fried is straight to begin with. He just admires Brother Laxus very much. Yet, he admires him so much that he rubs Laxus's back with a perverted smile on his face." Yefrit nodded, his tone a little weird, and then he slowly sipped the hot milk and watched Lysina's reaction. As expected. "Brother Laxus, is this really true?" Lysina asked nervously. Of course she didn't know about the men's bathroom. "How many of Yefrit's 10 sentences are false?" Laxus asked helplessly. 9. Lysina just breathed a sigh of relief. A photo was handed to her eyes. But just as Lysina's eyes were about to focus. Boom! A small thunderbolt directly hit the photo and burned it into charcoal in an instant. Yefrit looked at his unharmed index and middle fingers, and the black confetti fluttered to the ground. He had just handed the photo to Lysina. "Ah, I didn't see it clearly," Lysina said angrily. "Are there any more, Brother Yefrit?" "Even if there are, I can't take them out." Yefrit spread his hands. Laxus wanted to stop him, but he didn't need to use fraud magic. No matter how much he took out, Lysina couldn't see it. "Brother Laxus!" Lysina puffed her cheeks and glared at Laxus angrily. Laxus sighed, raised his hand and pinched Lysina's little face, and said, "Do you have to fall for Yefrit's low-level trick?" "That's right." Lysina suddenly figured it out and sat down. Returning to his seat, he said, "Brother Yefrit likes to exaggerate the facts. Even if this is true, at least Brother Laxus likes girls, and he likes me, and this will not change." Yo Yefrit smiled with relief. "You've become smarter." "I'm not stupid," Lysina said to him fiercely. "By the way, who is it? So powerful the means are quite high." Yefrit continued the previous topic. "Kagura." "Hey!" Even Yefrit couldn't help but show a look of shock. "By the way," Lysina said, "that guy Bigusro has been getting close to Miliana recently. What's going on? Tell me about it." Eating melons is a human instinct, and even Yefrit is no exception. Kagura is also a familiar face, the ace of the mermaid heel, Simon's sister, who admires Urza very much. In the previous battle of the Hades Gate, she made a lot of efforts. Miliana was Urza's friend during the Tower of Paradise period, a sister-like existence. Later, the Tower of Paradise was destroyed, and Miliana and others went out to travel, and then joined the mermaid heel. This is a very cute little cat girl. These 4 people and 2 pairs together surprised Yefrit. Brother Yefrit is too homely, otherwise you could have run into them a few times. Kagura and Miliana came to our guild. Although they said they were looking for Urza, in fact, at least these few times. Lisana looked confident. Akariga didn't tell me either. Yefrit said. Akariga is in the store most of the time, and they got together not long ago. The girls' tea party hasn't been held yet. Lisana explained. Is it the Gate of Hades? Yefrit said in surprise. That's right. Lisana nodded and explained, during the battle at Hades Gate, Mermaid Heel also participated. That's when they met. Kagura. She's very tough. Lisana said jokingly. It's puzzling that a girl as good as Kagura would like a guy like Fried, and Miriam would actually like a pervert. Yevlet shook her head. Yevlet, it's not good to say bad things about people behind their backs. At this time, Biguslow's angry voice came from the stairs. Yevlet didn't even turn his head. I said it to your face, I knew you went upstairs just now. When Yevlet was flying the card just now, he used magic assistance and sensed Fried and Biguslow who entered the guild. So he didn't say bad things behind her back, but said it to her face. What Lisana said, it can't be true. Yevlet asked. Don't think too much. Surprisingly, Bigusro, the old pervert, became shy and said awkwardly, Miliana just has some commissions that are difficult to do. I'm just helping. Wow. Yevlet made a strange sigh and said, our guild is so far away from the guild where Mermaid Heel is. The girls in the other guild have difficulty doing commissions, but they can ask our guild to do it, and accurately choose Laxus's guards, and choose you. Yevlet's tone was weird, that's really too coincidental. Yevlet, you guy. Bigusro was about to get angry, but was held hostage. What's going on? Tell me, you pervert who ran away. It was Grey who hooked his arm around Bigusro's neck. A guy who hugs someone naked. Bigusro was speechless. Grey, you are the pervert. Ah, when? Grey finally reacted. Grey-sama, clothes. Juvia put clothes on Grey in an instant with lightning speed. After all, practice makes perfect, just like Lucy was able to suppress Natsu when he was just a little angry and had no time to act. No one was dissatisfied with this prediction. Besides, who sneaked away? Wasn't it Grey you who sneaked away? Juvia was there 7 years ago, and you still looked betrayed and said to others. Bigusro complained. Grey didn't say anything. Tell me the details. But behind Fried and Bigusro, Natsu, Gajil and Leo blocked the stairs. Wait, when did you come out? Lucy was shocked. I am also a member of Fairy Tale. Leo said, how can I be left out of this kind of thing? Chapter 308, Daily Life, 4. A group of people surrounded Fried and Bigusro, not letting them escape. This made the two very embarrassed. Gurgle. Yevlet drank milk leisurely. Lisana could not help but say speechlessly, Brother Yevlet, you really enjoy watching the excitement. This is very exciting, but what's the big deal? Yevlet replied with a smile. He stood up, came to Speed's position, picked him up, threw him into Laxus' arms, and then sat down on this separate sofa. Afterwards, Bigusro was held by Grey and Leo and sat on the sofa, and Fried was not spared by Natsu and Gajil and sat on the other side of the sofa. Looking at this posture, if they don't satisfy everyone with this melon today, they will not be able to escape. It's not happening at all. You are like this, it's completely forced confession. Fried said. Ah, about these things I actually know a little bit about this. Leaky said as she walked upstairs. She often reads novels, so she is quite sensitive to these things. Tell me about it. Yevlet said. You want me to say this? Even if it's a women's tea party, there are milk tea, snacks, and cakes. Leaky said, I won't let you say it so dryly, Yevlet, you think I'm a storyteller, but you should give me some money for wine and drinks. Everyone looked at Yevlet. Yevlet flew a card downstairs and quickly brought back milk tea and snacks. It's not easy to blackmail you once. Lucky said proudly. Then she pulled Yukino to sit down, eating and telling the story. Compared to Lisana, she had more comprehensive information. Of course, there were more guesses from the supervisors, but finally everyone understood the matter. It turned out to be the time of Hades Gate. After all, it was a joint operation. Although most of the highlights were concentrated in Fairy Tale, everyone fought passionately, but other guilds were also fighting bravely in places that few people paid attention to. This is the case with Mermaid Heel, whose comprehensive strength is not very strong. Kagura is the trump card of Fairy Tail, which is now A level in strength. However, every wizard in their guild will not neglect this battle because of their own weakness or because Fairy Tail is too dazzling. During the battle, Miliana was in danger, and it was Bigusro who happened to be nearby who saved her. If Bigusro was not strong, his mouth would be enough to make him suffer a lot of beatings. But he is a person with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. While complaining about Miliana, he would observe her from time to time and protect her. At the beginning, Miliana was very angry. After the Hades Gate incident, Miliana wanted to get back at her, so she sent a challenge letter to Bigusro, inviting him to do a dangerous task. Whoever dragged his feet would be a puppy. This task was somewhat dangerous for Miliana, and she also considered the consequences of not being able to cover it, so she also invited Kagura to entrust her to follow secretly. As a result, Bigusro's strength far exceeded Miliana's expectations, and he completed the task easily. During this long journey to do the commission, Miliana gradually discovered Bigusro's advantages. After that, Miliana repeatedly asked Bigusro to do commissions under the pretext of saving face. Of course. This is actually the version told by Lucky. Bigusro denied it flatly. But Miliana has been looking for him to do commissions recently, and Bigusro left Laxus and Fried and went alone to accompany Miliana to do commissions. This is a fact. About Fried and Kagura. The two are in similar situations, both are kendo masters. With Urza of violent kendo, Kakagaya of technical kendo, this thing is also considered kendo? Emily, compared with the three, Fried and Kagura are a little bit worse, and they know that they are a little bit worse, and they are convinced in their hearts. But between them, who is stronger in swordsmanship, that can only be known after a competition. Kagura is the trump card of Mermaid Heel, but Fried is definitely not weak. In Fairy Tail, he has the strength of half a step S level. In other guilds, he is also S level. So the two began to compete from the Gate of Hades. There is no need to say more about the rest. That's it. Yevlet was a little disappointed. What's your expression? Leaky said dissatisfiedly. I thought it was a plot of ups and downs. You have exaggerated it for a long time, but it is not attractive. Isn't it the most common template of our guild? Yevlet complained. The most common template? Everyone was puzzled. Yevlet glanced around and said, women take the initiative, men are wooden, without exception, especially Bigusro and Miliana. Isn't that purely the script of Elfman and Alba Green? Elfman was tricked by Alba Green and invited to do a commission, but the boy's defense was too low, and he was taken down in a few times. Yevlet's summary made everyone embarrassed. Thinking carefully, it seems that this is also the guild's ancestral love model. You are the same. Lucky complained. I am not, my reason. Yevlet was about to explain. Don't give reasons, brother Yevlet. Lisana interrupted, your performance is similar to that of Natsu and the others, all failed. Tisk. Yevlet took a sip of milk, and then said, but in this way, the thunder gods are in name only. Albagellan is pregnant. When the child is born, Elfman will propose to her. The two will officially form a family. Albaglin will definitely not focus on the thunder gods anymore. Now Fried and Bigusro also have their own love. These two guys who always do commissions together, even the S-level assessment of Tenro Island is a team together, but they rarely get together in recent times. Either Miliana calls Bigusro away, or Kagura calls Fried. Yevlet's words silenced Fried and Bigusro. Both of them felt a little uncomfortable and reluctant, but Bigusro was fine, but Fried clearly understood that Laxus was no longer the heir of the guild. He was already the president. His focus would no longer be on going out to do commissions, but on sitting in the guild and managing the guild. Thor, the core of the guards, is to follow Laxus to do commissions. Alba Green is still in name but has actually withdrawn. It is difficult for Fried and Biguslo to refuse the girl's invitation. Laxus has been promoted to the president. It seems that it is indeed difficult for Laxus and the Thunder Gods to maintain this team. People will grow up. Even if they are good friends, they will have to let go of their friends' hands one day for their own path. Even if they are close to each other, they can't go back to the past. Laxus said lightly, the Thunder Gods will disband one day. This is something everyone knows. Fried and Biguslo lowered their heads. Although everyone will still be in the same guild in the future, they always feel that something is missing, but this unknown thing cannot be retained. It will come sooner or later, whether they are willing or not, or understand it or not. But not now. Laxus said, our battle is not over yet. Ziref, Acknowledge, get rid of these hidden dangers first. Or rather. Laxus laughed, this is the last commission of the Thunder Gods. Yet. Fried and Begusro nodded heavily. Now that the words have been spoken, there is no knot in the heart. Everyone is laughing again. Listener ran downstairs with a dong dong dong. Laxus waved to Yefrit and then stood up. What for? Yefrit asked. Laxus took Yefrit to the office. Compared with the noise outside, it was very quiet here. He said, the old man has something to give us. Come here again at 12 o'clock tonight. Just for this little thing? Yefrit asked. Laxus shook his head and said, I've been worried recently. Ziref and Acknowledge are not Hades' Gate, but we have already won the battle against Hades' Gate with great difficulty. So? Yevlet asked. Zerf and Acknowledge are eyeing our guild now. They must have been accumulating strength in secret and want to catch us all in one fell swoop. Our current strength is not enough to deal with these two guys at the same time. Laxus said in a deep voice, I want to disband the guild. For at least a year, everyone will think about improving their strength and delay the time for the decisive battle with Ziref and Acknowledge. What do you think? Laxus asked. Although Laxus is the president, in many cases, Yefrit's words are more prestigious than his. This is a taboo in general forces, but fortunately Fairy Tail regards it as the best choice. Even Laxus himself is convinced and consults Yefrit on major issues, and chooses to listen to the other party's opinions between his own and the other party's opinions. Or in other words, Yefrit is Laxus's counselor, responsible for making plans, and Laxus chooses to execute them. Just like now, Laxus asks, Yefrit answers, and finally decides whether the action will be carried out. When? Yefrit asked. After the Golden Fruit Festival. Laxus responded. Yefrit pondered. Laxus got up, took out some information from the bookshelf next to him, and said, the old man is not idle recently. He is still very worried about the future development of the guild, so he went to find his old friend and asked for some information. Laxus put the information on the table and pushed it in front of Yefrit. Yevlet flipped through the information. Laxus said, the Albaraz Empire, located on the continent to the west of us, is a magic empire that is more powerful than all the countries in Ishgar combined. In the battle at the Gate of Hades, we united all the magicians of the light magic world to declare war on the dark magicians. But who would have thought that we would face two continental-level battles next day? Yevlet closed the information and said, I support your idea. Laxus laughed, happy that his somewhat exaggerated proposal was recognized by Yevlet. He joked, but this time you have to move. I know you are a frog. You have to be poked before you can jump. When there is no threat to you, you are too lazy to move. You have not developed such a powerful magic as deception magic for many years. Until I faced the phantom, I was forced to develop a more powerful magic. It was fine before, but it won't work to face Ziref and Acknowledge with this mentality. You can't slack off next time. This is what Laxus is worried about. Yefrit has been too confident recently. This makes him very worried. This guy is unwilling to move unless he encounters danger. But when facing Ziref and Acknowledge as enemies, there is no margin for error. Yefrit stood up and said, don't slack off either. You are the fastest runner. It would be embarrassing if you are the first to be killed. I'm not just fast. Laxus said in a deep voice. Yefrit left the office. Laxus falls. He was lost in thought. The words just now were not just a tease or a response from Yevlet, but a reminder to him. Since he had speed and had taken advantage of the speed flow when fighting Hades on Tianlang Island, he has been more inclined to speed in the development of magic. Including the big move he had just practiced, the magic that knocked Jura down with one move, which was also based on speed. But this was used to fight Ziref. I'm afraid it was still a child using a stick. Yevlet was right. He had to become stronger. A thunder-attributed dragon slayer wizard had some hidden attributes and uses that he hadn't developed. Laxus had no previous experience, so he had to work hard on his own. Yevlet. As soon as Yevlet went out, someone rushed up and was kicked away by him. Kicking a girl is too much. Anna got up from the ground. I will kick anyone who suddenly approaches me. Yevlet said simply. It's so scary, Anna couldn't help but say. Minba. Everyone in the guild was puzzled, why did she come here? Please call me Anna from now on. Minba is dead. I am Anna, free Anna. Anna said so. Everyone nodded slightly. Compared with the arrogant look before, Anna now is obviously more likely to get everyone's favor. Anna's personality has indeed changed a lot compared to Minba at the beginning. She used to be arrogant and black-bellied, and she looked like she was best not to get close to. But now, although it's the same face and the same figure, it always gives people a different feeling. Everyone in Fairy Tale is very generous. They all forgave Minba before, not to mention the current Anna. Everyone has no rejection of her, but enthusiastically pulls her to chat mainly to know what Anna experienced later. Yefrit didn't stay here, he was only interested in the gossip of people he cared about. He came to Milage and whispered in his ear, if you were allowed to choose, where would you like to get married? Milage. Chapter 309, Fairy's Heart. Yevlet's words were so shocking that Milage was stunned for several seconds. She was broken. Even though she had expected this day to come, it was still difficult for her to remain calm when she heard about marriage in person. Even someone as steady as Milage could not help but imagine the scenes of marriage and after marriage. The scene of marriage, the background sound was the melodious bells. She wore a snow-white wedding dress and exchanged rings with Yevlet under the blessings of everyone. Then Yevlet came over with a gentle face. The scene after marriage, it was also a heavy snowy day. Turtledove added firewood to the fireplace. Yevlet sat by the window. She snuggled in his arms and read a book with him. Come back to your senses. Yevlet reminded with a smile. Ah. Myra Jane came back to her senses, lowered her head in embarrassment, and asked in a low voice, why did you suddenly talk about this? We should start planning, right? We are in love with each other. If there is no external affairs, there is no need to delay the marriage until late. Yevlet said, it's not urgent now, but it can be planned. Including proposal, engagement, and marriage, they can't be completed in a short time. Yevlet said. Myra Jane pondered for a while and found that her thoughts were a mess. In fact, she didn't have too many plans for marriage as long as she could get married. Compared to Urza's longing and desire for planning, Myra Jane is actually more casual in this regard. This is not her childhood dream or anything like that. When she was a child, she didn't have enough food to eat and wandered with her younger brothers and sisters. How could she imagine getting married in the future? When she arrived at the guild, she just enjoyed the present and rarely looked forward to the future. It's Urza. Don't look at her as a big sister and slow to talk to the girls at the tea party. In fact, she is the one who is looking forward to it the most, almost like Juvia. Urza even bought a wedding dress. Miraja finally shook her head and said, you decide, I'm fine with it. This is a big event in life. Yefrit said. Miraja smiled and said, but Yefrit, you won't be perfunctory to me. You will definitely do your best. You are professional in ceremony arrangement, etiquette, and aesthetics. My suggestions will only hinder you. It doesn't matter if you hinder me. Yefrit said, the key is that you have to participate. Miraja was silent, and her heart was very moved, but she didn't know how to say it. She is actually not a girl who is good at expressing her emotions. Miraja seems gentle and easygoing, but she is also as proud as Urza. Don't worry, you still have some time to think. Yevlet said, let's talk about the second thing. Milage looked at him in confusion and asked, did you discuss something with Laxus? Smart as ice and snow. Yevlet praised, and then said, we will have a long vacation, and then, I will go to fulfill my ideal, before getting married, to fulfill my wish as a boy. He looked into Milage's eyes and said, and you are indispensable. Yevlet always believed that love is romantic and desirable, while marriage is a responsibility. He never asked for immortality, just because he was very confident that his life whilst here will be no regrets in each stage, and he will live very comfortably, even if it is not perfect, as long as he is satisfied. He never hides his dreams. Apart from protecting everyone, his personal dreams are actually quite simple. First, as a magician, he will hold a large-scale magic show and receive applause from tens of thousands of spectators. Second, as a street magician, he will travel around the world. Regarding the first dream, he has achieved half of it. He once held such a magic show in the world of Edlas, using someone else's stage. However, in the world of Eslanden, he has not yet obtained such a big stage. For the second dream, in fact, he has traveled as a street magician many times in recent years. But each time was not perfect. Either when he was young, he was alone without a magician assistant. Or when he had a magician assistant and had time, he could only perform in edlas. These two dreams were both completed, but they were not perfect, that is, they were not satisfactory. So, this time, he has turtledove, mileage, and time, and he is still in Eslanden. He plans to take this opportunity to realize all his dreams as a boy at once before getting married. Marriage will be a node. It means the end of the boy stage and the beginning of the stage of being a man, a husband, and a father. Yevlet, who has obsessive-compulsive disorder and must step on the white line with his right foot once when his left foot steps on it, will not allow the stage tasks to be completed. This does not mean that he is a marriage graveyard theory, thinking that after marriage he must devote himself to the family wholeheartedly, and he does not need to do so. It's just that boys and men are different after all. How much money does he have? He himself doesn't know. Can he afford to buy a manor? 10 or 8 is easy anyway. Then why hasn't he taken action? Because this is not his task in the boy stage, but the man stage. Man stage. Yevlet currently has no dreams. By then, both Zeref and Acknowledge will be dealt with. This world has only cultivated 2 bosses in 400 years, and the next boss of this level may be hundreds of years later, so he can't control it. Therefore, in terms of magic power growth and magic improvement, he will most likely not think about going further. He can't get in, and the closer he is, he will be a god. Besides, forget it. Yevlet held Milage's little hand and kneaded it, thinking in his heart, of course, I will get closer to women while I am still young. Milage looked at Yevlet in confusion. It was rare to see a trace of vulgarity on his face. However, thinking of what Yevlet said just now, Milage held Yevlet's hand with her backhand and said, I can promise you to go anywhere and do anything, but I have a request. She knew what Yevlet's dream was, and she had a plan for this. What request? Yevlet asked. You don't need too many magician assistants, 1 turtledove is enough. Milage said with a smile. She could tolerate a few women living in Yevlet's house, but this did not include her tolerance of many people accompanying Yevlet to realize his dream. Baraju was honest and obedient. She would take as much as she gave. Besides, Banjia was indeed Yevlet's assistant. Due to her personal character, it was relatively difficult for her to cooperate with Yevlet and satisfy him. So, Baraju could follow as an assistant. And she was the one who would realize his dream with Yevlet. This time Mirage, who was always kind and generous, would not let the others drink a sip of soup. Because this was not only Yevlet, but also her wish for many years. I promise you. Yevlet nodded. Mirage smiled, as beautiful as peach blossoms. Neither Laxus nor Yevlet would spoil everyone's fun when everyone was preparing for the Golden Fruit Festival. So the decision of the two would be kept secret for a few days. Evening. It was rare for Yevlet to not sleep at 11 o'clock on his day off. He dressed neatly and went downstairs under the surprised eyes of Turtledove. Mr. Yevlet, where are you going so late? It's snowing outside. Turtledove asked hurriedly. Okay, get me an umbrella. Yevlet said. I'll go with you. Turtledove said. No need. Yevlet waved his hand. He left home and headed for the guild under the puzzled eyes of Turtledove. The guild was not deserted. There were many people staying up late here. It was a little quieter than during the day, but they were still drinking and making noise. Natsu and Grey were both here, but they were thrown into a corner and slept like dead pigs. Lucy and Juvia were next to them, covered with blankets, and they could sleep. There were also Happy and Xiaolulu next to them, hugging each other and sleeping soundly. Yevlet didn't want to be questioned by everyone, so he used deception magic and came to the door of the office quietly. Push open the door. In the office, Laxus put his legs on the table, closed his eyes, and listened to music. The old man hasn't arrived yet. Laxus said one sentence, and then fell silent. Yevlet came to the sofa, where Lysina was lying on it in a bold and unrestrained sleeping posture, sleeping soundly. But her sleeping posture was not very good. The blanket was half on the ground, and the clothes were pushed up, almost revealing the armor inside. A large area of snow-white belly was exposed, and the blanket only covered a small part below the navel, and even the thighs were not covered. Yevlet put down his cane, gently pulled down Lysina's clothes, and said at the same time, she slept with her belly exposed. It's easy to catch a cold in such weather. You don't help her to tidy it up. Yet. Laxus responded softly. Yevlet adjusted Lisena's sleeping posture, and covered her with the blanket again, and tucked the excess part under her body. Finally, he gently stroked Lisena's forehead, brushed her messy hair to the sides, and said with emotion, in the blink of an eye, that naughty little girl has grown up so much, it's time to talk about marriage. Yet. Laxus nodded. At this time, a voice answered, time is magical, isn't it? Makarov pushed open the door and walked in, saying, in the 40 years since I became the president, I have often felt this way. Makarov said, even Gildarts was a little kid like you who made people worry. Ah, no. Makarov smiled, you are no longer little kids, even Natsuhi is already very responsible. Yes. Yefrit smiled and nodded. They are no longer the rising stars of the guild, but the pillars. Even Emily and Romeo are no longer little kids, they have also made a name for themselves. The only one who can be called a little devil is Asuka. Let's go. Makarov said, I'll take you to see the biggest secret of the guild. Makarov led the two to the basement, and said as he walked, this is a secret that only the president can know, so, Yefrit, you are not qualified to tell anyone about this matter, only Laxus has this qualification. Makarov's tone was very serious. Yefrit understood that no matter how special he was, even special enough to know the truth of this matter, he only had the right to know, and the right to use and inherit was only mastered by Laxus. President Mavis. When entering the basement and seeing the body sealed in the magic crystal, Laxus and Yefrit were not surprised. Efrit, needless to say, his magic power had long been sensed. Laxus had already understood the tip of the iceberg at the last great magic fighting exercise. Makarov said, photon reconstruction, what Ivan wants, but how can I let him get it? This is our fairy tale, the biggest secret, and the last trump card to protect the guild. It was only in the past. Suddenly, Mavis's voice came from behind, and she followed. She came to Yevlet, hugged his arm, and said, in the next 100 years, no. Maybe in the more distant future, our guild's trump card is Yevlet. So Mavis turned to Yevlet and smiled, it was my idea to let Makarov bring you here too. Because there is no need to hide you. You are the trump card of our guild now and in the future. Thank you for the praise, President Mavis. Yevlet said modestly. So. What is this? Laxus asked. Infinite magic power. Makarov said, this is a magic that was accidentally created by the second-generation president, Hito, in order to revive President Mavis. Its name is Fairy's Heart. This magic can provide infinite magic power. Even the magic spirit power can be used without limit. Even faith. If faith really destroys the world, then Fairy Tale will raise a sun and give magic power back to the whole world. Laxus was shocked when he heard these words. Makarov said, this is the biggest secret of our fairy tale. Laxus, from now on, it's up to you to protect it. Laxus was silent for a while, and suddenly said, is it one of the reasons why Ziref declared war on us? Makarov was silent. Yefrit said, yes. Then my decision is to abandon Mavis. Laxus turned to Yefrit and asked, why didn't you stop me when I said that plan? Laxus thought that his guild was simply threatening Ziref and because of the previous grudge, which led to the other party's declaration of war. So, as long as he disbanded the guild and let everyone practice, he could delay the time of the war, so as not to be wiped out by Ziref before accumulating enough strength. But now it seems that they can't leave the guild, otherwise who will protect the fairy's heart? Yefrit said, by me. Hey! Laxus was stunned. Yevlet explained, there are many reasons why Ziref wants to fight us. To put it simply, he wants everything and takes all the benefits. He is extremely greedy and arrogant. So, you don't need to be too stressed. Just follow your plan. As for President Mavis, since I said I will protect her, as the first guardian, I will never let her get hurt. Harm. I can put her in the mirror world, which is the safest place in the world. But in that case, Ziref will target you. Laxus frowned. Yevlet smiled and asked back, do you mean that Ziref can kill me, Maiko and Asa at the same time? Laxus fell silent. He thought it was difficult, even if the other party was Ziref. Yevlet, do you want to take me on a trip? Mavis asked happily. Of course, it will be very happy to travel with me. Yevlet said with a smile. Although he promised Myra Jane, Mavis was not included. In this way, I can eat the delicacies of this era and all over the world. Mavis was very happy, jumping up and down with her little feet. Chapter 310, Section I. Makarov watched this scene. After a long time, he sighed and said, I am old and retired. You will decide what to do in the future. After that, he crossed his hands, put them behind his head, and left. Yevlet reached out and took the magic crystal away. Laxus looked at him and said, then proceed as planned, but I have to follow you. Don't. Yevlet refused directly, don't disturb my romantic trip. After that, his body dissipated. Tisk. Laxus looked dissatisfied, but he didn't say anything. Mavis stayed at Yefrit's house, and he never concealed his care for Mavis. If Ziref is unhappy, then come over. He may not be able to muster up the courage to do so without evolving into the final form. Last time Yefrit and him had a short battle, Ziref was not a fool, and he would not take action before he figured out a way to crack the fraud magic. But just do it, Ziref. I'm looking forward to your expression when you find out that you've gone astray. Yevrit thought so. The Golden Fruit Festival is here. Emily and the others also joined the guild's activities this time. For such a special festival, the guild naturally has activities. And Simon, Altair and other wizards who are not from Fairy Tale also accepted the invitation. On the first day of the Golden Fruit Festival, apple trees are planted and magic potions are poured. According to tradition, the Fairy Tale Guild designs this day as a sports meeting. Lysina took the plan designed by her and approved by Laxus and announced today's plan. There is only one bottle of magic potion hidden in the snow-capped mountains outside the city. Whoever gets it and delivers it safely to the city gate will be able to win the first day's grand prize. You can form a team, but a team cannot exceed 4 people. The grand prize for the first day is sponsored by Urza 3 months of free coupons for cake shops. Oh! The girls were especially excited. 3 months, free desserts. Now, everyone, go to the town gate and get ready to go. Everyone went to the town gate in a mighty way, and formed teams on the way. Yevlet, team up with me. Lidus said. Okay. Yevlet looked at him with a smile. Sorry, brother Yevlet is an exception, he must team up with me. Lysina said, and took out a red string and tied her wrist with Yevlet's wrist. Yevlet showed a speechless expression. Is it necessary to do this, Lysina? Lysina said, this is to make sure that the result of the game is not suspenseful. She raised the red string on her wrist and said, I borrowed it from Tiffany. As long as you are tied, I can always sense your position. Yevlet's deception magic is too buggy in this kind of activity. He can avoid fighting throughout the whole process, and at the last moment, he can easily snatch the magic potion. In order to restrict him, Lysina went to find Tiffany, the only one who can restrain deception magic, and got the red line from her. As long as Yevlet and herself are tied, Yevlet's position can be sensed. If brother Yevlet takes off the red line, I will give up directly. Lysina said with a smile. Laxus, you don't care. Yevlet said speechlessly, if he finds it, no one can stop it. Brother Laxus and Gajeel teamed up. Lysina said, as long as they use magic, they will electrocute Gajeel. Are you so cruel to us? Yevlet widened his eyes. Hee, to be as fair as possible. Lysina snorted with pride. What about Emily? Yevlet asked again. Emily promised me that she would not use fraudulent magic, and I believe her. Lysina replied. Yevlet was completely speechless. Arrived at the city gate. Yevlet looked at Milaja, she teamed up with Wendy and Xiaolulu. And Turtledove and Emily teamed up. Start. With the order of the referee Mavis, everyone set off. Brother Yevlet, run. Lysina shouted. I'm too lazy. Yevlet pulled Lysina and turned to rent a carriage. Really lazy? Lysina said so. Then as soon as she got on the carriage, she put her legs on Yefrit's legs and ate the dried fruit snacks. Who is lazier? Yefrit asked with a smile. Brother Yefrit. Lysina said so. As the carriage moved, it was soon left far behind by everyone. Lysina looked at the distance ahead. Because Laxus and Gajeel were in a team, they could not use magic. The 2 muscular men ran all the way, and their speed was not slow. She sighed, did you propose to Sister Myra? Did she tell you? Lysina said. Emily heard it. She exaggerated it, it's not a proposal. Yefrit said. What about me? Lysina sighed. How long will it take for Brother Laxus to make a promise similar to yours? Laxus. He is more paranoid. Yefrit said, you need patience. If I wait any longer, I will be old. Lysina complained. Then you should learn from Lucy and Juvia. Yefrit said, just be direct. Sometimes I really doubt it. Lysina said, isn't Laxus' brother really more innocent than Natsu? Then you just misunderstood. Yefrit said, that guy, when you were not around, he had a lot of fun. He has never had a girlfriend. That's because there is no need. For a guy like him, having a girlfriend is a waste of youth. Laxus' brother is not what you said. Lysina was a little angry. Even if it's Yefrit brother, you are not allowed to say that about him. Do you think you know Laxus better than me? Yefrit asked back with a smile. Lysina was silent for a moment. After a long time, she asked weakly, what you said is true. No, it's false. Yefrit said with a smile. Ah. Lysina was stunned and looked up. She actually believed what Yefrit said just now, but... So I said, you don't know Laxus well enough. Yefrit laughed. Lysina took back her feet from Yefrit's legs and knelt down properly, the posture of sitting in the ground. She said, Brother Yefrit, help me. I can't help you. Only you can help you. Yefrit said. Then give me some advice. Lysina stood up, sat down, hugged Yefrit's arm and started to act like a spoiled child. One thing. Yefrit extended his index finger. What's the matter? Fuck him. Ah. Lysina was stunned, and then said, even if I hit him, what can I do? Brother Laxus will tolerate me hitting him, and he will definitely not fight back, but it's useless to test his love for me in this way. What I said is, Yevlet emphasized again, fuck him. Lysina was stunned, and a few seconds later, her face turned red. Brother Yevlet. Lysina pushed Yevlet fiercely, then shrank in the corner, staring at him with eyes wide open, angry and shy. What are you talking about? People like Laxus. Yevlet didn't care about Lysina's eyes. He picked up a dried fruit and ate it while saying, it's useless to reason with him. The mouth never convinces him. Only punching him in the face can have an effect. Yevlet looked at Lysina with a smile and said, I wish Laxus's child. I want my son to be born later, so that my child can be the big brother. Although Laxus is older than me, his child will be younger than my child. So I will teach my child to beat his child every day. Ah! Yevlet made a happy sound. Think about it, the kid named Dolia was blocked at the door of the guild by the kid named Valier every day and called him big brother. I feel very excited. Such a conspiracy will not let you succeed. Lysina said angrily, absolutely not. Rush to the snowy mountains. Many traps have been triggered. The people of Fairy Tale are also fighting fiercely. Natsu and Lucy, against Grey and Juvia. In the end, Grey and Juvia cooperated more tacitly and successfully froze Natsu and Lucy into ice sculptures. Dong dong. Yevlet knocked on the outer layer of ice, and seeing Lucy's expression full of help, he smiled and said, Lucy, it's good to have fun, but don't catch a cold. Listening to Yevlet's gloating laugh, Lucy gnashed her teeth in anger. Asshole! Natsu shouted, shattered the ice, and broke out of the ice. Then, he punched the ice that trapped Lucy and ran up the mountain with her. Grey, you guy, stop. It's not just them. The whole snowy mountain was full of battles. It seemed that finding magic potions was no longer important, but fighting to decide the winner. Without the deception magic, Yevlet's trip up the mountain was not easy. It's better to say that with Lysina holding back, he is now ranked at the bottom. Laxus and Gajeel are also in the same boat. Gajeel alone can't beat the combined forces of others. But once Laxus made a move, lightning rushed towards Gajeel. Laxus, you agreed to such a plan. You are really asking for trouble. Yevlet laughed. He turned the revolver in his hand. Without the deception magic, the black dragon could cut honey couldn't be pulled out to fight his partner, he only had the revolver and contract magic to use. But the illusion magic of the contract magic was far inferior to his deception magic, and any strong person would not be deceived by his pure visual effects. Humph, it's none of your business. Laxus snorted coldly. Although he felt it was troublesome, he had no intention of breaking the rules. This rule was set by Lysina. As long as Yefrit and Laxus agreed, they would not violate it. While everyone was playing, they searched for the top of the mountain. Boom boom! Suddenly, Natsu's roar came from above, the roar of the fire dragon. That idiot! Everyone was shocked. This is a snowy mountain. All the way up, no one took a real fighting posture, otherwise they would have to flatten the mountain. But Natsu's move was obviously beyond the standard. Not long after, Natsu pulled Lucy and ran wildly down the mountain. Not far behind him, Gray and Juvia were riding a sled, and their speed quickly surpassed Natsu and Lucy. Run! Lucy shouted. The reason they were running so fast was because there was an avalanche. You idiots! Urza only cursed, pulled Simon and turned to run. Natsu! No matter how angry everyone was, there was nothing they could do at this time, so they ran down the mountain. Brother Yefrit, let's go! Lysina reacted quickly, carrying Yefrit on her back and running down the mountain. Everyone knew that Yefrit was not good at pure physical strength. Wait, what is that? At this time, Wendy, who had good eyesight, found a small sparkling dot on the top of the white snow wave. She looked closely and saw that it was a small bottle. It's a magic potion! Wendy exclaimed. Charlu! Miss Myra Jane! Wendy called out, and the three of them immediately flew up and rushed towards the snow wave. That's the magic potion, we can't let them get there first. Everyone immediately turned around and rushed back towards the collapsing snow wave. Actually, this is mainly an atmosphere. Everyone really won't die in the avalanche. Boom boom boom! Seeing the magic potion, the intensity of the fight suddenly increased a lot. On one side was the avalanche that was rolling down. On the other side was the guild members fighting each other. Boom boom! Like a world-destroying flood. The snow wave hit the foot of the mountain fiercely. Everyone was enveloped in it. It was very noisy just now, but now it was completely quiet. The sky and the earth were all white, without any other colors. Soon after, Shua! A hand holding a bottle of magic potion stretched out from the snow. Then the whole person jumped out. Haha, it's still mine! Natsu laughed triumphantly, pulled Lucy out from the snowdrift, and ran towards the town gate. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Natsu's ankle accurately. Plop! Natsu and Lucy fell flat on their backs. Then, Gray and Juvia jumped out, but just as they were about to take the bottle, a streamer swept them away. Brother Yefrit, run! Lysina just grabbed the bottle and planned to run away with Yefrit. But then, a space door opened, and a hand stretched out from the opposite side and took the bottle away. It was Happy. But Happy didn't have time to be proud, and was kicked down by Xiaolulu. Asshole! You stepped on my hand just now. So what? It seems that we must decide the winner today. Rog! Who has been slacking off in practice during this period? The fight for the magic potion is just an excuse. Everyone was having fun again, the scene was in chaos, all kinds of melee. A hand snatched the magic potion bottle that Emily had just held secretly. Haha! The snatcher laughed and turned and ran. Stop, Asuka! Emily chased after him. I won't be caught. Asuka turned around, the gun in her hand had been upgraded several times, and now it could shoot powerful rubber bullets. Oh! Although Asuka was less than 7 years old, she inherited the talents of her parents, Alzik and Biska. She ran and shot at Emily, and even shot several times. Emily was blocked. President Grandpa, I won! Little Asuka ran all the way, finally rushed to the city gate, and proudly showed the magic potion bottle to Makarov. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect it. Makarov smiled dotingly and announced that Asuka was the winner of the first day. Chapter 311, Section 2. In the guild's courtyard, the apple tree planted yesterday has grown up today after being watered with magic potion, and has produced green fruits. Today's theme of the event is to compete for rankings. Those who rank higher can pick fruits earlier and cover them with paper bags. Lysina read out the content of the event she planned. Next, I will announce the rules of the event. Today's theme is the sports meeting. The venue of the sports meeting is on the plain outside the city. Magic assistance can be used during the process, but offensive magic cannot be used. Each event will have its own scoring rules, with the highest being 3 points, the next being 2 points, and the lowest being 1 point. Everyone should participate in as many events as possible and get points. Finally, the settlement will be made at noon. Attention! Whoever gets 30 points first can end the event early, and get first place, and can pick the fruit immediately. Today's reward is sponsored by Yevlet. The third place winner can get the book Fishing from Beginner to Master written by Yevlet himself, and get a signed version A&D. Before Listener finished speaking, there was a booing at the scene. A book about fishing written by Yevlet. Who wants that kind of thing? If you read it, you will be affected by Yevlet's bad luck in fishing. Whoever learns from this book, I will laugh at him for the rest of his life. The proud and expectant smile on Yevlet's face froze. He thought his book would be popular. Fortunately, Wendy was more considerate and quickly shouted, "Then I will definitely work hard. I am looking forward to this book, and it is Mr. Yevlet's signed version." "Wendy, you are too gentle." Everyone couldn't help but look at Wendy with sympathy. This child would not really believe that Yevlet had experience in this area. Yevlet's failure to catch fish is not just due to the difference in experience and fishing gear. When it comes to theory, he is very knowledgeable. When it comes to fishing gear, the price of a fishing rod may be more expensive than the fishing rods bought by all the people in the guild combined. Yevlet can't catch fish just because he has no fishing luck. In this regard, it is like being cursed by God. Therefore, a fact that makes everyone feel at ease is proof Yevlet is a human being, because no one is perfect. If you get Yevlet's fishing luck, you may become unlucky. "Girl, you are still too young. There are some things you can't do." Yevlet was very happy and said, "Wendy, I have high hopes for you. I will find the most expensive fishing gear for you when the time comes." Ah! Everyone was stunned. At this time, Listener continued what she had just said, "And a set of expensive fishing gear given by Yevlet. Book? Signed version? Not worth much. If Yevlet wrote Fraud Magic from Beginner to Grandmaster, the value of this book would probably become one of the most valuable commodities in the magic world. But the fishing he wrote is worthless. But it seems. A set of expensive fishing gear. Again, Yevlet's fishing rod is more expensive than all the fishing rods of the guild combined. Everyone was a little envious. Actually, I think third place is pretty good. First and second place are out of the question, but I can still fight for third place. After all, it's a sports meet, and I can't be too lazy. That's right, we have to win an honor anyway, and third place suits me. Macau and Wakaba are not very interested in fishing. If their luck in fishing is gone, it's gone. But if they can get a set of fishing gear from Yevlet and sell it, they may not have to work for half a year. Third place is mine. Lucy said proudly, "If I sell it, my rent will be." "No, I love fishing the most." Lucy suddenly realized halfway through her words, but it was too late to stop talking. Her words reminded everyone. Originally, everyone still had some concerns. Would they be caught using Yevlet's fishing rod? However, there would be no such worries if they sold it. Suddenly, everyone reacted. "I love fishing the most. If I have a good set of fishing gear, I will be so happy." A book written by Yevlet, and it's a signed edition. Yevlet is my idol. I will be so happy to get his signature. I have been fascinated by fishing recently, and I don't know how to get started. It's such a coincidence. If I can get the works of fishing master Yevlet, I will definitely catch a lot of fish. Ha ha ha. Yevlet laughed proudly, "I knew my book was very popular." "Master, don't lie to yourself." Emily was about to speak when the turtle-dove covered her mouth. Emily was helpless and rolled her eyes cutely. After everyone made a noise for a while, they gradually quieted down. Listener continued to announce, "The second place winner will receive a signed copy of the book Magician from Beginner to Grandmaster written by Yevlet, as well as a set of magic cards." Not bad. It should be useful for chasing girls. Is it useful? Yevlet doesn't seem to have ever used magic to chase anyone. That's right. When I was doing a commission before, I knew a street magician who was still single in his 40s. So, magicians are actually more likely to be single. Yevlet is a wizard, isn't he? Then I'm not interested. Besides, second place is also difficult to get. I'd better aim for a third place. The response was mediocre. Listener nodded. As expected, everyone was a wizard. Who would be interested in fake magic? Any magic would have an effect that magic could never achieve, and magic was troublesome. Listener continued, "The first place winner will receive a signed copy of the book Memoirs of the God of Bacchus. I, Bacchus, wish to call you, the god of Bacchus, written by Yevlet himself, and a jug of fine wine brewed by Yevlet himself. The scene was silent. Fishing, magic. Some smart people have already guessed what the grand prize is. But when they really heard Lysina say this, everyone was completely silent. This guy, as smart as President Mavis and Zerev, how could he not know his own weaknesses? Natsu knows that he is Karsic, doesn't Yevlet know that he is bad at fishing, his magic is just so-so, and as for alcohol, it is something that cannot be touched. The kind-hearted Wendy raised her hand weakly and said, I will try my best. I have been drinking the wine brewed by Mr. Yevlet since I was a child. I will not give it to anyone. Everyone turned their heads slowly and looked at her silently. After speaking, Wendy's face was as red as an apple. She lowered her head and her chin wanted to poke through her chest. Wendy. Lucy rubbed Wendy's head and said gently like an older sister, although kindness is a good thing, don't confuse right and wrong and ignore the facts. Wendy was even more ashamed when she heard this. Yevlet boasted that he was the god of wine, which was still based on facts, but what he said about brewing wine was really outrageous. During the great magic battle, Pakaz of the Four-Headed Hound Guild, who was the real god of wine, came to challenge the entire guild, defeated Najgra and others, and finally drank Kana until her armor was lost. A record of complete victory. In the end, Pakaz fell into Yevlet's hands, because he used fraud magic, he didn't drink a drop of wine, but deceived Pakaz into thinking that he was completely defeated by Yevlet. So Pakaz said with a shocked face, I, Pakaz, would like to call you the god of wine, Yevlet. Yevlet was very proud, and recorded it, and often played it later, which made everyone speechless. The key was that they didn't dare to refute too fiercely, for fear of being resentful by Yevlet. At that time, Yefrit just approached Pakaz and took back the armor that Kana lost to Pakaz. Just because he smelled the wine on the armor, he was drunk. Lysina opened the memoirs of the god of wine, and it was true. I, Pakaz, would like to call you, Yefrit, the god of wine. This recording popped up every time a page of this book was turned. Lysina dared to swear that she had never wanted to tear a book to pieces. Everyone thought so in their hearts. If anyone got this book, they would feel that life would be like that, and there was nothing to miss. Kana and others looked at Wendy with a faint look and a bit of sympathy. Gentle Wendy. You are the saint in the world. Today's first place must be you. Wendy grabbed her skirt with both hands, almost tearing it apart, and her head was hanging down. From the back, it was as if she had no head and neck. Come on, Sister Wendy. Emily patted Wendy's shoulder with emotion. Tisk. Yevlet made a dissatisfied sound. I don't even look forward to the wine he brewed himself, and the book he wrote. Don't regret it, you guys. Yevlet said. No, absolutely not. This was a tactless reply. Yevlet, it's not that I don't want it, it's mainly because my strength is like this. It's difficult to get the third place, and I dare not even think about the first place. This is a smarter reply. Natsu whistled and looked at the sky. This is not a reply. Okay. Lysina clapped her hands and said, everyone go to the outside of the city to gather. Just like yesterday, everyone went to the plain outside the city in a mighty manner. Here on the plain, there are various magic instruments for scoring, and various sports events planned. Yevlet's fraud magic can't be said to be of much help to this kind of physical body, it can only be said that it is not. Okay. Lysina clapped her hands and said, everyone go to the outside of the city to gather. The crowd went to the plain outside the city in a mighty manner, just like yesterday. Here on the plain, there are various magic instruments for scoring, and various sports events planned. Yevlet's fraud magic can't be said to be of much help to this kind of physical body, it can only be said that it is not. Therefore, he was too lazy to even look at the power and speed events. He first came to the first event. For the 100-meter sniping, you can use guns, bows, slingshots, etc. As long as you hit the random target that pops up in the shortest time, you can get a score. There are a total of 10 rounds, and the shortest time of the 10 rounds is calculated as the score. If it is less than 5 seconds, you will get 3 points directly. 10 shootings, if you ensure 100% hit rate, the total time must be less than 5 seconds. The difficulty is still quite high. When Yevlet came here, he found that he had to queue up. Biska, Arzuk and Asuka, this family of 3 will naturally choose shooting-related events. There are also many people who came here, such as Wendy, Arusha, Bigusro, Gray, including Gray's father Silver and others. They are all very confident in their shooting ability. Biska and Arzak easily got 3 points. It was the next group's turn, and Yevlet and Asuka stood side by side. Yevlet, I won't let you go. Little Asuka held a pistol and skillfully fired a few gunshots, with a proud and arrogant expression on her face. Little girl, don't be too confident. I am also a master of guns. Yevlet said. He also took a revolver from the table and adjusted it casually. Beep. The timer next to him rang. Yevlet and Asuka were fully focused. Shua suddenly, a target appeared in the air. Pa Yefrit fired the shot almost at the same time. Everyone was a little surprised. We always knew that Yefrit was also a master of guns, but we didn't expect him to be so powerful. Even Bisksa and Alzak were surprised. Asuka was going to lose. Because Yefrit's level was no worse than theirs. I have always paid attention to this guy's deception magic and the weapon that can kill anyone I cut, but I forgot that Yefrit used to use a pistol the most. Gray sighed. Yefrit is strong in so many aspects that his strength in shooting is overshadowed. Asuka was not affected by Yefrit. Although she was still very young, she also had the qualities passed down by the predecessors of the Fairy Tale Guild, focus and strength. Pa pa pa. 10 targets were shot. Yevlet turned his head to check the time. Before he spoke, Wendy was surprised and said, 3.41 seconds, faster than Arzak. Yevlet's result broke the current record. The previous record was Arzak, who was about 0.1 seconds slower than him. You are so amazing. Asuka sighed. She has tried very hard, but there is still a gap in age and experience, so the final result is just under 5 seconds, but it is already quite remarkable, and she can still get 3 points. Normally, not in a very good condition. Yevlet patted the wine gourd on his waist and said, I didn't drink, so my speed is not fast enough, but if I drink, it would be too bullying. He looked lonely like a master and said, I don't care much about the results. Anyway, I can get 3 points. I don't care much about breaking records. He looked at Alzik again and smiled, sorry, I didn't expect that my casual attitude would break your record. I hope you don't mind. This guy. Everyone was speechless for a while. This guy was obviously in a daze. Sure enough, his usual humility was just pretending. Everyone never thought that Yevlet was very humble, especially when this guy would get lost in the city for several hours after catching a fish of more than 3 pounds, and got lost on the street in front of the guild several times. It doesn't matter. Alzik's mouth twitched, and he was too lazy to argue with Yevlet. Chapter 312, Section 3. However, there are many powerful people in our guild, and my record will be easily broken. Yevlet said modestly. But his raised mouth corners revealed his true feelings. This result is actually quite difficult to break. If Alzak and Bisksa can't do it, the only ones who can do this in the guild may be Urza and Laxus, or Myra Jane, but they didn't choose this project. Therefore, Yevlet has a great chance of getting the first place in this project. The next group, Wendy and Yerusha. The two of them barely got 3 points. The next group, Grey and Silver. After Yevlet completed this project, he didn't leave, and that's the reason. Grey, I won't let you go. Silver said lightly. Hat. Grey sneered, you who were defeated by me, what qualifications do you have to say to let you go? Dot. Silver was speechless. Focus, reaction, precision, hand speed. Grey smiled proudly, these can determine the outcome of the battle. Obviously, I who defeated you are better than you in these aspects. Humph, whether it is true or not, we will know after the competition. Yin had nothing to say, but he made up his mind to teach Grey a lesson and not let this kid be too arrogant. The two stood still. Neither of them chose a weapon, but planned to attack with ice cubes. Shua. At the moment the target appeared, the two attacked at the same time. Everyone quickly glanced at the results of the two. Even though it was almost at the same time, the time showed that Grey was still a little faster, even if it was a negligible point, but Grey won the first game. Shua shua shua. Very quickly. All 10 targets were hit. Yevlet had already signaled Wendy to hold down the time on Yin's side, while he blocked Grey's time. Now the game is over, the results will be announced. Yevlet said, the expected result will be announced soon, so. Another Yevlet suddenly appeared beside Bigusro, holding a banana in his hand, pretending to be a reporter, and said, "Sir, are you looking forward to the result of the game?" Bigusro's mouth twitched, and finally decided to play this childish game with Yevlet. He replied, "I am looking forward to it." "So, which side do you think will win?" Yevlet asked again. Bigusro said without hesitation, "Grey." "Okay, if you guess wrong, there will be a mysterious punishment." Yevlet said so. "Wait, you have to say this first." Bigusro was immediately anxious. But the figure of Yevlet beside him had disappeared. He appeared in front of Alzik and the other two again, still holding a banana and asking, "Excuse me, which side do you think will win?" "Grey." Alzik said. "Then I choose Uncle Yin." Bisksa said with a smile, "Whoever loses will be treated to a big dinner tonight." "Okay." Arzik smiled and nodded. "Feast? Can I join?" Yevlet asked. "We're having a family gathering, why are you joining?" Arzik said with disgust. "Tisk." Yevlet's figure disappeared, and he stuffed the banana into Asuka's arms. Yevlet, who had been pressing the time, said, "Well, now we have to reveal the answer. Wendy, first, let's show the first number." "Oh, okay." Wendy cooperated very well. The two moved their palms at the same time, showing the first number 3. It seems that both of them scored within 4 seconds. Yevlet said. "Humph." Silver snorted coldly. Grey said, "Not surprising, but in the end I must be faster." "Wendy, keep going." Yevlet said. "Okay." The two moved their palms again, showing the next number 6. It's the same number again. It seems that the strength of the two is very similar. Yevlet said. "No, I beat him. I'm stronger." Grey said. "That's what I let you do." Silver finally couldn't hold it in. Tisk. Grey smacked his lips. "Grey, who did you learn this bad habit from? It's so rude. You're rarely right once." Grey said, "I learned it from the most impolite guy in our guild." "Hey? Who is who?" Yevlet widened his eyes, very curious. "The most impolite guy in the guild, I've never heard of him before." Everyone was silent for a while. Yerusha chuckled. "Yevlet outside of battle is always cute." Grey said, "It's you, Yevlet." Tisk. Yevlet smacked his lips, then said, "Wendy, continue." "Hee hee." "Okay." Wendy held back her laughter and followed Yevlet's command. The last number appeared, Grey's was 1 and Silver's was 9. Obviously, Grey had a shorter time, even if the difference was tiny, but he won. "I'll tell you." Grey said proudly. "Humph, next one." Yin turned and left. The father and son left to find the next project. "Guess who I am?" At this time, Jovia covered Ursha's eyes from behind. Ursha listened to Jovia's recognizable voice and laughed, "It's Jovia." "Haha." Jovia let go. "Jovia, what's wrong?" Ursha was a little surprised and said, "It's rare to see you not pestering Grey." Jovia looked at the backs of Grey and his son and said, "Jovia is not a person who likes to spoil the mood. Today even if Jovia is very heartbroken." Jovia started crying as she spoke. She is a rain girl, and can really be said to be a woman made of water. Of course, Jovia's personality is still very sensitive, but this does not mean weakness, but when it comes to Grey, she is always very low defense. She bit her handkerchief and said unwillingly, "But the atmosphere between them is so good. It's rare for Grey to get along with his father. How can Jovia disturb them?" "Jovia, you are so gentle." Wendy couldn't help but say. "No, Wendy is the most gentle in our guild. It's a consensus now." Jovia said with a smile. "Wendy, can we still be friends? I'm praising you, and you're laughing at me?" This morning, when Lisana announced that all the prizes today were sponsored by Yevlet, the scene was too cold. Wendy said something idealistic in order to save Yevlet's face. As a result, this became her black history. Now everyone says she is the most gentle person in the guild. Altia held Jovia in her arms and said, "Jovia, you are such a good woman." "Yet." Jovia nodded shyly and said, "You too, Altia, let's be good women together." Altia looked at Yefrit with a smile and said, "We are all good women, but I don't know if we will be cherished." Mr. Grey cherishes Jovia very much. Juvia said so, and then she realized that Ultia was not talking about her, Juvia, but herself. Just as Yevlet was about to speak, Habi suddenly rushed out excitedly, dragged Yevlet away, and said, Yevlet, come on, I just made a bet with Xiaolulu that you have a skill-based project that you are absolutely not good at. What project? Skill-based, can it still stump me? Yevlet expressed dissatisfaction, and then said, you bet with Xiaolulu, what are you betting on? Don't talk about treating me to a meal, if you bet on this, such a boring bet, I won't participate in this matter. Habi suddenly stopped, he was in human form at this time, his face turned red in 3 seconds. If you don't say it, I'm leaving. Yevlet saw this and got excited. Wait, I'll tell you. Habi said hurriedly, then he pressed Yevlet's shoulder with one hand, leaned in and whispered, if I win, she will agree to have dinner with me. No. Yevlet said directly, and planned to turn around and leave. Wait. Habib quickly hugged his neck, kept him, and said, I haven't told you the location yet. The location is a couple's hotel. Oh. Yevlet's eyes widened immediately, and he said excitedly, do you want cat movies? Do you want cat movies? Keep your voice down, keep your voice down. Habi was so scared that he quickly covered Yevlet's mouth and said, I didn't think about that kind of thing, I just ate there, and by the way, I spent some time alone. Habi's voice became quieter and quieter. Until he changed the subject abruptly, he raised his voice slightly, I saved a lot of money for this day, and even the flowers were planted by myself. Yevlet suddenly realized, where did you get so many flowers in your yard? Natsu is not such a careful person, and Lucy didn't expect it to be you. Yet. Habi nodded shyly. But. Yevlet smiled evilly, don't you want to do that kind of thing, or don't you dare? Are you afraid of scaring Xiaolulu away? Do you think everyone is as impure as you? Habi said with a red face, turned around and ran. Wait for me, Habi. Yevlet chased after him immediately. Why is Yevlet running? Seeing Yevlet running, everyone was surprised. He seems to be chasing Habi. Don't pay attention to him. Maybe he has some bad ideas again. If there is any prank, I hope I won't be chosen. Yevlet followed Habi and came to the venue of the so-called skill-based project that Habi said he was not good at. When he saw this project, Yevlet's face changed. I give up, Habi wins. Yevlet raised his hand directly. Hey? You haven't participated yet, how can you be sure that you can't do it? Xiaolulu was anxious immediately. Ha ha ha, because Yevlet will never want to play this recently. Habi laughed. Habi Yevlet looked at him coldly and said, if you want to have the date you expect, you must know what to say and what not to say. I swear. Habi, who was still proud just now, immediately covered his mouth with a look of horror. Yevlet turned and left. Habi, what's going on? Xiaolulu asked quietly after Yevlet walked away. Smelling Xiaolulu's body fragrance, Habi was a little distracted. He looked back at this small project, the marble project. This project is very simple, just try to use as few steps and as little time as possible to hit all the target marbles into the corresponding holes. It stands to reason that Yevlet, who never misses a marble game as long as he has time and has won many amateur championships, must have a very easy time playing this project. It was because of this that Xiaolulu agreed to the bet with Habi even though she knew that the bet was to follow Habi to a couple hotel and she would definitely be in this or that situation. But today, I don't know what happened, Yevlet actually gave up and left. Habi looked and saw that Yevlet had already walked away and participated in the next project. Then he whispered, not long ago, Yevlet participated in the marble competition and got the worst score ever. He was defeated by others in the qualifying round with an undoubted advantage. Ah, that's not the case. It may be that the opponent is in good condition and he made some mistakes. Xiaolulu said. Things like playing marbles also depend on the feel. Sometimes the feel is good and you can hit the target every time. Sometimes the feel is bad and you can't hit the target even if you hesitate for a long time. Habi said, that day, Yevlet was full of confidence and made a bold statement. Before the game, he prepared for a long time as usual, such as hand massage. Yevlet likes it this way. Whether it is fishing or marble competition, the poor student has more stationery. When Habi and Natsu go fishing, they can just find a bamboo pole, but he is fully armed. When participating in the marble competition, Yevlet also has a lot of bags, including various bottles, masks, and hand massage. Happy said, but in the end, he was defeated by the first opponent he met. That person must be very strong. Xiaolulu couldn't help but say, at least he is in the top few, or even the champion. Yevlet's marble strength is among the top few in the guild. Natsu, Gray, and others have not won as many amateur championships as him. There are only 2 people in the guild. Although there are few champions, they make Yevlet convinced. One is Urza. She only has 1 championship, but she killed everyone including Yevlet that year. In the end, she left a sentence, "It's boring." She never participated in the marble competition again. The other is Lysina, who also swept everyone, but did not participate in the finals because the supermarket was having a discount that day, and she accompanied Myra Jane to the supermarket. In addition, Yevlet did not admit defeat to anyone, referring to the amateur group. Therefore, Xiaolulu could only think that he was unlucky to easily defeat Yevlet and happened to meet a champion-level player. Habi shook his head and said, "No, that person didn't make it to the finals." Ah! Xiaolulu was stunned. Habi covered his mouth and said with a smile, "That was an 8-year-old child. He skipped classes to participate in the competition that day." After defeating Yevlet, he was too proud and was seen by his father, who also came to participate in the competition. He was taken back to class, so he didn't participate in the next competition. Puff Xiaolulu laughed out loud. Yevlet was defeated in the qualifying competition. If the other party became the champion, it would be fine, but the other party was an 8-year-old child. No matter what the reason, the other party did not enter the qualifying round. Yevlet is a person who wants to save face, no wonder he looks seeing the marble project. He turned and left. Harpy said, "I'm afraid he doesn't want to see marbles during this period of time." Ha ha ha. Xiaolulu couldn't hold it back. "Don't laugh too loudly." Harpy quickly covered her mouth. Xiaolulu blushed immediately. There were some ripples and ambiguity between the two. Harpy took this opportunity to whisper, "You won't refuse if you lose that one." "I'm not a cat that doesn't keep its word." Xiaolulu's eyes evaded. I will ask Lucy to accompany me to buy a suit." Harpy said, turned around and ran away. The implication is that he hopes Xiaolulu can dress up a little more beautifully. Xiaolulu looked at Harpy running away, her shyness reduced, and she murmured, "It seems that when I buy clothes, I should choose cute or sexy ones. Who should I ask for reference? Wendy is definitely not good enough." "Me." Emily suddenly jumped out. "Emily, when did you get here?" Xiaolulu was startled, and the redness on her face that had just faded away immediately climbed back. "From the beginning." Emily grabbed Xiaolulu's shoulders and said excitedly, "None of this matters, what matters is that you must have found me. I am very experienced." "You have never been in a relationship, so where does the experience come from?" Xiaolulu said speechlessly. "I don't have any, but the girls in my team are all girls who want to date my master. I can see their little thoughts in choosing clothes." "Okay. Then I'll leave it to you." Xiaolulu was convinced. Chapter 313, Section 4. "Yevlet, do you want to try this project?" Sitting opposite is the undefeated general of this project, Max. This is a table with 2 little people on it. The little people are controlled by magic. Whoever is killed loses. The scoring is very simple. If you kill 3 people in a row, you can get 1 point. Until you win 9 times in a row, you will get full marks. Yevlet sat down and asked, "Max, how many games have you won?" 7. "Then you will end here." "That's not necessarily true." Max was very confident. Alice, who was passing by, saw Yevlet here, so she stopped and lay on him, with an enviable posture, putting her chest on top of Yevlet's head. "It's so heavy, get out of the way," Yevlet said. Both Alice's chest and Alice's body weight were very heavy. "No." Alice refused, and then played with Yevlet's earlobe with her fingers. Yevlet had no choice but to put his hand on the magic input device. Ding! The bell rang, and it started. Yevlet, who used fraud magic, was naturally a true master of micromanipulation. If it was his own fighting style, it would definitely be based on caution. But on this kind of battle board, Yevlet's fighting style was like Natsu, with big openings and closings. The top speed and strength of the little man on the battle board were limited, otherwise it would be unfair. But Yevlet had read many books on fighting, although he never used them. And at this time, he used this knowledge on this little man. The little man slid over, took advantage of Max's punch, grabbed and pulled, and kicked again. In less than a second, Max's little man was tripped by Yevlet's little man. The first round ended with Max's defeat. So strong. Max and the onlookers were very surprised that Yevlet had such a trick. Hee. Yevlet showed a proud expression, but pretended to be modest and said, "It was just luck." Alice laughed and bent down even lower. I don't know why, when they first met Yevlet, they all thought he was a bad guy, especially an evil guy. But later, I felt that he was very handsome, gentlemanly, and very different, and there was an inexplicable feeling of being high up. But after a long time, and with more contact, I felt that Yevlet was very cute. How to say it, I always pay attention to everything about him, every move, every little movement, every little expression, even a look, are particularly attractive. You are so cute, Yevlet, I want to eat you. Alice said so. I refuse. Yevlet said with a smile, reaching up and pinching Alice's smooth face. Go on, Yevlet, I haven't been knocked down yet. Max said. Okay. Prepare for the second round. Alice reached out her hand and pinched Yevlet's face. Suddenly her fingers froze. Because she happened to see Mileage walking towards this side. Alice withdrew her hand with some fear, and even stood up straight, behaving very dignified. Alice, who was once the top devil of the Roya organization and said she wanted to kill Myra Jane, was now very nervous when she saw Myra Jane. She had to be nervous and behave properly. Whether she could live in the Valier family depended on Myra Jane. The only one who could live in the Valier family was Turtledove. They were still hanging in the balance. Myra Jane smiled and nodded, and Alice breathed a sigh of relief. Myra Jane was not looking for Yefrit, she only wanted to. She was just passing by, and pinched Yevlet's face, then patted Alice's shoulder and smiled gently. Yevlet is very focused when playing games, and it is inevitable that he will ignore others. You should go and play too. Alice was relieved. It seemed that her actions just now did not make Myra Jane angry. She quickly said, "It's okay, I'll just watch here." Myra Jane smiled, "Okay." After that, she left. Alice's nervousness and restraint, with her sensitive mind, naturally understood. But she just showed generosity and gentleness appropriately, and did not go further to comfort her. To manage a family, not only gentleness but also majesty is needed. Although Yevlet is the head of the Valier family, he is not the housekeeper. Seeing Myra Jane leave, Alice breathed a sigh of relief and whispered to Yevlet, "I heard that you are going to propose to her." Yet. Yevlet nodded, and the operation in his hand was not affected at all. Alice said, "Do you want to buy a house? If you get married, you can't live in his current house." Yevlet nodded, "Yeah, but we will still live in Magnolia. It will be a big manor." Alice said indirectly. "Of course, it will be the largest manor in Magnolia Town." Yevlet said. "You need a maid or something. If I ask you to be a maid, Myra will say something to me." Yevlet said. Alice's face changed slightly, and she was a little anxious. "Then can't I move in? I mean, if you want to live here, just live here, why do you have to have a job?" Yevlet said. "Ah, what do you mean?" Alice was a little excited. "You all volunteered, what else can I say?" Yevlet pinched Alice's cheek and said, "However, it's not so much buying a manor as building it yourself. I have recently chosen the address and will buy the land in a few days. After buying it, I will have someone build it. Myra Jane has the drawings I designed. You can all go and have a look. If there is anything that needs to be added or modified, let's discuss it." "Are you serious?" At this time, Melty also lay on Yevlet's shoulder, very excited. Click. Yevlet casually controlled the villain and killed Max again. Damn it! Max was helpless. Yevlet could kill him while talking to the girl. "Forget it, I admit defeat." Max simply stood up. "I'll do it." Lidas sat down. Yevlet, as usual, fought and talked. "Of course it's true, why would I lie to you?" Melty said happily, "Then that's my home, right?" She was a little excited. Her home was destroyed when she was a child, and then she lived wherever Arusha was. Devil's Heart was never her home. Even after she quit the Demon's Heart, she and Arusha only rented a house in Magnolia, and Alice. That was not a home. Moreover, most of the time, they were running around the world with Emily. In fact, for her, it was extremely tiring. It was like a bird without a nest, always flying, and when tired, it could only land on a branch or in another nest. She was looking forward to having her own nest, a home that belonged completely to her. A place that made her feel at ease, a home that could accommodate her tired body from running around, and her empty soul from wandering around. Yevlet nodded, yes, you can design it yourself, as long as you don't touch my study, laboratory, and garden. This was Yevlet's bottom line: study, laboratory, his personal small garden. Even Myra Jane was not allowed to touch his design. In addition, including the bedroom, Myra Jane can modify it at will. After all, Myra Jane also has half the right to use it. Great! Melty was happy. I'll tell Arusha. I'll go too, Alice said. So the two ran to find Arusha. Arusha was also very happy to hear the news, so she took this opportunity to find Myra Jane. The main reason was that Myra Jane didn't make the decision, and they were still a little guilty. Myra Jane was in a project at this time, holding an iron ball in her hand. The competition was pure strength throwing of the iron ball, and magic was not allowed. Next to her was Urza. Urza, Myra Jane smiled, it's been a long time since I competed with you like this. Urza said, yes, you have neglected your practice in recent years, and I may not lose to you. Although Marajana's strength is increasing, she has really lacked practice in recent years. After all, the characteristics of magic are different. Urza's fighting style forces her not to slack off in self-cultivation. After all, she mainly fights in armor. Maraja, on the other hand, directly receives the powerful demon power and fights in another state. Moreover, her strength improvement also depends on the received magic power, rather than relying on her own muscle strengthening. Besides, she is also a gifted type. Get ready. Many people are watching, very curious about who is more powerful between the two. Urza is not to mention, just physical strength and fighting skills can beat normal Natsu and Grey. Maraja. Seemingly weak, occasionally leaking a points, all extremely exaggerated. Urusha and others came here and did not disturb them rashly. Dang! As the bell rang, Iluza's waist was almost bent 90 degrees, and then she threw the iron ball out. Boom! The iron ball flew away without a trace. It jumped over the plain and entered the forest. Mirage then turned her body and threw it violently. The iron ball followed closely and flew into the forest. Ding! The machines on both sides displayed data. Haha, I won! Mirage laughed. It seems that pure strength is indeed not as good as yours. Urza laughed, turned around and left, but she was not disappointed. From the data panel, Myra Jane is still a little stronger than Urza. The people around analyzed, no matter in terms of strength or speed. But, if the two fight, Urza will definitely win. Indeed, Urza's fighting spirit is strong enough to suppress Emily, which is simply exaggerated. Don't think that Emily's strength is not strong just because her deception magic was broken by Urza during the Great Magic Tournament. In fact, in the fairy tale, a guild with extremely high gold content, Emily is also a solid S level. Myra. Arusha greeted calmly. What's wrong? Myra Jane asked with a smile. Do you have time? Why don't you go over there to rest for a while? Arusha said. Okay. Myra Jane nodded. Several people came to the rest area and found a corner to sit down. What's wrong? It looks like you have something to do. Myra Jane asked with a smile. Yeflet is going to build a house in Magnolia Town. Arusha said. Yet. Myra Jane nodded. Arusha said with some guilt, but paused. Just when she mustered up the courage to speak out, Myra Jane took out a stack of design drawings and said, I've left a room for you. This is Yefrit's design. I modified some areas, but I didn't touch your room. If you are interested, you can design it yourself. Arusha and others were stunned and picked up the design drawings stupidly. Melty couldn't help but said, Miss Myra Jane, you know what this means, right? Alice also tried to say, once we move in, it will be our home, and we are also members of the Valier family. Myra Jane smiled and nodded, I've already told Yefrit about this. Sorry, Myra. Arusha's voice was a little guilty. Myra Jane smiled and waved her hands, saying, there is no need to worry about some things. Relax your heart and put on a happy face. Myra, you are really an angel. Melty cried and rushed to Myra Jane and hugged her. Ha ha ha. Myra Jane said, you and Emily are angels. You have done so many good things over the years. You are angels, and I just nodded. But your nod is like giving us a home. Melty cried. Then, let's get along well in the future. Myra Jane said. Yet. Dong. Laxus sat opposite Yevlet. Laxus, do you want to play a game with me? Yevlet was not worried that Laxus would interrupt his winning streak. How many times have you won? Laxus asked. 7. Yevlet said. Max was also taken down by you at this time. Laxus said. But I won't be defeated by you. Yefrit said confidently. The two began to fight. While fighting, Laxus said, I have decided. What? Take Lysina with me. Oh. Yefrit nodded lightly. Are you not surprised? Laxus said in surprise. Ah, yes, I am surprised. Wow, Yefrit's acting was extremely fake. I saw Lysina crying that day. Laxus said, that night, after you left, I returned to the office. Lysina said that she just had a nightmare and asked me not to care. But I heard her say, Brother Laxus, how many steps do I have to take before you turn back? I know that this passage is from a novel you have read. A boy took 99 steps and hoped that the girl would turn back and take 1 step, but the girl hoped that the boy would take 100 steps, so they lost each other. Laxus said with some difficulty, how can I bear to hurt Lysina like this? But have you figured it out? Yefrit leaned forward, stared into Laxus' eyes, and said, is it love, or some other feeling? Love. Laxus' eyes were firm, is it necessary to figure it out? No need. Yefrit sat up straight. Anyway, I've made up my mind, no matter what it is. Laxus said, I will never let Lysina cry again. Haha, Yefrit laughed, pointing at Laxus and said, you just said it, and you broke your promise. Laxus was startled when the deception magic was removed. He looked back and saw Lysina standing behind him. Lysina cried because she heard what Laxus said just now. Sorry, Brother Laxus, I. Lysina wiped her tears in a panic. I should be the one to say sorry. Laxus stood up and hugged Lysina. Pa. Lucy and others clapped their hands and congratulated Lysina. You lose this. Yefrit said. Then he laughed. Ah, Yefrit stretched, isn't this good? Love, family, happiness, and reunion are all missing. He looked at the mirror world, where several soulless human bodies lay quietly in the jar. Chapter 314, I have a long journey, and I want you to accompany me. Surprisingly, Lucy won the first place. Perhaps Lucy had a little too much fun, and when she reacted, she found that she had already got 30 points. Others were still holding back their points, and they were going for the second and third places. Lucy immediately looked like she wanted to cry but had no tears. Beside her, the second place, Romeo, stood. The boy was full of joy, and whispered, it's not bad to learn Brother Yevlet's magic. There are also magic props. Go and perform for Manly, she will be very happy. What are you talking about? Lucy listened to his whisper and asked closer. Nothing. Romeo shook his head quickly. This boy must have fallen in love early. Yevlet patted Makeo's shoulder. Oh, I see. Makao nodded perfunctorily, not thinking there was anything wrong. He had met the girl by chance last time. She was fine. He and his wife were very satisfied. Who said that the love inheritance of fairy tale had to be late marriage and late childbearing? It was only the generation of Yefrit that was like this. Wendy did not get the third place. After all, among the 3 rewards, fishing deer was the goal of most people. The lucky guy was Sarasuk. He was beaming with joy. He was already looking forward to selling fishing deer and making a lot of money, and planning how to spend it lavishly. The third day. No more activities were held today, or awards were set up. Fairy Tale took out part of the money and prepared a big banquet, inviting neighbors and some friends to celebrate the festival. During the day, it was noisy all day. Until the evening. Everyone went to the tree to take the fruit that they had put in the paper bag. Open it, everyone. Lysina shouted. Everyone tore open the paper bag. Yet. Lucy raised her fist and shouted happily, mine is gold. Congratulations, Lucy. Everyone sent their blessings. Ha ha ha. Lucy laughed happily. Why don't I feel surprised? Gray said. After all, it's Lucy. Habi said, good luck, bad luck is also exaggerated, when playing cards, even Yevlet can beat. Don't compare with Yevlet, he is not very lucky. Gray said. That's right. Habi nodded in approval. Although Yevlet is excellent in many aspects, it is definitely a misunderstanding to say that he is lucky. From playing cards to fishing, from scratch cards to buying drinks, anyway, there has never been an unexpected surprise. Lucy. Listener reminded, make a wish now. Okay. Lucy made a wish, I hope everyone will never be separated. Yevlet said with a smile, Laxus, you are sweating all over. Humph, it's just a long vacation. Laxus' tone was a little awkward. The last part is the gift-giving part, but it's not a group activity. Listener said, tonight, let's just disband. Everyone dispersed. Laxus stayed where he was. Brother Laxus. Listener walked up to him with her hands behind her back and said with a smile, guess, will there be a girl giving you a gift tonight? Laxus said, maybe, but I'm going to give a gift to a girl tonight. Who? Listener widened her eyes. Follow me. Laxus said, turned around and left. Me? Listener was surprised for a moment, and hurriedly followed with some joy. The two walked all the way to the president's office of Laxus. Is the gift placed in such a solemn place? Listener was a little surprised. It doesn't matter where it is placed, the key is whether she is willing to accept it. Laxus stared at Listener's eyes. At this time, Listener didn't understand Laxus's intentions, and said with a smile, if I were that girl, I would definitely accept it. No need to if. Laxus said directly, he opened the cabinet, took out 2 train tickets, and said, I have a long journey, I want you to accompany me, Listener. Listener immediately covered her lips, very shocked. After several seconds, she stretched out her trembling hand and said, Brother Laxus, I'm on the car, but I won't get off. She tried to emphasize, I will never get off in my life. Laxus nodded, I will never let you get off in my life. Laxus. Listener finally said no to the word brother, rushed towards Laxus, and burst into tears. She had finally waited. Laxus took a deep breath, and his guilt increased. Why did he let Listener wait for so long? Listener cried for a long time, and then wiped her tears, but the redness and swelling of her eyes could not go away. She looked at Laxus's shoulders, which were completely wet. She looked at Laxus, who was a little stunned, and laughed, saying, that sentence was actually taught to you by Brother Yefrit. How did you know? Laxus was shocked. This sentence is really... Laxus was still struggling with how to tell Listener before. Yevlet walked by him holding Emily's hand, and turned to Emily and said, I have a long journey, and I want you to accompany me. Emily, if you hear a boy say this to you, you must answer carefully. Emily smiled and said, except for Master, no one would say that. However, if this sentence is suddenly said by someone you care about, you will be very moved. Just like now. Emily suddenly cried and hugged Yevlet, saying, I promised, Master, we will eat beef noodles tonight. Yes, if you say this sentence, as long as you care about the other person, you will definitely agree. Yevlet said. Laxus. How could he not understand that these two people were giving him advice? But, Listener was not with him at the time. Laxus was very confused. How did Listener know that this sentence was taught by Yevlet? Listener said, except for Uncle Gildarts, who has dated dozens of women, only Brother Yefrit would say such a thing. Laxus should have wanted to say. Listener imitated Laxus's usual coldness and said in a low voice, Listener, this is my gift for you. Laxus. Listener continued to imitate Laxus and said, Laxus, this is my gift for you. As she said that, she took out a box from behind while Laxus was stunned. What is this? Can I open it now? Laxus asked. Yes. Listener nodded. Laxus carefully opened the gift box, and inside was a pair of couple necklaces. Listener smiled lightly, I am very sure that you will accept it today. Do you want me to help you put it on? Laxus said gently. Of course, in the future, whether it is a necklace, earrings, or a ring, you will help me put it on. Listener smiled happily. Laxus also smiled gently. It was quiet here. The two looked at each other, and unconsciously, they got closer and closer. Finally, Laxus lowered his head and Listener stood on tiptoe. After a while, Listener pushed Laxus away slightly with satisfaction, shyly avoiding his eyes, but found that 2 small gift boxes had appeared on the table at some point. It's Yefrit. No one else can put down the gift without disturbing me. Laxus said. What did Yefrit do just now? Listener blushed immediately. I should have gotten used to it. Laxus slapped his forehead. Open it, it's Yefrit's gift. Listener picked up the small gift box. The two opened it, and there were 2 cards inside. Input magic power. The 2 cards led the hands of the two, and gradually they held each other with their fingers interlocked. A magical light appeared in the hands of the two. Then, a thick album appeared in midair. Laxus quickly let go of Listener's hand and tried to grab it, but found that the album disappeared the moment he let go. This guy, he made it so complicated. Laxus laughed helplessly. You have to hold hands to see it. Listener said with a smile. She opened her palm, and Laxus held it again. The thick album appeared again. Laxus grabbed the album with his other hand, and then pulled Listener to the sofa and sat down side by side. Open the album. The first photo, a white-haired little girl kneeling on the ground, her body was a little dirty and a little embarrassed, but she looked up at the little yellow-haired boy in front of her, her eyes full of admiration. It was when I was doing the commission that time, I was pushed down. Listener said nostalgically, what a bad uncle. Later, I beat him up and cried bitterly, and apologized to you. Laxus said. Yes. The two smiled at each other and continued to flip through the photo album. On the cold street, 2 aloof figures walked side by side. Yin finally couldn't help but speak, saying, Smelly boy, why are you still following me? This is my way home. Gray said speechlessly, the road to your home should have turned a long time ago. Then why didn't you remind me? Yin said angrily. I thought you wanted to go to my house. Gray said. Yin was stunned for a moment. To be honest, he was a little reluctant. However, as a father, sometimes he knew that he had to give in. Yin said, you are inviting me, so just treat it as such, but unfortunately, I can't accompany you anymore, this is not my mission. Yin took out a small gift box from his pocket and said, just open it, it's not a precious thing. You also ready? Gray was a little surprised, and took out a small gift box from his pocket. The 2 boxes looked about the same size. What's that look in your eyes? Yin said dissatisfiedly, Golden Fruit Festival, such an important festival, didn't you expect me to give you a gift? Aren't you surprised too? Gray said. Humph. I will open it directly. Yin said arrogantly. Open it. Gray didn't care. After exchanging gifts with Yin, the father and son tore the box open at the same time. Then they both showed an expression of as expected. The 2 gifts were the same, but there were some differences. To be precise, it was a pair of father and son dolls. Gray had bought this doll when he was a child, and he liked it very much, but he couldn't find it when Deliera destroyed his house. Yin and Gray both found the doll in the same gift shop. However, Gray bought the doll representing his father and gave it to Yin. And Yin gave the doll representing the child to Gray. Hee hee. Yin smiled proudly and said, thank you. After that, he turned around and left. Where are you going? Gray asked doubtfully. I said it. Yin said without looking back, it's not me who should go with you. Gray understood a little. He looked ahead and walked a distance before coming to a bridge. In the middle of the bridge stood a woman who had been waiting for a long time. Lord Gray. Juvia looked up with a bright smile on her face. Sorry for the long wait. Gray took off his scarf and wrapped it around Juvia. No matter how long it takes, Juvia will wait. Juvia took out a box from her bag and said, Lord Gray, Happy Golden Fruit Festival. I will give you a gift every year in the future. I will accept your gift every year in the future, not just the Golden Fruit Festival. Gray accepted it with a smile, and at the same time took out a gift and said, you have to accept my gift too. Of course. Juvia happily took the gift. Let's open it together. Gray said. Okay. The two opened the gifts, and Juvia immediately covered her lips. There are so many coincidences tonight. Gray said with a smile. 2 gifts, both rings. Gray took the ring given to Juvia, then held her hand and said, I don't want everyone to laugh at me for being dumber than Natsu. Juvia, my proposal won't be very romantic. I accept. Juvia nodded fiercely. They put rings on each other, and Juvia's way of expressing her feelings was much more passionate. Seeing that there was no one around, she tiptoed and leaned towards Gray. After a long time, when they separated, they found 2 gifts on the bridge railing. It was sent by Yefrit. Gray was a little helpless. This guy always picks these times. This is the first time Juvia has received a gift from Mr. Yefrit. Curious. Juvia said. Then open it. The 2 opened the gifts. It was 2 cards. Then, under the guidance of magic, they also found the album full of their memories. The 2 did not rush to look at it. Instead, after arriving at Gray's house, Gray held Juvia in his arms and slowly admired it. Until midnight. The last photo was frozen when Gray put the ring on Juvia's finger. Yefrit left a sentence, "You will take the photos yourself in the future." After reading this sentence, a beautiful camera emerged from the sentence. This guy. Gray took the camera and put it aside with a smile, and then closed the album. He looked down at Juvia in his arms and said, "Juvia." "Hey." Juvia blushed. "It's so late today." Before Gray finished speaking, Juvia said, "I'm not going back." Lucy. Lucy was searching anxiously at home when she suddenly heard a sad voice coming from the windowsill. Natsu. Lucy was startled and looked back at Natsu, feeling a little guilty. Natsu was squatting on the windowsill and said a little aggrievedly, "Don't I have a gift?" "Ah, this." Lucy felt even more guilty. "How do I know if you have a gift?" "Go home and check." Natsu said, "I went home, no one is home, no gifts, and Happy won't be back tonight." "Oh, Happy won't be back." Lucy was very flustered and said, "Then why don't you contact him? Aren't you worried about him?" "What am I talking about?" As soon as Lucy finished speaking, she wanted to slap herself a few times. Natsu said faintly, "Even if I am, I know that I can't disturb Happy tonight. Do you think I'm a fool?" Lucy wanted to cry but had no tears. She clearly got the golden fruit today. How could she be so unlucky? First, she got the most useless thing among the 3 prizes yesterday. Now she can't find the mysterious gift she carefully selected for Natsu. Chapter 315, Children of the Future. Lucy. Natsu put down the gift he prepared and said, "Then I'll go back first." "Wait." Lucy rushed over and pulled Natsu into the house, saying, "I have prepared a gift for you, really, I just can't find it, I remember it was clearly on the table." "Really?" Natsu's eyes were bright. "How could I not prepare a gift for you?" "Then I'll look for it with you," Natsu said, and began to rummage through the boxes. Lucy also hurried to look for it. "What is this, Lucy?" Natsu held a rope in his hand, with a small triangular piece of cloth and another rope on it. "Ah!" Lucy quickly snatched it and said, "I just wore it once at home, don't get me wrong. Is this something to wear?" Natsu expressed disbelief. "How can this be worn? Could it be?" He suddenly had an idea, "Eye mask." "Just take it as it is," Lucy said, and then pushed Natsu away, saying, "You don't need to look in the closet, I'll do it myself, you go somewhere else." "Got it." Natsu went to look for the desk again. Lucy just breathed a sigh of relief, but heard Natsu say, "Is this the new novel Lucy wrote?" "Don't look at that." Lucy looked back. It was no secret that she wrote novels, but when she saw the notebook, she was immediately embarrassed and quickly reached out to grab it. But Natsu reacted quickly, dodged it directly, and read it out. Luna Dragneel said to Jewel Fulpasta with a look of disgust on her face, "I can't stay at home anymore. My parents always show their affection in front of me." Luna imitated her father Natsu and said, "Oh Lucy, you are more beautiful today than yesterday." She also imitated her mother Lucy and said, "That's because you moisturized me last night." "Oh my god!" Luna said, "How can they say such things in front of their children?" Jewel said, "My parents are the same. They stick together all the time." Luna said, "Let's just run away from home and take Yemil with us." "Don't read it, woo woo woo." Lucy was about to cry, hugging Natsu, her limbs weak. Natsu stopped reading and thought for a long time. Suddenly, he clapped his hands and suddenly realized, Ymir is the child of Yefrit and Myra Jane. Lucy. She let go of her hands and let her body slide to the ground. Natsu put down the manuscript and said, "However, such a manuscript cannot be published like before. I just wrote it for myself." Lucy said. Since she knew that Emily had written a book and made a lot of money, Lucy worked hard and finally sold the adventure novel she wrote based on her own experience and made a lot of money. In fact, Lucy's father bought most of it and then required it to be a required extracurricular book for school, but Lucy didn't know about it. She was just proud that she also had the talent to become a great writer. But the book that Natsu read was naturally not to be published. Although this book is a story about her fictional next generation going out for adventure. But every time she wrote about them, she was not very healthy. Originally, Lucy just wrote it, and she read it late at night for fun. Lucy. Natsu looked at Lucy with a serious expression. What? Lucy was a little nervous. Natsu had just read the manuscripts. He must understand her thoughts, so, would he want to? No, we haven't even gotten married yet. Lucy was so embarrassed. But she heard Natsu say, I'm hungry. Lucy sighed. That's right, how could Natsu understand these things, at least he wouldn't take the initiative to understand. Then I'll make you some noodles, you take a rest. Lucy got up and went to the kitchen. Seeing Lucy leave, Natsu turned around and looked at the manuscript Lucy wrote. He found a page of white paper, wrote a few lines on it, and then clipped it in the manuscript. Soon, Lucy came with noodles. Natsu said as he ate, Lucy, could your gift have been taken by Efreet? It's nowhere in the house. Efreet can play pranks, but he won't cause trouble at a time like this. Lucy said. That's right. Natsu nodded. But where is the thing? Lucy felt a headache. She remembered that she put it on the table after buying it. Then Natsu was about to speak when his ears moved suddenly. What's wrong? Lucy was puzzled. Who is it? Natsu looked into the closet suddenly. Ha ha ha, a little girl rolled out from inside and said, Mom and Dad are so stupid. They looked in the closet and didn't find me. I had to make a noise myself. Natsu and Lucy were stunned. In front of them was a girl with cherry-colored hair, who looked a bit like a smaller version of Lucy. Lucy even recognized her at a glance. She looked exactly like her when she was a child, except that her hair color was the same as Natsu's. She was about 5 or 6 years old, and looked about the same age as Asuka. What did you call us? Lucy asked blankly. Mom and Dad. The little girl said, Mom is so stupid. I look a lot like you, don't I? But. Lucy's brain was completely short-circuited. Natsu brought the little guy over, sniffed his nose, and then nodded, yes, it's my scent. Hey, Dad, put me down. It's really rude to carry a lady like this. The little girl crossed her arms and looked angry, but thanks to her super high appearance, she looked cute. Very good. Natsu put it down and said, how did you get here? Lucy and I haven't gotten married yet. I came from the Eclipse Gate. The little girl took out a box from her pocket and said, by the way, Mom, I didn't open the gift you prepared for Dad. I wanted you to come to me if you couldn't find the gift, but you and Dad are so stupid that you couldn't find me. Natsu scratched his head, because your breath is the same as mine, I thought it was my own smell. Eclipse Gate. Lucy noticed this impressive name and said, so, you came back from a world at least a few years later. To be precise, it's 7 years later. The little girl said, I'm 5 years old this year. So, Lucy looked at Natsu. So, she and Natsu were together a year later. It seems to be earlier than she expected. What's your name? Natsu asked. The little girl said, Luna. Just like what's written in the book. Natsu said in surprise. Lucy was a little embarrassed. By the way, Luna. Lucy said, how did you get through the Eclipse Gate? Isn't the Eclipse Gate broken? It's broken. Luna frowned and said, it broke when we came through. Lucy was puzzled. Bang bang. At this time, Lucy's door was knocked. I'll go open the door. Lucy hurriedly got up to open the door, but there were many people standing outside the house. Gajeel, Levi, Stinger. You. Just as Lucy was about to ask, she saw a few little guys squeezed out from the gap between the adults' thighs and shouted sweetly, hello, Aunt Lucy. Hello. The small Lucy house was full of people. Lucy and Natsu was holding their future daughter Luna in his arms. Gajeel and Levi, their future son Virgil was sitting on Gajeel's shoulders. Stinger and Yukino Yukino holding their future son Sean in her arms. Roger and Lucky, Roger carrying their future daughter Kina on his back. So Lucy concluded after listening to the little ones, in the future, your uncle Jeffrey built the Eclipse Gate again, and you took advantage of his inattention to play in his laboratory, and then crossed over. That's right. The little ones nodded. But Lucy said, why does Jeffrey study the Eclipse Gate when he has nothing to do? Isn't he studying these things when he has nothing to do? Natsu asked back. That's right. Lucy nodded. Let's go, find Jeffrey. Gajeel said, the troubles caused by Jeffrey in the future can only be solved by Jeffrey now. Did you really believe what they said? Roger was a little skeptical. Dad, do you think I'm lying to you? The little girl Kina on his back was in tears. No, that's not what I meant. Roger panicked and said, by the way, since you are from the future, do you know how Aknologia and Zeref were defeated? Of course we know. Luna said, but Uncle Jeffrey said not to tell these things to people in the past, otherwise the results will change. That makes sense. Stinger nodded, and then said, they really exist, and they have the breath of us, so they can't be fake, although it sounds a bit outrageous. Go ask Jeffrey and you'll know. Natsu decided. So everyone got up and planned to find Jeffrey. Wait, you go first. Lucy said, Natsu and I will come later. When everyone left, Lucy said, Natsu, the gift I gave you hasn't been officially given to you yet. Me too. Natsu smiled. The two exchanged gifts. After opening them, Lucy gave Natsu a new set of clothes. Natsu's clothes are always the same ones, the same styles. Natsu gave Lucy a hairpin. Dad and Mom, let's love each other like this in the future. Luna said. Natsu and Lucy laughed. Lucy picked up Luna. It's cold outside. Natsu took off his scarf and wrapped it around the mother and daughter. It's so warm. Luna laughed. Yevlet's house. He was wearing shorts and stared blankly at the people in the room. Just now, he had finished taking a shower and planned to warm himself by the fireplace, read a book, and play with turtle doves. This group of people came to the door. After listening to Lucy's concise account of what happened, Yevlet suddenly realized, that thing you are talking about, but I haven't built it yet. Come with me. As he said that, he took everyone outside, took out a card, threw it on the ground, and a semi-finished Eclipse Gate appeared. You are really researching this thing? Lucy said, Eclipse Gate, such a dangerous thing, why are you researching it? Are you free? Why do you use a question sentence? But Yevlet suddenly looked a little serious and said, I remember that the design of this door is a one-time thing. What? Everyone was shocked. Uncle Yevlet, can't we go back? Luna said timidly, although there are parents here, what should we do with future parents? Yevlet, you must have a way to solve it. Lucy was anxious. Yes. Yevlet nodded, I said, this thing is disposable, the one in the future has used it, and the one now has not been used. Then send them back quickly, we in the future must be worried. Lucy said hurriedly. But this is a semi-finished product now. Yevlet said, it has not been built yet, and it needs a lot of materials. You mean it will take some time? Libby frowned. I can wait, but they may not. Yevlet said. What do you mean? Everyone frowned. Yevlet said, in order to avoid the mistake of the previous Eclipse Gate, I said it when I built this. If it exceeds a certain time, it will be forcibly teleported away. Teleport back? Lucy asked. That's not necessarily true. It is very likely to be teleported into the gap between time and space. Yevlet said, at least, this is what I have now. After all, it is a semi-finished product. I may solve it in the future, and I may teleport back directly at that time. Yevlet, you troublemaker. Natsu was angry, rushed up, and knocked Yevlet to the ground with one punch. Natsu. Lucy hurriedly stopped Natsu. It's useless to blame now. Lucy said, think about what to do first. Yevlet got up and said, there is only one solution. Send them back before that time. This depends on this door. Yevlet took out a piece of paper and a pocket watch and said, collect all the above materials before 7 o'clock in the morning. I will complete the construction of the Eclipse Gate and send them back. If it's after 7 o'clock, they will be forced to teleport. If the future me has solved this problem, then it's okay. But if he hasn't, there is a small probability of returning to the original time and space, and a high probability of falling into the gap between time and space. Mom! Luna cried and said, will we fall into the cracks of time and space and never see Mom and Dad again? No way. Lucy said, no matter which time and space, Natsu and I will do our best for you. Lucy took the list of materials and the pocket watch, hugged Luna and left. Everyone hurriedly followed. After everyone left. In the house. Emily sat next to Yevlet. Yevlet was still wearing shorts, sitting by the fireplace, and never moved. Master, why do you have to go around in such a big circle? Emily asked. It's fun, isn't it? Yevlet laughed. Okay, Emily said, close your eyes, I'll give you a gift. Yevlet closed his eyes. Then he felt Emily playing with his head, and she put something on him. He opened his eyes and saw Emily pick up the camera and take a picture of him. Hee hee. Emily handed the photo to Yevlet. In the photo, Yevlet was wearing a pink bunny headgear. Master, it's so cute. Emily jumped off the sofa and said, Happy Golden Fruit Festival, and good night. Happy Golden Fruit Festival, and the gift is in your pocket. Thank you, Master. Emily left Yevlet's house and opened the gift. It was a beautiful bracelet, no special meaning, just beautiful. Emily put it on and left humming a song. Chapter 316, Towards the Future. Turtle Dove, let's go. Yevlet stood up. Wait for them under the tree in the park. Why there? Turtle Dove was a little confused. It's more romantic there, isn't it? After all, it's a scene of separation and reunion at the same time. Yevlet said with a smile. By the way, Mr. Yevlet, where's my gift? Turtle Dove asked. Wow, Turtle Dove looked aggrieved. In the bag. Yevlet left 2 words and went upstairs. Turtle Dove reached into his pocket and took out a card. After inputting magic power, he got a big gift box. When he opened it, it was a beautiful and luxurious kimono. It's so beautiful. I want to change it. Turtle Dove liked this kimono very much. It didn't take long before Yevlet, who was dressed, and Turtle Dove, who had changed into new clothes, went to the park. I can't believe it. In the couple's room. After the candlelight dinner, Habi looked a little strange. What's wrong? Xiaolulu hooked her hair with her little finger. When we first met, you looked down on me, but in the end, I still moved you. Habi laughed. I never looked down on you, Habi. Xiaolulu smiled awkwardly, in fact, I envy you. At the beginning you don't have those wrong memories about adults. You don't know that I have always thought that it is my mission since I was a child. I have always been entangled, but when I know that you have no memory of that aspect at all, I am really jealous, especially when you laugh so happily. Fortunately Habi got up, sat next to Xiaolulu, held her hand, and said, everything is over, no, is that so? Yes. Xiaolulu nodded. Everything is moving in the right direction. Even if we are still facing enemies like Aknologia and Ziref, I believe that we will win in the end. We can defeat even such enemies. He paused for a moment, and then said firmly, after that, I want to get closer to you. Xiaolulu lowered her head, blushing, and said, what is this, a confession? Yes. Habi nodded. Then I'll think about it. Xiaolulu was a little arrogant. It's okay, you can think about it slowly. The harpy was not panicked at all. The duck in hand could not fly away. Xiaolulu hesitated for a moment, but finally changed back to the appearance of a cat. Harpy also changed back. Xiaolulu closed her eyes, and the harpy understood and moved closer. When the 2 cats separated, they found that there was a gift on the table. Yevlet's voice came, I declare that this is the rarest scene tonight. After all, it is a cat movie. You guy. Harpy was furious. Happy Golden Fruit Festival. Yevlet left a sentence, and then never appeared again. Sometimes, it's a hateful guy. Harpy comforted Xiaolulu. He left a gift for us. Xiaolulu said, let's open it. Okay. The 2 cats opened the gift, which was a thick photo album, and then they lay on the pillow together and looked through it. Mr. Yevlet, you are distracted. Where did you go to be a courier again? Turtle Dove asked with a smile. To the harpy. Yevlet replied. Tonight, the busiest person is none other than you. Turtle Dove said with a smile. Tonight, Yevlet went to all the members of the guild and gave them gifts. It wasn't for any other purpose, nor was it to do something great before leaving. It was because Yevlet knew that after the Golden Fruit Festival, Fairy Tale would disband for a year, and after a year, everyone would basically enter the next stage of life. In layman's terms, the season was settled. In the future, Yevlet will not be able to take so many photos of everyone about youth. Marriage is the end of love. The scenes constructed by the vague affection and immature feelings only exist when young people are in love. Yevlet I took a lot of interesting pictures. But tonight, many people have confirmed their relationship. 1 year later, they will enter the next stage and there will be no more pictures like now. Perhaps Yevlet will retire for a while. What he meant was that he would not take pictures for this generation. Wait for the next generation. So, tonight, he went to everyone and sent them the albums that recorded their youth love, everything that happened from the beginning to the confirmation of the relationship. This is what he said, the right time. Of course. The embarrassing pictures will be released on the spot when they get married, haha. Mr. Jalal left Magnolia. Turtle Dove said. Not surprising. Yevlet said. There were also some losers tonight, such as Levi's Driveway Engine Team, and Jalal. He is actually quite pitiful. Turtle Dove said. Yevlet replied, yet. Yevlet nodded and said nothing more. Romantic night, you and I embrace in this romantic Golden Fruit Festival, you and I love each other. In the dance hall, the singer on the stage sang very well. The lights were dim. But Urza had red hair, which was very conspicuous. Ah, Urza exclaimed. Sorry, Urza, I'm not good at dancing. Simon apologized quickly. It's okay, my feet are not so fragile. Urza smiled. The two of them were dancing. Urza said, are you going to open a cake shop in Magnolia Town? Yes. Simon nodded. Have you learned to make cakes? Urza asked. In fact, the cake you just ate, the cake I gave you as a gift, was made by me. It has a unique flavor. Urza smiled. I'm not good enough. Simon was a little embarrassed. Ah. Sorry. It's okay, but it's enough to open a shop. Practice makes perfect. As long as you put in the effort, the cakes will become more and more delicious. Of course, I'm not someone who will give up easily. The two were silent for a while. Iluza said, I haven't given you a gift yet, aren't you anxious? Even if I don't have it, I will be calm. Simon smiled and said, what's more, I think I have it. This. Iluza was wearing a tight long skirt and had no pockets, so when she took out a card, she took it out from her chest. Simon blushed. Open it and take a look. Urza smiled. Simon input magic power and then got it. House deed. Simon said in shock. Well, it's for you. Urza smiled. This gift is too expensive. Simon said hurriedly. It doesn't matter, because the shop is written in my name. Iluza smiled and said, it's an investment. I want half of the shares of your cake shop. Okay. Simon nodded. Then, I hope your business will be popular. Fire, Simon boss. Thank you for your kind words, boss Urza. Simon turned his head and said uncomfortably. Iluza's face suddenly turned red. Wendy, are you asleep? Emily knocked on Wendy's door. No, come in. Emily entered Wendy's room and found her wearing pajamas, sitting on the fluffy floor, reading a novel. What's the matter, Emily? Wendy asked puzzledly. What gift did the master give you? Emily asked curiously first. Wendy raised the book in her hand. This is his gift, a novel. That's all. Emily was a little disappointed, thinking it would be a more thoughtful gift. Yevlet said that there is a super magic in it. Wendy said, so I plan to finish reading the novel first, and then find out the magic. There's no rush. Emily said, want to come? Single girls party. Sure. Wendy stood up and said, who are they? All the single girls in the guild are here. Emily said. Wait a minute, let me get ready. I'll wait for you outside the door. Soon, Wendy changed her clothes, went out and followed Emily to Marajana's house. Miss Myra Jane isn't single, is she? Wendy asked in confusion. No, she lent her house to us. Emily replied. Is Miss Myra Jane at Yevlet's place? No, she, Arusha, Alice, and Melty are also having a party at Arusha's house, planning to cultivate their relationship. Emily said. In fact, they were designing the house they would live in all night. Tifania also had a room, but she had to attend the Golden Fruit Festival in her own guild. Turtledove had already been designed, and Yefrit needed someone to take care of her. No Turtledove? Wendy asked. Master is very busy tonight. The whole guild is sending gifts, so someone has to accompany us. Emily said. While talking, they entered Milage's house. Damn it, I actually entered this party. I don't lack men. Wendy heard the drunk Kana complaining as soon as she entered the door. But you don't have true love. Emily said. Kana heard the words, looking like a salted fish abandoned by her dream. Okay, don't be sad, aren't we accompanying you? Emily smiled. By the way, Kana suddenly reacted and said, Emily, don't you plan to fall in love? I don't have this idea at the moment, or I'm actually not interested in love. There are too many things in this world for me to do. I put all my love in the areas that I'm interested in, and I don't want to focus it on one person. Emily said with a smile, I'm different from Sister Milaja. You're the troublesome guy. Kana couldn't help but say, pure as an angel, you're really an angel in the world. If saving people from suffering is the duty of angels in the world, then I'd rather there are no angels. Emily said with a smile. Kana said speechlessly, you are really the opposite of your master. He only cares about everything around him. He is not interested in people he doesn't know or is not familiar with, and you actually want to devote your life to those unfamiliar people. I feel very happy. Don't look at me with that strange look. Emily said with a smile. What about you, Wendy? Kana said, you're old enough too. Me? Wendy shook her head, at the moment, I don't have any idea. Not really. Kana said, haven't you ever been attracted to Yevlet? Wendy blushed, and then said, I don't have that kind of idea about Mr. Yevlet. I know, being a brother. Kana smiled, but you have different ideas from Lysina. Wendy stopped talking. Don't say too much. Emily smiled, your words are very dangerous for Wendy. After that, she turned around and touched Wendy's head, saying, Wendy, just start from your heart, no one's advice will be the best for you. I know. Wendy smiled and said, I can't say what will happen in the future, but, I am very happy now, that's enough. It's good. Emily smiled, she looked at the single girls in the guild and said, long life singles. Long life singles. Everyone shouted, not very happy. Kana felt even more ashamed that she was invited by Emily to attend the single party, damn it. Wendy was quite happy, after all, she really didn't care about this. Like she said, she liked Yevlet, but not that kind of like, nor the kind of like Lysina, but a kind of, dependent like. Wendy happily joined the party. For her, this was just a game, and she didn't care about the single party at all. It could be a lover's party, as long as she was taken to play, it was all good. But after a crazy play, Wendy couldn't help but think of her future. But she wasn't worried, she was thinking. Xiaolulu and Habi will form a new family. Although Xiaolulu won't abandon her, Xiaolulu should focus on running her family. What about herself? What should she do in the future? After everything is settled, will she fall in love? It seems that she doesn't have this idea. But she doesn't want to endure loneliness. A little distressed. But she doesn't seem to be so enthusiastic about going on a trip with Emily. Park. Mr. Yevlet, do you feel cold? Turtledove asked with concern. No, it's quite warm. Yevlet said with a smile. Just kidding, fully armed, it's okay to lie in the snow. It's going to be dawn soon. Turtledove said. Yeah, Yefrit shook his feet, Natsu and the others, they had a very fulfilling night. They fought through the underground maze, climbed the top of the snowy mountain, and beat the forest monsters. The potential was fully utilized. There were bursts of laughter in the distance. Natsu and the others are here. Why didn't you wait at home? Natsu complained when he came to Yefrit. Didn't I leave a note? Yefrit said. This wastes some of our time. Natsu said. Let you spend more time together, isn't it good? Yefrit glanced at the pocket watch, there is still half an hour, I will build the door. Got it. Natsu nodded, his expression was completely unrelated to happiness. He should be very happy to send his future child back to his future self, but after this night of getting along, he was reluctant to let him go. This little girl, who was connected to him by blood, made him feel that he didn't want to lose her in just one night. Chapter 317, A Corner of the Future. Although both parties could feel the blood connection, they had not really lived together for 5 or 6 years. So there was still a lot of unfamiliarity and strangeness between them. But after one night of getting along, both parties became familiar and close. And as parents, the relationship also changed quietly. Everyone would think, it turns out that in the future, we will have such a lovely child. No matter who it is, as long as they are men and women in love and are not restricted by material conditions, they will naturally affirm their hearts choose each other and will never regret it. And from the child's conversation temperament, behavioral cognition, as well as the 3 views and behavior, a lot of things can be analyzed, especially for children of 5 or 6 years old. It can be seen that the parents' virtues and the education of their children. Natsu and Lucy's daughter Luna is very generous, with the courage of Natsu and the liveliness of Lucy, gathering the advantages of both sides. This made Natsu and Lucy like her very much. Anyway, they didn't find any shortcomings of Luna that night. The only thing might be that she was a bit wild and a bit daring. But for a pair of parents who were capable of solving problems, this was not a shortcoming, but rather an indispensable spirit of adventure and courage. Virgil, the son of Gajeel and Levi, was not as cold as Gajeel. Instead, he was a very gentle and warm man. As the oldest brother, he always took good care of his younger brothers and sisters along the way, but he was a little spoiled. According to Virgil himself, this was because he was the 3rd person born in the new generation of the guild, and Gajeel often went out to work to support his family. Therefore, he was brought up by the aunts and sisters in the guild, so he was very sensitive to delicate places, and he could not stand roughness. The first of the new generation of the guild was Asuka, the daughter of Alzik and Bisksa, and the second was the daughter of Elfman and Alba Green. Although Gajeel didn't say it on the surface, he was very happy in his heart. Stinger and Yukino's son, Sean, is a boy as cold as Roger. Although he is also gentle and tough, he rarely expresses his feelings and will never say anything if he can handle it himself. For example, in the second half of the night, the children who had been running all night were very tired. Even Luna, who had the most experience, had to be carried by Natsu, and fell asleep in less than half a minute. Sean was also very tired, but he repeatedly refused Stinger and Yukino's help, but in the end, Yukino was tough enough and stuffed him into Stinger's arms. Rog and Lucky's daughter, Kina, is the youngest and a chatterbox. She kept talking all the way, all of which were, "Dad, what is this? Why is it called this name? Why is it this shape? Why is it this color?" Such words, even if it was a beautiful leaf, she would pester Lucan from the planting of this tree to the cutting of it. Maybe it was new, but Roger and Lucky were still talking to Kina happily, not feeling annoyed at all. In this way, they spent a very warm night. It was a pity that they had to separate after all. The Eclipse Gate was being built at a very fast speed. Luna and other children were a little unhappy when they knew they were about to separate. Everyone comforted them. Natsu also tried his best. Lucy smiled and watched Natsu trying his best to make Luna happy, and suddenly recalled a day 7 years ago. She had just joined the guild not long ago. At that time, she saw Yefrit performing magic for children on the street. Yefrit, who was always lazy, was particularly active only at this time. Even though he has mysophobia, he can still tolerate a dirty child kissing his cheek. At that time, Myra Jane was also watching, and then he said with emotion, "Perhaps Yefrit will become a very good father." After hearing this, Lucy had also imagined what kind of father Natsu would become. In the end, she was very disappointed, because she felt that Natsu would never understand these things, let alone become a good father. But now, Lucy suddenly understood why Myra Jane said that at the beginning, and it was really emotional. Natsu will become a very good father. Lucy smiled gently. Mom's smile is so beautiful. Luna noticed Lucy's smile and said with a smile. Natsu said without turning his head, "Because Mom is a great beauty, Luna, after returning, you must also be obedient, eat well, exercise well, and then become a great beauty like Mom." Everyone looked at Natsu with shocked eyes. "You guy, how can you say such a thing?" Everyone felt that their perception of Natsu had been refreshed. During this period of time, everyone's perception of Natsu was refreshed again and again. At first, it was believed that a creature like Natsu could not have the concept of love. Then Natsu forcefully kissed Lucy, indicating that he was just a little bit nervous, not a fool. Then everyone thought that even if Natsu knew that he liked Lucy, he would not pursue her or be romantic. Then Natsu did a series of things, such as transporting cherry trees, to show that he understood romance. Then, it was now, that Natsu, impetuous, either silly or thinking about duels, Natsu with a brain full of muscles, could actually say such compliments. I testify that I really didn't teach him this time. Yevlet raised his hand, because everyone looked at him and thought he had some advice. Natsu snorted and said nothing. Everyone thought he was a fool. Just wait, he will make a big splash, find an opportunity to shock everyone's jaws, and see who dares to look down on him. That. Turtle Dove shyly approached Luna and said, I'm sorry, but can I have a few words with Luna? Go ahead. Lucy nodded. Turtle Dove whispered, Luna, do you know me? Yes. Luna nodded, Auntie Turtle Dove, every time we go to Uncle Yevlet's house, you make delicious food for us. Turtle Dove said, then do you know, will I have a child in the future? Is it a boy or a girl? What's the name? Lucy looked at her with amusement. Yes, Luna said, Uncle Yevlet's family has a lot of children. Luna's face was full of envy and grievance, I don't have so many brothers and sisters to play with me, so we can only wait until Auntie Wendy is not around, and then go to Uncle Yevlet's house to play with them. Why do we have to wait until Wendy is not around? Lucy asked curiously. She will give us a lot of homework, Luna said aggrievedly. Haha. Lucy laughed immediately, Wendy in the future, turned out to be a teacher. Yeah, Aunt Wendy is very strict, very scary. Several children nodded. Lucy smiled and said, the current Wendy is very gentle. I haven't talked about my story yet. Turtle Dove interrupted. Aunt Turtle Dove is the mother of Sister Kersley. Sister Kersley is very powerful. She often takes us out to play, fishing and so on, but she has never caught anything. Luna said, so Sister Kersley would jump into the river and chop fish with a wooden knife, and then I heard from Brother Ono that after returning home, Aunt Turtle Dove would spank Sister Kersley. Children go to the river to play. Turtle Dove expressed understanding. This group of little guys who are considered old at the age of 5, Luna calls Kersley her sister, which means that the little guy may be only 3 or 4 years old, and dare to jump into the river to chop fish. What if something happens? Good fight. Ha ha ha, is he also a fishing idiot? Natsu laughed. It's not surprising that they are children of Yefrit. Everyone nodded. Is that so? Luna blinked and said, it seems so. The children of Uncle Yefrit can't even fish, and Luna suddenly got excited and shouted, Mom, I tell you, the children of Uncle Yefrit can't drink alcohol, She snorted proudly, with a smug expression on her face, we can all drink, but those with the surname Valier can't drink alcohol, and even fall asleep when they smell a strong smell. Even Brother Ono is no exception. Ha ha ha, everyone laughed. It's not surprising that they are children of the Yefrit family. Lucy laughed. The genes of the Valier family are really strong. Even the genes of Myra Jane, Turtledove and Ultia can't suppress them. Lucky side. That Turtledove raised his hand weakly and reminded, Mr. Yevlet is the adopted son of Viscount Francis. Yes, that's not strange. Lucy clapped her hands and said, that makes sense. I said that an old noble family that has been passed down for hundreds of years should not have such a weird gene. Everyone nodded. Yevlet, I always feel that you are looking down on me. No, I'm just very emotional. Lucy replied. It turned out that it was not Valier's problem, but Yevlet's own problem. Yevlet also fell silent. Was he actually reincarnated, not reborn? Drunk? No, he was also in his previous life. Anyway, is that thing bound to the character setting? From what you said, that Ono is also Yevlet's child. Said Turtledove. Yes. Brother Ono is the eldest son of the Valier family and the son of Aunt Myra Jane. Speaking of Ono, Luna suddenly became excited, her mouth turned quickly, Brother Ono is amazing, he can turn into a demon, he is obviously a child, but he can defeat most people in the guild. He can also use fraud magic, and he has contracted a demon like Sister Emily, who can turn us into ice cream in a playground anytime and anywhere. And unlike other children in Uncle Yevlet's family, he also uses a real knife, we can't touch it, it is said to be made of Aunt Miko's teeth. Look at Luna talking excitedly. Everyone laughed. It seems that Yefrit has an excellent eldest son. The safety of the next generation of the guild when adventuring is no longer a concern. That Ono is so excellent. Turtledove was happy for Myra Jane. It's natural to think about it. He inherited Yefrit's genes, even his shortcomings. In addition, he has both parents and the personal teaching of the excellent Myra Jane. It's natural for him to be excellent. Excluding some infuriating shortcomings, Yefrit must be admitted to be very excellent, but he was not trained by his mother, so he may be lacking in some aspects, but it is obvious that Ono does not have this deficiency, and his mother is a gentle and excellent Myra Jane. Luna nodded. Of course, Ono brother is very gentlemanly and gentle, and everyone likes him. By the way, Mom. Luna looked at Lucy. What's wrong, Luna? Lucy had a gentle smile on her face. Luna lifted her hair to show her earlobes, or to be more precise, her earrings. Lucy, Levi, Turtledove, and other girls were stunned. Isn't that the heirloom of the Yefrit family that Mileage, Turtledove, and the others got? Although it is an heirloom that has lost its uniqueness, it also has a deep meaning. Luna said proudly, Brother Ono gave it to me. I will marry Brother Ono in the future. He promised me. In the future, I will be the mistress of the super big house of Uncle Yefrit's house. Then I will bring my parents to live with me. Ka. The jaw is dislocated, but the sound of steel is gajeel. Everyone opened their mouths wide, and they could really stuff an apple. Ha ha ha, you have such ambition. Turtledove covered her mouth and laughed. She didn't think it was a big deal, just a child's words. But Natsu turned around and glared at Yefrit. Yefrit silently took off his coat outside. Why did he feel a little sweaty? Mr. Yefrit, is it hot? Even if it's hot, don't take off your clothes. You'll catch a cold easily if the cold wind blows. Turtledove quickly put his coat back on. Yeah, it's hot, because I'm being stared at by a fiery gaze. Yefrit said. Lucy looked at Natsu and found that his eyes were the same as when he looked at Ziref, and she immediately laughed out loud. Natsu, you don't take what a child says seriously, do you? That's not the case. Natsu said stubbornly. Dad really doesn't like Brother Ono, I don't know why. Luna said at this time. Lucy slapped her forehead, why else could this be? However, if it was a child taught by Myra Jane, Ono might be an upgraded version of Yefrit, then. Does the world really have such a perfect child? Lucy asked, does Ono have any character flaws? That shouldn't be the case. As a child of Yevlet, no matter how outstanding he is, he should have character flaws. You are really looking down on me. Yevlet said angrily. No. Lucy shook her head quickly. If there is, Luna said, when Ono said that the clothes he made were beautiful, he looked exactly like Uncle Yevlet. Everyone immediately had a picture in their mind, a little boy with a modest smile on his face, but in fact, the pride in his eyes was about to overflow. But the clothes made by Ono are so ugly. They are all symmetrical. Ha ha ha, worthy of being Yevlet's child. Natsu laughed. But the next second, Luna said, this is really super cute. Brother Ono will make all kinds of clothes for everyone, but they are all symmetrical clothes. No one likes to wear them, but I have kept them well. My mother also gave me a box, saying that I should treasure the memories well. Natsu's laughter stopped abruptly. Ha 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 ha. Yevlet laughed, but then felt the hot gaze, his laughter gradually subsided, and with some embarrassment. Okay. Lucy smiled and knocked Natsu's head, her heart was full of happiness, seeing Natsu caring about the child like this, she was very confident. The most feared thing is that Natsu is still careless even though he has a child, but it seems that everyone should have more confidence in Natsu. Natsu is still very handsome when he is serious. The eclipse gate is completed. But in this happy and warm at that time, Yevlet's casual words instantly interrupted the atmosphere. It's time to say goodbye. There are 7 more minutes. Yevlet glanced at the pocket watch, I'm a little earlier than the scheduled time, so I can give you 7 minutes. Thank you, Uncle Yevlet, you are always good to us, just like the future. Luna smiled sweetly. Yevlet pushed his glasses and smiled faintly. Mom and Dad, I want to sit on the swing with you. We have a swing at home. Dad and Uncle Happy made it. You often hold me on the swing. Luna forced a smile. Okay. There are swings in the park. Watching the few people walk away, Turtledove came to Yevlet and said, in a few years, I will be able to see them. I am really looking forward to it. Yevlet looked at the distance. Natsu and Lucy were holding Luna and sitting on the swing. Natsu, who used magic, pushed the swing to swing slowly. Yevlet smiled, today will be the most unforgettable Golden Fruit Festival in their lives. Turtledove looked at Yevlet's high-spirited appearance, his eyes revealing admiration and obsession. Chapter 318, Back to the Past. Time passed quickly. The swing slowly stopped. Everyone came to the Eclipse Gate. Yevlet said, the Eclipse Gate requires a lot of magic power. You must output it with all your strength to ensure that they are sent back safely. You must be reliable, Yevlet. Natsu grabbed Yevlet's arm, very worried. He always trusted Yevlet, but this matter. It's definitely okay. Yevlet gave a thumbs up, very confident. Dad, Mom, goodbye. Luna smiled and forced herself to show happiness. See you in the future, Luna. Natsu and Lucy waved their hands. Both sides were reluctant to leave, but there was nothing they could do. Watching Luna and others approach the time and space gate. Natsu Yefert said, there's no time. Got it. Boom, everyone's magic power exploded, and then all poured into the Eclipse Gate. The gate slowly opened. Luna and others walked in one by one. Hold on, they haven't arrived yet. Yefert said. Even he put his hand on the door. Seeing Yefert take action, Natsu and others didn't dare to hold back. Luna. Go back to your own time. See you in the future. Lucy roared and released all her magic power. Boom. The Eclipse Gate opened, and white light bloomed. Maiko, be careful. Yefert reminded. I know. Maiko escaped into the mirror world. Yeflet plunged into the Eclipse Gate. In fact, this door not only leads to the future, but also to the past. Because of the limitation of materials and magic power, this Eclipse Gate cannot go back too far, such as 400 years ago. So he planned to jump to the Dragon King Festival a few months ago, and then use the Eclipse Gate of the Dragon King Festival to jump to 400 years ago. Got it. At that time, Yevlet, the third Yevlet who had always been very curious, why did he come back? This is the reason. I'm back. Yevlet watched the great magic fighting performance. At this time, it was still the match where Wendy made a show of pulling Rufus into the water. Yevlet did not intend to show up, so he stayed away from the scene. As a witness of the incident, he certainly knew that the past him and the him in another time and space would leave for a while afterwards, and he had to wait until then to appear. Yes. He was not going to expose himself. Lest he or his past become a parallel time and space. Oh, there's one more person missing to complete the closed loop, Rogue. Because the future Rogue in the original work does not exist, Yevlet needs to take action personally, and then let the Emerald Princess use the Eclipse Gate to absorb 7 years of magic power before successfully opening the Eclipse Gate that can span 400 years. He can't change this matter, otherwise the Eclipse Gate will not be able to take him back to 400 years ago. Moreover, if the future Rogue does not appear, Natsu and others will also prevent the opening of the Eclipse Gate. Trouble. Yevlet doesn't like such troublesome things, but he can't break his promise to Natsu and others. Of course, this happened in the original work, but since he traveled back to this time and space, causing things to change, he must reconnect the broken events. Yevlet suddenly realized that he seemed to be telling 1,000 lies for a lie. Got it. Yevlet's eyes suddenly lit up. Wait until the day when the Eclipse Gate opens, and then travel back 7 years to complete the closed loop. Soon, the time for the Eclipse Gate to open came, and Yevlet modified the time point in advance. With the determination of Princess Emerald, the Eclipse Gate was opened. Yevlet got in as soon as possible. He remembered that the Fairy Tale Guild had not arrived at this time, which meant that Emily had not come yet, and he in the two time and space had already left. At this time, he would definitely not be discovered. Now. He traveled to 7 years ago. Then he used fraud magic to complete the construction of the Eclipse Gate. Wait. I am actually the source of all evil. Yevlet was suddenly shocked. The original work must have nothing to do with him, but now as he quietly changed the past. Instead, he took everything on himself. Wait. Yevlet suddenly broke into a sweat. The Eclipse Gate he designed will force him to leave at the specified time. And this is really a low probability event that will leave him in the gap between time and space. In this way, when that time arrives, Yevlet had an expression on his face that was not expected. Yes. For him, a low probability event is actually a high probability event. After all, his luck has always been. In the gap between time and space, there is nothing here, only chaos. There is a light spot in the distance. Yevlet slowly approached. Yevlet suddenly a majestic voice came from there. Now is not the time for you to come here. I seem to have made a mistake, I hope you don't mind. Yevlet said familiarly. Who is this? God. Which God? He didn't know. Anyway, the other party must know him and know him. No one can see the heart of others, except God. The God said, but I can't see your heart clearly. You are special, you will become my companion. But this world can no longer accommodate more gods. I don't want to be a god. Yevlet said. This is your fate. You are destined to become a god and bring more changes to this world. I can't confirm whether it is good or bad. I am very worried. God said. They are a group of old colleagues who know each other well. It is hard to say whether Yevlet, a newcomer, is good for the future of this world based on his behavior. Yevlet himself had no confidence. Would he, who lived a long life, become a troublesome guy like Hades? It was normal for the god to have no confidence. The god even said bluntly, you can't be trusted. Okay. Yevlet said, then can you send me out now? No. The god said, you brought this upon yourself. Why did Yevlet feel a little gloating in this voice? If you don't send me out, Asa and Myco will destroy the world, and Hermes's wail of destruction will become a reality from a prophecy. The god was silent. The situation froze for a moment. If Yevlet is sent out, the fact that Yevlet becomes a god must be true. If he is not sent out, Hermes's destruction will also come true. Of course, the premise is that the god believes that the future he sees will definitely come true. Based on this premise, the current situation is naturally very embarrassing. At this moment, Yevlet suddenly remembered something. Tell me, is there a possibility that I will definitely become a god, but what about in another world? Parallel time and space? God asked. Yes. Yevlet said excitedly, in a parallel time and space, create a reality where I become a god, then the prophecy will come true. After the words fell, Yevlet was completely enlightened. Fuck. After all this time, it turns out that he is the source of everything. From the eclipse gate to his becoming a god in a parallel time and space, it was all his own fault. However, this is not his fault. It can only be said that even he himself did not anticipate the complexity and consequences of time travel. No wonder various works in the previous life have defined time travel as one of the most serious events. It really is a matter of one hair moving the whole body. God said, interesting. A mess was untied. Yevlet was sent away by God, and then he looked at that divine power, found his past self, and then got into the body. At that time, he had just won over Pakas by drinking, and then took back Kana's armor. As soon as the smell of alcohol came from the armor, Yevlet fainted, and the divine power seized the opportunity to enter Yevlet's body and cursed him. Yevlet understood now. Why did he dare not show up when he came back from the future, and even dared not reveal his existence? Because he pitted himself. So Yevlet thought, Hermes's world-destroying cry will definitely come true in some way. In any case, even if he is in a parallel time and space, he has indeed become a god, which is in line with the prophecy. Then Myco's world-destroying cry will definitely happen? However, there is a possibility of avoiding the worst result. Yevlet did not remind him, which led to Yevlet in this time and space being cursed by God and forced to become a god. Then he returned to the past and interfered with his past self, causing the same timeline to produce parallel time and space due to the change of events. Thus, the prophecy of Yevlet becoming a god came true. It was unknown whether the gods were satisfied or not, but Yevlet did not have any more accidents. Until the eclipse gate opened again, he glanced at Emily below, thinking that if he moved faster, he would not be discovered. But he did not know that when he entered the eclipse gate, Emily still felt, but she didn't say anything. One reason was that she had absolute trust in Yevlet's magic, and the other was that no matter how smart she was, she couldn't guess the truth, so she just thought she had misperceived it. 400 years ago, dragons ruled the world. Jurassic. Yevlet looked at the earth, which was full of huge dragons. So where is Father Natsu? Yefrit started looking around, and he had to be very careful at this time. After all, he was a fragile person, and it would be funny if he was killed here. He didn't bring Maiko and Asa, fearing that something unpredictable would happen. Maiko in this era is still Hermes. Still can't find it. The time for forced transmission is coming. There are still 3 days left. If Yefrit can't complete the task, it means the history of the original work. Even if he participates more and makes himself a scapegoat, what cannot be achieved will not be achieved after all. But he doesn't believe it. Jindal was pulled back by him. Why couldn't Ignir be pulled back? The last day. Yevlit saw a person, familiar yet strange. In the royal city. A red-haired woman who looked almost exactly like Urza was talking to a giant dragon. Erin. Yevlit looked her up and down. Erin was not mature enough now, but her eyes were exactly the same as Urza's. That kind of tenacity was unforgettable after the first time you saw it. The dragon said, "The evil dragons of the western continent are slaughtering humans again, and countless humans have suffered as a result." Erin said, "Fortunately, we have you, Belzarian, in our country." Western continent? Attacked by a dragon. Zerf and Natsu. Yevlit didn't rush to stop the tragedy. If he showed up, he would definitely turn himself into a parallel universe, and Natsu in the future might not exist. "Sorry, Natsu." Erin talked to the giant dragon named Belzarian. "But this situation can't last forever." Belzarian said. "I recently met a friend who has power far beyond that of a dragon. Maybe we can go meet her." Irene said. "Okay." So one man and one dragon went to a big snowy mountain. In the depths of the big snowy mountain, there is a house made of ice. "Hermes, I'm here to see you." Irene shouted. "Who?" Belzarian was stunned. "Irene." The door opened and a moth girl ran out. Belzarian was sweating profusely. "Isn't this the ultimate devil Hermes?" In the last era, after the human world gradually weakened, the dragon race rose, and Hermes disappeared with it. The last obstacle to the dragon race's dominance of the world also disappeared completely. "I brought you a gift." Irene took out a large white rice. "White rice, I like white rice the most." Hermes ate happily. Irene saw this and asked, "Hermes, I want to ask for your help." "Go ahead." Hermes said. "Do you really want to ask for help from her?" Belzarian said vigilantly. "Hermes is very knowledgeable, she will definitely be able to help us." Irene was very confident about this. "I might make a big mistake." Belzarian felt his heart beating fast. Hermes was an existence that he absolutely could not touch. But at this time, he did not dare to pull Irene away. If he angered Hermes, he would be finished. The dragons in the whole world could not stop the angry Hermes, unless it was the legendary ultimate dragon, but even the fire dragon King Ignir was still far from it. Irene did not know the inside story and expressed her concerns. Hermes said casually, "Then it would be great if humans could also control the power of dragons." Belzarian was shocked, but Irene was full of surprise. "Can this kind of thing be done?" "Of course, and you are the most suitable, because your additional magic can be easily transformed into dragon magic. Fortunately, this matter has nothing to do with me, I won't take the blame." Yevlit nodded, feeling a little comforted. "I can't go back." Yevlit thought, he was really curious about what would happen next. He wanted to know more, if there was a chance, he wanted to know the truth about Hermes turning into Maiko. So he built another eclipse gate to offset the forced transmission. This will add a lot of changes, but as long as I don't interfere, as long as I don't come out to watch and leave, and don't cause any impact in this world, it's fine. Yevlit comforted himself. Chapter 319, The Source of All Evil. The dragon-slaying magic was created by 2 girls. The dragon-slaying wizard joined the battle against the evil dragons of the western continent. But this angered the dragon clan. Because the dragon-slaying wizard is the real nemesis of the dragon clan. Originally, the fight between the dragons of the 2 continents was a family affair. But you humans have invented dragon-killing magic? Want to destroy the dragons? Overthrow the rule of the dragons. There is also a fool, Belzarian, who is a virtuous dragon, a pure rebellious dragon. Belzarian smiled bitterly, but he was powerless to save the situation. The enraged dragons killed Belzarian. Belzarian. Erin's mentality collapsed. She didn't expect that her best friend and mentor, the kind dragon who protected her and her country, Belsarion, would die so miserably. Aaron inherited Belsarion's surname and declared war on the dragons. Aaron, why haven't you come to see me for a long time? I really want to eat rice. Hermes was very lonely in the snowy mountains. She waited for a long time, but didn't wait for Irene, so she took the initiative to find her. Aaron looked at her with cold eyes. Now Aaron already knows the true identity of Hermes, the most evil and ultimate demon. The death of Belsarion made her feel uneasy, and she couldn't let it go completely. And there are more complicated reasons. Facing Irene's cold eyes, Hermes was stunned. She said in a trembling voice, Irene. Do you hate me? Irene's heart softened, but she was about to speak. Hermes? What are you doing here? This is no longer your time. The dragon allies spoke. Leave here immediately, Hermes. You are not welcome here. Hermes looked at Irene, and Irene lowered her head. Her mood was very complicated, and she couldn't figure out such things at all. The world has become like this now, and the dragons and humans have completely launched a full-scale war. The dragons have told her about Hermes' identity and the prophecy about Hermes, that is the prophecy of God. And if she chooses Hermes, the dragons will leave her. In this war for the future of mankind, she can't lose the help of the dragons. You are my only friend. Hermes said so, but Irene avoided her eyes. Betrayal is human nature. Even demons will keep their promises. Hermes cried, humans are the most annoying. After that, Hermes turned and flew away, never to appear in this era again. Irene exhaled tremblingly. Humans and pro-human dragons cooperated to win this war. After losing the war, the dragons of the Western continent angrily ravaged the Western continent. Maybe this is how Natsu's family is. Yeflet was very emotional. So, what the Emerald Dragon said was referring to this incident. It's just that as the victorious dragons, the subjective description of this incident will naturally have some different details. Hermes bewitched a stupid dragon, and that dragon proposed to coexist with humans. Calling the wise dragon Belsarion a stupid dragon, you can imagine the hatred of the dragons for him. Irene and other humans created dragon-killing magic. After the external war ends, the internal war will definitely break out. Yevlet analyzed it this way. The fact is as he expected. The dragon-killing wizards are getting more and more crazy, which really threatens the safety of the entire dragon clan, especially a guy named Acknowledge, who is even more crazy. He is madly hunting the dragon clan. And on the western continent, a black wizard named Ziref also launched a crazy revenge on the dragon clan. Humans, you are too self-righteous. The dragons were enraged. But the result was a miserable defeat. No dragon could stop Acknowledge. One dragon after another was shot down from the sky, and the arrogant ones had to admit that the era of dragons would pass. They regretted and despaired, but it was useless. Yevlet has always seen the end of the era. Until Ziref, who traveled around the continent and kept learning knowledge, found the eclipse gate he created in this era to resist forced transmission. It's a great masterpiece, but it's very crude. If I perfect it, I can go back to the past and stop everything. This eclipse gate is indeed crude and simple in function. It is only used to resist the pull of the power of time and space. Jerv thought it was a masterpiece of the human alchemy era. He had come into contact with some of the legacy left by Hermes before. After Yevlet found out that it was not good, he quickly took away the eclipse gate. Is it you, Hermes, stopping me from going back to the past? Jalal's eyes showed hatred. You are worthy of being the ultimate and most evil demon. Gerald's talent is extremely terrifying. He only knew a little about the eclipse gate, and soon after, he created the eclipse gate. But unfortunately, Jalal's knowledge and strength grew too fast. He had already reached that realm before he created the eclipse gate. Yevlet could feel that the god glanced at him indifferently, and then the curse against Jalal fell, the more you cherish life, the more you will kill it. If Jalal traveled to the past to change the tragedy, then the moment he went back, his whole family, including his past self, would be killed by him. He would completely lose the past and turn his family into a parallel time and space. Jalal dared not use the eclipse gate again. He resented, but he could do nothing about it. In the end, Jalal took the path of suicide and created the devil. Yevlet sighed and took out his eclipse gate. In the era he came, the fire dragon king Ignir was already at his peak, but he needed the other's soul at its purest and most vulnerable period to be inserted into the fragile human body after transformation. Yevlet set the time to 300 years ago, and after perfecting the Eclipse Gate, he traveled back. The alchemy age of mankind. A world with all kinds of strange buildings and completely different styles from the current magic civilization. The alchemists here have used the props to the peak, and the whole era is more like the future than 700 years later, advanced and sci-fi. Yevlet walked in this world and constantly learned new knowledge. This is his hobby and instinct. However, in fact, there is not much new knowledge. After all, he once completely inherited the alchemy technology of Hermes, and Hermes was the highest achiever in the alchemy age. After satisfying her thirst for knowledge, Yefrit went to look for the eggs of Ignir and other dragons, but met a little girl. She had a beautiful face, and those who wanted to marry her could line up from Ishgar to the western continent. But she had no interest in these things, she was devoted to studying alchemy. Until she became the pinnacle of alchemy, she was only 18 years old that year. You are very strange. Hermes looked at Yefrit indifferently. Are you a wizard? Yes. Yefrit nodded. When did you appear in my laboratory? Hermes asked. She had been studying the transformation of the human body by alchemy. After breaking through a certain realm and difficulty, she suddenly sensed that there was a person in her laboratory. She didn't even know how long this person had been here. He had come a long time ago, but she, the world's top alchemist, couldn't sense it. It wasn't until she entered the next realm that she vaguely knew of his existence. Or did he just enter her laboratory in a way that she could hardly perceive, magic? Whichever it was a reckless intrusion, but it made Hermes very excited, which meant that there was knowledge in this world that she didn't understand at all. Magic. Yevlet replied, I have been here until you can perceive me. So that's it, magic can actually do this. Hermes was surprised and began to study magic. Yevlet left Hermes temporarily. In the next few decades, he waited for the birth of dragons such as Ignil. Then he took away their purest souls and blood. When he returned to Hermes again, Hermes had changed his temperament. The entire alchemy era was unprecedentedly prosperous because Hermes kept updating technology. Although she never cared about anyone, she did become the greatest figure in this alchemy era, a figure who dragged the world. But Hermes became more and more irritable. She could only conclude that the man had disturbed her 5 senses, but no matter how much she studied, she could not reach the level of that man. She kept experimenting. Experiments. She tried all the magic combinations in the world and created countless failures. Humans called those failures demons. You are a god. After more than half a century, the two met for the second time, and Hermes said this. Yeflet smiled. He asked Hermes for a title. Asking for a title, there are some legends in the past life that when a monster reaches a certain level, it can ask humans. If the other party says that he looks like a human, he will become a human. If the other party says that he is a fairy, he will have the opportunity to be among the fairies. He never expected that after all this time, the fact that he became a god all originated from Hermes' golden words. Why is it golden words? Because Hermes is the highest faith of the human era, she has touched the edge of God. Such a person, if he says something, will naturally attract the attention of the gods. Yeflet is just one step away, and Hermes' words pushed him one step further. Then the so-called prophecy of God, Hermes will make a whale of annihilation, isn't it? Hermes said, no human, demon, or dragon can be above me. Until now, I still can't break your magic, so you are God, right? Yeflet said, Hermes, will you give up? Hermes shook her head, since God really exists, then my road has not come to an end. Fraud magic. Yeflet said, this is the name of magic. Yeflet left, and before leaving he said, Hermes, you will make a whale of annihilation. They confirmed each other. Hermes said that Yeflet would become God. The god who said Hermes would destroy the world was Yefrit. Hermes created some humans based on the characteristics of their names. Their magic power was different from that of ordinary humans. They had the ability to hide and infect. But no matter how they grew, they could not go any further. Hermes wanted to continue his research and finally attracted the attention of God. In order to escape the attention of God, Hermes sacrificed her body and squeezed out a world in the cracks of time and space. Just like Yefrit's mirror world, God could not see that. Before her life ended, the unwilling Hermes completely transformed herself into a demon and gained eternal life. But then, she found that she could no longer use her demon body to recall her perception of fraud magic as a human. While her body became stronger, it also became dull. Her body completely lost the possibility of continuing to study fraud magic. Hermes was completely furious, vented in this world, and then ran back to Ishgar. God looked at her coldly. She had received the cruelest punishment. But God could not let Hermes destroy this world, so he signed an unlimited time contract with her. Hermes, do you still want to see him again? Then atone your sins and you can see him again. Hermes was surprised and confused. Her sins? What did she do? She didn't think she did anything wrong. Her research made mankind prosperous. The demons she created were all in the Forsaken Land. Until she saw Jalal, the guy who inherited her legacy from the alchemy era and created demons. She understood her mission, but she no longer wanted to walk in the human world. She was completely heartbroken by Irene. Woo! Hermes cried and moved her laboratory underground, and decided to use a method she was more familiar with. Recover her dull senses. Then continue the experiment. She succeeded. But then, she was slapped by a passing black dragon and burst into tears. As a demon for hundreds of years, she had forgotten that pain was really unbearable. Hide first. Wait until the black dragon dies before coming out, that's a lunatic. Hermes continued to study fraud magic. Until one day, she suddenly caught a ray of extraordinary fraud magic. I found you. Hermes chased after him. It was Yevlet who had returned from 300 years ago. He bumped into Hermes with a confused look on his face and left in a hurry. Next time, I will definitely catch you and won't let you escape again. Hermes got some more fraud magic and began to study it. So that's it. Fraud is not only the deception of the five senses, but also the control of emotions. Hermes conducted experiments and created another batch of humans. Yevlet lived in Bungbu. The magic of that batch of humans seemed to be Emily. So, he, an adopted son, was able to inherit the fraud magic because fraud magic itself was the human race created by Hermes 700 years ago, inspired by him? Ah! It was precisely because Hermes at that time only knew that fraud magic could deceive the five senses, so he only created the Valier family, which only knew the first level. No wonder this family has a long history, but has never produced a strong person. And now these people are probably Emily's ancestors. Hermes finally broke through the second level, but the experiment went out of control. She underestimated the infectious power of fraud magic, and she used herself as an experimental subject to perceive fraud magic. Yes, although it is still not quite the same, it is a similar feeling. Hermes finally fulfilled her wish, but fell to the ground. I can finally have a good rest. Wait for her to wake up again. Hey? Who am I? Where is this? She completely lost her memory. The dual effects of the Devil's Oath and fraud magic made her wake up this time, and the original Hermes personality was completely asleep. When Hermes, who was mostly rational and knowledgeable, fell asleep completely, her sensibility was forced to take over her body. It's so dark here. She left the cave, but several dragons flew by, fighting in the sky. Wow, such a big dragon, it must hurt a lot to hit someone. I'd better wait until they leave before going out. Hermes was so scared that she hid in the cave. She didn't dare to come out until the era of dragons was completely over. By the way, she picked up some fragmented memories, which Hermes disdained. The Devil's Oath and contract must be obeyed. Farewell to the devil. She didn't know who she signed the contract with, but she had to fulfill it. Now that the dragons are gone, I can go out. Hermes left the cave happily. But just after she came out, she saw a few thieves. What a beautiful girl, I will definitely sell her for a good price. The thieves' eyes were greedy and evil. Humans are the most annoying. The Devil's Oath was activated, and Hermes slapped several humans and the entire mountain behind them. How can I say goodbye to the devil? Hermes was at a loss. She was in a dead end. Until one day, a little boy who was extremely familiar to her but completely unfamiliar appeared in front of her. Your name is Maiko. After that, she had a new name, and then Maiko and Yevlet signed a contract. Chapter 320, Fairy Tale, disbanded. The gap between time and space. Yevlet returned here again. When he saw the beginning of everything, when he and Maiko met for the first time, he knew that his journey through time and space had come to an end, so he wanted to go back willingly. Then, as expected, the low probability event became an event that would definitely happen again. But this time, Yevlet had no intention of smiling. You understand, Yevlet, why we don't trust you? God said lightly. Yevlet didn't answer. Time cannot be touched, but for the truth, you trample on the rules recklessly and repeatedly violate your promises. Fraud magic, you are a fraud wizard, and the only thing that is true about you is your feelings for your companions and your own enjoyment. That is your principle and bottom line. You can betray and abandon the rest. Yevlet didn't answer God's words. That's right. But so what? Should I be ashamed? That really makes him great. He was just very emotional at this time. It was just a trip to the past, but he could actually carry the pot from beginning to end. Who still remembers that he just wanted to give Natsu and others an unforgettable golden fruit festival at the beginning? Time and space really can't be played around. There is no need. He will not touch it again. God sent Yefrit out again. Now time. Luna and others have completely returned to their era. Natsu and others are crying. But at this time, he heard a calm, blaming, but actually excited reprimand. Gajeel. When did my son become so weak? Metalikana. Gajeel raised his head in shock. The eclipse gate has not yet closed. A burly man walked out from it. He didn't know this man, but the breath on the other person was the breath of the Iron Dragon Metalikana. Natsu. Stinger. Raj. Wendy doesn't seem to be here. 5 people walked out of the eclipse gate. Everyone stared at Yevlet. Yevlet said, the age of dragons has passed. Even if we fight Aknologia, we don't need them. I promised you that I would save your parents. But I'm sorry, for the sake of this era and the humans of the future era, I can only turn them into humans. As a normal human life, they will age in just a few decades and then die like humans. That's enough. Immortality is not a very good experience. Besides, we have lived for 700 years and no longer have that kind of desire. As long as life is rich enough, why do we need to live long? I thought I had no chance, but now I can see Stinger getting married and having children, and I can still take care of his grandchildren as a grandfather. I feel very happy and grateful. The dragons are very grateful. Leaky said, speaking of grandchildren, it's a pity that you didn't see our child, who traveled from the future. No, we saw it, although we only saw it from a distance. Igneel said with a smile, although she is a girl, her temperament and spirit are really like Natsu, ha ha ha. Igneel laughed teasingly, Natsu, you have to work hard to let me meet little Luna as soon as possible. Lucy blushed immediately after hearing this. Don't worry. Natsu showed his big teeth, raised his thumb, and looked like he was on my shoulders. Seeing this, Yevlet smiled and said, look at this blind confidence. If you don't know, you would think he can give birth to Luna by himself. Yevlet, you guy. Natsu immediately glared at him fiercely. What are you doing? Fighting? Let me tell you, there was no chance before, but now your father is here, be careful that I will tell your parents. Yevlet said. He added, besides, now it's not just one person who is watching you, but 2 people. You bastard! Natsu was furious, holding his fist and approaching Yefrit, but was grabbed by Lucy. Natsu, forget it, I'm tired after making a fuss all night. Lucy said so. Okay. When Natsu heard Lucy said she was tired, he stopped making a fuss. It's dawn. The dove said. The sun rose slowly, and a few rays of sunlight passed over the city buildings and shone under the trees. Everyone was immersed in the warm morning sun. Igneel. Natsu said with a smile, Lucy. Let's go home. Go home. Everyone laughed. After 2 days of peace, strangely, after the Golden Fruit Festival, Laxus said that the guild had some things, so he asked everyone not to travel or do commissions. Although everyone was confused, they didn't say too much, just did it, and there was no rush for these 2 days. Morning. Laxus found Walian, and then asked Walian to use telepathy magic to notify all guild members to attend the meeting. Everyone had a premonition that something big was going to happen, and their faces were very serious. Today, all members arrived at the guild, no noise, no drinking, all sitting quietly in their chairs. Hey, what happened, Yefrit, don't you have any news? Gray patted Yefrit and asked in a low voice. Lucy and Natsu, who were across the table, turned their heads to look. Yefrit smiled but said nothing. I don't believe you don't know that no matter what happened, Laxus will definitely discuss it with you. Gray said again. It's not a bad thing. Yevlet said, besides, it will be announced soon, Gray, don't you even have this little patience? You guy. Gray stopped asking. The guild was full of whispers. Even Emily, who always went out when she had nothing to do, did not leave after the Golden Fruit Festival. It felt like a big deal. Waited for a while. Day. Laxus walked onto the stage steadily. He glanced around, confirmed that everyone was there, and nodded slightly. He said, Yevlet, come up. For things like this, just say it, why call me? Yevlet stood up speechlessly. Laxus did not answer him, as Yevlet had her own uses. Seeing Yevlet on stage, everyone felt even heavier in their hearts. Even Lysina, who had already known the truth, had tears in her eyes when she looked at the two people on stage. Laxus, brother Yevlet. Apart from her biological brother Elfman, the two men who were most important to her now shouldered the survival of the guild. Laxus said, at the gate of Hades, Zeref declared war on us. Acknowledge was also angered by us, and even had one of its dragon legs cut off by Yevlet. Everyone looked solemn. Laxus said, so, we have to be prepared for the worst, that is, Acknowledge and Zeref will join forces to deal with us. Why not fight them one by one? In the battle that day, Yefrit first humiliated Zeref, and then beat Acknowledge to flee in embarrassment, which made everyone believe that Yefrit had the strength to fight against the two beings independently. Zeref and Acknowledge were not fools. They knew they couldn't beat Yefrit alone, so they came alone. According to the information Laxus got from Yefrit, Zeref had the trump card of the Albarez Empire, the evil black wizard who had the power to start a world-class war. Power. We can't ask Yefrit to handle it alone at that time. Everyone thought of this and their expressions became more serious. 7 years ago, Acknowledge left a psychological shadow on everyone. The people on Tenro Island were almost defeated by Acknowledge. And the people who stayed in the guild were almost devastated when they learned that their companions were killed by Acknowledge and the Holy Land was destroyed. Laxus said, for at least 1 year. I want to disband the guild. All members must improve their strength on the premise of dealing with Zeref and Acknowledge. I will let Yefrit inform everyone of the guild's convocation. Boom! The guild was noisy instantly. Everyone was very excited. Most of them didn't want the guild to disband. Those two guys, hiding such a thing. Gray was speechless. Natsu was very irritable, but was suppressed by Lucy. It's your turn. Laxus looked at Yefrit. What does it have to do with me? Yefrit was a little confused. Stabilize the morale of the troops and enlighten everyone. Laxus said the reason why he called Yefrit to the stage. Yefrit sighed and clapped his hands. Unfortunately, few people noticed Yefrit's movements and voice. Yefrit had to use magic and shouted in their hearing, quiet. All members were shocked by the sound and covered their ears. Unfortunately, the sound was a deception of hearing and did not come from the outside world, so this action was useless. Fortunately, Yevlet did not intend to continue shouting. The guild became quiet. Of course, everyone wants to not separate. Yevlet said lightly, but, do you want to regard this year as the last day of reunion? These words were spoken in a flat tone, but they sounded a bit harsh. Life is still long, and the Fairy Tale Guild has a long way to go in the future. Yevlet said, it's just a long vacation, why are you excited? Have you not understood all these years, so many battles, some easy, some hard, some difficult, some desperate, and even some hellish? If you want to stay together and maintain this warm home, you must have strength. Everyone was silent. Yeflet said, what if I die? What if I can't be in time? Everyone was even more silent. Yeflet said, this year is not as simple as Laxus said. This year, I risked my life to fight for it. We can't tell you the reason, but please believe that if Jalal wants to take action, he will only target me in this year. You may say. Wouldn't it be better for us to stay and protect you? You stay. Yeflet raised his head slightly and said, who is protecting whom? Everyone was even more silent. This is the fact. For example, when we were on Tianlang Island. Everyone's output was actually useless. It was Yefrit's output. Finally, the roar of the Black Dragon was also blocked by Yefrit. If everyone hadn't held him back, with Yefrit's strength and magic ability, he could have easily deceived the Black Dragon and then ran away leisurely. Everyone was ashamed. The prosperity of Fairy Tale was inseparable from the active performance of Laxus, Urza, and Natsu, but even more inseparable from Yefrit's repeated backup. But it was time to fight Ziref and Aknologia. Did they still need Yefrit to back up? Natsu, Gray, and others clenched their fists. I won't say more. Yevlet said, Laxus probably wants me to come up and comfort everyone. I always do this. But everyone here is either a father or about to take on the responsibility of a family. You are no longer a child. Yevlet paused for a moment, and then said, the more you want to return to the guild and reunite as soon as possible, the more you should practice hard. Yevlet closed his mouth, and Laxus didn't want to say more, saying, I declare. The guild is disbanded. There was silence at the scene. Laxus walked off the stage and went to the office. Yevlet also walked off the stage. Yevlet. Urza was the first to hold Yevlet and said, are you sure? She stared at Yevlet closely with a worried look in her eyes. She was asking about what Yefrit had just said, that year he had fought for it with his life. Since Yefrit had said so seriously that if Ziref wanted to start a fight, he would come to him first, there must be a reason for Yefrit to say so. Yefrit was good at lying, but he never lied about such serious and principled matters. Yefrit smiled and patted the back of Urza's hand, saying, don't worry. Then he walked out of the guild. Master. Emily held him again and said, is there a third level of fraud magic? Emily found that her strength had reached a bottleneck. She couldn't figure out whether her qualifications were limited or the upper limit of fraud magic was just this step. She had observed Yevlet and found that Yevlet's use of fraud magic would not exceed her cognition. Of course, she did not know the skill of timed killing, which was a problem of magic attribute. Just like her two magics combined, she could also create things out of thin air, which was not something Yevlet's magic could do. Emily thought so. To improve strength. It is hard to say how useful combat skills are in the face of absolute power like Ziref and Aknologia. In terms of magic strength, fraud magic is not offensive, and no matter how strong the swordsmanship is, there is an upper limit, otherwise the world would not be popular with wizards, but swordsmen. Wishing magic seems to be a god-level skill, but it also has many limitations. The top 4 of the Holy 10, this is Emily's strength, and her weakness is more obvious than Yevlet's. Yevlet's magic ignores willpower, but Emily's magic, those with strong willpower are simply her natural enemy. Chapter 321, Emily, have fun, the whole world is your playground. During the Great Magic Battle, Urza showed her how terrible willpower is. Willpower is directly linked to strength, and Urza has proved this again and again. And who among the top wizards has poor willpower? Even if it is not as good as Urza, the gap is not too big. So Emily's strength is embarrassing here. Going up, you can't see the road. Even if you want to maintain it, you are afraid of encountering wizards with strong willpower. She is not enthusiastic about fighting, but she also knows that some battles are inevitable. This is the truth she understood when she was a child. Yevlet smiled and touched her head and said, no. Emily froze. Even the master can only stop at the second level of fraud magic? Is the fraud magic really a magic with a low upper limit? Compared to many magics in this world, such as dragon-slaying magic and Gray's ice-shaping magic, deception magic does not seem to be very idealistic. It does not change with the strength of one's will. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. It's like the world is full of liberal arts students. If they try hard, they have the opportunity to write beautiful articles. But deception magic is a math problem that cannot be written by science. It is really impossible to write it. No matter how hard you try in the exam, it is useless. If you don't have inspiration or willpower, you just can't do it. Yevlet looked at Emily. That trip to the past made him know why deception magic is so special but not strong. Because that was originally a human who could use deception magic specially created by Hermes based on his impression of him. In the first batch, Hermes only noticed the deception of the 5 senses, so she created the later Valier family. In the second batch, Hermes knew that deception magic also had emotional deception, so Emily's ancestors were born. Due to the limitation of Hermes's knowledge at that time, the upper limit of the deception magic, this magic, is indeed the second level. Even Yefrit can only use the third level of deception magic once in his life. That time is not now. Emily's expression is a little gloomy. She really wants to help in this battle, but with her current strength, she may not be able to help. Don't worry, with your strength, you can help in this battle, can help. Seeing the little girl's sad look, Yevlet lifted Emily's chin and said, don't put too much pressure on yourself, that will lead you astray. No one said that you must do something. You have never been good at saving the world, right? Just do what you can, just help the people you can help in front of you. You have always done things with this mentality. This mentality is very good, there is no need to add burden to yourself. But Emily hesitated. Stupid. Yevlet smiled and rubbed the little girl's hair hard, messing up her beautiful and delicate hairstyle, and then smiled and said, "Since you called me master, I have never expected you to become so strong, or to be better than you. I just hope you are happy, and you can use the magic and knowledge you learned from me to achieve your ideal." Emily. I hope your ideal is what you want to do most, and your dream is definitely not to defeat someone. I never force you to succeed, I just want to see you happy. Master Emily cried and hugged Yevlet, her crying expression was distressing. Over the years, she has been out there, although she still maintains her purity, but it does not mean that she has no experience. She has seen too many tragedies of parents and children. This made her feel a lot. Sometimes, she would see some children with low self-esteem. Even when she gave them snacks, she wiped her mouth after eating, and no one would know, but those children dared not accept it, even if their eyes were full of desire. Compared with these parents, Yevlet was too good to her. He passed on the family magic to her, an outsider, without reservation, and trusted her, supported her, and doted on her without reservation. As long as she wanted something, Yevlet would try his best to satisfy her except for Maiko. Of course. This is mainly because Emily is not a child who makes people worry, so Yevlet didn't have to build her branches. Just like Natsu and Lucy's indulgence of Luna, Luna has the personality of Natsu and Lucy, generous and brave, even a little too lively, and easy to get into trouble, but Natsu and Lucy don't care at all, because they can protect the children, even if the environment that the children see is full of dangers. It is also a problem that can be easily solved in the eyes of adults, so they let the children experience it. Just like Igneel teaching Natsu. Just like Natsu teaching Luna. In Yevlet's opinion, Emily doesn't need to be taught. Her three views are upright, her heart is kind, and her will is firm. Then Yevlet only needs to give her enough strength as a backing to make her feel at ease. Next. Yevlet rubbed Emily's head and said, "Emily, don't worry and play. The whole world is your playground." Well. After receiving such assurance from Yevlet, Emily's nervous mood relaxed. She understood that the master was telling her implicitly that Ziref and Akunologia were not a big deal at all, and it was not the end of the world. "Master." Emily raised her head, wiped her tears, and said, "You have never seen me take risks. Can you go on a journey with me?" It was like a child who learned to dance and couldn't wait to perform for his parents just to get praise and compliments. Emily had already received a lot of praise from Yevlet, but she was still acting coquettishly, wanting to get more, and let Yevlet know that what she was doing now was very meaningful. She was very happy, and the master would be proud of her. "Okay." Yevlet agreed, of course. "Great, then I will arrange the itinerary." Emily danced away. "Everyone." Yevlet raised his hat and said, "Goodbye." After saying that, he turned and left the guild. "Yevlet, I will make you look at me with new eyes," Natsu shouted. Yevlet did not answer, but left with a smile on his face. Fairy Tale disbanded. This is big news. Not only Magnolia, but even the kingdom of Fiori, but the whole Ishgar was shocked. After all, this wizard guild with a brilliant record, although mixed with good and bad, but indeed a great reputation, led the light magic world to overthrow the dark magic world not long ago. Not to mention the events of Lullaby and the Tower of Paradise. The credit of the Hades Gate event alone has made the whole world much more tolerant of this guild. In the past, people talked about Fairy Tale with disgust. "Ah! Those guys, although they are very strong, they are too troublesome." But now when talking about Fairy Tale, everyone can't help but give a thumbs up. Some things can't be blamed on them. There are always some restless shibai in this world who want to cause trouble. Fairy Tale did a good job and killed all those shibai. The attitude changed a lot before and after, just because Fairy Tale made great contributions to Hades Gate. First of all, the dark magic world has been doing all kinds of evil things such as robbery, assassination, kidnapping, etc. for so many years, and there are all kinds of evil plans. They have brought harm to countless ordinary people. But there has been no way to solve it. However, in the Hades Gate incident, Fairy Tale took the lead, and more than 500 wizard guilds across the continent responded, and they wiped out the dark magic world. Now there are only a few small fish and small shrimp, all hiding in the deep mountains and old forests. How dare they show their heads? The security of the entire continent suddenly improved, and the threat of dark wizards was completely eliminated. With this wave, the dark magic world may need decades, or even hundreds of years, to recover. Secondly, the re-establishment of the Magic Council is also inseparable from the support of Fairy Tail. Fairy Tail, Snake Princess Scale and other powerful guilds have learned lessons and cannot hand over power to a group of full and idle shabai cannot beat strong enemies, but only attack their own people. Laxus, the president of Fairy Tail of this generation, is not so easy to talk to. Therefore, the establishment of the new Magic Council is completely separate from the Ishgar countries including the Kingdom of Fiori in terms of selection and system. To select people, just vote and the one with more votes will be elected, and there will be less internal recommendations. In addition, Fairy Tail, Snake Princess Scale, and Blue Pegasus have direct veto power. Therefore, the election of new reviewers must not only be recognized by many wizards, but also by the three major guilds. The establishment of the new Magic Council has also been completely renewed, and many rules are friendly and approachable to the people, no longer majestic and superior. Of course, this Magic Council is definitely not easy to mess with. Previously, a demon from the Gate of Hades took down the Magic Council, which was a shame for the bright magic world. The new Magic Council will develop fundamentally, establish schools, take in orphans, and systematically cultivate powerful wizards, and there is no need to worry about lack of employment opportunities. Functional wizards will have far more job opportunities than combat wizards. Yeflet also has a position in the Magic Council, consultant. He has no power and does not perform any obligations on weekdays, but at critical moments, as long as the reviewers come to ask the consultant, Yeflet has the power to command the entire Magic Council. This is recognition and trust for him, an honor that only he has. Of course, this trump card cannot be used lightly. The restrictions are also obvious. As long as the Magic Council does not actively seek help, Yevlet will not have any power. In short, it is still in line with Yevlet's usual style of action. Don't ask him for small things, he will cover the big things. Yevlet covers the bottom really good. This is the consensus of all guilds after the Hades Gate. Finally, the Battle of Hades Gate made the entire Ishgar. Anyone with a little knowledge know some battles cannot be avoided, and they have to be thankful that Fairy Tail can take over. In this era, without Fairy Tail, the world has been destroyed countless times. To sum up, it will not happen that the world is not grateful to Fairy Tail, at least not in this era. Therefore, the disbandment of Fairy Tail made everyone feel that something big was going to happen again, and it was probably bigger than the Hades Gate incident. Ordinary people were very worried, and the major guilds also came to ask. What are you doing, big brother, can't you hold on? Ziref and Acknowledge, we can't hold on. Fortunately, this was all within Laxus's expectations. He answered patiently one by one, comforting the major guilds, saying that Big Brother was just taking a vacation to prepare for the next battle, not that he was going to quit. Many guilds were relieved. But at the same time, they became nervous. They forced Fairy Tail to do this, giving up the operation of the guild and the members practicing with all their strength. What a difficult battle this must be. Is this going to deal with Ziref and Acknowledge at the same time? Maybe. Then they have to take action too. For a while, the entire magic world fell into crazy training to prepare for the next battle. Ordinary people in the outside world really don't know the truth. Fairy Tail doesn't plan to explain. They've disbanded, so why hold a press conference? Yevlet. Emerald. Looking at the beautiful green-haired girl in front of him, Yevlet was a little surprised. Emerald E. Fiori was the princess of the Kingdom of Fiori before, and would have succeeded to the throne, but unfortunately, Yevlet was a little embarrassed, because after his trip, the reason why Emerald lost the right to inherit the throne was all because of him. You're not in the palace, and there's no news about you these days. Where have you been? Yevlet asked curiously. Since the Dragon King festival, there has been no news about Emerald. Of course, he didn't deliberately ask. Emerald smiled and said, I did some things that I always wanted to do but couldn't do. Then what is today? Looking at Emerald, who was wearing a travel suit and looked a little heroic, Yevlet had some guesses in his heart. Emerald said, Emily invited me to travel together, I agreed, and I want to join Emily's career. It's a bit hard for you as a princess. Yevlet said. Emily's career is to travel around the continent and help people in front of her. Simon and others are doing the same thing, but they are atonement. And Emily simply wants to help people. I used to be a princess, but now I'm just a mortal. Emerald smiled and said, besides, life is so long, you have to find something meaningful. Emerald is now in the internship period. Emily said, the internship period is 1 year. If she is still willing after 1 year, I will officially let her join. I have no objection. Yevlet waved her hand. But there is one more thing that requires your consent, or in other words, it requires the consent of Miss Mileage. Emerald smiled and said, Miss Mileage, do you mind me as an outsider, traveling with you? You are not an outsider. Mileage smiled and said, you are Yevlet's childhood sweetheart and Emily's good friend, so you are also my good friend. You are really generous. I heard about it before I came here, but now I have contact with it. Emerald smiled and said, don't worry, I have pure friendship with Yevlet, and I have decided to devote my life to Emily's career. Me too. Emily was very proud. Chapter 322, Leaving Magnolia. Stinky Dad, where are we going to practice? Kana packed her luggage, which contained many things, and frowned slightly when she saw Gildarts carrying only one bag. Gildarts said, there is no special destination or plan. To enhance the magic of crushing, you only need to fight, so I accepted a 10-year mission. You can do it with me. Kana is a wizard of fairy tale. Even if Gildarts is worried about her, he can't stop her from becoming stronger and then protecting the guild. So all he can do is to make Kana stronger under his protection. 10-year mission. Kana was a little surprised, this is my first time doing it. Be careful, even I dare not be careless. Gildarts was very serious. Of course I know. Kana nodded. Let's go. The two left Magnolia town. Laxus, if you really feel uncomfortable, just sleep on my lap. Lysina said as she looked at Laxus, who was pretending to be calm. They were on the train that was about to leave Magnolia. As a dragon slayer, Laxus showed his true colors once he got on the train, no matter how reluctant he was to admit it. I'm fine. Laxus said coldly, but then he retched. There are many acquaintances here. Lysina said quickly, Laxus, you don't want to be seen embarrassed. Laxus sighed and was about to fall on Lysina's legs when he saw a short figure outside the window. Old man. Laxus said blankly. Outside the train, Makarov waved his cane and said, Laxus, have a good trip. He came to see Laxus off. Makarov certainly didn't need to train anymore, he had retired, so he would stay in Magnolia town. Not everyone would leave Magnolia. For example, Arzuk and Bisks's family, they all had children, it was really hard to go out to train with Asuka. There were also Elfman and Alba Green. Alba Green's belly was already very big, and she would give birth soon, so she naturally couldn't travel at this time. There were also Makeo, Wakaba and other people who had families, and they would not leave either. Of course they would not be the main force of the confrontation. I will definitely protect Fairy Tail. Laxus said so. Then he fell on Lysina's lap. But outside the window, Makarov smiled and said, Ah, that's not what I meant, I hope that when you come back, you can bring me a great-grandson. Lysina blushed immediately. The train started moving. President Grandpa, goodbye. Lysina waved her hand. Are you sure you want to follow us? Anna looked at Urza, who was dragging a flatbed full of luggage, in surprise. She couldn't understand why she wanted to travel with her and others. She was busy improving her strength. Urza said, I need to gain some experience and enrich my knowledge. But what does this have to do with strength? Anna asked. After seeing the suffering and beauty of the world, you will have a stronger will to protect everything you want to protect. Urza explained. Is it true? Anna smiled, but she still stretched out her hand. Welcome, Urza, don't mention the past. I am a new student. Let's get along well in the team in the future. Of course. Iluza nodded and reached out her hand. Speaking of which, finally there is a second girl in the team. I can't stand these rough and smelly men anymore. I tell you. Anna began to complain about the men in the team, but she didn't know that Urza was also not a person who would stick to details. Let's go, Urza. Simon said. Wait for Cobra. Jalal said. He hasn't come back yet. Simon then remembered that there was still one person missing, mainly because Urza was going to travel with him, which made him so happy that he was a little careless. In the distance. Wait for me, I'm not that idiot Jalal. When I complete my journey of atonement, I will come back here to be with you and never separate again. Cobra said, holding Janana's hand. I know. Janana nodded. Give them more time. Simon said. No need. Kebra responded, patted the back of Janana's hand, and turned away. To be honest, he is not such a kind person. It was mainly Simon's advice speaking of him. It turns out that Simon was right. Now even the dark magic world is gone, and the dark wizards are in bad luck. If Cobra was not in this team, he would have suffered a lot with his criminal record as one of the 6 magic generals. It is simply unimaginable, and it will definitely implicate Janana. So, Cobra decided to settle down, complete the journey of atonement, and then be with Janana openly. Let's go. Cobra returned to the team, and Simon nodded. Everyone left Magnolia. Yes, this is a year's rent. Please keep my room for me, Auntie. If I can't come back in time, please contact my father. Lucy dealt with her room problem. She paid a year's rent. If she didn't come back after the deadline, she would ask her father to pay the rent for her temporarily, and then pay it back later. After doing these trivial things, Lucy carried a big bag, pulled a suitcase, and hung a bag on her shoulder, and then went to find Natsu who lived on the edge of the forest. Natsu and Happy lived at the edge of the forest in a very cozy stone house, which was built by Natsu himself. At this time, Natsu and Happy were busy. We need to find all the money. Happy said. We found it under the closet. Natsu replied. We found it under the bed. Happy said. Outside the door, there was a red-haired man in his 50s, Ignil, sitting on a stool, watching Natsu and Happy rummaging through the corners of the house to collect the money for the trip bit by bit. Mr. Ignil. Lucy greeted. Good morning, Lucy. Ignil nodded. What are Natsu and the others doing? Lucy asked curiously. At this time, Natsu climbed out of the chimney, regardless of his black face, raised his hand and said, I found some more money. Lucy, dot. Ignil smiled and said, as you can see. Searched for half a morning. Finally, the house was completely searched and no more missing change could be found. Natsu Lucy's mouth twitched, looking at the mess in the house, her expression was not good. What's wrong? Lucy. Natsu and Happy had a premonition that something was wrong, and stood in a row ready to be scolded. Hey Lucy looked at them and looked honest, and finally did nothing. After all, Natsu's father was sitting next to them. Ignil was smiling, he didn't think there was anything wrong with Lucy scolding Natsu, and he wouldn't be angry. On the contrary, he thought Lucy was a very good girl who could help Natsu deal with some things he couldn't handle. Such a girl was really rare, and Natsu was lucky to meet Lucy. Come in with me, although we are going to go far away, we have to clean up the house. Lucy said, and took Natsu and Happy into the house. Happy was forced to turn into a human form, and then the 3 of them cleaned up the house together. It was not until noon that the house was cleaned up. Everything is packed, let's go. Ignil said, I will travel with you for half a year and teach Natsu all the skills of Dragon Slayer magic, and then I will return to Magnolia. This is his plan. In half a year, he will teach Natsu the fighting skills with Acknowledge and Ziref, as well as Dragon Slayer magic and the skills of using fire. After that, Natsu will learn everything by himself, and he will return to Magnolia. He has found his goal as a human being, and he will achieve it when he returns. He wants to open a flower shop with Grandine. When this goal was said, Lucy was very patient and didn't say anything to complain. You should go to the left. You should go to the right. Grey and Silver were arguing. Juvia was helpless. The 3 of them stood at the gate of Magnolia Town, and Grey and Silver had a disagreement about which way to go. I'm your father, you should listen to me. Yin said. I'm almost 30 years old, so I won't listen to you all the time. Grey said. You haven't married yet, you haven't started a family, you don't have your own children, in my eyes, you are just a child, no matter how old you are. Yin said. That's just your own words. Grey said. But, how to use the demon-killing method, you still have to ask me. Yin said. Please? I will understand it myself. Damn, you disobedient boy. Yin's face was a little embarrassed. It was just a loss, but now Grey always uses it as a reason to refute him. However, Yin still saw it clearly. Although Gray has extremely high talent and imagination, he will definitely surpass his master and become much stronger than him, but Gray has only learned the demon-killing method not long ago, and he still has some experience that Gray can learn. So, he has a plan, hoping that Gray can grow up according to his plan. But Gray felt that he had a better way to practice, and following Silver was a waste of time. Stop arguing. Juvia said, how about this? Everyone the two of them tried the methods of the other two for half a year to see who can improve Gray-sama more. Anyway, with Gray-sama's wisdom and Uncle Silver who will teach him everything, no matter what the situation is, it will not be considered a waste of time, and Gray-sama will become stronger, so why insist on only one way of practicing? Juvia spoke, regardless of whether what she said made sense or whether it was a better suggestion. Anyway, both of them respected Juvia's opinion very much. I agree. Silver snorted coldly. Me too. Gray nodded. But then, they quarreled again about whose plan should be implemented first. Just listen to Uncle Silver first. Juvia said. Hee. Silver immediately became proud. Gray curled his lips and did not object. Follow me and learn well, kid. Silver patted Gray's shoulder. Metalikana, Gajeel, Levi, and Lily. Grandine, Wendy, and Charlulu. Perslogia, Skiadora, Stinger, Rogue, Yukino, Lucky, Rector and Flossie. These dragon parents also agreed with Ignil's suggestion to teach everyone for half a year, and then return to Magnolia Town to do their own things. Grandine wants to open a flower shop with Ignil. Metalikana wants to open a handicraft shop. Perslogia and Skiadora want to become actors in the theater. They seem to be very confident in their acting skills and are very passionate about acting. This made Stinger and Rogue, who had been deceived badly and even had psychological trauma, speechless. Elfman, Alba Green. Mirage smiled. She gently stroked Alba Green's big belly, her face full of tenderness. Melty put her ear on Alba Green's belly and said, little baby, we can meet when we come back. Auntie will bring you delicious food. Haha, he can't eat those things. Alba Green laughed. Yerusha was a little envious, but she knew she still needed to wait. Alice kept inhaling the smell, and then said in confusion, it's really strange, after pregnancy, Alba Green's smell has changed. Alice is half a demon after all, and her nose is still very sensitive. Because being a woman is different from being a mother, the smell on my body can no longer be as strong as before, but should become more acceptable to the baby, so that the little guy can sleep peacefully. Alba Green said, this is written in the magazine. As for whether it is true or not, it is better to ask Yevlet. Don't ask. Melty shook her head and said, this statement is very romantic. If you ask Yevlet, he will say a lot of things that are neither romantic nor understandable. Yevlet, ... The car is here. Turtledove reminded. Then let's go. Yevlet said. Although all the girls here are not afraid of walking, Yevlet doesn't like long distances, so he rented a car. Then we'll leave. Milaja took out the passbook and put it in Alba Green's hand, saying, Elfman is very attentive and hard-working. I'm not worried about you, but what's stored here is my little thought. Just keep it. When it's really critical, use it for emergency. Don't let things like Bisksa happen again. Thank you. Alba Green nodded and took the passbook. Mirage stood up. Everyone said goodbye to Elfman and Alba Green and left. Yevlet got in the car, followed by Mirage, and Turtledove drove in front. As for Emily and others, they were used to walking. And Jade had no complaints and did not ask for a ride. As long as she asked, she would definitely get a ride, but she did not. Although she was weak, she was also a strong wizard. Chapter 323, 1 year. 1 year. A lot of things happened. Makarov, who was originally retired, became the principal of the magic school at the repeated request of the council. After all, this old man, although he didn't master almost all the magic in the world like Ziref or Preshedo, he was also a magic encyclopedia compared to others. Fortunately, the magic school was not the fairy tale guild, so it would not disturb Makarov's retirement. Looking at the eager and admiring eyes of those children, Makarov agreed. It seems that I have been destined to work hard all my life. Makarov smiled and shook his head. Guildarts took Kana and completed the 10-year mission, which gave Kana a very high evaluation. In other guilds, it would be no problem for Kana to become S-level, but unfortunately in the Fairy Tale Guild, Kana still has no hope of becoming S-level. However, Don't underestimate Kana, who has experienced this experience, and don't underestimate Gildarts's personal teaching. Kana's strength has improved by leaps and bounds. The outside world is called Queen of One Palm. It is said that she can solve any enemy with one slap. There is no news about Laxus and Lysina, but everyone knows that the two have already cultivated a joint attack trick. Laxus's strength is probably one step closer. Also, before leaving, the 5 dragons gave Laxus the secrets of dragon-slaying magic practice and relevant information about dragons. No matter how proud they are of their sons, they have to admit that Laxus is the strongest and most powerful in using dragon-slaying magic. After this Yodo, Laxus's strength is unpredictable. Even if he is close to ultimate, everyone still believes it. Iluza and Simon and others traveled for half a year, and then practiced alone. In the next half a year, Urza's deeds were not circulated in the magic world, because after accepting Yevlet's advice, she decided to integrate all her armor and moves. No longer changing armor according to the characteristics of the enemy, but borrowing the characteristics of the second magic to directly create the strongest set of armor. Iluza's second magic is also to summon a set of armor, but the difference is that this set of armor and weapons have the ability to evolve infinitely. Each set of Urza's armor has different functions. If it can be completely copied or even upgraded to the same set of armor, then this set of armor that combines all the abilities of Urza's armor can definitely be called the strongest armor in the world. Emily still did not step out of the 3rd level of fraud magic after all. This has nothing to do with talent, but innate limitations. This is how fraud magic is. It is difficult to get started, and even if the bloodline is not right, you can't get started. It is difficult to use after getting started. Although the 2 users of fraud magic, Yevlet and Emily, both showed super standard combat power, in fact, when using magic, both of them were frantically calculating in their heads. And the upper limit is also fixed. Emily's fraud magic will develop more functions in the future, and her skills and proficiency will improve, but the essence of magic can no longer be changed or upgraded. Including Yevlet, he has indeed developed the 3rd level, but it is only a big move that can only be used once in a lifetime. After using it, he will still be limited to the 2nd level, and may not have the opportunity to increase the upper limit of magic in the future. Of course, that big move is also similar to Yujigu's Wu Yu, which is invincible when it is taken out and can face the gods directly. Yefrit doesn't want to become a god, or rather, Yefrit doesn't want to exterminate humans and destroy the world in order to become a god. If he wants to become a god, then his godhood must be the god of destruction. Therefore, this big move will be used briefly once, and after solving the troubles of Aknologia and Ziref, he will seal it. Even Yefrit can't find more ways out. Emily can only accept the reality. At this stage, she really can't find a way to improve her strength except for improving her proficiency in magic. Fortunately, Yefrit comforted her. Even if she is only the top 4 of the 10 saints, she can play a huge role in the next battle. Emily then returned to normal. Seeing that Emily had recovered, Yefrit also took Myra Jane and Kokuju away from her journey. As agreed, Igneel left after traveling with Natsu for half a year. He had handed everything over to Natsu. Next, Natsu had to digest it. Lucy watched Natsu grow up and sighed. There was a chance, but she didn't cherish it. When fighting the Hades Gate, Yevlet told her that as long as she destroyed Aquia's key and summoned the Elf King, Yevlet would guarantee to turn the Elf King into a helper who could be summoned at any time like an ordinary star spirit. But Lucy didn't want to destroy Aquia's key. Although Yevlet said that Aquia's key could be repaired, Lucy still didn't agree, not because she didn't trust Yevlet. If Lucy was the most trusted person in this guild, it was not Natsu, whom she liked, but Yevlet who often deceived her. But, destroying the key, Lucy would never do such a thing. This is her bottom line and principle as a star spirit wizard. She would never hurt the friendship with the star spirits in order to enhance her strength. So, Lucy, whose strength could not improve, couldn't help but feel complicated when she saw Natsu's strength rising every day. She wanted to keep up, but the upper limit of the second magic was there. It's okay to deal with ordinary magicians, but it's hard for her to play against rule-based magicians and stronger magicians, such as Saint Level 10. The star spirit magic is limited by her own strength and cannot play a stronger role. Although the mecha of the second magic has the function of repair and the lower limit is higher than Urza's armor, it does not have the ability to upgrade continuously. Why can't the two be combined? One day, Natsu looked at Lucy's melancholy face and said after learning about her distress, everyone can completely integrate their own magic and contract magic, why can't Lucy integrate the two magics? How can this be done? Lucy was confused. Borrowing power or something, Natsu said. Yes. Lucy suddenly realized. After Lucy combined the two magics, she fought with Natsu. Natsu lost. He scratched his head and said, Lucy, you won't be at a disadvantage even if you fight Urza now. Hee, no. Lucy was very happy and proud. It was the first time she defeated Natsu. However, she didn't get carried away. After all, she only defeated the normal Natsu. The output ability of the abnormal Natsu was off the charts. Even if Lucy's new form was strong, she couldn't withstand the output of a punch. But it's enough. Lucy was very satisfied, she won't hold him back anymore. Jin also traveled with Gray, but after only 3 months, he had exhausted all his knowledge. So he ended his teaching to Gray earlier than planned and returned to Magnolia. However, before returning, Gray did a big thing. Gray has always been low-key, mature, and steady, except for matters involving his companions. In short, he is not a person who likes to publicize his private affairs everywhere. The three finally came to a flower farm. Gray rented this place. The first day of moving in, he asked Juvia to stand in the middle of the flower field, and then knelt on one knee. Juvia, please marry me. Lord Gray. Juvia was so moved that she almost fainted. Jin witnessed the process of his son's proposal, and his face full of vicissitudes could not help but reveal a look of relief and nostalgia. Gray has really grown up. And this scene also reminded him of when he and his wife were still young. I do. Juvia hugged Gray excitedly. Gray's proposal was successful, and Yin stopped being a light bulb and left early the next morning. Although the father and son were still complaining about each other before they parted, when they turned their backs, Gray still said, "Have a good trip." Got it. Yin replied, with a satisfied smile on his lips. Next. Gray and Juvia had a cold and watery fusion, and they completely understood each other. However, they still had to be careful not to cause any deaths. After all, he and Juvia were the main forces in the next battle. After this battle, Gray and Juvia understood each other better, almost reaching the level of perfect tacit understanding. The strength of the two sides joined forces, and it was strengthened again. 1 + 1 was far greater than 2. Not long after the guild was disbanded, Alba Green gave birth. It was a girl, named Erin. When Alba Green came out of the ward, Elfman took the property certificate and proposed to Alba Green. Alba Green naturally agreed. However, if they want to get married, they still have to wait until everyone returns to the guild. Gajeel and Levy, Stinger and Yukino, Rogue and Lucky, all got to know each other well without any surprise. Gajeel didn't think the next war would be so harsh that Levy would have to fight for her life. According to the time when Luna and other children traveled back, the birth time of their future child Virgil was deduced. Gajeel learned that Levy was pregnant in this year, so he didn't take precautions. Levy didn't refuse. After all, what if the time was wrong and her future child Virgil disappeared? She liked the child very much. As for Yevlet, after separating from Emily, he got his dream and realized it completely. He took Myra Jane and Kakuji, hiding his identity, and traveled all over the kingdom of Fiori as a street magician. Occasionally he would meet members of the guild, but he didn't take the initiative to expose himself. The one-year deadline was getting closer and closer. Early morning. A ray of sunlight shone into the room through the gap in the curtains. Lucy made a comfortable sound. She slowly opened her eyes and saw Natsu lying in front of her, sleeping soundly. What a terrible sleeping posture. Lucy couldn't help but laugh. Generally speaking, her sleeping posture was quite good. She looked like she was covered with a quilt at night. When she woke up in the morning, she would at most turn sideways. But Natsu, generally speaking, his sleeping posture was not good. When they first got together, Lucy would often be kicked off the bed by Natsu suddenly. Later, she didn't know how she got used to it. She could actually accurately grab Natsu's hands and feet while sleeping, and then skillfully control his limbs to hug herself. The whole process was unconscious and would not disturb her sleep at all. Natsu was shocked by this. Lucy, you can do magic. Lucy was speechless. I'm a wizard. Puff. Thinking back to the funny things at the beginning, Lucy couldn't help laughing out loud. Lucy stretched out her white fingers and poked Natsu's cheek. Natsu woke up and came up to Lucy when he saw her. Hey, you of you. Lucy couldn't refuse at all. Natsu didn't care that Lucy looked reluctant. If she was really reluctant, she would capture him in a second. Don't underestimate Lucy's strength. She can defeat many wizards with her bare hands now. It took a long time to let go. Really, I haven't washed yet. Lucy complained. But Lucy is fragrant and sweet. Natsu said. Humph. Lucy hummed happily and sat up. Natsu also stood up and opened the curtains. You didn't forget, Natsu, today is the opening ceremony of the Grand Magic Fighting Performance. Lucy said. Of course, the organizer also invited us as mysterious guests. Natsu said. This year's Grand Magic Fighting Festival invited Natsu and Lucy as mysterious guests, so the two arrived at the capital. We have to hurry to the venue. The noise from over there is coming. It will be bad if we are late. Lucy said. I don't know if Wendy will come. Natsu said. Do you miss Happy? Lucy asked. I have never been separated from Happy for such a long time. Natsu said, a little unhappy. When Igneel left, Happy also then he left. He was worried about Wendy and Xiaolulu's trip. In fact, everyone knew that this was an excuse. Anyway, he went to travel with Wendy and Xiaolulu. It has been nearly half a year since they separated. Natsu missed Happy very much. The great magic fighting exercise, such an event, everyone must want to come and see it, and Wendy is also a person who likes to join in the fun. Lucy comforted. We didn't participate this year. Natsu said. If we participate this year, it would be too bullying. Lucy smiled. Get up. Natsu turned over and got out of bed, saying, wash your face first, I'll go downstairs to get breakfast. Okay. Lucy nodded. After Lucy's dawdling, Natsu, who had already eaten breakfast, came back with breakfast. After breakfast, the two went to the scene of the great magic fighting exercise hand in hand. Hey! Natsu suddenly sniffed. What's wrong? Lucy asked in confusion. Yevlet's scent. Natsu said. Yevlet is here to join in the fun. Lucy smiled and said, it's been a year, I don't know how that guy is doing, but there shouldn't be any changes. The smell is too mixed, I can't smell it. Natsu shook his head. This is the main street of the capital, and it's the time of the great magic fighting, there are so many people, Natsu can smell Yevlet's scent, it's already very powerful, and it's unlikely to find it accurately. Let's go, when we appear as guests, Yevlet will come to find us. Lucy said. That guy, I'm afraid he won't. Natsu was speechless, his deception magic must have sensed us, but he didn't come to us, and he won't come after that. Maybe something delayed him. Lucy smiled and said, okay, let's go, there's no rush, and Yevlet can't run away. Humph, it's like someone is looking forward to seeing him. Natsu snorted and took Lucy away. Chapter 324, Yevlet, no academic achievements. Dome FLA Bird. Every seat was full. Although I spent money and bought expensive tickets to get in, I heard that the Fairy Tale Guild did not participate. I am a little disappointed. Didn't they disband? Do you really believe it? I also know some things about wizard guilds. Many guilds gather together to form a home-like atmosphere. Fairy Tale is so united and everyone is like family. How could it be possible that they suddenly disbanded completely? If you put it that way, it is true. They must have encountered trouble. What kind of trouble can force the strongest guild like Fairy Tale to disband? The Balam Alliance couldn't do it either. Fight the Black Dragon. Then you are a bit humorous. The Black Dragon cannot be defeated by human power. It is a natural disaster, a divine disaster. Ming's punishment. Didn't the Black Dragon attack Fairy Tale before on Tianlang Island? Maybe that's when they had a grudge. During the Gate of Hades, the Black Dragon also appeared, and it was said that he was injured and left. Is their guild really going to kill the Black Dragon? Maybe, after all, although the guild is very strong, many people's brains don't seem to work well. Is it okay to say that? Just as the audience was discussing, someone interrupted. The audience who said this turned around and saw a young man dressed as a magician sitting next to him. Wearing a black and red tuxedo, a magician's hat, black framed glasses, and holding a milk tea in his hand, he looked like a very gentle magician. The other party was smiling at him. The audience was in his 40s and dressed like a scholar. He asked, Sir, who are you? The magician said, I am a street magician. I just heard you talk about the fairy tale guild, so I listened to it out of curiosity. But you just said that the fairy tale wizards have poor brains, which I don't agree with. The scholar pushed his glasses and said, this is just my unintentional ridicule, but if you say you don't agree, I'd like to debate with you why I came to this conclusion. I'm all ears. The magician said with a smile. At this time, a head with snow-white hair appeared from the other side of the magician. It was a woman with fair skin, beautiful face, and a gentle smile on her face. The woman seemed to have heard a topic of interest, so she rested her elbows on the magician's thighs, then leaned over in his arms and looked at the scholar curiously. It was obvious that she was very interested in the scholar's next debate. The magician put his hand on her shoulder lovingly and gently played with her smooth shoulder. Immediately, another cherry blossom-colored woman, slightly lying on the back of the white-haired woman, also came over curiously. Her posture was just ordinary, not showing off anything, but because of her beautiful face and curvy figure, she exuded the temperament of a wealthy lady. Just such a simple action made people feel very charming and seductive. The scholar asked with some envy, Sir, are they your wives? Yes. The magician smiled and nodded. Generally, only nobles can marry several wives. You are just a street magician? I feel that your temperament is not simple. The scholar said. Look at women and men. If there is a beautiful woman with good temperament, and a sense of nobility and alienation on the street, walking intimately with an ordinary-looking man, even if the man is really ordinary, people will guess that the man's family background is definitely extraordinary, otherwise how could he marry such a beauty? Princess and prince are common, princess and beggar? That is an example, and it will be written into various versions of stories, fairy tales, legends, history, etc., and recorded as a typical example, so that it will be passed down for generations. The reason why the scholar asked this is that he is afraid that his words are radical and will offend people who should not be offended. The magician smiled and said, I am indeed not only a street magician, but also a viscount. It's just that my family has fallen into decline, and now I have only a title. After all, nobles are nobles. The scholar was in awe. Let's get back to the topic just now. The magician smiled. Okay. The scholar felt relieved. He was just a viscount, and his family had fallen on hard times. He was a street magician, which belonged to the service industry. He must have a good temper. Even if his words were a little radical, he thought it would not make people angry. So he said, I said that the wizards of fairy tale were not smart, and I was not talking nonsense. I have read some news about this guild. In summary, they lack a sense of identity with the overall human society and the kingdom. Oh. The magician was slightly surprised. The scholar said, in fact, many of the troubles encountered by fairy tale and the damage caused by them can actually be avoided. For example, the Lullaby incident 7 years ago caused the railway to be destroyed, resulting in traffic congestion. At that time, many people's businesses were affected, but this could have been avoided. Lullaby is a very powerful magic prop, but it was taken by the evil dark wizard, which created panic. But if, I heard that there is a wizard who is good at deceiving people in fairy tale. If he could sneak in advance, steal Lullaby, and then join forces with his partners to get rid of the dark wizard, wouldn't the railway be destroyed later? The smile on the magician's face was a little stiff. Puff. The white-haired beauty lying on his legs laughed. The scholar was a little proud and felt that his words were recognized. Yes. The white-haired beauty turned her head to look at the magician, and her big eyes seemed to be shining with stars. She smiled and said, why didn't the wizard who is good at deceiving people do that? The scholar said, it's because they lack recognition of society and don't take such harm to everyone to heart. Always wait until things must be solved, and then rush over with fists. So, they often do stupid things. For example, why didn't they have a good talk with the ghosts about the battle with them, or go to the Magic Council, where the two sides could have made things clear under the fair auspices of the Magic Council, and avoid the following incident? They seem to have never thought about solving problems with methods other than fists when encountering problems. I don't understand. The scholar pushed his glasses. Is there no educated person in their guild? So they are all reckless. Isn't there a second-generation fairy military advisor? To be able to get such a title, it shows that there are also smart people in their guild. The magician said with a forced smile. The scholar said, Mr. Yevlet? I admit that he is very famous, but does he have any works? Has he won any academic research awards? To put it bluntly, he has no remarkable academic achievements in our academic world. Or are the unsold books he wrote, Fishing from Beginner to Master, Magician from Beginner to Master and Memoirs of Dionysus, very valuable? A man who likes drinking and fishing, and pretends to be a magician with magic. The scholar suddenly stopped talking. He glanced at the magician, and then at the white-haired woman lying on his lap. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He quickly said, "Sorry, wait a moment." Then he turned around and pulled the audience who had just discussed, and said, "Do you have any magazines about the past? Why do I bring those?" The audience was puzzled. The scholar whispered, "Look, that woman." He pulled the audience and looked at the white-haired beauty. "It's a bit familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere." The audience was puzzled, and then exclaimed, "It's so beautiful, just like Mirage." The scholar whispered, "Yes. It's just like Mirage of the Fairy Tale Guild." The audience shouted. The scholar was sweating profusely. At this moment, a hand was placed on his shoulder, and he dared not look back. A gentle voice came from his ear, "Yevlet may not have any great works, and he is indeed not a scholar. But if you are a scholar, you should seek truth from facts. Don't speculate on things that have not been investigated or are not well understood. It is a very impolite verbal attack to say that there are no smart people in a guild of hundreds of people. However, the reason I said this is just because I admire Mr. Yevlet more as a magician. So, I also followed him and found a white-haired wife. I am not him, and I did not take the risk." Hearing this, the scholar turned around, "You are not?" "No." The magician shook his head, "Although it is very similar, it is only very similar." The scholar looked at the white-haired beauty again and asked in confusion, "Hey? I remember she was more beautiful just now." "That's an illusion." The magician laughed. "It is similar, really similar, but if you look closely, it is not." At this time, the audience next to the scholar sighed. "Are you sure it's not?" the scholar asked. "Of course not, look." The audience took out a magazine. "Didn't you say you didn't have it just now?" The scholar was angry. The audience said, "Borrowed it from the back row." "Let me see." The scholar took it and flipped through the news in the magazine before, comparing Milaja and the white-haired beauty in front of him, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. "It's just the same hair color, and they look a little similar, but they are indeed not." "Sorry, sir, you are right to criticize." The scholar apologized. "It's okay, as long as you pay attention to it in the future." The magician said, "By the way, what direction are you studying?" "The history of the human alchemy era." The scholar pushed his glasses. "Interesting, I also have some research in this area." The magician said. "Really?" The scholar was overjoyed. The two chatted enthusiastically. Until the commentary desk, Chabadi announced the start of the great magic fighting performance. Suddenly, the scholar who was talking happily was patted by the audience next to him and said, "Who are you chatting with?" "I'm talking to this Mr. Magician." The scholar said. "What Mr. Magician?" The audience was puzzled. "That's it." The scholar turned his head and saw a little girl looking at him with tears in her eyes, then turned around and threw herself into the arms of a middle-aged man, shouting, "Dad, this uncle has been saying some strange and incomprehensible words to me." "What, you pervert!" The middle-aged man stood up, his tall and burly body startled the scholar, who quickly explained, "No, this is a misunderstanding, I was just chatting with a magician. We have been sitting here all the time, and we didn't see any magician at all." The burly man knocked the scholar down with one punch. The scholar covered his bleeding nose, completely confused about what was going on. When he went to the hospital, stopped the bleeding and took medicine, he came to his senses. "Oh no, that's Yevlet himself." He was so excited that he missed his step and fell down the stairs. Immediately cried, "He hasn't let me go yet." Let's not discuss how long the scholar will blame Yevlet for his bad luck in the future. He was in the private room at this time and saw Natsu and Lucy on the stage. That man was hit hard. Mirage laughed. Just now, Yevlet was really next to the scholar. He originally bought a regular seat. As a result, more and more people came behind him. Turtledove was beautiful. After a man sat next to Turtledove, his eyes were not very acceptable. So Yevlet left with the two women and bought a private room seat again. As for what the scholar experienced, it was actually after Yevlet left that he continued to deceive him. Yevlet smiled and said nothing. This was just a small episode. In fact, he was not very angry, but he dared to say that the book he wrote was worthless. Humph. The reason why he didn't have many works was that he couldn't publish them for the sake of all mankind. Otherwise, if his research was just revealed a little, he would become the great alchemist of the modern age. Hermes alone can pull the entire alchemy civilization to take off. That was a civilization with advanced alchemy. Now it is a magic civilization, and most of the alchemy has been lost. Yevlet can change the attributes of civilization by just taking out some knowledge and making it public. Zerf is famous enough, right? The Black Magician is a household name, and he is called the man who controls the abyss of magic. If Yevlet's current knowledge is made public, there will be countless Zerfs in the world. Apart from these unpublished knowledge, how come his fishing, magic, and memoirs of Dionysus have no value? I want to find a publisher. It must be because they made the cover too serious. Young people nowadays are more impetuous and should prefer to read lighter books. Yevlet said so. How about this, for the cover of the fishing book, draw a big beauty with her butt sticking out and swinging the rod, for the magic book, draw a super plump beautiful magician, and for memoirs of Dionysus, just draw it like Cana. Mavis came out of the mirror world and suggested. President Mavis, you understand me? Yevlet said happily. Hehe, I've read some books recently. I've also read the novels written by Emily and Lucy. They're very interesting. Mavis said proudly. Have you read my book? Yevlet asked immediately. Mavis was a little embarrassed. Just at this moment, Chabadi's excited voice came from outside. We have invited mysterious guests today. We will project their photos. Please shout out the guilds they represent with us. They are. Outside, the somewhat awkward images of Natsu and Lucy appeared. Fairy tale. Mavis shouted with everyone. Yevlet also shouted. Seeing this, Mavis breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed in her heart. She raised her fist and shouted even harder. Chapter 325, Questions. Explanation on stage. It seems that everyone is very enthusiastic. That's right, let's welcome the wizards of the old fairy tale. Natsu. Facing the camera, Natsu smiled and waved his hand, still showing his big teeth, innocent and cheerful. This year, his personality has not changed much. Even if he has matured a little, it will be reflected in the details and it is difficult to see directly. But his hairstyle has changed a little. He originally had a hedgehog head. After Lucy's care, although it is still a hedgehog head, it looks pleasing to the eye and much more handsome. And Lucy. Lucy also waved her hand reservedly. Her change is greater than Natsu's, and she looks much more mature. Myra Jane smiled. Lucy has her hair tied up now. She looks much more mature. It seems that she has adapted to her new identity. Takagi also said, Lucy now looks less cute than before, but her charm is very high. Oh. Yevlet responded coldly, and then continued to look around, as if to find someone through the screen. Yevlet, what are you looking for? Myra Jane asked in confusion. I didn't see Harpy. Yevlet replied. Maybe she went to find Xiaolulu. Myra Jane said. Okay. Yevlet lay back in the chair with some disappointment. On the commentary desk, Chapati said, it is a great honor to invite Mr. Natsu and Ms. Lucy to participate in our grand magic fighting as special guests. Before the game officially starts, I have some audience questions here. I wonder if I can invite you two to answer them. If it does not involve privacy and principles. Lucy emphasized. Of course. Chapati nodded. First of all, Chabadi picked up the question card that he had prepared long ago and said, the question we are most concerned about is, last year, Fairy Tale, which had just solved a major incident in the magic world, suddenly chose to disband. This made us all very confused. Your guild is powerful and has no operational problems. Why did it suddenly disband? Fairy Tale has not been short of money since the Tenro Island group went to Edris 7 years ago. After all, most of the kings of damaging public property and town destruction have left, and with less money lost, they naturally saved more. After the Tenro Island group came back, they participated in the great magic fighting exercise again and received all the bonuses. Later, after the Dragon King festival, the king gave some rewards to express his gratitude. In addition, the great magic fighting exercise became famous, so more commissions could be received. So, even if Natsu and others are still the kings of destruction, Fairy Tale will no longer worry about money. In layman's terms, it will not be defeated in a short time. Ordinary people outside also understand this. Such a powerful guild must be very profitable, so the sudden dissolution is definitely not because of no money or no funds. This question is not easy to answer. Lucy said, but we can guarantee that our guild is not completely disbanded. We have agreed on a time to reunite. In fact, Natsu and I have received an invitation to return to the guild. After participating in the grand magic fighting, we will return to Magnolia. This is good news. Chibati said, to be honest, the Fairy Tale Guild is not only the backbone of the magic world, but also a reassurance for all of us, because you have defeated the dark conspiracy several times and protected the peace of this world. So for the fact that you are going to disband, we have been very worried about it this year. Now that I know you can rebuild the guild, to be honest. As Chibati spoke, he actually cried. He wiped his tears and said, sorry, but please believe that we are all waiting for Fairy Tale. Tower of Paradise, 6 Demon Generals, Heart of the Devil, Dragon King Festival, Gate of the Underworld. Even those who don't like the behavior of the Fairy Tale Guild will give a thumbs up when talking about these things. Especially the Dragon King Festival and the Gate of Hades, everyone can see that they truly saved the world. I'm sorry, but we do have reasons that are hard to explain and we have to do it. Lucy said. I understand. Chibati said, it's not some force majeure reason. No one wants to leave their family and friends. Second question. Chibati looked at the two and asked, the outside world has always been curious, may I ask, are you two a couple? Ah. Both of them were stunned. Why did they suddenly jump to this topic? I'm afraid you two don't know yet. Chibati said, at the request of the new Magic Council, 2 new columns were added to the Wizard Weekly a year ago. One is the vote for the sweetness of wizard couples, and the other is the mediation of the relationship between wizard couples. The latter is to mediate the conflicts between some wizard couples, aiming to build a beautiful and harmonious magic world. And the former is to select some wizard couples and let the audience vote and score. These 2 columns are now very popular with the audience. Even the subscription volume of Wizard Weekly has increased by more than 10 times compared with before. 2 people. In fact, most of the purchases of Wizard Weekly are still by wizards. And now the subscription has increased by more than 10 times. Then there must be many ordinary people buying it. It seems that you have made a lot of money again. Yevlet said calmly. Yes. Turtledove's eyes were shining, and the iris seemed to have turned into the shape of money. Mirage looked at Turtledove, smiled, and rubbed her head, which made Turtledove calm down a little. Forgive her for being born in poverty, she really has never had so much money. Because Wizard Weekly has shares of the Valial family, to be precise, Yevlet acquired 5% of Wizard Weekly's shares in the name of the Valial family. Don't think it's too little, this is already a major shareholder in the front row. The beneficiaries are not just Yevlet, but the entire Valial family, that is to say, Mirage, Turtledove and other people who will change their surnames because of marrying him, and their children, can legally own the control of this huge amount of property. Not only this, Yevlet also holds shares in many companies, including Lucy's father's real estate company. However, he has never been keen on this aspect, so after being with Mileage, he dug out these things from the corners and threw them all to Mileage, Turtledove, Arusha and others, asking them to confirm how much property their family has one by one. Yevlet still doesn't know the exact amount until today, but she still remembers that night, except for Mileage who was still calm and gentle. Turtledove and Arusha, especially Melty, were shouting like crazy. They counted all night, and the next morning, all rushed over with dark circles under their eyes, shouting to get married quickly, and they wanted to press their fingerprints on those things to become super rich women. However, the enthusiasm only lasted 3 minutes. In fact, everyone was just excited for a while, but before a day, they all felt troubled again. In the end, it was Mileage who took the responsibility and sorted it out carefully. The girls were all very convinced. Otherwise, Mileage was the eldest lady. No one else could do the housekeeper's work except her. Yefrit couldn't even count on her. However, although Yevlet holds shares in Wizard Weekly, he has never managed it. I didn't expect that there is such a talent to make the already huge Wizard Weekly even bigger. This is a giant company, not just selling magazines, but also advertising, peripherals, magic props, chain stores, etc. Although none of them are top-notch, they are still amazing when combined. As the main business, Wizard Weekly can sell more copies, which will naturally drive the development of related markets. Yevlit has never paid attention to this aspect until now. He knows, oh, he made a lot of money again. Unfortunately, he didn't use it much. His extravagant life is all based on the commission he earned as a wizard, which has already met all his material needs, so he just invested the money outside of it, thinking it was profitable, but he never really cared how profitable it was. Now in the entire Valier family, only Myra Jane knows how rich the Valier family is. The Ahanita family back then couldn't even compare. Yevlit was already one of the top 10 richest nobles. As for the higher amount, that involves another aspect. Yevlit's status as a viscount is not enough. On the commentary desk, Chabadi said, "We want to focus on the former, the sweetness vote for wizard couples. In fact, since the launch of this column, the couples of fairy tale have attracted much attention. And the two of you, as early as the beginning of the column, were voted the first by the audience." Ah! Natsu and Lucy were stunned. "So, I have to ask you two if you are really a couple before we can have the next question and answer," Chabadi said. "After all, these two have not officially announced it. If they are just good friends, wouldn't it be very embarrassing?" "Don't worry." Natsu didn't really understand, but he knew about the couple. He grabbed Lucy's hand and said, "We are a couple, and we have a ring." The cameraman praised it and immediately took pictures of the engagement rings on their fingers. There was a cheer at the scene. Chapati said happily, "Sure enough, the audience's eyes are sharp." "Wait," Lucy said doubtfully, "but that's not right. There are many people in the guild who are closer than us, and we haven't officially confirmed our relationship a year ago. The focus is on sweetness, not intimacy. Please don't confuse them." Chapati said, "Based on the reasons of the voting audience, I can answer you. Because Mr. Natsu is very active, he always occupies at least the top 3 pages in major news, and every time, Miss Lucy is there, so some audience friends collected all the news and gossip, and then elaborated in detail on your relationship mode and love process." Natsu and Lucy were stunned. "Is it so outrageous, detective?" So Chapati asked, "The audience is very curious, who liked who first? Who confessed first?" Lucy was about to say it was herself. Natsu said, "I liked Lucy first, although I didn't understand it at that time. Although I thought Lucy was troublesome at first, gradually, Lucy gave me a different feeling. It seemed that protecting her became as important as my life. It's really surprising." Chapati said, "Mr. Natsu understands this better than we thought." "I understand. People always misunderstand me." Natsu was speechless. Why did everyone think he was a fool? Even Lucy felt that she needed her help the first time, but she didn't know how to do it herself. She bought a book like that in advance and studied it seriously. She pretended to be calm that night, but she didn't understand it at all. Natsu made a big splash at that time, which shocked Lucy and made Natsu very proud, because he had read more detailed textbooks from Yevlit. It was not until that night that Lucy completely refreshed her understanding of Natsu. The outside world, especially the audience who didn't know him, actually thought that Natsu looked too careless and maybe a wooden head bag, the kind that knows nothing. Maybe Lucy was very hard to pursue. But I didn't expect that Natsu could say such a thing. Lucy couldn't help laughing, recalling the beginning. She was only 17 years old at that time, 1 year younger than Emily now, and so much time has passed. She suddenly thought of Yefrit again. At the beginning, it was Yefrit who forced Natsu to carry her on his back. Maybe it was because of that. So, Yefrit really helped her a lot. As expected of the guild, everyone doesn't say it openly, but secretly thinks that he is the most reliable and gentle person. Next question. Chapati said, "In your guild, do you really have frequent competitions?" "Ah, that is indeed very common." Natsu said, "Everyone will fight sometimes regardless of whether there is a reason or not." Lucy smiled and said, "Natsu is the most active guy among them. You can see it." Chabadi said with a smile, picked up another card, and said, "The next question is about one of your more mysterious companions. I think I know who you are talking about." Lucy said with a smile. "Oh, I know too." Natsu nodded. Chabadi said, "Then let's say his name together. If you say it wrong, there will be a punishment." "What punishment?" Natsu asked. "For example, show us how powerful the strongest fire wizard who hasn't seen him for a year has become." Chibadi said. Okay. Natsu nodded and said confidently, then if you lose, do handstand push ups. Chibadi was immediately embarrassed because it was really difficult for him. However, he said, since Mr. Natsu dared to agree, I can't hold him back. I agreed. Okay. Natsu and Lucy nodded with a smile. Chibadi said, then, I will count down to 3, and we and the audience can shout out his name together. 3-2-1. Chibadi, Yevlet. Natsu and Lucy, Yevlet. Audience, Magician/Yevlet. Toraji and Mavis, clenching their fists, also shouted, Yevlet. Yevlet was the only one who kept his mouth shut. Myra Jane smiled and said, Yevlet has become very famous too. Troublesome things. Yevlet said. Chapter 326, Question 2. As for Yevlet, his label is as obvious as that of Natsu and others, but strangely, he is very mysterious. Every major event has his shadow, but he is not the protagonist. Even his magic, the fraud magic, was not known to the world until Emily used it. Even so, Yevlet still did not show his strength too much, or shockingly. Like Emily, who cut off a city with one sword, this is not the strength of kendo, but the superposition of fraud magic and wish magic, which caused such a shocking effect, making people all over the world whenever we talk about Emily, we will definitely mention that she has the ability to cut off a city with one sword. But when it comes to Yevret, it seems that there is no shocking record. When fighting Phantom, Laxus and others also performed brilliantly. But if you say that this person is not worthy of his reputation, he has so many scary titles. What second-generation fairy strategist, the trump card of fairy tale, the most trusted person in the internal vote is definitely the first, and everyone has to say Yevlet said before preaching. Emily's master. This makes everyone very curious. What kind of person is this? Okay, everyone guessed it right. Chibadi said, our next question is related to Mr. Yevret. Before that, I will do my best to complete the punishment. Chibadi fulfilled the punishment, but failed to complete it. However, no one cared, including Natsu and Lucy, who were not the kind of people who were aggressive to ordinary people. Chibadi returned to his seat with great effort, picked up the card, and said, excuse me, Mr. Yevlet, what kind of person is he in your mind? It would be best if you could give an example. Let me add that Yevlet Mr. Flit is currently ranked first in the vote for the wizard that your fairy tale guild wants to know the most. Natsu didn't think for too long, he said, he is a person that people love and hate. Lucy said, sometimes he is the most infuriating person, sometimes the most touching person, sometimes the most helpless person, and sometimes the most admirable person. When facing desperate situations, to be honest, the first person I thought of was Yevret. This is not a betrayal of Natsu. I believe that any one of our guild, when faced with unsolvable troubles, the first person they think of will be Yevret. That's right. Natsu nodded, I think so too. It's really surprising. Chibadi said, since he is such a person that everyone trusts and has such prestige, why can't he become the president of the Fairy Tale Guild? As mysterious as he is, Lucy explained, he is not a person who likes fame, thinking that it will disturb his life. For this guy, fishing is far more important than attending noble banquets, eating with big stars, etc. It's really hard to understand. Chibadi said. In general, he is a very lazy person, and terribly smart. Lucy said. Speaking of smart. Chibadi said, someone once commented that Mr. Yevret is the Ziref of this era. Fortunately, he is in the Fairy Tale Guild and has the company of family members like you, so he did not go the wrong way. Natsu's face turned serious when he heard this, and he said, comparing Yevret with Ziref is simply an insult to Yevret. You don't know that Yevret is powerful not only because of his strength, but also because of his values, will, and Ziref's most self-righteous IQ. It is no exaggeration to say that Yevret has already surpassed Ziref, but just as you said that the existence of fairy tale is the backbone of this world, for us, Yevret is the backbone of our guild. Yevret has many shortcomings. Lucy said, he thinks he is humble but is actually very proud. He has no self-awareness of his fishing ability. He often cheats everyone for some inexplicable purposes, but compared with his advantages, those are trivial matters. Comparing Ziref with him is like comparing a criminal with a high IQ with a top international scholar. Even if they have the same achievements, the former's meanness is not worthy of being compared with the latter's nobility. What Lucy and Natsu said shocked Chapati and the audience. Is Yevlet so important to the wizards of fairy tale? We can't tell you about some of Yevlet's private matters, but we can use Yevlet's day to let everyone know him. Lucy said. Thank you very much. When Yevlet is not working, there are two situations. One is that he was very tired yesterday, then he would get up at 10 o'clock or even close to noon. After eating, he would read in the sun, and then sleep until the afternoon. He would come to the guild for a walk when he was free, and then go home early to sleep. One is that he is on vacation, then he will get up at 7 or 8 o'clock, read until noon, and after eating, he will find everyone, either fishing, or watching or participating in the marble competition. Basically, the afternoon time will be consumed in this way, and he will go to bed very early at night. What I described is very boring, right? Lucy smiled, but Yevlet has been working hard for this kind of life to continue. From what I have seen, he has been working hard for this since the incident with Lullaby. Although he seems to have done nothing, he actually participated in the whole process until the end. It's just that he didn't show up to fight, but solved all the problems in secret. Yevlet may not have the ability to command tens of thousands of people to fight like President Mavis. But, he has the ability to sort out all the things and then guide everyone to the path that will definitely solve the problem. He always believes that the real power is the guild, not the individual. So Lucy smiled and said, he is not a guy like Ziref who betrays humans for power, but a guy who directly refuses power for his family and a peaceful life, but, he is also an enviable guy. Although he always refuses power, he can always become more powerful inexplicably. For Yefrit Natsu continued, the most difficult thing in the world is a 5-pound fish, not a power that surpasses Ziref. In the private room, Yefrit slammed the table and stood up. Natsu, this guy, actually spread rumors. Turtledove asked Milaja weakly, has Mila Yefrit ever caught a 5-pound fish? Hey! Milaja rested her slender jade fingers on her smooth chin, thought hard for a while, and said, I don't think I have this impression. Turtledove. She silently grabbed Yefrit's hand and said, Yefrit, don't mind, this is just Mr. Natsu's misunderstanding. Yefrit walked out of the private room angrily. Mr. Yefrit seems very angry. Turtledove said. Miraja looked at the screen, and the corners of Natsu's mouth curled up. It's rare. Myra Jane laughed. Natsu also plotted against Yefrit. Ah! Banjia was confused. Please forgive her. The reason why Myra Jane recognized her at the beginning was because she was stupid. Let's go. Myra Jane said. What Natsu added just now was to force Yefrit to take the initiative to meet him. So that's it. Banjia suddenly realized, and then looked at Natsu in shock. He actually also plotted against Yefrit. On the commentary desk, Natsu was still complaining about some of Yefrit's bad habits, and the audience just smiled knowingly, feeling that the mysterious Mr. Yefrit was not so far away, but still very down to earth. At this time, Natsu was suddenly kicked out of the commentary desk and fell into the audience below. Yefrit! Lucy exclaimed. Yefrit, you guy, finally came out. Natsu's feet sprayed fire, making him fly back to the commentary desk. That's Yefrit! Everyone exclaimed. Last year, Yevlet was not famous yet during the Grand Magic Tournament, so many people didn't know Yevlet. But this year is different. Because Fairy Tale was very active during the Grand Magic Tournament, the Dragon King Festival, and the Hades Gate period, the guild members became famous, and some of the less famous ones, such as Yevlet, became big stars. A guy who spread rumors. Yevlet was very dissatisfied. Humph. Natsu didn't want to argue with this guy on this point. What he said was the truth, but Yevlet would never admit it. You knew we were coming a long time ago, but you didn't show up on your own initiative. Don't blame me for forcing you out. Natsu said. By the way, Yevlet, why are you in the capital? Lucy asked curiously. They were invited here, what was Yevlet doing here? This is not on the way. Yevlet said, because this is the last stop. This is his last stop as a street magician, and he has been here to complete his street magic show. He has traveled the entire Fiori Kingdom as a street magician. Dream accomplished. Lucy, Natsu, Myra, Turtledove. At this time, Myra and Turtledove came. How lucky! Chapati couldn't help but say, I felt very lucky to have invited Mr. Natsu and Miss Lucy, but I didn't expect to meet Mr. Yefrit, Miss Myra Jane, and Miss Turtledove. Long time no see, Mr. Chapati. Yefrit and others greeted Chapati. This is also an acquaintance. Can those people be special guests? Chapati said. Since you are all here. Myra Jane smiled and pulled Yefrit to sit down. You can also chat. Chapati was very excited and said, I have a few questions here, how about? Ask. Myra Jane smiled. Excuse me. Chapati said, Miss Myra Jane, who is the most special to you in this guild? Yevlet. Myra Jane said without hesitation, because he is my fiancé. The rumor is true. Chapati said. Miss Banjiu. Chapati asked again, I heard that you and Miss Urza are rivals. Not really. Banjiu shook his head. Urza is often compared in various ways. This is a reflection of Urza's strength and fame, and I am just an insignificant one among them. My strength was not as good as Urza at the beginning, let alone now and in the future. It's not just because of the difference in talent and will, but also the difference in ideals. Miss Urza is the eldest sister in the guild. She struggles with the ideal of protecting everyone. And I just want an ordinary life. You and Mr. Yevlet, Chapati said tentatively. I am a maid in Mr. Yevlet's house. Banjiu said frankly. Yes, I hired her. Myra Jane also nodded. Mr. Yevlet. Chapati finally asked Yevlet, saying, this question is a bit sharp. Excuse me. Is the threshold for learning fraud magic related to bloodline? But according to the information, you are the adopted son of the Valier family. This fraud magic is really not a secret magic now. But few people can learn it. This makes everyone wonder whether the limitation of magic power is the limitation of bloodline. Yevlet smiled and said, there are complicated details about this. I can only say that there are too many powerful and easier magics in this world. It is completely unnecessary for everyone to learn fraud magic. Perhaps everyone will be very curious. This magic is so powerful, why I don't recommend everyone to practice it. Please remember that it is people, not magic, that are powerful. Fraud magic itself does not have any attack ability, and the threshold is too high. Even if the magic attribute allows you to practice fraud magic, you still need to learn a lot of knowledge. To put it bluntly, even if you can practice this magic, you must at least ensure that you are a genius in all subjects to have the conditions to use fraud magic. The ancestors of the Valier family have never produced any talented people. It's not just the limitation of bloodline. No matter what, the first level of fraud magic is not weak. Their upper limit should be Yevlet, who has not comprehended the second level. However, no one can do this. This is not a bloodline limitation, but an IQ and knowledge limitation. The limitation of knowledge is insufficient computing ability. And this requires a lot of effort to make up for it later. But this is a thankless task. With this ability, why learn fraud magic? Learning other things, ice shaping magic or something, that is Gray's level. Why bother to get stuck in this magic? Now many people want to learn fraud magic because they admire Emily, which is very stupid. Yevlet also took this opportunity to deny these people's goals, so as not to delay their time. However, his words are actually not very useful. The two kinds of human beings created by Hermes back then are not only the Valier family and Emily's ancestors. In fact, there are other people in this world who have the qualifications to practice fraud magic, but even if there are, they may not have that IQ. Moreover, it is not within Yevlet's consideration. It is good to remind him once. Chapter 327, Return to the Guild. This year's big magic battle performance is still very exciting. Although from the perspective of Natsu and others, it was just a fight between rookies. Because this year, Fairy Tail did not participate, and the main forces of Snake Princess Scales, Jura and Leo did not appear. The strong men such as Aoki Pegasus, Pakas of Four-Headed Hounds, Kagura of Mermaid Heel, etc., all got some inside information and were seizing the time to practice, and were not prepared to come to the great magic battle. Therefore, several powerful guilds only sent second-rate or even third-rate wizards, plus a group of wizards from middle-level guilds. The fight was very exciting, but it was impossible to see a match of this level like last year, with 2 dragons against 2 dragons, Dragon Slayer against God Slayer, Laxus against Jura of the 5th of the Holy 10, and Emily against Urza. And now, even Lucy's strength can beat the whole field. Therefore, Yefrit and others did not stay until the end. They were not interested in the result. After saying goodbye to the organizer, they returned to Magnolia together. A year has passed, and Magnolia will not have changed much. Everyone went to the guild from the station. Natsu, Yefrit, Lucy, you are back. The residents greeted them warmly. Yes, Yefrit and others also replied politely. It's really a bit strange to be without your guild for a year. Everyone said. There are two reasons for not being used to it. One is that Fairy Tale has disbanded, and they can only send some commissions to other guilds. The other is that many wizards of Fairy Tale have grown up under everyone's watch, such as Natsu and Grey, who ran around the streets when they were young. Suddenly, they haven't seen them for a year, and they haven't heard their noisy voices. They really miss them. The door of the guild was open, and it was relatively quiet inside. When I got closer, I saw that Janana and Lysina were cleaning inside. Brother Yefrit. Seeing Yefrit and the others coming, Lysina dropped the towel she was using to wipe the table and rushed over. Long time no see, brother Yefrit. Yefrit rubbed Lysina's head and said, You've become more beautiful. Hee, of course. Lysina proudly put her hands on her waist. Mirage looked at Lysina with a satisfied look. She had finally matured completely and had her own style. In the early days, Lysina had a girlish style, and her short hair was very cute. Later, she learned to grow long hair, but her style was more like Kana and Mirage, with a mature but still girlish temperament. Now Lysina has completely found her own dressing style. A small jacket and a long skirt with a high slit on one side, slightly curly long hair tied into two ponytails, and paired with shiny jewelry, giving people a feeling of being both domineering and sweet. You are the first to come back. Laxus and I came back first, followed by Stinger and Rogue, and then you. Lysina said. We also wasted some time at the great magic fighting performance. I thought we would be late, but I didn't expect others to be even later. Lucy said. Wow Lucy, you are so beautiful. Lysina said, you look like a rich lady. Thank you. Lucy nodded modestly. She is indeed used to having her hair in a bun now. Come in. If you enter the guild now, you can get a rare image of Laxus wiping the table. Lysina smiled. Let's go. Yevlet said immediately. But when everyone entered the guild, they found that Laxus was sitting on the sofa on the second floor, looking at everyone calmly and arrogantly. You are pretending. You were wiping the table just now. When you heard everyone's voices, you ran upstairs. Lysina smiled. Humph. Laxus snorted. Let's help too. Lucy rolled up her sleeves. No, you just got back from the car, and the long journey is very tiring. Lysina refused with a smile. It's okay, you know my physical strength, don't treat me as an ordinary girl. Lucy said and showed her arms. At first, she still found it difficult to accept the increase in her strength. She just wanted to be a beautiful and elegant celestial wizard. But with each battle, she found that she still had to be strong. Until this year, Lucy's body changed from quantitative to qualitative, and with the new fighting moves, the recklessness and invincibility made her addicted to fighting. No wonder Natsu always looked for someone to spar with. She felt really good when she beat the normal Natsu with her fighting skills. In addition, she did not become a muscle monster girl. Think about it, Urza is also strong enough, and there is also a Kariga, and even Mirajana's strength is even more exaggerated. They are also beautiful girls. They look very weak on the outside, but they have not become muscle monster girls. So, Lucy is now very proud of her powerful strength. Humph, no matter how powerful your magic is, as long as I hit you with a punch, you will immediately become a crying weak little girl. Obviously, the guild needs not only one more Palm Superman, but also one more Punch Superman. But Lysina looked at Natsu. Natsu must rest, you have to take care of Natsu. Natsu has no way to deal with transportation. He is still in a trance. Okay, I'll let Natsu rest first, and then come to help. Lucy said. Okay. Unable to persuade, Lysina nodded in agreement. Did Janana come back so early? Myra Jane asked curiously. Janana also got Laxus's permission to follow Cobra for a while. Well, I came back after just a few days. The guild is my home, and I can't live without someone to take care of it. Janana said. Lysina explained, this year, Janana has been responsible for the trivial matters of the guild, including cleaning and so on. Thank you for your hard work, Janana. Everyone said hurriedly. Janana smiled shyly, it's okay, this is what I should do. Yevlet went upstairs, sat down on the sofa in front of Laxus, and looked him in the eye. What are you doing? Laxus frowned. You're lazy. Yevlet took out a card and threw it on the table. 2 cups full of coffee appeared, and there was still steam on the surface. Laxus picked up a cup and said, Didn't Jalal come to bother you this year? Yevlet said, he wanted to, but he couldn't find me. But now he can find you. Laxus said. We should go find him. Yevlet said, this battle is unavoidable. Do you want to fight Ziref on the ground of Ishgar? Although this is very unfair to the civilians of the Western continent, we must not let down the civilians of Ishgar. Yevlet took a sip of coffee and said, we did not provoke the battle, even if we will fight to the Western continent. How confident are you? Laxus said. As usual. Yevlet said, before the battle, I will say a fixed time. As long as everyone holds on until that time, they will be able to win. This time, I will also say a fixed time. How long? Laxus asked curiously. We'll talk about it then. Yevlet smiled, drank the coffee, stood up and said, of course, it would be best if you can take all the limelight and I don't have to appear. That would be perfect. Can I beat Ziref? Laxus said speechlessly. Yefrit had a good idea. If he didn't show up, he could defeat Ziref and Aknalaja. Yefrit said, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Natsu. Tisk. Laxus made a disdainful sound. Although Natsu was very strong, he was still sure that he was stronger than Natsu. Let's go. Yefrit said, and then his figure disappeared. Miraja and others were helping Lisana with housework. Soon, Yukino and Lucky also came. The girls excitedly talked about what happened this year while doing housework. They also discussed that when they were free later, they would go to see the children of Elfman and Alba Green. They were very curious. Yefrit went to his new home. The new home was outside the city. After all, the city was not that big. It was not a matter of money, but there was no need to make too much change in Magnolia. The location of the new home is very close to Natsu and the others, and it is also close to the river that Yevlet often goes to. The house has been built and the decoration is almost done now, only some details are left. Mr. Yevlet. Seeing Yevlet coming, the supervisor and General Commander Lilo hurried up. This is Banjiu's younger brother, Emily's older brother, and one of Ryder's orphans. They have graduated from school. After all, 8 years have passed, and those who have grown up fast have already married. For example, Ryder, he is hardworking enough, talented, and has a very good character. Now they are a little distressed. Because Lucy's father Judd and Mr. Edward, the mayor of Felix Town, both admire Ryder very much and want to lead him to the path they hope for. Judd has made a lot of money, but he has only Lucy as a daughter. Lucy only wants to be a wizard and may not even have the ability to manage a company. Judd is very worried that after his death, everything he has worked hard for will disappear. But it was impossible to give it to Lucy. He didn't want to restrict his daughter and waited for his grandson. To be honest, children who grew up with wizards in the fairy tale guild would not be interested in business. So, he took a fancy to read. And Mayor Edward, he was already very old and felt that he didn't have much time left, so he wanted to train another good official, that is, Reed. Reed actually wanted to become the mayor, but Judd helped him and his brothers and sisters a lot, and he didn't want Judd to be disappointed. Let's not talk about Reed's choice for now. He is already married, and his partner is the daughter of a relative of Edward. Li Lu in front of him is also older, and now he is married and works in the construction industry. Yeflet was still very concerned about repairing his own home, so he found Li Lu. Li Lu was one of the orphans. He was raised by turtle doves in his childhood. He was Reed's younger brother and Emily's older brother. Later, Judd sponsored him to go to school and work. This is completely a family. The new home is also Emily's home. Of course, Li Lu will not be careless. Everyone is very relieved to let him supervise the construction. I won't ask about the situation, Lilu. I feel relieved with your supervision. Yevlet said, but I'm curious, when can I move in? If it's fast, it can be this year. Lilu said, please follow me to visit, and we'll talk while we walk. Okay. Yevlet nodded. The construction of this manor is strictly in accordance with the design of Mr. Yevlet. I have been supervising according to the drawings, and the salary is also paid in full. Even if there are some troublemakers, I have already dealt with them, so I can guarantee that there will be absolutely no problems in all aspects of the new home, whether it is big or small. Lilu said. Thank you for your hard work. Yevlet patted his shoulder. No, it's also my honor. Building Valier Manor not only means you give me a lot of money, so I can manage my life well, but my wife is also happy that I can get such a job. More importantly, it will become a very important part of my resume, allowing me to apply for some good companies. Valier Manor, although Yevlet is a viscount, the scale of the manor is comparable to that of a duke, although it is against the rules, the kingdom has no intention of offending him. Li Lu, a newcomer in the industry, can supervise the construction of a duke's mansion without any mistakes. This record is too dazzling. What? Don't you want to work in Mr. Jude's company? Yevlet asked doubtfully. I still want to make a career for myself. Li Lu said. You young people. Yevlet smiled and said nothing. Anyway, Li Lu is very good, just like Reed, who can get along well wherever he goes. As Li Lu walked, he introduced various places in the manor to Yevlet. Yevlet was very satisfied. The construction was carried out completely according to the drawings, making his manor exactly what he imagined. He felt that he could live here for the rest of his life without moving. They walked around for quite a while. Yevlet didn't say anything wrong, just kept nodding. Okay, that's it for today. Yevlet said. Then he said goodbye to Lilu and went to the guild. I'm hungry. On the way to the guild, Yevlet touched his stomach, then turned and walked towards the restaurant. Yevlet. Who knew? Someone called him. Yevlet looked over and said, Hey, Gray, you have a tattoo. That's the devil-killing method. Gray said. He was eating in the restaurant with Juvia. Looking at the big and small bags, it was obvious that they had just entered the city. Maybe because they were hungry, they came here to eat before going to the guild. By the way, how did you know I have a tattoo? Gray asked in confusion. Mr. Gray. Clothes, Juvia said silently. When? Gray looked down and found that he was only wearing shorts. It's been so many years, and you're still playing that joke of yours. Yevlet laughed. You bastard. Gray immediately raised his fork, but after thinking about it, he didn't throw it away. After all, he's a close friend who hasn't seen each other for a year, so forgive him once. Chapter 328, Back to the Guild, Part 2. Yevlet sat down carelessly, disturbing Gray and Juvia's world of two. Juvia smiled, and it was not easy to sit next to Yevlet, so she got up and sat next to Gray. Didn't you go home first? Yevlet took the menu handed over by the waiter and casually pointed to this week's recommendation. Go to the guild first, and then go home on the way. Gray explained. After that, he asked again, who has returned? We are the first to come, Laxus, Stinger, and Natsu, and then you. Yevret replied. I thought we were late, but it turns out that everyone is later than us. Gray said. What delayed you again? Yevret asked. Moving, Juvia and I basically lived in the flower field this year. When she left, she was reluctant, so I bought some space props and packed up all the flowers she liked. Gray explained. He and Juvia did not take many adventure trips, but lived in the flower field. You plowed the land and I wove cloth. Of course, this is definitely not their main daily routine. Most of the time I still practice magic and improve my strength. Only when my magic and physical strength are exhausted can I enjoy the world of two people. Your house should not be able to grow anything. Juvia still lives in the dormitory. Yevlet said. Juvia lives in the girls' dormitory. Although Gray's own house has a flower bed, he can't grow many flowers. Yet. Gray nodded, so we plan to buy a house. Do you have any suggestions? Why buy it? Isn't it better to renovate it? Yevlet said, my new home is a neighbor of Natsu. I don't have any plans in this regard. Gray said, just buy it now. There are no new houses recently. Yevlet said. Is that so? Gray fell into deep thought. Juvia took the initiative to say, Juvia thinks that it is okay to renovate the old house. Juvia's childhood was not very good. Because she couldn't control the huge magic power, even her family disliked her, and she didn't want to go back. For her, being with Gray is the luckiest and happiest thing in the world. As for the house, it doesn't matter. You don't have to have a new house to get married. Gray said, although you said so, I can't agree to it. I'll keep an eye on it for you. Yevlet said. Okay. Magnolia is not a developed city. Its business and culture are just so-so. Except for the location of the Fairy Tale Guild headquarters, there is nothing outstanding. So the residents are relatively fixed and the mobility of people is not high, so real estate can't make much money here. It is still difficult for Grey to buy a suitable new house in the near future. However, Yevlet remembered that it was not only Grey who encountered this problem, including Natsu, Gajeel, and Stinger. They all encountered this problem. Then just solve it all at once. Go back and ask Myra Jane if there is a real estate company in the Valier family. It is no problem to bring them over to build a community. It is estimated that there will be no loss. Even if there is a loss, it will not be a big deal. It can easily solve the problem that bothers everyone. For Yefrit, losing money is not important at all. Sir. The waiter brought the food. Yefrit started to eat. Grey said, so this time we come back, are we going to fight? Yet. Yefrit nodded. Grey heard it, took Juvia's hand and said, will we have a perfect ending? After all, it was a fight with Ziref and Aknologia. Even a proud person like Grey couldn't help but feel weak in his heart, so he was eager to get an answer from Yefrit. In the battle, there will be casualties. Grey didn't sleep well in the past few nights and always had dreams. In the dream, it was either himself or Juvia, who was separated from each other because of the defeat. The promise in the middle of the flower field could not be fulfilled, and the oath of a lifetime could not be realized after all. Ding dong! Yefrit put down his fork, wiped his mouth with a napkin, drank another sip of water, and then said slowly, except for the accident with Ansa, I never fight a battle without preparation. He didn't say anything more. Grey was his best friend. The two had been friends for more than 10 years. How could he not understand the meaning of his words? This time, even if he fought with Ziref and Aknologia, in Yefrit's opinion, he would win. Moreover, no injuries were definitely not guaranteed, but no one would die. Yefrit had always been so confident. The incident with Ansa was mainly because Yefrit didn't expect that a person who was not in the plan suddenly jumped out. But now, it doesn't matter who jumps out. Yefrit has the ability to flip the table, and when he puts his hand under the table, before he can exert force, the gods will definitely come out to stop him. So Grey said, it's like fighting the 6 demon generals and hitting the heart of the devil. I read a novel before. Yevlet said, when the hero was a child, he defeated the wild dog with a wooden stick. Later, when he grew up and left the village, he defeated the magic dog beast with an ordinary iron sword. Later, the hero arrived in the capital and defeated the demon dog with a magic sword. Finally, the hero arrived at the demon king's castle and defeated the dog demon king who had been sealed for 1,000 years with the sword of light. Yevlet smiled after speaking, and then lowered his head to continue eating. Yugai Grey was helpless. I just want to say that the opponent is nothing more than getting more and more famous, but the process and the result have not changed much. Just like Natsu used a fist wrapped in flames, starting from defeating Eligary, all the way to the demon at the gate of Hades. Although the process is different, it may be thrilling or difficult. But from a macro perspective, the result will not change. So, there is no difference between beating Eligary and beating Ziref. This is really Yevlet-style self-confidence. When did it start? Grey suddenly found that Yevlet used to be much more cautious and modest, but one day, he no longer had any fear of his opponent. It seems to be after the Tenro Island. Could it be that? Grey suddenly thought of a possibility. He looked at Yevlet, who was eating with his head down, in shock, and thought to himself, could it be that after the Tenro Island incident, Yevlet has surpassed Jalal? It's really scary. Fortunately, he is Yevlet, not someone else. Grey was extremely grateful that the person in front of him was Yefrit, not someone else, otherwise Ziref would not be the biggest threat to the world, but because it was Yefrit, the person in front of him was the biggest guarantee of world peace. Thinking of this, Grey held Juvia's hand tightly. Juvia looked at him doubtfully and gently, and Grey said, have you finished eating? Let's go back to the guild. Okay, Lord Grey. Juvia keenly noticed that Grey's knot had been resolved, and he was happy in his heart, and his tone was much lighter. Hey, aren't you waiting for me to join you? Yefrit asked. You eat very slowly, so forget it. Grey refused directly. Forget your friends for the sake of beauty. Yefrit said angrily. Tisk. Gray made a disdainful sound, pulled Juvia, and dragged the suitcase away. Then, Mr. Yefrit, we will wait for you in the guild first. Juvia greeted eagerly. Gray and Yevlet have a good relationship, so they can be more casual, but she still needs to be polite. Okay. Yevlet nodded and buried her head in eating. When Yevlet filled his stomach and wiped his mouth, it was already dark. He just walked out the door. Guess who I am? From behind, first the chest and stomach were pressed against the back at the same time, a flat surface, then a small hand stretched out from the bottom of the back, gently covering Yevlet's eyes, and finally a cute Loli's voice. Is it necessary to guess such a person? But Yevlet deliberately pondered and said, Lucy. No. The voice behind couldn't help laughing. Is that Kana? Yevlet asked again. Yevlet, you know it clearly. The voice was anxious, she didn't believe that Yevlet couldn't guess it. That's Urza. If you guess wrong again, treat me to dinner, I haven't had dinner yet. The voice said. Would you like to treat me to a meal? I don't mind. Yevlet smiled, but, Wendy, welcome home. It was Wendy, of course. Yevlet turned around, and suddenly his eyes lit up, saying, changed her hairstyle. Wendy changed to a dangerous hairstyle for a wife, a side ponytail on her chest. In some stories, gentle and virtuous wife characters often use such hairstyles, and then they disappear in a tragic way after a few chapters. A Lolita character like Wendy should not have such a hairstyle in terms of character attributes, but I didn't expect that. When you actually appreciate it, it's really cute in a different way. Wendy said a little embarrassedly, actually, it was originally a double ponytail, but I couldn't adapt to it when I was riding in the car. Later, when I got off the car in a daze, I found that I couldn't find a hairband. Xiaolulu and I didn't notice it either. A voice came from behind Wendy. It was Habi and Xiaolulu. The two cats were wearing couple outfits, which was really cute. No, isn't this an unexpectedly cute outfit? Yevlet smiled. Really? Wendy was a little surprised. Yeflet reached out and took out a card from Wendy's hair. With a rub of his fingers, it turned into a mirror. Thank you. Wendy took the mirror, looked at it, and said, it seems to be really good. Did you just come back? Wendy admired herself in the mirror, and Yeflet asked Habi. Yes. Habi took Xiaolulu and took a step forward. With the magic of fire and wind covering, the two cats turned into people. Yeflet was silent for a moment, glanced at Wendy, and felt sympathy. The reason was Xiaolulu's figure. Before, Xiaolulu was between the loli and girl's body shape, but now it is completely a girl's body shape, straight and curvy, like Lysina, and half a head taller than Wendy. Now Happy and Charlo stand together, just like Natsu and Lucy, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, and Wendy. Poor Wendy. Adris and Eslanden are opposites, but most people in the two worlds look similar or even the same. Even Adris has trained to become a muscular man like Laxus here. Everyone is opposite in character. Of course, the essence has not changed. But Wendy? Why? Adris's Wendy is tall and plump, like a tall model. But Wendy here has not changed much from before except that she is slightly taller. Of course, her facial features have grown a little, but she still belongs to the standard Lolita system. No, it should be said that Wendy is a legal Lolita. Poor Wendy. Yeflet. Wendy smiled and raised her head, and Yeflet quickly retracted all her eyes, fearing to irritate the other party. What's wrong? He responded gently. I brought you a gift. Wendy said. Oh, what is it? Yevlet said curiously. Wendy turned around, took out a box from her bag, opened it, and said, it's not a precious thing, just a set of magic cards I bought. I think the patterns are very beautiful, but the cards you seem to use are relatively low-key. I don't know if you will like such fancy things. The cards used by Yevlet, whether they are for performing magic or for loading magic, look the same. More black background with gold threads, low-key luxury. Wendy opened the box at this time, and the deck of cards inside was exquisite and fancy. Yeflet took it with a smile. No, I like this gift very much. The reason why I rarely use other cards is that the cards I use for performances and magic are all made by me. In fact, I also collect some beautiful cards. He flipped through the front and back and said, this deck of cards is very collectible. I like this gift. Wendy was relieved to see that Yevlet didn't speak against his will, and said, it's great that you like it. Thank you Wendy, but I forgot to prepare a gift for you. Yevlet said. It doesn't matter. Wendy waved her hand and said, besides, I have to thank you for letting me live in your house, only charging a cheap rent, and I will have to trouble you in the future. Yevlet's new home has a lot of rooms. Wendy has been living in the girls' dormitory. When everyone gets married, many girls will move out. By then, she might be the only one living there, and maybe Kana would be there, which would be very boring. Kana often stays out all night. So, Emily invited Wendy to rent a room at Yevlet's house. Wendy was a little embarrassed at first, but after Emily's repeated persuasion and Yevlet and others didn't mind, she nodded shyly. Wendy has always lived in a warmer place. When she was a child, her mother Grandine took care of her. Later, Mist Gang took her on a trip. Later, in the Cat Inn, the entire guild and even the entire village spoiled her alone. So she is quite afraid of being alone and lonely. Although she is not a lively person, she loves to join in the fun. Although Grandine has come to Magnolia now, she has no plan to live with Wendy. She has her own life to live, and she is even more afraid that Wendy will never grow up. Xiaolulu and Habi, a couple, also have their own lives. In the future, Xiaolulu and Wendy will no longer be inseparable. Wendy doesn't want to disturb Xiaolulu. So, she decided to move to Valier's house, although it was strange. After all, the people living there were. But, sometimes there is no need to be too entangled and serious. Chapter 329, Back to the Guild, Part 3. Wendy seemed to have accepted the reality, but Habi and Xiaolulu didn't want to discourage her at all. They said hello and turned into two cats, Beiji and followed Wendy and Yevlet. Yevlet asked, Wendy, what did you do this year? Can you tell me? Wendy replied, of course I can tell you. She said, at first, I followed my mother and practiced for a while. After my mother left, Habi came and then I went on a aimless trip with Habi and Xiaolulu. First I met Emily, walked with Emily and the others for a while, and then we separated. Then I met Shelia of the Snake Scale and played with her for a while. Then we separated, and not long after, I received a notice to return to the guild. Wendy scratched her head a little embarrassedly, sorry, I didn't treat this period of time very carefully. Although Wendy actually practiced very hard, she did have a lot of fun during the rest of the time, which made her feel guilty. After all, in her imagination, everyone should practice hard and squeeze out their potential. The main reason is that as a Sky Dragon Slayer, she has endless magic power, so apart from the limitation of physical fitness, it is hard to feel hard work. The key is that she has unlimited magic power and good physical fitness. If she is serious, she can exercise for a whole day, but she actually stops when she feels tired, which is obviously far from hard work. No, it's good like this. Yevlet smiled and said, the most important thing in life is to be happy. Practice in moderation. Too much hard work will easily form a demon in your heart. Not everyone is Urza. Even Urza can be lazy sometimes. The improvement of the magician's strength is not based on who runs more circles. The power of magic is extremely idealistic. No matter what kind of magic it has this characteristic. Therefore, sometimes crazy practice is not as good as accidental enlightenment. The skills of magic use, such as proficiency and accuracy, are basically difficult to improve after reaching the upper limit of human beings. The next step is the change of the nature of magic. This step depends on the brain. Once you understand it, you will reach the next stage. Most wizards don't have this talent, and most wizards below A level are like this. Until the nature of magic changes, it reaches the next stage, that is, A level and S level wizards. In some guilds, they are also the president level, or the later Saint 10 level. After that, if you continue to improve your magic until you touch the rules, you can be said to have surpassed humans and reached the top 4 of the Saint 10. A year ago, Natsu and Grey both stepped half a foot over the rules. Grey's demon-killing magic and Natsu's dragon power are both powers that touch the rules, but this is an unstable realm. Laxus, Urza, and Myra Jane are also the same. They have stepped over, but their realm is also unstable, just like a Jigu's virtualization, which takes more than 10 seconds at the beginning. At this time, it is just a qualitative change, but it has not yet precipitated enough. After this year, with the talents of these people, Laxus and others must have been completely stable, and Chong I am afraid that he has the strength of a king, so it's normal to fight against the 12 shields head-on. At least Mirajana's strength can win more than half of the 12 shields. And Natsu and others, under the guidance of their parents, must have taken this step completely. The most outstanding Natsu, even if he is not inferior to Laxus and Gildarts, Yefrit also believes that although he looks a little stupid, he is actually talented, whether it is the IQ talent in combat or the physical talent Ultimate Demon Physique and Fire Dragon King Physique, future achievements. To put it simply, Hermes is the Buddha of the past and the Buddha of the present, and Natsu is the Buddha of the future. As long as Hermes gives way, Natsu will be the first demon. As for Wendy, a year ago, in front of the gate of Hades, whether it was the increase of the contract magic or the cooperation with Xiaolulu, she played a super high increase in damage, up to 12 times the damage, but this is all stacking. So no matter what, Wendy can't defeat Natsu, because of the realm gap. Wendy only has one move, in the Purple Sky Dragon mode, she borrowed Emily's magic power and played Purple Wind, Illuminating, Sky Piercing, which is a move that touches the rules. Until the fight with Hades, the desperate Wendy completely awakened the power of the dragon, and the magic finally underwent a qualitative change. Wendy touched the rules, which is infinite magic, healing, and super speed physical recovery. As long as it does not exceed the limit, Wendy can really say I can accompany you to fight for a day, and it is the kind of full state to fight for a day. In this state, Wendy is equivalent to an enhanced version of Tianlang Island. She can give teammates infinite buffs without affecting her battle. She can be called the world's strongest nurse. I think Wendy has also stabilized this realm. Breaking the rules, Wendy also has the power of the King of Heaven and the ability to fight against one of the 12 shields independently. She has worked hard enough, but still feels guilty and feels that she has not worked hard enough. Yevlet rubbed Wendy's head and smiled, everyone is actually like this. Natsu and Lucy are on their honeymoon, Gray and Juvia are working in the flower fields, and I haven't practiced at all. I have been a traveling street magician for a year. But Zeref and Aknologia. Wendy was worried. Since Laxus has called everyone together and I nodded, what are you still worried about? Yevlet smiled. 4 ice creams, thank you. As they walked, Yevlet suddenly turned around and said to the stall. Pay the money and get the goods, 1 for each person. Wendy stretched out her pink tongue and licked it. She squinted her eyes and smiled, so sweet, thank you. Yevlet's voice was unclear. Wendy turned her head curiously and was speechless. Yevlet bit off the entire ice cream, leaving only the cone in his hand. His cheeks were puffed up, and he felt uncomfortable in his mouth because of the coldness. He didn't have the habit of spitting it out, and it was difficult to swallow it, so he froze. It's better to spit it out. Wendy didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and quickly stood on tiptoe, stretched out her white and tender little hand, and placed it in front of Yevlet's chin. Yevlet shook his head, and then tilted his head back, opened his mouth, and breathed at the sky. Puff! Wendy laughed out loud, and the sadness in her heart disappeared after being interrupted. She looked at Yevlet who was constantly breathing out cold air, and thought to herself that Emily was right. When I first met Yevlet, I thought he was very reliable and gentlemanly. As time went by, I wanted to stay away from him, fearing that I would be cheated. But in the end, I thought he was very cute. Wendy had read some magazines before, saying that men are always young all their lives. This is reflected in Natsu and others, and even the aloof Gray and Laxus occasionally show it, for example, they like marble games. Girls simply cannot understand why it is so popular in the entire guild when it is just marbles. But, the most mature Yefrit often shows this. Yefrit, do you have a new hobby recently? Performance art. A slightly sarcastic voice came from behind. Wendy turned around and looked, and was immediately surprised and said, Mr. Fried. The people who came were Fried and Bigusro. Although Fried was already with Kagura and Bigusro was already with Miliana, after the trip, they returned to their own guilds, while Fried and Bigusro came back together and happened to see the scene. Hey! Yevlet finally felt the ice in his mouth melt a lot, and then swallowed it slowly, then turned around, looked at the 2 people, and said, 2 people came back. Tisk! He made a sound of you are really useless. Hee. Bigusro raised his hand and showed his engagement ring. Fried also raised his hand. Are you 2 engaged? Yevlet asked. This scene is indeed very similar. Fried and Bigusro both raised their hands to show off their delicate and small engagement rings, which looks like an official couple. Wendy suddenly blushed, looking at the 2 people, and her mind recalled that she was pulled by Lucky to read 1 or 2 pages of the banned book. "You guy, I haven't seen you for a year, and you don't say anything good." Fried said speechlessly, "This is between Kagura and me." Bigus said, "This is between Miliana and me. Don't you just meet, and you don't say anything good to me." Yevlet also said angrily. Wendy saw this and hurriedly said, "Mr. Fried, Mr. Bigus, do you want to go together?" "No." Fried shook his head and rejected Wendy's invitation, saying, "Walking with Yevlet is too slow, we want to see Laxus as soon as possible. So sorry, I can't go with you." After saying that, Fried and Bigus took a big step over Yevlet and Wendy and rushed to the guild at a very fast speed. They missed Laxus very much after being separated for so long, especially Fried, who was about to burst into tears. "A super large ice cream, thank you." As soon as the two left, Yevlet and Wendy were about to continue walking, they heard a familiar voice coming from the place where they bought ice cream just now, with a firm tone and a heroic tone. Yevlet and Wendy stopped to wait, and the owner of the voice soon caught up with them. "Yevlet, Wendy, Habi, Xiaolulu." She greeted them one by one. "Iluza, wow, what you're wearing." Wendy's eyes sparkled with stars. "Urza looks so handsome today." "Let's talk about her hair first." Compared with loose hair in a single ponytail, Urza today combed her hair on the right side to the back of her head, and then tied a braid on the left side. Half of her hair was braided with bangs, and the other half was neatly combed hair. She always gave people a feeling of being cute and serious, heroic and cute. Yevlet was a little surprised. Isn't this the hairstyle he used most when he traveled to the past and saw Irene? Could it be that the aesthetic of hairstyle is also inherited? Then there was her body. Urza rarely wore armor, but a set of clothes similar to that of a Valkyrie, with a red and white combination, making her look noble and beautiful. "What's wrong, Wendy?" Urza smiled gently. Wendy said, "She's really handsome and beautiful. It's hard for me to describe, but she's super charming." "Ha ha ha." Urza laughed heartily. "But, Urza, you don't wear armor anymore?" Habib asked curiously. "Because Urza's daily outfit is armor. There is no need for that anymore." Urza said. She looked at Yefrit, full of confidence, and then nodded slightly. This is the tacit understanding between her and Yefrit. Efrit had suggested to her before that she create the most perfect and powerful armor. It can integrate the functions of all her armors and upgrade them. Now Urza's nod shows that she has completed such a set of armor. So, she doesn't even need daily armor. I think that armor has the ability to change clothes passively in seconds, so Urza will not be attacked without any defense. Only functions like this can make Urza, who has always been cautious, so careless. It seems that Urza has completely entered a new realm. Urza in this state can definitely face a 12 shield independently. In this way, it is at least a balanced situation. Ziref needs time to prepare before he can grow into his final form. Ordinary wizards have wizards from all over Ishgar to deal with. The only tricky ones are the 12 shields and Acknowledge. The 12 shields can be divided up by Natsu and others. Acknowledge is a proud guy. Even if he forms an alliance with Ziref, he will probably not join the battle when the 12 shields are fighting and Ziref is not dead. His pride will not allow him to do so. It just so happens that I also need time to prepare for the big move. Well, don't be reckless and win the game. Let's go. Urza said. Everyone walked together. Ms. Urza, what is this on your hand? Wendy pointed at the ring on Urza's hand in surprise. Haha. Urza laughed. It can't be what I guessed. Wendy was shocked. Who could let Urza wear such a ring? Yes. Urza nodded happily. Simon has completely completed his journey of atonement, and he is free. Now he is preparing to open a cake shop. Urza persuaded him not to come to Magnolia for the time being, because the Fairy Tale Guild still has an unprecedented tough battle to fight. They finally waited for the bitterness to come, but Simon's strength was not good. If he wandered in the center of the battlefield, even if he did not participate at all, he might be taken away by the aftermath of the battle at any time. This time is different from the past. The intensity of this battle will be very exaggerated. It was not until she entered the king level that Urza knew that the next battle would be earth-shaking. In such a battle, Simon's so-called doing what he can is impossible. His best choice is to stay away. Fortunately, Simon is not a pedantic person. He knows that he can't help, so he doesn't come to make trouble. Is it Mr. Simon? Wendy asked cautiously. She was afraid of asking the wrong question, after all. Of course. Urza smiled. Maybe she had a little fate with another person. However, Urza is not a princess, and that person is not a prince, but Simon is a real knight. Since childhood, Simon has been silently protecting Urza. He is a real knight. In the Tower of Paradise, Simon did not die because of Yefrit's interference. After meeting again after many years, Urza only had friendship and guilt for both of them at first. But as they got to know each other, Simon's advantages were constantly discovered. Simon's appearance and strength were indeed very ordinary. From this point of view, perhaps everyone would not be satisfied, but Fairy Tale did not discriminate against the weak, and Simon, with his good character, conquered everyone, including Urza. Strong, strong? Who can compare to Urza, the strongest woman among strong women? As long as you don't look at these, Simon. Even Yefrit, Jura, Laxus, and others will give him a thumbs up. Chapter 330, Before the War, As soon as I entered the guild, I saw Natsu and Grey forehead to forehead, as if they were about to fight. Okay, the guild can't afford your fight now. Yefrit persuaded. Yefrit, don't worry about it. Natsu said without turning his head. We are long-lost companions. Be more friendly. Urza walked over and knocked them to the ground with one punch each. Urza. Even though their strengths were enhanced to the same level, Natsu and Grey were as scared as mice seeing a cat when they saw Urza. They were completely suppressed by their blood. As expected of Urza. Everyone felt cold in their hearts. After so many years, Urza's personality remained intact. Originally, everyone in the guild wanted to fight because of Natsu and Grey's behavior, but when they saw Urza with a cold face, they all stopped and dared not act presumptuously. All the little tricks in their hearts were suppressed. I said you are asking for trouble. Lucy didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and pulled Natsu up. Natsu! Happy shouted, flying towards Natsu. Happy! Natsu also stretched out his hand. One person and one cat hugged each other. After all, the two guys have a deep relationship. Suddenly leaving for such a long time, I really miss each other. Wendy, your hairstyle is so cute. Lucy said. Wendy was helpless and didn't want to explain that she just lost another hair tie. She looked at Lucy and said, Lucy has become so beautiful. This hairstyle suits you very well. Haha. Lucy accepted the praise generously. Banquet, party. Natsu shouted. He and Happy jumped on the table and started to dance funny dance. Twist waist, twist waist. Stick out butt, stick out butt. Wave hands, wave hands. Every action made everyone laugh. After laughing, I felt a sense of peace in my heart. Sure enough, I still feel most at ease in the guild. Moreover, no matter what performance, it is not as good as Natsu and Happy's funny dance. Even if it is never good looking, it can make people laugh sincerely. Instead of watching some stage plays or comedy performances, after laughing a few times, you feel empty inside, empty and lonely. Laugh, but not happy. If you want to laugh and be happy, it is indeed the guild where everyone can watch Natsu and Happy's performances to satisfy both. Most people haven't come back yet, Natsu. Grey said. Then we will keep having a party until everyone comes back. Natsu said, let's make Fairy Tale lively. You guy. Everyone shook their heads lovingly, and then raised their hands, hold a party. Until the moment when everyone returns. Let's make it lively, let's have a guild. Oh. The residents of Magnolia Town smiled as they listened to the guild that had been quiet for a year become noisy again. Fairy Tale is back again. Great. Fairy Tale is reunited and completely resurrected. This is an exciting thing for the entire magic world, and even the entire Ishgar. Some guilds that knew the inside story, such as the Snake Princess Scale, also put down their training and made final preparations, knowing that the final moment was approaching. Fairy Tale, don't let us down. The final decisive battle? It would be great if it was true. End evil and darkness in our era. Leave a peaceful and clean world for the next era. No wonder Mr. Natsu always likes to say that. I'm burning up. The power of the wizard is for this day to come. Hurry up and start, even if I die, I can't wait. Fight, fight, fight. Fairy Tale, on the contrary, is not as passionate as those guilds. The banquet lasted for 3 days and has not stopped. People kept returning to the guild, taking over the banner of the lively guild, and then the tired people went to sleep until someone fell down again, and those who had rested well in the previous round got up and started a new round of banquets. As for Yefrit, he just woke up, and then he was drunk. And just woke up, he was drunk again. If Jalal had seen better, it would be troublesome to attack the guild at this time. But Jalal was unwilling to do such a thing. Yefrit gave him a year to prepare, and he also planned to fight Yefrit head-on. This is a battle beyond the country, it is a battle between two continents and two eras of human beings. Ah, hello everyone. A handsome black-haired guy returned to the guild with a cross-shaped scar on his face. Mester, you just came back. Everyone looked at him with a teasing look. Don't look at me like that. I got my memory back a long time ago. Mest was helpless. What he did over the years was indeed a bit funny. He was a member of Fairy Tale. In order to be an insider and collect intelligence, he deleted his memory and sneaked into the Magic Council. As a result, he really thought he was a member of the council and in turn sneaked into the Fairy Tale Guild to be a spy. When Makarov was taking the S-level assessment on Tenro Island, he couldn't hold back when he saw the spy who sneaked in. Fortunately, he was an old man in his 80s and was deep enough to suppress it. Everett couldn't hold it back and laughed many times behind his back. After the Tenro Island incident, Mest worked for the Magic Council until the original Magic Council was completely destroyed and the new Magic Council was established. Then Makarov found him and helped him recover his memory. After the magic was lifted, all members of the Fairy Tale Guild felt sorry for what Mest had experienced over the years, because, sorry, but I really can't hold back my laughter. Mest was already numb. Forget it, be thick-skinned, just like Natsu, who dances funny dances every day, and everyone makes fun of him, but he doesn't take it to heart. Mest successfully joined the party, this is natural, he was originally a member of the guild, although he has been away from home for many years, but no one will reject him. Drink. Second floor, in the corner. Yevlit sat up. Still drinking, I fell down when I smelled it. Lysina laughed, pushed Yevlit back, and covered him with the quilt. She got up and came to the railing, looking at Laxus who was sitting on the sofa with his hands on the railing, and said, basically everyone is back. It turns out that I am happiest in such a guild. I will definitely protect this happiness. Laxus said seriously. Of course I believe you. Lysina nodded. Battle plan. Laxus looked at the plan in his hand. Lysina came up curiously, saw the handwriting, and said, ah, it was written by Brother Yefrit. Yes, there are 3 copies in total. Laxus said. As expected of Brother Yefrit, he is always well prepared. Lysina couldn't help but praise. The first one, Laxus said, directly announce it to the entire continent and take the lead in declaring war on the Western continent. Isn't it a bit too direct and reckless? Lysina frowned. Now that the Western continent has not directly issued a declaration of war, Ishgar took the initiative to provoke, or in other words, Fairy Tale took the initiative to provoke a battle between the two continents. It is easy to become the target of public criticism, and it is very likely to be backstabbed by its own people. Ishgar. After all, war is too terrible, and most people don't want war, and those people don't think it is inevitable. Everyone was living peacefully, but Fairy Tale suddenly declared war on the Western continent on behalf of the entire continent. Isn't that too much? Everyone may not agree. Yes. Laxus nodded. The second one is that the magic world declares war on the other magic world. It's also unfounded. Lysina said. It's very important to have a legitimate reason. What reason can be used? Lysina believes that no matter what the reason is, it is necessary to provoke the people of Ishgar to fight against the Western continent. That's not right. It seems that this battle was provoked by Ishgar. I didn't expect it to be so troublesome. Lysina said, do we have to compete with Ziref and declare war at the same time? Or wait until the other side attacks? That won't work. Laxus shook his head, we can't put the battlefield in Ishgar, otherwise it will destroy this peaceful land. Waiting for the Western continent to take the initiative to attack is the stupidest way. There is no way to fight with others on your own territory. Even if you win, you will suffer heavy losses. No matter what, this battle must be fought until Ishgar takes the initiative to attack the Western continent. Although some civilians on the Western continent are also innocent, there is no reason for Ishgar and Fairy Tale to give in, unless Ziref and Aknology give in themselves. But If we don't get rid of these two guys in this era, when Natsu and others can't fight anymore, when Yefrit dies, and this huge problem is left to the next era, then there will be endless troubles. So, this must be fought. And it must be fought in the Western continent. Justice or not is no longer a consideration. Whether it will be understood or even misunderstood cannot stop fairy tale, or even the will of the Ishgar magic world. And, once this war starts in Ishgar, whether we win or not, Ishgar will be finished. Laxus sighed, it's all those idiots. The previous Magic Council, in conjunction with the magic world, created many powerful magic props, such as magic elf power, and the actual purpose was to defend the Western continent. But I didn't expect that there would be traitors in the two magic councils, who made some inexplicable things and targeted their own people. Invested a lot of resources just to blow Ishgar up. These spies are really against the will of heaven, betraying their hometown and race. Original comment: the councillors, especially the chairman, were nailed to the pillar of shame. Because the 2 sessions of the Magic Council were messing around, too many resources were used for internal consumption, resulting in weak defense, and it was no longer possible to effectively defend against the army from the Western continent through the defense facilities on the continental border. Therefore, once the Western continent takes the lead, the entire Ishgar will be like a sheep without sheepskin, soft and sticky, very easy to eat. When Fairy Tale and the guilds of the magic world unite to block, I am afraid that half of the entire Ishgar will be lost. Then, the battle of the king-level wizards. Maybe Ishgar can be destroyed. So, a year has passed, and Fairy Tale, who has always been big-hearted, is also angry when thinking of the previous 2 magic councils. But the reality is already like this, and complaining is really useless. In any case, this battle must not happen in Ishgar. Hey, Brother Yefrit will definitely have a way. Listener rubbed Lax's chest to comfort him, and then asked, what about the third plan? The third plan? Laxus frowned and said, it will be a little dangerous. What? Listener asked. Put on a play. Put on a play. Well, a play that is a little despicable, but perhaps the most effective one. Laxus looked in the direction of the Western continent, thinking about Yefrit's third plan. Perhaps this plan is the most suitable. What Natsu said came true. Until the return of the last person, the banquet that lasted for a week finally stopped. Everyone was exhausted, and then went back to have a good sleep. There was some noise in the city. Several construction teams seemed to have set their sights on business opportunities and came here to buy land and build houses. But everyone in Fairy Tale didn't care about this. After a good rest, everyone gathered in the guild to learn about the next plan. Laxus took the third plan to the stage and said, this is the plan written by Yefrit, and the arrangement of personnel by President Mavis. Yefrit planned the attack method, and Mavis planned the combatants, both doing what they are good at. This may not be able to perfectly lead this battle, but now we still have to follow this plan and start a battle between 2 continents and even 2 eras. Oh, everyone raised their hands and cheered. Especially Natsu and others, they are even more impatient. They have been training for a year and have reached a new level. It is time to get itchy. Fight, fight. This time it is a legitimate reason. Knock down the 12 shields. Knock down Ziref. Knock down Aknologia. First Laxus said, Iluza. Here. Urza stood up. Laxus said, you will lead the team, along with Natsu, Lucy, Gray and Juvia, to sneak into the Western continent, reach this city on the map, and wait for the next order. Yes. Urza nodded. A virtual map appeared in front of them, showing the city they were going to. Mirage. Laxus said. Here. Mirage stood up. This time, she was not acting with Yefrit. It was better to say that Yefrit would not act with anyone this time, although this was also his usual style. Laxus said, you will lead the team, along with Gajeel and Kana, to sneak into the Western continent, reach this city, and then wait for the next order. Levi was pregnant and could not participate in this battle. Laxus continued, Gildarts, you will lead the team, along with Stinger, Yukino, Rogue, and Lucky, to sneak into the Western continent, reach this city, and wait for orders. Emily, Kakashi, Fried, Bikusro. Everyone was arranged properly. The strong ones all formed teams and sneaked into the Western continent. The weaker ones would form an army with allies from other guilds and act together. Yeflet, act alone. Chapter 331, Ziref, we are the challengers. Sorry, everyone. At the Elfman house, Alba Green, holding her child, was full of guilt. Since she got pregnant, she hasn't participated in the guild's group activities. Because she can't breathe secondhand smoke, drink too much alcohol, or be too noisy during pregnancy. So Alba Green didn't participate in every event since the start of the great magic fighting exercise. Now that she has a child, and the baby is still in the cradle, the little guy is fragile and can't leave a moment of attention and care. Alba Green can't go to this battle. But Elfman will go. For such a thing, Elfman can't stay at home. It's okay. The girls all comforted Alba Green. Protecting the little guy is your biggest task. Don't be unhappy, and make little Erlen unhappy. In Alba Green's arms, there lay a white-haired little guy with big eyes and very clean. Before leaving, the girls decided to say goodbye to Alba Green. After all, she had just become a mother, with a child, while her husband had to fight a battle, so it was inevitable that she would be overly sad. Fortunately, Alba Green was sensible and firm enough, so there was no need for everyone to worry too much. Erlen must be good, listen to her mother, and grow up healthily. When we come back, maybe Erlen can walk. It's amazing. Such a little thing, just one look will make people reluctant to leave her. Okay, Alba Green smiled, if you like, give birth to it after this battle. The girls blushed immediately. It's time to get ready. Leave the last time to me and Elfman. Alba Green said. Okay. Everyone left. Alba Green. Alba Green sat on the swing, and Elfman squatted beside her, stretched out his hand to hold the other's hand, and said, I will be back soon, don't worry. You don't have to worry about me. Although Erlen is at the age of crying, I can take care of her. Don't underestimate me. Alba Green smiled, and then said, as for you, with Yevlet and the others here, I believe you will be fine, but, don't come back with injuries all over your body, I will feel bad, do what you can, don't be too reckless. I know. Elfman nodded. Elfman. Alba Green reached out to cover Ellen's eyes, and then closed her eyes. After a long and deep kiss, Alba Green smiled and said, Husband, come on. Yet. Elfman nodded firmly, then turned and left. When he left home, his eyes were hot, but when he saw a large group of friends waiting for him, he held back the tears that were about to flow. In the yard, Alba Green really shed tears, and then wiped them away quickly. Erlen in her arms seemed to feel the change in her mother's mood, and stretched out her short and fat arms, as if wanting to hug her. Alba Green hugged Erlen and whispered, let's wait for Dad to come back. Erlen opened her mouth and shouted completely out of standard voice, Dad. Alba Green was stunned, and then she rushed out of the yard with the child in her arms, shouting, wait. Everyone turned around and looked over. Erlen Albagaran looked at Erlen expectantly. Dad, it was still a vague voice, but everyone heard it. Suddenly, everyone covered their mouths, their faces full of emotion. At this time, Natsu resolutely turned around, raised his fist, and shouted, Fairy tale. Let's go. Everyone responded in unison, Fairy tale, let's go. Come to the door. Someone is waiting here. Makarov, Silver, Igneel, two Grandins, Metalikana, Perslogia, and Shikiadora. They stood on both sides of the road. Come on, kids. Makarov said. Oh, everyone responded. Yevlet. After everyone had passed, Makarov shouted, it's your turn to bloom. Oh, I know. Yevlet pressed his hat so that no one could see his expression. It wasn't just Fairy tale that set out. Guilds such as Snake Scale, Four-Headed Hound, Blue Pegasus, Sword-Bite Tiger, and Mermaid Heel also took action. As foreign aid, Jalal, Cobra, Ultia, Melty, and Alice were also in the plan and got their own tasks. The guild where Tiffany was located, Ilf, was a very weak guild, far inferior to Snake Scale. In addition to the superstandard Jura, Snake Scale also had strong people like Leo. Although Ilf Guild could be ranked as a second-rate guild, without Tiffany, it would be at the bottom. This time, Tiffany also set out and teamed up with Ultia. Ishgar. Is it moving? In a certain ravine. Zeph walked calmly on the path. Sneak into my empire and want to launch a surprise attack? Some of them are indeed a little tricky, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if we can't get the fairy's heart. That kind of technology is part of Hermes's legacy after all, and I will get the biggest legacy of Hermes. No one can defeat me, no one can kill me, I have seen clearly. There is only one way to be completely free. Natsu can't do it, Acknowledge can't do it, even that Yefrit can't do it. The curse of God can only be lifted by God. But to see God, we have to do it like we did back then. Zerf, you are such a dangerous guy. A voice came from the front. You're here, Acknowledge. Zeref looked ahead, the thorn bush was pushed aside, and a tall man with dark skin walked out of it. The thorns didn't hurt him at all. It's rare it actually turned into a human. Zerf said. This person is Acknowledge, he has never been an unconscious black dragon. He has a clear self-awareness, and everything he does follows his own will. Het. Acknowledge snorted coldly. Hermes in the past, the epitome of alchemical civilization. Zeref said slowly. You and I now, the Dragon Age, the end of the dragon, the Magic Age, the end of magic in the future. The future Yefrit, who combines all the wisdom of the two eras, is the one who has the greatest hope of taking that step. But unfortunately, this world does not need such a god, it does not need a god named Yefrit. Killing him is my mission. When did you become so righteous? Acknowledge said sarcastically. Because I have figured out why I am alive, why you are alive, and why Hermes is alive. Zeref said. Why? Acknowledge does not like to use his brain. He has not used his brain for hundreds of years. His power is enough to allow him to solve all problems without using his brain. It's not because we did something wrong, or this is not the main reason. Zeref looked at the book in his hand, the Book of End, and said, God is not so boring. Letting people like us live will bring greater disasters. And the punishment is insignificant. Yeflit reminded me. If everything God does is to maintain world peace, to prevent the world from being destroyed, to keep life going, and to ensure the eternal power of their gods, then people like us shouldn't exist. Unless there is something we have to do. And in order for us to accomplish that thing, he can allow us to do some small things. Acknowledge narrowed his eyes slightly. We're here. Jalal looked at the steel door in front of him. He and Acknowledge were talking as they walked, entered this cave, and found this door. The final treasure of Hermes. Acknowledge said. Yes, I don't want to admit it, but God led us here. Boring. Acknowledge turned around and wanted to leave. I know that with your pride, you don't want to cooperate with me, nor do you want to accept Hermes' legacy, but... Zerf smiled slightly, I know you don't want to fail even more. At least, don't die as a loser. Acknowledge, who was about to leave, stopped, turned around, stared at Jalal with a scary look, and said, Do you think you know me well? I don't know you at all, and I am as proud as you. Jalal said, but I am smarter than you. Acknowledge turned around and walked back. Zerf put his hand on the door and said, God told us the truth of this world, and then let us kill Yefrit. Boom. Zerf pushed the door open. He and Acknowledge stared at the view behind the door. It's actually... Acknowledge, who was calm and proud, was also shocked and even stuttered. It's really a bit unpleasant. Zeref said, so we are the challengers. But Zeref's eyes were a little obsessed. Compared to Acknowledge, who was just shocked, as a smart researcher, he felt the charm of technology beyond the ultimate. Zerf and Acknowledge stepped into the world behind the door, and the voices of many people were heard. Are you the great sages of this era? The pioneer of magic and dragons, you look so weak. Are you good at hiding your breath? There's no need to guard against us. Fighting against the new gods, it's exciting to think about it. Come on, do you want to know the secret of deception magic? I know it all. Whether it's deceiving the five senses or deceiving emotions, as long as you can learn it, I can teach you everything. The ultimate secret of alchemy, the door of truth, I can teach you to open it. Woo 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 woo, suddenly facing the end, I'm really reluctant. Come on, the secret after the ultimate. Welcome to the kingdom of truth. Jeref stopped, looked back outside, and said a word. That word floated across countless mountains and rivers, and even the sea, and finally reached the Albaraz Empire. War, let's begin. The western continent, the Albaraz Empire, the capital, the palace. A very large table. 14 people sat there. They were white hair and beard, kind face, wearing a white robe, holding a magic wand in hand, the magic king of the 12 shields August. Wearing a black cloak and over-the-knee boots, a huge hat on his head, holding a deer horn magic wand, long crimson hair, beautiful face, and a very plump and attractive figure, the scarlet despair of the 12 Shields, Irene Belzarian. Funny hairstyle, long orange hair combed to the sides, a clear scar on his face, full of pride and confident, celestial god of the 12 Shields, Serena. Emerald green hair, wearing a yellow collar, sexy figure, expression looks lazy, as if she hasn't woken up yet, Blanche, the protector of the 12 Shields. Long blue hair, wearing glasses, looks very gentle, and looks like a serious person, Winter General of the 12 Shields, in Beljola. Dressed in revealing clothes, long golden hair is very eye-catching, and the expression is extremely arrogant, the Princess of the 12 Shields, Demalia Yesta. Bronze skin, wearing a yellow headscarf, with oversized red earrings on her ears, dressed like a desert god of war, with Ahe is also extremely arrogant, and seems to look down on everyone, Agil Ram, the desert king of the 12 Shields. Wearing a black cloak and a red skull mask on his face, he hides himself in the darkness, exuding an aura of keep away from strangers, Bradman, the god of death of the 12 Shields. He has a weird appearance, a skull tattoo in the middle of his forehead, and wears a black suit. He looks very gentlemanly and does not look like an aggressive person, Jack Breakshow, the assassin of the 12 Shields. He is dressed in a Shamit style, with long blue hair covering half of his face, and wearing green armor, Reinhardt, the 12 Shields. He has an iron nail on his chin, his hair is messy and unkempt, his eyes are very arrogant, and he is always used to looking at any details, Val Ishit, the judge of the 12 Shields. He wears a cassock like an ascetic, has white hair, looks very handsome, and always has a pious expression on his face. He is highly expected by Ziref and is highly regarded. He even gave him the surname Dragneel, the white Dragneel of the 12 Holy Shields, Rake Dragneel. The hunched old man, his cloudy eyes seem to contain infinite experience and wisdom, the minister of the Albarez Empire, Akil. He has a well-proportioned figure, wearing a black hat, a black suit, a black magic cloak, and a gentleman's cane. His purple hair is carefully groomed and combed into a low ponytail. The blue-framed glasses are actually not prescription. He has a gentle and innocent smile on his face, as if he is attending a tea party, the wizard of fairy tale, the elegant magician, Yefrit de Lavalier, the user of fraud magic. Day. Yeflet took the cup of hot milk and took a sip, then put it on the table. He looked at the old man in front of him, Yakir. Everyone was here, it was time for a meeting. His Majesty's order has been passed down, everyone has received it. Yakir said. Chapter 332, 12 Shields of Caution. Hearing Yakir's words, everyone nodded slightly. Yakir said, the first goal of the action. Seize the heart of the fairy, Mavis. The second goal of the action. Destroy Ishgar. Everyone was silent for a while, they already knew this arrangement. What's that expression on your face? Serena. Desert King Agil has been paying attention to the expression of the god Serena. Because this person may not be trustworthy. Serena was once the first of the 10 saints of Ishgar and the leader of the 4 heavenly kings, but he abandoned Ishgar and came to the Albarez Empire, the reason being to defeat Aknalaja. But now their Emperor Ziref has joined forces with Aknalaja. It's hard to guarantee that Serena won't have other thoughts. What's more, Serena is a man who destroyed his hometown himself. At this time, Serena's expression was tense, and everyone was quite relaxed. There was no objection to the attack on Ishgar, but Serena's expression did not look very happy. After hearing Agil's question, Serena came back to his senses. He looked at the people present, his mouth curled up, and he danced with joy, like a star performing in front of the camera, and said at the same time, "No, I am too excited. That boring continent was able to suppress the entire continent before I came to the western continent and became stronger. What the head of the 4 heavenly kings, in my opinion, the other 3 are not worthy of being compared with me. It's just. Your Majesty is so worried about that guy named Yevlet. I heard that his magic can make no one detect him, and I have investigated some information and know that he likes to use magic to sneak into the enemy camp the most. Will he be here?" Serena's tone became serious as he spoke. Everyone's face changed slightly when they heard it. They turned their heads to check the surrounding environment, trying to find something unusual, but no one noticed anything wrong. "I thought you were a brainless person." Yevlet was at the window at this time, pouring the water from the cup outside, and then making a cup of yogurt. Hearing Serena's words, he looked at him with some respect. He faced Irene's scrutinizing eyes and walked back to his seat and sat down. Beside him was Yakir, who looked over, frowned and observed carefully. Yevlet was very calm, took a sip of yogurt, and made a sigh and satisfied sound. They are all yogurt, but the ones from Albarez and Ishgar taste a little different. Is it because of the climate or the species of organisms? But if you ask me, Ishgar's tastes better, and it will make your stomach feel more comfortable after drinking it. The milk here is actually a little hot after drinking it. Everyone looked around. You're thinking too much. Brandish was the only one who didn't turn around. She was a lazy beauty, casually resting her long legs on the table and said, no matter how powerful the deception magic is, it can't come to us and we can't find it. Otherwise, he can kill us alone, and there would be no battle. Your Majesty has also suffered at the hands of that man, and there is also Akunologia, his injuries just in time. Magic King Augustus said calmly. Change places. Winter General Inbal said decisively. What a hassle. Brandish was a little unhappy, but seeing that everyone had stood up, he could only stand up and follow. Let's go, Brandish, it's better to be cautious. Timaria said. Go to the inner room. Yakir said. Then you can't come in. Augustus said. Only the 12 shields can enter that room, because only they are Jalal's absolute confidants. Although Yakir has been loyal for many years, his strength is not strong enough after all, and there is a possibility of being controlled by magic, so he cannot be absolutely trusted. But the 12 shields are strong enough, unless someone like Jalal takes action, no one can control them. Yevlet also followed behind everyone. He looked at Brandish's back and complained, it would be better if there was no coat. Brandish was wearing revealing clothes, only half of the armor covered her southern hemisphere, and a pair of shorts that could only cover the seam. She had a very good figure. If she didn't have this coat, walking behind her, you would definitely see a very beautiful scenery. What a pity. Yevlet looked at Serena again. This kid was really a middle school student when he walked. Under the leadership of August, everyone came to a door that looked very mysterious. Then the 12 of them entered the room using a method similar to fingerprint unlocking. Only Jalal and the 12 shields could come in here. Anyone else, even if they had a way to bypass this door, lock, the moment you enter the room, it will also be detected by magic, and a prompt sound will be issued. Moreover, this room is completely isolated from magic. However, this still can't stop Yevlet. It doesn't matter if the prompt sound is sounded. Because no one will hear it. Ding dong ding dong. Even if the whole room is flashing red and there is a loud prompt sound, everyone looks normal. The layout here is a throne, and then arranged downwards, with 6 stools on each side. Everyone sat down one after another, and Yevlet also sat on Jalal's throne. It's so noisy, Asa, modify this thing. Yevlet said. Yes. Asa immediately invaded the lowest level of magic in the entire room and modified it. Soon, the room recognized Yevlet, and everything returned to normal. Now you can rest assured. August said. Everyone nodded. What a waste of effort. Yevlet looked around and said, there's not even a table here. Doesn't Jalal drink milk tea or something like that on weekdays? He could only take out the cards, throw out a table, and then put the cup on it. Well, let's start the meeting. Yevlet said solemnly. August said, Mr. Akil has given me all the information. We sent back news about it through the spies in Ishgar. Almost all the guilds, such as Fairy Tale and Snake Princess Scale, have sent strong people to our empire. They are secretly planning something, but we don't know the next intelligence, even they themselves don't know what to do next. When Laxus arranged everyone's actions, he only mentioned the personnel composition and destination. The plan was only in Laxus' hands. Even if Lysina knew it roughly, she had never read it. So the entire plan was only known to Yefrit and Mavis, who wrote the plan, and Laxus, who directed the execution. I understand their concerns. Winter General Inbal said, they want to start this war, but they don't want to take the initiative to declare war, otherwise the civilians in their scattered continent will never support them. So they want us to initiate it first. War Princess Demalia said. Your Majesty said, so let's do as they wish. August said. But I think, why not take advantage of their tricks? The assassin Jacob said, since they dare to implement such a plan, send strong men to our country, then we will also send strong men there. Who is willing to go there and completely destroy Ishgar? What a stupid plan. Neinhart smiled. Hee. Everyone laughed. The whole Ishgar was like that. Just 500 guilds. In front of the absolutely strong, they are just cannon fodder. What happened to Fez before was indeed a bit scary. If they go over there, and then Fez explodes, making everyone have no magic power, and they all die directly, then they really have to be cautious. So, everything has its pros and cons. Any magician will be afraid of Fez. As for the magic spirit power, although it is very powerful, one shot can kill a country or something. But that is for Aelvaries is a deterrent, so they all ran to Ishgar and killed indiscriminately. Even if the magic spirit power came, it would not be able to hit them, and the people killed were still the civilians of Ishgar. Originally, the strong men such as Fairy Tail guarded Ishgar, and they would still be afraid. Now you are a bunch of sheep into the tiger's mouth, and the whole Ishgar has no upper-level strong men. Who can stop the 12 shields? Isn't this a stupid plan? But I heard that this plan was planned by Yefrit and Mavis together. Brandish poured a basin of cold water. It is meant to remind everyone that this matter is not that simple. Others are fine, but Yefrit and Mavis have real achievements. It is unreasonable that they can easily use such a stupid and simple plan. Maybe, they are confident that they will behead us. Judge Val just finished speaking and laughed. Beheading plan, against the 12 shields? This is a joke. That Laxus is a troublesome person. Neinhart said. Besides him? Jacob asked back. There is also the mysterious Yefrit. Timaria added. Aaron, what do you say? Inbal looked at Aaron. Even the 12 shields have a gap. Among those present, August and Aaron are super standard. The two of them are the real decision makers. Irene said calmly, if you don't want to go to Ishgar, then I'll go. I don't recommend you go. Irene had just finished speaking when a strange man's voice suddenly appeared in her ears. Who? Irene was startled and almost burst out her magic. But when she looked around, she found that no one noticed anything wrong. She had just shouted, but no one noticed her abnormality, including Neinhart who had been staring at him, and August who turned his head to look at him because of Neinhart's question. Didn't they hear the man's voice? Didn't they hear their own shouts? Irene stood up and then broke out in a cold sweat. She felt isolated from the whole world. Because even if she stood up, everyone's sight did not move with her movements. Still looking at the place where she was sitting, Irene understood a little. Yeflet. Her voice was complicated. Everyone was still worried about this problem just now. That's why they came to the secret room, thinking that this guy would never sneak in. Even if Jalal didn't have the authority, he would be discovered if he came in. But is the fraud magic such a terrifying magic? Does it completely ignore the difference in strength? Or is Yevlet much stronger than them? It's you, only you, who has this ability. You dare to tease me under our noses. Irene said. Reject your proposal first. Yevlet said, in that case, I can reward you. I won't listen to you. Irene is a proud person. If I help you, there will be no reward. Yevlet finished speaking. Irene found that there was another herself in her position. Then that Irene said, no. Everyone looked at her in confusion. Aaron said, I changed my mind. I want to stay and belly dance for everyone in the city center. Aaron. Aaron narrowed her eyes slightly, and the magic power on her body could not be suppressed. Everyone looked at Aaron who said such a thing in surprise. DeMaria said, Aaron, what's wrong with you? Even though Aaron was an old woman, she was not thick-skinned. Her face was slightly red. She said, pranks, stop it. Do you know it's a prank? Yevlet was surprised. I still know that it's all fraud magic after messing around to this extent. It can completely deceive everyone and build an unbreakable illusion. Aaron was a little amazed. She was surprised at first, even a little panicked, and almost felt that she was really dead. But then, from a logical analysis, she felt that this was Yevlet's deception. He can isolate himself from the world, so how can he not build a false world to deceive himself? Really smart, Auntie. Yevlet smiled. A red cross appeared on Irene's forehead. Auntie? Ah? You are hundreds of years old. Do you mind this kind of thing? Yevlet said with a smile. Where are you? Since you came to see me, there must be something you want to do. Irene suppressed her anger. Don't worry. Yevlet said, I will stay here for a long time. Fraud magic. It's really annoying magic. You hate it too. Irene frowned and said, let me go back and I will tell you in person. Her consciousness was dazed for a moment, and then she found herself sitting on a stool. And the voice she just spoke had just fallen. Irene felt cold in her heart. She had just left the real world for a long time. She made movements and chatted with Yevlet. But, in fact, the real time. Less than half a second has passed? Fraud magic. Can even time be deceived? Or cheat the five senses? Is it the senses? No matter which one it is, it's scary enough to think about it. Erin's heart is very complicated, but for now, she really has to do what Yevlet said, because Yevlet can isolate her so easily, so he can also kill her easily. At this time, thinking of Ziref's instructions, she completely believed that Yefrit had defeated Ziref and Aknologia, and there would be no water in it. Chapter 333. As soon as Irene finished speaking to the outside world, she immediately said, forget it. Everyone didn't know what Irene had experienced, and they all looked at her with confusion. Why did she change her mind just after she said it? Irene is not the kind of person who speaks out of tune. Irene frowned and pretended to be majestic and said, I remembered something at the last minute, so I won't go. You can discuss this meeting and tell me the result. Everyone was even more surprised. They didn't know what Irene was doing. To put it bluntly, what's wrong with her? But Irene also had her own difficulties. Since Yefrit had set her sights on them, there was no point in continuing this meeting. It was scary to think that she could stay in this room without being discovered by anyone. Irene knew that even if she shouted and wanted to tell everyone the truth at this time, she would never be able to do it. Deception magic. Not only can it isolate her from the world, it can even distort her perception of time, and perhaps trap her for a long time, but to the outside world, it is only a moment. Although this magic cannot really deceive the world, it is simply unsolvable for life, for humans with senses. Erin felt that even if she burst out all her magic power, she could not crack it. It was really terrible. However, since Yefrit sneaked in and took the initiative to expose herself to her, maybe there was something valuable about her that attracted him. If she could take Yefrit away, maybe they still had a chance to turn the tables. Yes. Erin no longer had the confidence she had before. She finally understood why Ziref wanted to bring Aknologia along, and even felt that it was unsafe, so she accepted the proposal of the gods. No one in Ishgar mattered, but Yefrit was too scary. Just this contact, Irene felt that they were actually turning the tables, not crushing the opponent. Looking at her companions' proud faces, I don't know why, Irene wanted to laugh, a bitter laugh. They were still planning to attack Ishgar, but they didn't know that Yefrit could cut off everyone's heads at any time. But, she had to struggle after all. No matter what Yefrit saw in her, as long as she could leave with her, there would be hope, if she could leave a message obscurely. Irene glanced at Augustus obscurely, hoping that the other party would notice her abnormality in the message she left. August frowned slightly, he couldn't understand Irene's behavior. He felt a little weird, but couldn't put it into words. That's it. Irene pretended to leave in a cool manner, but left behind her magic wand that she had always carried with her. Don't remind me, think about why I left it. Irene hoped so in her heart. August looked at the magic wand, then at Irene, and found that her walking posture was a little restrained, walking with her legs together, as if someone was hugging her shoulders. Leave the room. Irene breathed a sigh of relief and said, Yevlet, are you still there? I am. Hearing Yevlet's voice, Irene was delighted and said, show up, little guy. For her age, Yevlet is of course very small. It's not very good here. Yevlet said. Then come with me. Irene strode towards her room. Very smart, but useless. Since I can completely deceive you, I naturally control your senses. Yevlet was sitting in Irene's position and talking to himself. Irene's magic wand. Brandish said, do you want to give it back to her now? August glanced at the magic wand and reached out to grab it. As soon as he got it in his hand, his eyelids jumped. There are some regular pits on the magic wand. This is a cipher. A bad feeling rose in Augusta's heart. The situation was urgent at that time, and Irene did not leave more information. The information represented by those dots is he is here. August's expression did not move, but his blood was surging. He is here? Who else could it be? Yevlet. He is in this room. Forgive old Augusta. He is nearly 100 years old and so powerful that he has never been afraid of anyone. But at this moment, he has a creepy fear, just like a weak old man who fell into a haunted house with real ghosts. Is it to escape? No, she is not that kind of person. Does she want to lead Yevlet away? August recalled what happened just now. Irene changed her mind just after she finished speaking. It was obviously not her own will. So, Yevlet contacted her at this time. Did Irene succeed? August felt that this meeting could not go on. Or should I say turn the tables? August thought, fraud magic? Then let's deceive each other, you'd better stay here. Quite smart. Yevlet stood up. When he saw that Augusta was slightly relaxed, he knew that the next meeting was not worth listening to. So he left the room and went to where Irene wanted to take him. As for these people and the meeting, let them perform with all their heart. Yevlet, are you still there? Irene confirmed again. No one answered. Irene panicked. Did that guy leave? Did he return to the meeting room? Just when Irene was about to turn around and go back, a pleasant flower scent came from the front. A young man dressed as a gentleman came out from behind a pillar. The other party held a flower in his hand, leaned on a cane, walked towards Irene, and then stretched out his hand to hand it to her. He smiled gently and said, "It's our first meeting, a small gift, please accept it." Yevlet Irene narrowed her eyes slightly, she had recognized the other party. However, even if they were face to face at this time, and the distance was very close, she could only take one step forward to punch the other party in the face, and with Irene's strength, she could definitely beat a fragile wizard to pieces. But she did not punch, but stretched out her hand to catch the flower. But at this moment, Yevlet turned her wrist, and the small flower that was obviously picked from nowhere disappeared, and a large bunch of flowers appeared instead, with everything colorful. Suddenly, a fresh fragrance filled her nose. Irene was stunned. To be honest, she had never experienced such a scene. "Auntie Irene, how can I just give you a flower when we first meet?" Yevlet smiled. Irene reached out and hugged her. Yevlet said again, "I'm sorry for scaring you just now." Irene looked at the flowers in her arms. She hadn't received flowers for a long time, maybe hundreds of years. At that time, she was still very young, even very young, and had not been hurt by the scumbag. As a queen, she was not only powerful but also beautiful, so she had many suitors. Irene's eyes were a little strange, and she said, "You don't have any intentions towards me, do you?" "Don't dare." Yevlet smiled. "Don't dare? Don't you want to?" Irene took a step forward, her eyes and movements were very imposing. "Humph, a little boy. Look at my beauty trap. The main thing is," Yevlet smiled wickedly, "I don't want to destroy the world." Hee hee. Irene laughed twice, "I won't destroy the world just because I'm pursued by a little boy." "No," Yevlet waved his hand, "it's not you and me who want to destroy the world, but the one behind me." Behind? Aaron was puzzled for a second, and suddenly froze. Hermes. She had heard Jelf talk about it. Hermes has been following Yevlet. "Hermes, are you there?" Aaron suddenly became excited. "I am Aaron, you must remember me, where are you?" Aaron reached out to grab behind Yevlet. Since Hermes was behind Yevlet but did not appear, she must have been hidden by Yevlet. But Aaron fished and fished, but found nothing. She grabbed Yevlet's shoulder and said, "I want to see Hermes." "What do you want to see her for?" Yevlet asked. At this time, Miko, who was standing behind Yevlet, hugged his forearms in front of his chest, looking like a rejection, and said, "I don't want to see her. I have no relationship with her, and we are not friends." Obviously, she recalled some things from the past, but she had no intention of forgiving Irene. Since Miko didn't want to show up, Yevlet respected her opinion. Seeing Yevlet's indifference, Irene answered Yevlet's question just now, "I have some misunderstandings with her, and I want to explain it clearly." In these 400 years, Irene has regretted countless times. But no matter how she looked, she couldn't find Hermes. The dragons have completely disappeared, and there is no obstacle between them. She thought that her friendship with Hermes could return to the past. The older people are, the more sensitive and fragile they are. No matter how young and beautiful she looks, Irene is already 400 years old. After spending 400 years in emptiness, she became more and more nostalgic. Of course she doesn't have much affection for her daughter, at least she thinks so. Yevlet said, she doesn't want to see you. Irene said, she must be here. Yevlet didn't answer. Irene took out a pair of handcuffs from somewhere, and with 2 clicks, she handcuffed her wrists to Yevlet's. Irene said, little boy, stay by my side from now on, and don't go anywhere. Yevlet, dot. She turned her head and smiled strangely, you must be tired after coming all the way from Ishgar. Whether you are the master of my friend or the family of my daughter, let me treat you well. Don't refuse. Irene's smile was full of threats, although you are strong, you don't want to see a woman like me angry. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Irene planned in her mind. There are 3 advantages to handcuffing Yefrit and forcing him to stay by her side. First, she can constantly get information from Yefrit through chatting, and get his personality and preferences, as well as some unknown details of fraud magic. Even if she uses a little beauty trick and makes a little sacrifice, it is worth it. Second, with Yefrit by her side, Hermes right beside her, so that she can slowly explain to Hermes and regain her friendship. As for the outcome of the battle, Zerf had done her a favor. She had been transformed into a dragon due to the side effects of dragon-killing magic and was forced to stay in the mountains for hundreds of years. Later, Zeref helped her and turned her back into a human, but there were strong side effects. She could not taste and could not sleep. It was cruel that Irene had lived like this for hundreds of years without a real rest for her brain. But no matter what, Zeref had done her a favor, so she would do her best in this battle. As for the outcome, this was actually just the outcome between Yefrit and Hermes and Zeref and Aknologia. Irene knew very well how powerful Zeref, Aknologia, and Hermes were. Today, she also knew how powerful Yefrit was. In this war, no matter how hard they tried, it was useless. The final result depended on those 4 perverts. So, she only promised to fight hard, and she didn't care about winning or losing. Anyway, she wouldn't die. Hermes wouldn't die either. After the battle was over, maybe she and he could get back together. As for the third point, of course, Yefrit was by her side, and August, who knew the truth, would naturally have a way to pass the news to others. Then we'll discuss a countermeasure and kill Yefrit in one go. Killing her won't work, because Hermes would hate her completely. Just imprison this kid. She happened to have a cage. Irene took Yefrit's hand and walked to her room. Yefrit didn't react violently. How could the handcuffs hold him? Master, Natsu, and the others have arrived at their destination. Asa passed the message. Let them stay where they are, or they can pretend, play around, and feel the customs and habits of the Western continent. Yevlet said, there's a good show to watch at the palace. I'll watch it first. Yes. Asa responded. Yevlet, take a shower first. I don't like dirty kids. Irene said. Okay. Yevlet nodded. Do you want me to wipe your back? Irene said with a smirk. I refuse, Auntie, please be a little self-conscious. Yevlet said. But our hands are handcuffed. Irene said tentatively. She wanted to see how Yevlet would respond. No. Yevlet patted Irene's shoulder. Irene looked down and found that her handcuffs did not actually handcuff Yevlet's wrists, never from the beginning. Fraud magic, so annoying. Irene said. Yevlet walked into the bathroom. Maiko squatted beside him and said, Yevlet, should I see her? You can see her if you want to, and you can't if you don't want to. Yevlet said. But you are here to win her over. Maiko said, Erin doesn't seem to care about her daughter, but she seems to care about me. If. Stop. Yevlet pinched Maiko's lips with his backhand and interrupted her. Yevlet said, I just tried to win her over. Even if I didn't win her over, it means they don't cherish their chance to live and pursue happiness. I am doing this for Urza and for President Mavis. The value of their existence comes only from this. Yevlet's patience is for his family. But he doesn't have that much patience for others. Erin and Augusta have no value in themselves, just because they are related to his family. So he came to see if these 2 people are worth helping. If Augusta and Irene are 2 guys who kill people without a trace, or to put it bluntly, they are pure villains, but Yevlet has no patience at all. Chapter 334, Fraud Magic is also the power of the heart. I don't know how Irene is doing. I don't know if she will be in danger. But it shouldn't be that bad. According to Yevlet's information, he is not a guy who likes to kill. August is a little worried about Irene, but it's not because of anything else. The main reason is that he is not the kind of person who doesn't recognize his relatives and is a big villain. He still has normal emotions to worry about his companions. But now there is a more important thing to do. That is how to pass the message to everyone. August took a look at the magic wand left by Irene and had an idea. Anyway, since Yevlet didn't take action for the time being, he wouldn't take action against others. So after the meeting, he said, Inbal, Demalia, the meeting is over. If you don't have anything to do, go and tell Irene about the content of the meeting. Okay. Inbal nodded. Demalia was a little confused. To convey a message, 2 people were needed? By the way, August handed Irene's magic wand over, give it back to her. Okay. As soon as Inbal got it, his eyelids jumped and he glanced at August. August looked normal and didn't care about Inbal's sight at all. Inbal read the hidden message. The reason why August handed over the magic wand give it to him because he is calm and smart, not a Chayunibio like Serena, or a muscle-brained person like Ajir. He is there? This is the message left by Irene, known by August. So August made a somewhat awkward decision, because he is there. Who is there? To make Irene and August do something that violates their usual behavior, this method must be used to convey information. That person is. Inbal took a deep breath. Yevlet. August also named Timaria, obviously, to pass the message to her. So when Inbal and Timaria walked to the toilet, he said, wait for me. Timaria took the magic wand handed by Inbal, and when she held the wand, she almost couldn't help but look back. When Inbal came out, Timaria silently knocked the magic wand on the ground a few times. Inbal was relieved. It seems that Timaria also understood that Yevlet was in the court. Most likely, she is with Irene. Now Irene, August, Inbal and Demalia all know where Yevlet is. They all have a tacit understanding, and they will find a way to inform everyone first. To be honest, it's a bit aggrieved. How can I talk like a thief in my own home? Yevlet came out of the shower. Seeing that Irene had changed her clothes, the purple pajamas were very charming. She set up a lounge chair on the balcony and lay on it, with her legs on the railing. Her sitting posture was a bit casual, so her pajamas were messy. When Yevlet walked over, he could just see some red lace from above. Next to it was a small table with snacks on it. Yevlet dragged a chair and sat down on the other side of the small table. Irene raised her legs slightly, and pressed her left leg on her right leg. The soft and smooth pajamas slid down with gravity, and finally even the silk edge of the triangle clothes was revealed. The whole round and slender thigh was extremely lethal to anyone, and people couldn't take their eyes off it. But Yevlet only took a first glance out of instinct, and then shifted his sight and looked outside. He said, the western continent is much poorer and not as good as Ishgar. But the magic here is stronger. Irene said. So what? Yevlet said, you have lived for so many years, don't you know what really makes a wizard powerful? You want to talk about the power of heart and belief. Irene said sarcastically. Isn't it? Yevlet asked. Irene smiled, does your fraudulent magic rely on the power of the heart? Irene added, isn't it talent, IQ, and blood? You who have reached the pinnacle of magic, do you still want to deceive yourself? You don't understand. Yevlet shook his head and smiled, fraudulent magic is the power of the heart. The most important thing about fraudulent magic is the nature of magic power. Now Yevlet has connected the past and finally found that he is the source of fraudulent magic. How did the magic come from? It was naturally born from his own heart. No matter what, although he was a little disgusted at the beginning, when it comes to his mood, he still feels that fraudulent magic fits his heart very well. So, it's not that fraudulent magic made him successful, but he created fraudulent magic because he wanted to achieve something. Fraudulent magic was born because of his wish. I don't want to argue with you. You are better and smarter than me. Irene admitted defeat. In the end, the strong one has the final say. As for who will have the final say, it depends on whether Yefrit and Hermes can beat Ziref and Aknalaja. Yefrit picked up a donut. Irene said, Arisa is the undefeated queen. Yet. Yefrit nodded, She has never lost to anyone because her heart is so strong. But she will be defeated by me. Irene said, and I will kill her. Then you are really cruel. Yefrit said. She should not have been born, and I suffered a lot because of her. Irene said. Your suffering is all your own fault, and it has nothing to do with Urza. Yefrit said. You won't kill me, right? Irene asked. I really don't want to do it, if you don't go too far. Yefrit said bluntly. Irene said, if you don't kill me, I will kill her. Why? Yefrit asked, give me a real reason, except that you don't like Urza. Irene said, does a person need a reason to crush an ant? It's really unlovable. Yefrit shook her head. I'm not cute to begin with. Irene sneered, so I was abandoned. Are you playing the victim? Yefrit asked with a smile. There's no need. Irene untied the belt of her pajamas and said, I said so much because I don't want you to think of me as Urza's mother. She said, come on, ride on me, don't you want to be a dragon knight? Anyway, I'm a heartless person, and you won't feel guilty even if you do anything to me. Yefrit covered her face and laughed, to be honest, if you don't know how to use the honey trap, don't use it. It's really funny. You guy. Irene turned her head and stared at Yefrit, a little angry. And Yevlet pointed to Ahe wiped Irene's face and said, there are sugar grains at the corners of his mouth. After that, Yevlet disappeared. Irene wiped the corners of her mouth, and then she couldn't find Yevlet. She was a little anxious and said, Yevlet, where have you been? Why didn't you listen to me and stay by my side? No one answered her. Irene was so angry that she gnashed her teeth. Fraud magic. How annoying. Yevlet is in Jalal's laboratory. What a genius. Yevlet couldn't help but sigh. Jalal's knowledge comes from 3 sources. First, he read a lot of books during his time at the academy. Second, he inherited part of the legacy from Hermes. Third, when Yevlet returned to the past, he also left some knowledge. Yevlet's share was the least, mainly the Eclipse Gate, and just for this project, Jalal learned from it, understood the technical principles, and came up with many new things. His research ability is at the same level as Hermes and Yevlet, and has reached the level of being able to touch God. It's just a pity. Everyone's situation is different. The results are also different. Hermes was born in a noble family and had no regrets in her childhood, although with her personality, she would not care so much. After that, Hermes focused on research and did not ask about external affairs, so her heart was extremely pure. If Yevlet had not gone back to the past and played a little trick, causing Hermes' research to go astray and go to study fraud magic, maybe she would have had the opportunity to take that step. The same is true for Yevlet. She was very comfortable in her childhood. Later, she joined Fairy Tale. Although there was pressure from Zverev, there was no deep hatred, so she could also ensure that her mind was calm. Zerf is different. His hometown was destroyed by a dragon, and he lost his family and his brother. His heart is no longer pure, which affects his research direction and results. As for Aknologia, let's not talk about him. In front of the 3 of them, he is just a guy with muscles in his head. Even if Zverev is not calm in thinking, his ability to summarize and innovate is really amazing. Many of the research in the laboratory will also amaze Yefrit. However, at his level, he can figure it out just by looking at the description. Zverev is the same to him, except for the fraud magic. Hermes didn't really figure it out, and Zverev didn't have the ability. Otherwise, the gods would not only target Yefrit. Voila voila! Yefrit is checking. Everyone is greedy. Yefrit is also, anyway, he is very happy to see the free knowledge. And the outside world, everyone is also anxious. Can't find anyone. Dogast passed the news to everyone in the 12 shields through some secret means. That kind of secret means is worse than being a thief, and even makes people feel a little funny, but it's a pity that Yefrit didn't see it. And Augusta and the others have been observing Yevlet carefully, as a consensus. Then an interesting scene came. Although nothing has changed, Augusta and the others are all playing their normal selves. They pretended not to know about Yevlet's existence, but did not reveal any information about the real arrangement of the next battle. Things were delayed like this. While playing themselves, they tried to find Yevlet. For 3 days in a row. In the morning, Irene looked in the mirror, and her complexion was not very good. Although she was actually a dragon and did not need to sleep, for some reason, she was restless these 2 days, which made her complexion a little bad. Auntie Irene, take good care of yourself. Yevlet's voice came. Irene was happy in her heart, and finally came out. She looked back and saw Yevlet leaning on the sofa. She hurried over and wanted to sit next to Yevlet, but Yevlet got up and sat on the small sofa. Are you so scared of me? Irene said with a smile, or are you afraid that you can't control yourself? I just don't like to get too close to people I'm not very familiar with. Yevlet said. When we first met, you gave me flowers. Irene said wronged. On the coffee table, the flowers Yevlet sent were kept by Irene in the form of flower arrangement, pretending to attach great importance to Yevlet's feelings. When you first meet, you should be more polite. Yevlet said. Irene asked curiously, where have you been these 3 days? Spying on others. There is no need to monitor. You dare not do anything, right? Yevlet smiled. Irene was shocked. Could it be that August and the others were exposed? Yevlet said, I went to Jelf's laboratory and study. No one except His Majesty is allowed to enter there. Irene exclaimed. So what? Jelf is busy now. Everything here is up to me. Yefrit said indifferently. Yes. Irene was a little surprised, feeling that Yevlet seemed to regard this place as his territory. Have you stayed in there for 3 days? Irene asked. She was eager to know what Yevlet had done. Of course, there are not many things that interest me here, but Ziref's study and laboratory are still very attractive to me. Yevlet said. What about me? Irene asked. If you betray me, I will admit that you are important. Yevlet said directly. You are dreaming, what's the benefit of me betraying you? Irene smiled. I will help you and Urza meet. Yevlet said. I don't care about Urza or anything. Irene said, however, if you let Hermes forgive me and become friends with me again, I can promise not to help each other. Yevlet looked at her and said, do you think that you are more important to me than her emotions? Erin's face froze. Yevlet said sarcastically, you think you are heartless and don't care about anyone, including your own daughter. Then why do you think you are important in my eyes? Since you think I am not important, then kill me. Erin provoked. She is indeed not that important in Yevlet's heart. But Yevlet will never kill her easily. Puff. The sound of a sharp weapon cutting through the flesh suddenly. Erin lowered her head in confusion, and a long knife pierced through her right chest. She turned her head and looked behind her, it was Yevlet. There will be no next time, Auntie. Yevlet smiled and pulled out the long knife. Erin couldn't stand steadily and held the sofa. Auntie, look at you, you don't take good care of your body, it's really worrying. Yevlet helped Erin sit down. You are a fake gentleman. Erin was lying on the sofa, her mouth still bleeding, but she was complaining about Yevlet. This wound is indeed not fatal, but it is a serious wound that pierces the chest. And I don't know what happened to Yevlet's knife. Her wound can't heal, as if it is suppressed by something. Chapter 335, Meet August. This knife made Erin realize that Yevlet is not a soft-hearted person, and it is not easy to grasp. The beauty trap will not have any effect on him. Feeling the burning sensation from the wound, her blood is also flowing out. If the wound cannot heal, she can't stop bleeding. If it continues like this, she is not Jalal. Even if the blood bar is thick, she will die. Erin is not afraid of death. She has lived for hundreds of years and has lived enough. Besides, she has nothing to worry about in this world. But it's a bit aggrieved to die like this. Erin said, Yevlet, I can't heal my wound. If it goes on like this, I will die. Save me. Ah, sorry. Yefrit said with an apologetic smile, as if he had accidentally bumped into someone while walking by. I forgot that this knife was made of Acknowledge's bones. Irene knew about this. Acknowledge had suffered twice at the hands of Yefrit. He stretched out his hand and pressed on Irene's wound. You're healing me like this? Irene looked at him in surprise. I don't know any healing magic. Yevlet said, but I can. Buzz. At this moment, Irene felt a terrifying magic power, which actually destroyed the curse left by the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon's curse disappeared, and Irene's wounds were naturally able to heal themselves. Yevlet retracted his hand. He was once cursed by the gods, and then used another curse. The two curses offset each other, allowing him to escape even the misfortune that Ziref could not escape. Ziref may not be unable to do this, but the only people he could find at the time were Aknologia and Hermes. Either of them was stronger than Ziref at the time. Aknologia kept looking for Ziref and chasing him to kill him. Mr. Black Dragon certainly didn't have the brains for this, but he has a very terrifying fighting intuition and instinct. Perhaps, it is precisely because of the instinct to escape from the bondage that Aknologia is completely unaware that the curse can offset the collision, but still pursues Ziref relentlessly. With Yefrit's personality, when removing the curse, he must also analyze it. Because this curse is not magic in the general sense, but the power of God, the conceptual power, and a higher level of power than the current law system that Natsu and others have stepped into. Because of the research on the curse, so he can break Aknologia's curse. And at this time, Irene thought of another possibility. She looked at Yefrit in shock and said, "You can remove Ziref's curse, you can kill him. If the curse of God can be removed, then Ziref will surely die." Otherwise Yefrit laughed, why would he rather let me do whatever I want in his palace, but still swallowed his anger and ran to form an alliance with Aknologia, and wanted to master a so-called higher power. "Don't you understand?" Yefrit said sarcastically, "This battle is meaningless to Ziref, and you are also abandoned. It's true that Ziref wanted to die, so he created Natsu. But he no want to die with disgrace. Legend, the most evil black wizard created the ultimate demon end, which is equivalent to the demon of Hermes, the real mastermind behind the destruction of the dragon clan. Later, Ziref was killed by the demon he studied, and finally got what he wanted. Another way according to news reports, Black Wizard Ziref provoked Fairy Tail and was killed by Fairy Tail's A-level wizard Yefrit in his palace, the empire he created with great effort, and the 12 shields he carefully cultivated were like scarecrows, and they failed to protect him. So, what kind of death will he choose? Is there any need to analyze it? Irene felt cold in her heart. This matter was so troublesome. I don't know why. She suddenly had a hunch that this battle, they would lose. Not only the 12 shields would lose to Fairy Tail, and Ziref and Aknologia would lose to Yefrit. But even if she loses, even if she dies, at least Irene will choose to die willingly, rather than being assassinated in her own room. Buzz buzz. Irene's injuries were completely healed. She smiled and said, "Even if I am abandoned, even if I cannot win this battle. But this is a plan we have been planning for many years. Even we exist for this battle. So if your plan is to change my mind in any way, to make me rebel and help you, then you don't have to do it. Just, I don't want to die like this. I hope you can give me the dignity of a strong man. I would rather die in battle. Don't think too much." Yevlet said, "Eat when you should, drink when you should. As long as you don't cause trouble for yourself, I won't kill you here. Otherwise, Natsu and the others don't have enough opponents. To be honest, why are there only 12 of you? It would be better if there were 24 shields." Irene was speechless. What did he think of himself and others? Touchstone? That's right. The atmosphere a year ago and before the war was at its peak. Urza and others surpassed the level of the rules and reached the king level. If you don't find something to fight, then it would be lonely to work hard to improve your cultivation and have no opponent in the end. Speaking of which, Yefrit suddenly laughed and said, "If I have a way to make you completely restored to an ordinary person, not a dragon, not a wizard. Let you sleep, have a sense of taste, and feel the beauty of this world again. Are you still willing to go your own way?" Irene fell silent. 400 years. Can't sleep, the brain and thoughts have never had a real rest. Feeling dull, taste disappears. People live in this world, have no appetite, no desire to move, and are so powerful that everything is at your fingertips, and even have no ideals and the original intention to persist. What's the point of living then? Hermes, now Miko, cried while resisting the beating, and that was what she wanted. When she became a demon, her senses were dull and she didn't feel any pain when being beaten. Later, she studied how to feel pain when being beaten. Irene was moved, and she asked, "Can you really do that? If you become an ordinary person, you won't be able to live forever." Yevlet said, "Birth, aging, sickness and death, all of them will be gone. Judging from your age, you will have wrinkles on your face in 10 years, your skin will be loose in 20 years, and the word beauty will have nothing to do with your appearance in 30 years. Het. Irene sneered, boring immortality, no meaning of living. See. Yevlet is very proud of his decision not to pursue immortality, but only to pursue current happiness. At least in this world, except for Acknowledge, who is not very smart, and Hades, who has not yet experienced the pain of immortality, no one who was once a human really loves immortality. Maiko decided that as soon as Yevlet left, she would follow immediately. So, can you really do it? Irene asked. Guess. Yevlet smiled mischievously, and then disappeared. Irene. She hates fraudulent magic. Simple room layout. But there is a beautiful and lush garden, which is carefully cultivated by the owner. What's more strange is that there are some children's toys in the garden, such as rocking horses. An old man with a kind face but serious eyes sat on a chair and repeatedly looked through Yevlet's information. It's just information, what's so good about it? Suddenly a voice sounded. August was startled and turned around to take the magic wand, but found that his magic wand was already in the hands of a young man. Yevlet. August was very shocked. He said, "You actually showed up on your own initiative." After that, he said, "Aren't you afraid that we will kill you? If you have this ability, I can't take the initiative to plan this battle." Yevlet said. "Can't you give me a stool?" Yevlet asked with a smile. August waved his hand, and a stool appeared behind Yevlet. Yevlet sat down and let go of Augusta's magic wand, only to see the magic wand turned into a butterfly and flew away. Fraud magic. Augusta narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Fraud magic only affects the senses. Except for your disciple Emily, who can complete the transformation between reality and illusion through the magic of wishing, this magic itself does not have the ability to transform or transmit things." So. August stretched out his hand and scooped into the empty space. This is where he put the magic wand just now. The next second, he grasped the magic wand, and the magic wand also appeared. As expected. August cracked Yevlet's fraud magic, but he was not proud at all. He knew it was just a trivial trick. The real horror of fraud magic is that in that meeting, Yevlet was able to bypass everyone and threaten Irene's life. Just a little joke. Yevlet took out a box of tea and said, "No matter from what perspective, I should bring you a gift." "Thank you." Augusta took it and immediately took out the tea set and started to brew it. While waiting, Yevlet picked up the information on the table and looked at it, saying, "You govern this country very well and pay great attention to order. Although there are many strict and inhumane places, a unified country is better than the chaos of the entire continent before. This is my duty." Augusta said. He placed the teacup in front of Yevlet and said, "Your tea is very good. Now, please taste my tea-making skills." "Okay." Yevlet put down the information, picked up the teacup and took a sip, then nodded, "Very good." August suddenly said, "I heard that you can't touch alcohol at all, and you will faint even if you smell it. Aren't you afraid I put some alcohol in your tea? Many people know this rumor." Yevlet laughed, "But I have met so many enemies along the way, but no one has ever been able to do it. Do you think you can?" August wanted to be tough, but finally shook his head, "No. Is it so easy to calculate? Yevlet will be knocked down by various accidents in the guild. That's because he trusts his companions. But outside, even in the most urgent situation, unless Acknowledge is in front of him, within 1 meter, and then suddenly bursts out with the most powerful speed and stuffs alcohol into his mouth, then he really can't do anything. But others besides him. Do you really think Maiko is slow? When at home, Maiko's passive automatic protection will not be triggered, so Yevlet often suffers. But outside, even though Maiko always holds 4 arms, if there is a danger of killing Yevlet in an instant, she will definitely take the first step. Of course. Actually, it is not necessary. With Yevlet's magic power, it is okay to keep using fraud magic. He usually doesn't use it in the guild, and outside who can bypass fraud magic to trick him? It can only be God. Jerf can forget about it. August decided to change the subject. He was a little curious. "I have something to ask you. Since you showed up on your own initiative and don't look like you want to kill me, can you satisfy my curiosity?" "Of course." Yevlet smiled and nodded. "Why did you show up?" August asked. "Because I planned to leave." August was stunned when he heard Yevlet's answer. He didn't expect this to be the reason. Before asking this question, he thought a lot, such as, to incite him to rebel, although that was impossible, or he was too proud, he felt that everyone was not a threat, and there were other ulterior motives. But he didn't expect that. However, this is good news after all. August asked again, you have been with Irene before? Not all the time. Yevlet counted on his fingers. I took a bath at Irene's place, had a meal at Brandish's place, slept at Lakide's place, learned knowledge in Jelf's laboratory and study, watched him work at Inbel's place, and watched her practice at Demaria's place. And? Yevlet paused for a moment, and then said. I saw you playing with the children. Many children's toys in the yard were gifts that August pretended to be a kind grandfather and wanted to give to the children. In this respect, he is really similar to Yevlet. Both are keen to bring joy to children. After all, August is a poor man who was born in love, closest to his father, but has never received love. August was surprised by Yevlet's answer. He thought that Yevlet only had eyes for Irene. Is it because Irene is beautiful? After all, it is rumored that Yevlet has several girlfriends. People always have weaknesses and greed in some aspects. Yevlet doesn't even want immortality, which means that his obsession with beauty is greater than immortality. So, even if Irene is an old woman, August has also thought about this possibility. Why else would he look for Irene? However, until Yevlet found him and said such a thing, August realized that he had misunderstood the other party. These days, the other party is really treat the palace as an amusement park. You are quite busy then. Augustus smiled and said, does that change your opinion of us? We are not the stereotyped villains in storybooks, right? I don't have any such feelings. Yevlet waved his hand. I am not keen on being curious about other people's past. Of course, if there is something that can make me happy, I don't mind hearing it. Chapter 336, Augustus's Determination. Is that so? Augustus pondered for a moment. Although Yevlet said he was not interested, he still said, I have put a lot of effort into building this empire. In fact, I don't want this battle. Once the battle starts, countless men will die on the battlefield, the family's income will decrease, and the children's living standards will also decline. In order to make a living, many women will choose to rely on another man, but in this way, the probability of encountering a bastard will be much greater. That is their choice, but the children have no choice. They can't choose their birth, nor can they choose not to fight this battle, nor can they choose not to follow another father. I heard that you like to perform magic for children. I think you are also a person who cares about children and brings them joy. August's expression was a little dazed. He came from a hard life. He was thrown away as soon as he was born. If he was not the child of Jalal and Mavis, and was born with qualities far beyond ordinary people, he would not be able to survive. Even so, his childhood was miserable. So he empathizes with children, especially those who have lost their parents. Because he was like them back then, he had no choice. He is nearly 100 years old, and even though he sees his father right beside him, he has never called out Dad. Once the battle between the two continents begins, countless happy families will be destroyed. Children, do they have the right to choose? August thought of the children who played happily with him before, and those laughter and joy would turn into crying after the battle began. The little girl who used to wear cute skirts may become an orphan who picks up garbage to eat. Those boys who licked lollipops and called grandpa may have to do tiring and dirty work that adults are unwilling to do in order to survive. Just as August was about to continue speaking, he was interrupted by Yevlet. Stop being hypocritical. August choked immediately. Yevlet said, you know clearly that this battle is inevitable because of whose existence. You don't say these words to him, but to me. Are you simply trying to express some useless emotions? Will I think from your perspective if you say so? No, I won't. In the past 400 years, Jalal has made so many mistakes. What qualifications and face does he have to let his men say such things? August argued, Your Majesty has wanted to die for a long time, but he can't die. Yes, in order to die, the devil was created, and then the devil destroyed countless cities and killed countless civilians in the past 400 years. He didn't mean it. Yevlet looked closer at August. Because he was cursed by God, he can't do anything. Even if that's the case, so what? If a psychopath kills someone, the victim must forgive him? Can't he hate him? I hate Ziref's pride and self-righteousness. Why do you think this battle must be fought? Because. Yeflet stared into August's eyes and said, Ziref's pride was crushed by me. He doesn't want to die in humiliation. He wants to do something spectacular before he is willing to die. He wants to form an alliance with Acknowledge to kill me first, even if it will hurt countless lives. Then, he killed Acknowledge and Hermes. Finally, he will be killed by his perfect test subject, the demon created by his brother, and this proves that he can only be killed by himself. The life of the evil black magician has finally come to an end. Perhaps there will be a rebellious reporter who writes a rebellious report. Although Ziref has made countless mistakes in the past 400 years, until the end, he did a great thing that will benefit future generations. He got rid of Acknowledge and Hermes. So people have two sides, and it is difficult to tell right from wrong, merit from demerit. What a joke. Yeflet stepped back and sat on the chair. I won't give him this chance. Do you hate your majesty so much? August sighed. Then you are wrong again. Yefret waved his hand. I am not saying these words out of justice, and I am not killing him because of personal grudges. It is neither public nor private. August asked in confusion, then why do you want to fight with His Majesty? If you don't intervene and simply let Mr. Natsu complete His Majesty's goal, what's wrong with that? Yefret said, fairy tale may not need justice, but the kindness of family members must be rewarded. I will not give anyone the opportunity to discuss this matter. Yeflet said firmly, the peace of Ishgar, the peace of the Western continent, and even the peace of the entire world. It was achieved under the leadership of the Fairy Tale Guild. A group of psychopaths and brutal rulers of the Albarez Empire, the 12 Holy Shields, were eradicated by the Fairy Tale Guild and the Wizard Guild coalition forces. The most brutal dragon, Acknowledge, was killed by the Fairy Tale Dragon Slayers. The most evil black wizard, Ziref, who had no white on his body, was killed by the Fairy Tale Guild and many wizard guilds working together. Yevlet took out a card, put it on the table, and then stood up. This is your complete defeat, and it will also be a great victory for peace and justice, so, say less hypocritical words. So, there is nothing to talk about. August loosened the magic wand that he had been holding tightly because of nervousness. He was sure that Yevlet would not kill anyone here. It's not that there is nothing to talk about. Yevlet, who had a serious face just now, suddenly laughed. He tapped the cards on the table with his fingers and said, there is a story. It's about a child born from love, but because of a bastard father, he killed his mother and abandoned himself, and was forced to wander. In the end, the twisted child struggled all his life to get a little love from his father. August's face changed slightly. This is talking about him. The child born from love, Ziref and Mavis overcame the curse of God and gave birth to him. What a powerful love. But he did not get happiness. Ziref killed Mavis. Then, Ziref sent Mavis back to the Fairy Tale Guild, and he was saved by Preshedo, but then Preshedo abandoned him. Despite this, he did not hate Preshedo. If it were not for Preshedo, he would really die. When he learned about the death of Hades on Tenro Island, he was still sad about it. At the gate of Hades, perhaps he was the only one in the world who was sad about the complete death of Hades. Next, when he was a stray child, he happened to meet Ziref, was taken in by Ziref because he looked like Mavis. But why can't we tell his identity? He clearly has the power of both Ziref and Mavis. But Ziref would rather favor Laquette and even give him the surname Dragneel than to look at him. He is already very old. Because of Ziref's words, he worked hard to build the huge Albarez Empire, but he still couldn't have his father's love. August smiled bitterly. Yefret completely saw through his heart. This person is too good at exposing people's scars. Yefret didn't mean to laugh at August. He said, take a good look at this storybook. After saying that, Yevlet disappeared. August was stunned for a long time before he reached out to take the card, but the moment he touched it, the card turned into a book. It was not a thick, thin book. August picked it up and his face changed when he read halfway through. Mother is still alive. He stood up in shock. Yevlet, do you want me to make a choice? Ziref or Mavis? You want me to betray Ziref, betray the Albarez Empire, and betray everything I created with my own hands. But you shouldn't be like this, at least, you shouldn't give me such great hope. This is not what you really mean. August suddenly reacted. He suppressed the urge to go to the Fairy Tale Guild to see his mother and continued reading the story. This story is not very detailed. After all, Yefrit did not investigate too deeply, so it was enough to fool around. But it revealed key information: Mavis is still alive, and she was in the mirror world just now, but she didn't know the news from the outside world because she was in the room in the mirror world, eating cake and reading magazines. She didn't love Yefrit, it was a love between a man and a woman, and Yefrit didn't love her either. But Yefrit was very confident that he treated Mavis much better than Zeref. The first president was pitiful. When he was a child, he didn't even have a pair of shoes to wear, and he was often bullied. When he grew up, he lost his best friend. He just created a guild and the situation was better, but he fell in love with someone he shouldn't have. The one I love. If it was someone else, Yefrit would just listen to a story and it would be over. But this person is Mavis, the first president of Fairy Tale, the one who created the beginning of happiness. Any member of Fairy Tale will, should, and must pamper her. What she didn't enjoy during her lifetime, after death let her get everything. By the way, as long as the family is warm enough, the daughter will not run after the yellow-haired man. August read the whole storybook like a demon, especially the second half, which he read repeatedly. Because it is written here about Mavis, and because Yefrit is now the person who knows Mavis' daily life best in the guild, his ideas here are like a spring, and he has written a lot about Mavis unconsciously. Knowing her favorite desserts, fruits and dishes taste, favorite clothes, favorite shoes, favorite colors, favorite magazines and stars. A living Mavis, vividly depicted on paper. Mom. The 100-year-old man covered his face and cried. He didn't even dare to get close to the book, fearing that his tears would wet the pages. August cried for a long time before he finally suppressed the strong longing in his heart. He had more important things to do. At the end of the story, August understood why Yevlet came to him and why he told him this story. The last scene depicted. Mavis walked on the street with her hands behind her back, smiling innocently like a little girl, looking at various commodities. And a 100-year-old man followed behind her, carrying large and small bags in her hands. August, although it's many years late, but... Mavis turned around with her hands behind her back and said, "Do you want any gift? Mom has made a lot of money from Yevlet, and I can buy it for you." Mom. Imagine the last picture in the book. August was completely broken, and whispered, "I want a lollipop, the kind with circles, flat, colorful candy." That was what he wanted to eat when he was a child, but he couldn't afford it, and other children would never throw it into the trash before eating it. Later, August bought such candy countless times, but the regret of childhood could never be made up. August suddenly raised his head with a firm look on his face. "Yevlet, as you wish, I can give you everything you want, as long as you can do what you say." He is so pitiful. On the roof, Yevlet stood here, and Maiko behind him said. "Yet." Yefrit nodded, and then said, "The old man's crying is quite sad." He didn't care much about Augusta's feelings, but he was touched when he saw Augusta crying with true feelings, crying and calling for his mother like a child. He didn't sympathize with him, but sympathized with himself. At least he still has a chance to see his mother. But what about me? Yefrit smiled, "I don't have a mother." In 2 lives, Yefrit has no mother. In his previous life, he was an orphan, thrown into the trash can at the beginning, and he was also abandoned by his parents. When he traveled through time, he was also a child picked up at the beginning. At that time, his adoptive father was already quite old, and his adoptive mother died young. Natsu can see Igneel. Wendy can see Grandine. Iluza, he also went to find Irene for Urza. Even Augusta, as long as he understood the storybook, knew Yefrit's plan, and was willing to act according to the plan, he could realize his lifelong dream, of course, that was to let him give up Jeref on his own initiative. But it was obvious that Augusta did not hesitate too much, perhaps he was really tired, and when he saw another better wish, he ran towards it without hesitation. Or maybe he knew that Jeref's side was ultimately a dream bubble, and if he didn't know the current situation, he would get nothing. Yefrit helped everyone realize their dreams and fill their regrets, but unfortunately no one could help him fill his regrets. Maiko slowly hugged Yefrit. In this world, no one can have everything. Jeref can't. Akunology can't. Yefrit can't either. Maiko sighed in her heart. She is the luckiest one, because the human Hermes is inherently cold, and she did not inherit the obsession of the devil Hermes. Relatively speaking, although she lacked a lot, she had forgotten it. As Maiko, She had no regrets. No need. Yevlet untied Maiko's hand with a smile and said, "Don't underestimate me, let's go." He was just a little sentimental, far from being crushed. After all, apart from that, he had everything he wanted, and he was already one of the luckiest people. Yet. Maiko nodded. Chapter 337, The Truth of the Magic Abyss. The Magic Abyss. Before those guys appeared, Yevlet really thought it was just a realm. It was not until Asa told him that a group of people similar to Jalal appeared that he realized that this world had an extremely ancient history. When I watched the animation in my previous life, I only remembered that there was a history of more than 700 years. But that refers to the history after the Alchemy Age, when the dragons dominated and then humans regained their status. What about before that? The Alchemy Age lasted for nearly 500 years, and Hermes, the master of all, was born. What about before the Alchemy Age? Before, not to mention Ziref, even Yefrit had never thought about this question, mainly because it was meaningless. It happened so long ago. This was not his previous life. Thousands of years of history can be clearly written in books. This is a magical world, but the disappearance of a civilization in an era is very thorough. The first pioneer, the great sage. Each era will breed at least one or two great sages. Hermes in the Alchemy Age. Aknologia and Ziref, the final products of the Dragon Age, are the great sages of the last era. Although Aknologia's brain is a fool to the great sages, he is indeed the ultimate dragon, the final product of the dragon civilization. As for Ziref, he is in a place that may bite can be called the Lost Magic Age. The last 400 years is an era. Compared with the Lost Magic, it is a more prosperous era of ordinary magic civilization. The great sage of this era is Yefrit. These great sages have common characteristics, and are even surprisingly similar. The IQ is extremely high. If you step on the peak, you will be a god. Yefrit even thought a little presumptuously that God may be the great sage who stepped on the final stage in the distant ancient times. According to Yefrit's research, God is something similar to the concept of demons. Demons are a collection of magic power. Powerful demons are the embodiment of a law and a natural phenomenon, such as wind and rain, typhoons, and tsunamis. And gods are also a greater natural phenomenon, the embodiment of a concept and rules. So, Zerf and Aknologia took the wrong path. Demons like Hermes are the right path. Unfortunately, the god Yevlet made a prophecy to Hermes, but there was no information about her becoming a god. As for why Yevlet studied the existence of gods to such an extent, it was because the third stage of his fraud magic just happened to be consistent with the existence of gods. Of course, it was only temporary. If it continued, Yevlet could become a god. But he would not do this for 3 reasons. First, God was right, this world could not bear another god, especially the godhood he would have, which would completely destroy the world, which he did not want to see. Second, he could no longer truly become a god, because his tricks made Yevlet in a parallel time and space complete the prophecy on his behalf. Without the prophecy power, Yevlet could not become a god now, and the price of becoming a god was that the whole world would offer big fireworks for the birth of the new god, real big fireworks. Third, looking at those poor, immortal great sages, he hated the long and miserable life even more. Yes. Zerf and Aknologia entered the abyss of magic, where all the great sages of the past were. Even though God didn't like Ziref back then, he still cheated on Ziref. Because in comparison, he disliked Yefrit even more. There is more than one god. Obviously, the god who helped Yefrit last time did not reach an agreement with the god who helped Ziref. The power of immortality of the immortal great sages. This reminded Yefrit of a recorded god. Ankarthrum, the god who controls life and death. If he doesn't like Yefrit, it's reasonable. After all, Ziref angered him just to resurrect his brother. And Yefrit resurrected many people one after another, which was a slap in the face of this god. And Ankarthrum was the only god that Ziref could contact and could help him. Perhaps, the immortal great sages were the prisoners he imprisoned. So, the magic abyss that everyone pursues, the place that Hades dreams of reaching, is actually a prison. It's here. Yevlet stood at the entrance of the cave. In order to receive Ziref and Aknologia, the ancient great sages placed the entrance to the abyss here. The magic abyss itself is similar to the god-forsaken land of Hermes, in another small space and time. As soon as Yevlet approached, a voice came from inside. Yevlet, God did not allow you to come in here. Yevlet was a little surprised, but he was using fraud magic. He said, "I'm curious, what are you going to teach Ziref and the others? Can't you let me come in and see? This is unfair to me." The answer from inside, "Let them evolve to the most perfect, this is our ultimate mission. God has said that as long as we complete this task, He will set us free. The moment of the end is finally coming, I have waited for countless ages, woo woo woo." A great sage even cried. When a group of people who are good at research reach the pinnacle, but cannot take that step, and then live in the world for thousands or even tens of thousands of years without doing anything, and cannot leave this prison, that kind of eternal life is too painful. Just look at Jalal, he wants to die after living for a short time. And each of these great sages has experienced no less pain than him, and has persisted to this day, not persistence, but mainly because there is no way, they can't die. Now, they finally waited for the opportunity. They are so eager to complete the task, so they are proud and ignore fairness and refuse Yefrit to step into the abyss of magic. At this time, Maiko stepped forward and said, "But this was also my research institute, it contains my final legacy. Hermes, it's a pity that your memory is not complete, otherwise I would like to see how powerful the wisdom of a wise man who can reach your level is." A sighing voice came from inside. "It is undeniable that even among us, your wisdom is among the best. If you hadn't been deceived by this man, you would have become the new god." Mike said proudly, "I have no interest in becoming a god, then is it your obsession?" "That is not the obsession of Yevlet and I. If Yevlet went to find the young Hermes at that time, it was not Hermes who first said that Yevlet was a god, but Yevlet who first said that Hermes was a god, then the content of the prophecy would be completely opposite. Even the great sages who are closest to God, there are only one or two in an era. Not to mention God, how many great sages there are here means how many eras have not had gods. It was not until the recent few eras that there was finally a chance for a god to be born again. The extinction of each era is quite thorough, so it is difficult for each civilization to inherit the legacy of the previous civilization and then go further. Not to mention the distant past, in the last two eras, the same is the magic civilization, but for this era, the previous magic is called lost magic and has become a rare thing, so there will be more lost magic. And the dragon-slaying magic will also become the lost magic of this era because the future Ishgar will no longer have dragon-slayer magic can only be passed on to Natsu's children at most, and the probability of passing it on to the next generation is very small. In the end, the powerful dragon-slayer magic cannot avoid the fate of disappearance. If Lucy's children cannot inherit the celestial key, without the talent in this area, then celestial magic will also be lost. Therefore, each era almost starts from scratch, rather than superimposed. It is not that the modern great sages are stronger than the past. It is not that the ancient great sages are stronger than the present. Stepping into the abyss of magic means immortality, and wisdom is high enough to learn all the knowledge in the world. There will be no gap in force and knowledge between these great sages. It is equivalent to everyone getting full marks in all subjects. And now, these great sages are passing on all the knowledge of countless eras to Ziref and Aknologia, mainly Ziref. Aknologia may not have that brain. "Maybe, I can write a joke and submit it," Yevlet said sarcastically. The 12 shields asked, "Your Majesty, what have you been doing these days?" Zerf said, "I went to do research." The 12 shields asked again, "Your Excellency Aknologia, did you go to do research as well?" Aknologia said, "I went to be studied." Yevlet. Aknologia's roar came from inside. Obviously, Yevlet was right. He was really being studied. Or, Ziref's upgrade evolution was his initiative, while Aknologia was passive, just like Ziref was dressing himself, while he was lying on the bed being manipulated by a group of old antiques. "Leave here, Yevlet, no matter what you say today, we will not let you in. We are not your teachers, and we have the right to refuse to teach you." A great sage persuaded. What's more, another great sage continued, "You only have less than 80 years left in your life. If you can defeat Jalal, there will be nothing in this era that can trouble you. You should use this time to enjoy your life as you wish, instead of studying the knowledge of us old antiques. You successfully convinced me." Yeflet nodded, and then said, "But you still angered me. We have expected it, or you can kill us now, against your plan and fairness. We are very self-aware. Even if we are all great sages, the great sage who can become a god and the great sage who cannot become a god are at a dimensional level. We are not afraid. I have lived enough. It is not a loss to be able to witness the birth of an evil god with our lives. If you have the ability, do it, Yefeulet, let the world see whether you should continue to live as a human in your era. I have to admit it. Their words really hit the soft spot of Yefrit. Now is not the time for him to take action. And this group of people are really not afraid of death, and they all want to die. For example, Ziref, he really wants to die, of course he has to die worthily. He took away Hermes, Yefrit and Aknologia, and then was killed by the creatures he created. What a magnificent record! If he was killed by Yefrit's sneak attack in the palace, he would really die with regret. Yefrit slowly drew out the long knife, and Maiko hugged him and grabbed his hand. No matter how strong Yefrit's fighting power is, it will not be physical. If he wants to burst out powerful physical fighting power, he still needs Maiko's help. Boom! A knife cut down. The whole cave was destroyed. Hermes's legacy was also destroyed, and at the same time, the gate of the magic abyss was also destroyed. And there was a terrible slash, which came from Yefrit's magic and Hermes's power, rushing into the magic abyss. Puff! Everyone inside was cut by a knife. What a bad-tempered guy! The great sages smiled and shook their heads. Who has not been like this before? A great sage said. Yes. Everyone nodded. Who hasn't been so arrogant before? The difference is that because of the long years, even though they are the ultimate existence in this world, they have now become humble and pitiful people who want to die. Yeflet turned and left, saying, Asa, look at this place, except for Jelal and Akunalakia, whoever sets foot in the world will be killed. He was a little angry. This was the first time he wanted to enter a place and was rejected. He was using fraud magic, and it was obvious that for the great sages, the second stage fraud magic was nothing great, and they all had ways to see through it. From this, it can be inferred. Zerf and Aknologia will learn from them how to completely crack the second level and lower fraud magic. But so what? The third level fraud magic, when Yefrit appears in front of Ziref again, it will be the end of everything, and he will no longer perform insignificant magic for Ziref. The Fairy Tale Guild in Ishgar suddenly published a report. This report quickly spread throughout the continent, not only in the magic world, but also in ordinary people. Because the emperor of the Albaraz Empire in the western continent was arrogant, lustful, and extremely greedy, they kidnapped Emily and Yevlet, preparing to study their fraudulent magic and humiliate Emily at the same time. This is the information that a wizard of fairy tale exchanged his life for. The member named Dorabart used to work in the Magic Council. He was an excellent wizard serving civilians, but he died miserably in order to pass on information. In the photo, he died miserably. Western continent? Those bastards. Alvarez Empire, I've heard of it, it's an evil empire. The report says that their emperor is Ziref. Ziref, the most evil black wizard in history, is indeed him. Emily, our angel, this kind of thing must not be tolerated. Save Emily. Save our angel. Is it that serious? Because of one person, a war between two continents may occur, and many people will die. What nonsense are you talking about, you bastard? Emily is an angel. If we don't take effective measures for Emily's experience, we will abandon the angel, abandon the kindness and gratitude of human nature, and we will lose the favor of God. Chapter 338. You really want me to die? Meister looked at the report with an inexplicable emotion. A few days ago, the mission order about him was suddenly issued, asking him to dress up and then lie on the ground and pretend to be dead. He didn't know why yet. As a result, seeing the report now the hanging heart finally died. However, this can be regarded as a complete severance of the past unbearable memory about the identity of Dorabart. Dorabart is completely dead, and there will only be Meister of Fairy Tale in the future. Catch me? Just by them? Emily was speechless. She was in the prison car at this time, with a soft fur cushion underneath, and then she lay on it, crossed her legs, swayed her feet, and drank the specialty wine she bought in the last city while watching the report. A few days ago, she received a mission about her. Let her be exposed to the soldiers of the Albaraz Empire and then be caught by the other side. Emily naturally obeyed, so she took the prison car and went to the Albaraz royal city. The others also received the news. Emily and Yefrit were caught. Do you believe it? Anyone can be exposed and caught, but it is impossible for the two of them to cheat magic. The report is biased. Aren't we all in the Albaraz Empire? Why does it say that they were caught in our Ishgar? Stupid Natsu, this is obviously Yefrit's plan. Yefrit and Emily were caught? Really? The 12 shields were also very shocked. Just one Yevlet made them unable to sleep, eat well, and even dare not go to the toilet. As we all know, going to the toilet is the most vulnerable time. If Yevlet jumped out while they were squatting, it would be really. Girls like Demalia and Brandish didn't even dare to change clothes and take a shower. As a result, now they are told that Yevlet was caught by the soldiers? Ah! Although they did issue a wanted order, they didn't expect the soldiers to catch Yevlet. What kind of powerful general is this? Can he catch Yevlet? By the way, isn't Yevlet in the palace? Everyone realized it later. Isn't Yevlet playing hide and seek in the palace? How come he was suddenly caught in a city far away from the royal city? The most worthy thing to complain about is that your majesty is arrogant and lustful, and ordered them to be arrested. Brandish said. Fake news. Ajir said. What's the use of such fake news except to undermine their morale? Timaria was very confused. It's not fake news. August shook his head. What? Everyone looked at him in shock. I received news from below that those guys still want to send people to the royal city to ask for credit, and hope to really get as much reward as the wanted order. August said calmly. Yevlet, reward, 81 billion J. Emily, bounty, 8.8 billion J. This is what August has set. Of course, the 12 shields never expected that the people below could catch these two people. But if they really catch them, they can give it to them. Although it sounds like a lot, an S-level commission is only a few million J, but everyone present is a prominent figure in the empire, and this amount of money can be easily taken out. Is it true? Everyone was shocked. This is too outrageous. Did they really catch those two? Or, did they expose themselves and want to come to the capital in an open identity? Aaron, what do you think? Jacob asked. Everyone looked at her. Aaron has been very strange these 2 days. Everyone thought that she was held hostage by Yevlet, so they understood her. But now that Yevlet is gone, Aaron can speak freely. Among the 12 shields, the most prestigious ones are Aaron and August. Irene said, let's do what we have to do. I respect Augusta's opinion. She didn't want to say it. She didn't know what Yevlet wanted to do, what his plan was, and how she and others should deal with his plan. Irene knew that everything that was happening now and all their efforts had nothing to do with the final result. When she thought of this, she felt a little sad. She had been very proud for 400 years, but her pride was shattered some time ago. This made her mood a little unstable. August sighed in his heart. He actually understood Irene. Yevlet went to Irene first, and he must have said something to her, breaking through Irene's mental defenses. Just like what he did to him. Yevlet turned him into a traitor. Then Irene's side was not much better. Perhaps he and Irene both betrayed, so what was the point of this battle? The difference is, Irene can lie down and be discouraged. But he can't. Not only can he not slack off, he must even actively prepare for this battle in the way that Yevlet wants. Everyone looked at August. August said, in this case, let's play along. I'll send someone to pick them up and bring them to the royal city. Who's going? There was a moment of silence. Who wants to go? Yevlet, that guy, can make them mentally weak in the palace. That Emily is also a user of fraud magic. 2 fraud magic. They will definitely not be caught and controlled. At this time, whoever goes to pick them up may be teased by the 2 fraud magic. Even death is not scary. What's scary is that pride is trampled to death. Look at Irene's former big sister, how calm and proud she was. Now she has become absent-minded, and the whole person exudes a restrained and depressed atmosphere. Even Irene is like this. Even Augusta can't take down Yevlet. No one can stand this. No matter how proud you are, you should know yourself. Seeing this, Augusta said, don't you want to go? There was silence at the scene. Everyone is proud after all. Even if they don't want to go, they don't want to say it directly. Then I'll go. Augusta said and stood up. No, if you want to go, it's better for me to go. Lakide said hurriedly. No, Augusta shook his head, let's decide it, you stay and take charge of the situation. Irene looked at Augusta inexplicably. Did you betray Jelf? Augusta. Irene had such a guess in her heart, but she touched her chest that was pierced by Yevlet and recalled what Yevlet said. Yevlet has a way to restore her to an ordinary person, not a dragon, nor a wizard, to a person who can sleep, have a sense of taste, and feel everything in the world. Finally, Yevlet asked her, "Are you still willing to go your own way?" If she becomes an ordinary person, will she like her daughter? If she becomes an ordinary person, will Hermes forgive her? If she becomes an ordinary person, will her life become wonderful and beautiful? Irene was very entangled and complicated. She knew that Augusta had betrayed everyone, but she still didn't say it. As the meeting ended, Augusta saw that Irene was absent-minded and said, "Irene, you stay." Irene sat in her seat and did not move. "Wait for everyone to leave." Augustus said, "What did Yefrit tell you?" Irene shook her head and said, "I won't tell you." "After all, you won't tell me what Yefrit told you." "That's right." Augustus nodded, "But I have made up my mind." "What about you?" He stared at Irene. Irene took a deep breath and said, "On the day Yefrit left, he pierced my chest with a knife made of Aknologia's bones." August was startled and said, "Then have you been cursed by Aknologia?" Irene nodded and said, "Yes." She said bitterly, "It was just a silent knife that I didn't notice, and I almost died there. If Yefrit wanted, he didn't even need to fight with anyone, and he could slaughter all of our palaces. We were all powerless to resist." Yet, although Augusta had expected it, it still made him feel desperate when he heard it from Irene's mouth. He, who had reached the end of magic, was still so far away from Yefrit, who had already stepped out. If someone had pursued power all his life and thought he had reached the peak, he would be devastated by this blow. Just like Irene's current state. August felt that Irene was now without ambition, as if her ambition had been destroyed by that knife. "I was not destroyed," Irene said. "Sorry, that's not what I meant." August apologized quickly. Irene had no intention of arguing with him. She said, "I thought I would die there because the wound could not be healed. Even I would die from such a penetrating wound. If the wound cannot be healed, it is useless even if it is sewed tightly with needles and threads. Even if the blood can be stopped from flowing out, can the magic power be stopped from flowing out?" If Yefrit didn't care at that time, then Irene could only find Aknologia and get help from him to survive. Irene said, "But then Yefrit destroyed the power of the curse." August's eyes widened. "Destroy the curse? That's something that Aknologia and Ziref can't do." Irene said, "You understand." She laughed inexplicably. "Yefrit really has the power to completely kill Ziref and Aknologia. Because of the curse, Ziref is immortal. Aknologia is also invincible because of the curse. But Yevlet has the power to break the curse. Even if the effect is weak, Yevlet still has the magic of deception and the assistance of Hermes. Even if he uses the dumbest method, Yevlet will definitely kill 2 people and win the final victory." Irene said, "Is such a battle really meaningful? A battle that is bound to fail. A battle that will not affect the outcome regardless of our efforts or not." August remained silent, because he thought of such things and knew that he could not achieve the ending he wanted most. It is impossible to have both. In the end, it was still Mavis in the book. His love for his mother surpassed everything. This is also the reason why August saw that no one wanted to go, and then decided to go by himself. If he could see Yefrit again, could he see his mother? Even if it was just once, even if they could not recognize each other. It was no secret that Yefrit took Mavis with him. Before, Ziref wanted to attack Fairy Tale because he wanted to get the fairy's heart. But he knew that Mavis was with Yefrit, and he had no confidence that he could get it back, even if he had been ruthless at the time. He said it loudly, but when he started to study Yefrit, he found out how troublesome this guy was, so he gave up the idea. Originally, his plan was to get the fairy's heart, and then kill Yefrit and Aknologia. Now, in order to fight Yefrit, he had to form an alliance with Aknologia. Not only Irene and Augusta, Ziref's pride was shattered by Yefrit earlier. Originally, until he arrived at Tenro Island, Ziref didn't take Yefrit seriously. At most, he was afraid of Hermes. At this time, he was still watching Natsu. But after the incident at the Gate of Hades, Ziref found out after reviewing that Yefrit was not only strong in fraud magic, but also had research capabilities. Not weaker than him. Only then did Ziref put away his pride. Until now, Ziref had the mentality of a challenger, and was going to challenge the big boss Yefrit. Since he did not attack Fairy Tale and changed his mind, Ziref shared the information with his subordinates before leaving. That's why August felt so regretful for the hasty separation last time. If he could think it through and agree earlier, maybe at that time, he could see his mother. In his opinion, August's choice was actually no choice. If Ziref could win, then everyone would be happy, but it had nothing to do with their efforts. In fact, from the plan Yefrit gave him from the perspective of the plan, whether rationally or emotionally, Augusta thinks that it is best for Yefrit to win. If Ziref wins, it will be a bloody war between the Albarez Empire and Ishgar, but if Yefrit wins, there won't even be too many sacrifices in this war. Should he support his father and let the two continents go to war? Or should he support Yefrit and gain peace? It seems that Augusta can choose, but in fact he has no choice. Again, no matter what the 12 shields do, it will be useless, and the final outcome will only depend on the victory or defeat of those 4 people. Moreover, after Ziref wins, he will still choose death. He will lose his father, and his lifelong wish will not be fulfilled. People are emotional and rational. At this time, Yefrit gave him another chance, Mavis. At this point, Augusta understood that he had no choice at all. Is it to keep half of the love, or to lose everything without meaning? Is it peace between the 2 continents, or to cause war between the 2 continents for his father's selfishness? August finally chose the ending in the storybook. Voila! Irene pushed the stool away, stood up, and said, August, what kind of person do you think I am? Poor man. Augusta said bluntly. Why? Irene asked. Don't dare to face your heart. Augusta said. It's strange. Irene looked at him. What on earth did Yevlet say to you that made you become so thorough? Augusta smiled and didn't answer. Just as Irene wouldn't tell him, he wouldn't tell Irene. I hope you can get what you want, otherwise your life is really meaningless. Irene sneered and left. Augusta countered, Aaron, your life after becoming a dragon is also meaningless. Aaron paused for a moment, then left as if nothing had happened. Chapter 339, Goodbye Augusta. Ishgar. The Fairy Tale Guild released the second report. The Fairy Tale Guild will never give up any of its companions. So it has sent a wizard to the Albarez Empire in the western continent to rescue them alone. Great. This is the fairy tale we know. Defeat those damn guys. Isn't it too reckless? Let's let our magic council discuss this matter with the other party. The Albarez Empire is not weak. It is said that there are more than 700 wizard guilds. No matter how strong it is, it will be difficult to deal with the enemy's net if it goes like this. This guild is always like this, very reckless. It wouldn't be fairy tale if it didn't do this. However, the other party can catch Yevlet and Emily, so they are very strong. As we all know, fraud magic is very difficult to catch. Will it really cause the 2 countries will fight? If 2 countries fight because of something like this, it means that the battle will come by itself, not because of this, but because of something else. I don't want to fight. The key is not our attitude, but the other side's. It is said that the Albarez Empire is a warlike country. Isn't that natural? A poor country with an emperor still Ziref, such an evil guy controls the country, can it build a paradise? Come if you want to, fight, there is nothing to be afraid of, maybe I will have the opportunity to establish merit and become a hereditary noble. In Ishgar, it is not difficult to become a noble. Often, if you are rich and famous enough, you can become a noble. However, if you want to inherit the title, you have to advance and retreat with the kingdom. So, even if it is just a hereditary viscount, you have more say in the nobility than a non-hereditary marquis. Because in the aristocratic circle, the hereditary nobles are completely in the same camp, and are really tied to the fate of the kingdom. When the kingdom prospers, they are popular, and when the kingdom declines, they also decline. They can be said to share honor and disgrace. If the battle between Ishgar and the Albarez Empire really happens, many hereditary nobles will definitely die, and of course, many new hereditary nobles will emerge. It's time for us to set off. Akariga and others said. Their mission is to rescue Emily, but according to the plan, they will fail and escape. Of course. Since it was August who came to pick people up, they couldn't defeat August. August has a strength close to the ultimate, which is almost the same as Hades in the demon state. Even in the past year, to face such a big boss, it would take at least half of the A-level strongmen of Fairy Tale to besiege him before there is a chance to defeat him. On the wasteland, 2 prisoner cars are moving. One of them is empty. Another one. It was covered with fluffy mats, a small low table with a lot of snacks on it, and various decorations outside, making the prison car look not like a prison car, but a carriage for a lady to go out. Suddenly, with a wave of magic power, the whole marching team, as if time had stopped, all stopped. Then the door of the prison car was opened. Yevlet got out of it. He walked to a farther place, turned his back, and began to unbuckle his belt. I drank a little too much milk in the morning. Suddenly sensing something, Yevlet turned his head to look over. I saw a person using flying magic and rushing over quickly. The speed was so fast that he was still in the sky in the last second and in front of the team in the next second. It was August. He looked at the completely still team in confusion, turned his head to check the reason, and suddenly found that he had become a plastic figurine played by a little girl. August looked around in confusion. He was sitting on a table, surrounded by plastic figures that looked like him but different. In front of the table, there was a cute little girl with blonde hair, about 7 or 8 years old, playing with toys. What was this for? Although Augusta was confused, he was not panicked. Is it an illusion? He tried to decipher the scene in front of him by deciphering illusions. Basically, August can be said to have mastered most of the magic in the world, and is a well-deserved magic king. For illusions, he has many solutions. However, when he tried them one by one and couldn't solve them, he finally understood. Fraudulent magic, but this doesn't feel like Yevlet's fraudulent magic. Is it Emily's? He understood a little. At this time, the little girl reached out to grab Augusta. Instinctively, Augusta wanted to use magic to bounce her away, but found that the magic power he emitted was pitifully weak. So powerful! The little girl exclaimed, and became more interested in him. August didn't want to be caught, so he turned and ran. Poor old man, he climbed over the mountains and crossed the ridges on the table to avoid the little girl's hand. There were many toys on the table, and August used them to deal with the little girl. But in the end, he was still caught. Real scene, real touch. If it weren't for the inability to deceive consciousness, August really felt that he was played by God. Is this Emily's fraudulent magic? Dream. Once people enter such a real and extremely absurd dream, even if they really understand that it is fake, they can't remove the magic. It's really terrible. And he can't learn fraudulent magic at all. Is it because of the nature of magic? Outside world. Yevlet rejected Emily's magic test, shook his body, and looked at August, who was controlled by Emily's magic in the distance. Because he lost control of his body, he fell from a high altitude and smashed a hole on the ground. Fortunately, Augusta was strong enough, otherwise, if the Magic King, one of the 12 shields, was controlled by someone and fell to death, it would be a big news. Yevlet returned to the carriage, and Emily pouted. Yevlet pinched her. Oh, master, it's dirty. Emily complained angrily. I've wiped my hands. Yevlet said, let Augusta go. I know. Emily nodded. August came at a bad time. He happened to meet Yevlet going to the toilet. Emily was afraid that he would see something he shouldn't see, so she controlled him, which was an unexpected disaster. In the dream world, August was caught by the little girl and had no power to resist. At this time, the little girl laughed, Grandpa, how about my fraud magic? Is it Emily? Augustus smiled kindly, knowing that this was Yevlet's only disciple. Even though he had suffered a little loss just now, he was not stingy and said with a smile, it's a very powerful fraud magic, it's really hard to crack. In fact, after knowing that it was fraud magic, Augustus already knew how to crack it. As long as you are confident enough in yourself and have strong willpower. Not to mention Emily's fraud magic, even Yevlet's fraud magic can be cracked. But the trouble with fraud magic is that it can be continuously superimposed, so there is always a time when you are overconfident and make mistakes. However, even after knowing how to crack fraud magic, Augustus still did not use that method, because he was not in danger of life, so he could delay for a while and analyze more information about fraud magic. Emily heard Augustus's praise and said, thank you for your compliment. The next second, August found himself lying in a pit. He climbed up from the pit and found the convoy stopped. He straightened his robe and blew away the dust on his body, completely covering up the fact that he had fallen. Then, he found that everyone was moving. It was as if the time in this space had started to flow again. Real and terrible fraud magic. Augusta couldn't help but whispered. Deceiving the five senses could actually be played by Yevlet to make time stop. August had no doubt that Yevlet could kill all the 12 shields effortlessly in time stop, making everyone die unclearly. Lord Augusta. The leader of the caravan saw Augusta and hurriedly came up to salute. Yes. Augusta nodded, spoke to everyone majestically, and then proposed to interrogate the prisoners in person and asked everyone not to disturb him. He looked at the beautifully decorated prison car and the other empty prison car, and listened to his men talking about how to deal with the two men and how to torture the enemy, and was a little speechless. The men all said how they treated the couple as enemies, and abused them severely, and guaranteed that they would answer any questions. But August was even a little curious, who did they whip on weekdays? Dong dong. He was like a polite visit to a neighbor, and even knocked on the door in a friendly manner. The door was opened. August looked inside curiously. Yevlet and a beautiful little girl were sitting around a low table, which was full of snacks, and there were various magazines and novels next to it. It seems that Mr. Yevlet will never treat himself badly no matter where he goes. August said with a smile. Although I want to say that it is not polite to do so, this small prison car can't squeeze you, August. Yevlet said with a smile, I have to wrong you. It doesn't matter. August shook his head. He was easy to talk to, not to mention that he now needs Yevlet. Miss Emily, this is our first meeting. Please don't despise such a small gift. August took out a box as tall as a person. Thank you, Mr. August. Emily took it politely and said, I also have a gift for you, although I bought it in the last city. She also went back to buy a specialty in the last city, which is a softer and less sugary pastry, thinking that the elderly don't like sticky and sweet things, even though August is an old man who didn't hurt at all after falling from a high altitude. Can I open it? Emily was a little curious. Fraud magic cannot penetrate dead objects and detect dead objects behind them. It is a radar for living things. Behind the wall are living things, such as people, which can be fully sensed and constructed. But if it is a pillar, there is no way. Of course, please. Augustus waved his hand, and a stool appeared behind him. He stepped back half a step and sat on it. He also conjured up a table and a set of tea sets. He made tea, but the tea was not the one that Yevlet had given him before, but a tribute from the court, which can be said to be the best tea in the country. Emily opened the box, and inside was a beautiful and exquisite magic wand, 1.7 meters long, with a fist-sized and very round magic crystal on the top. Ah, it's so beautiful, thank you Mr. Augustus. Emily liked it very much and thanked happily. I like your gift too. Augustus smiled and made tea, divided it between the two, and also opened the box of cakes that Emily gave him, took out the cakes, and ate afternoon tea elegantly. I'm not used to it. Emily took a sip of tea and handed the pastry to Yevlet. Her taste is heavier, especially sweets. Yevlet is okay, he is not picky about food. Emily fed the pastry to his mouth, and he ate it. Well, it's very good. Yevlet nodded. Whether it is tea or pastry, one is brewed by the top boss of the empire, and the other is the most famous specialty in the city. Seeing this, August said, I think it's very good too. Although it's a bit inappropriate to say that my tea is well brewed, but in terms of tea brewing skills, I dare to say that it is not inferior to the tea master. There is no need to be modest. Yevlet said, your skills are among the top few among the people I know. Who is the first, master? Emily asked curiously. Myra. Yevlet said. It doesn't feel strange. Emily said, what about Sister Turtledove? She's not bad either, she works hard. Yevlet said. Emily heard the hidden meaning of Yevlet. Working hard means that she has no talent and only has mediocre skills. Yevlet seems to be easy to talk to today. August mustered up his courage. Suddenly he wanted to laugh. He actually had times when he needed to muster up his courage and felt uneasy. He pretended to sigh and said, Thank you Mr. Yevlet for your compliment. I have paid a lot for this. I really hope that my mother can taste the tea I brewed and such delicious pastries. The truth was revealed. This was August's purpose. He knew that Mavis was in Yevlet, so he wanted to see his mother in advance. Although he had not seen Mavis in the nearly 100 years from childhood to old age. But in his heart, he still remembered Mavis. Although it was in a state of death. Now, he is very close to his mother. So close that he doesn't even need Yevlet to speak, just nod, and he can fulfill his dream. When Emily heard this, tears flashed in her eyes. She couldn't stand this kind of thing, so she liked to help others, especially she helped many children find their parents. Although Augusta was very old, thinking about his past experiences, Emily felt particularly sympathetic towards him. However, sympathy is sympathy, Emily did not forget her position, and in the end, it depends on Yevlet's decision. Yevlet smiled and shook his head. At this moment, Augusta sighed and said, "You are really a cruel man." Chapter 340, Turtle Dove, Yerusha, Melty, Alice's Battle, I. Of course, Yevlet couldn't satisfy Augusta's wish now. To be precise, if the mother and son meet, Mavis cries and insists that Augusta accompany her. What should we do? Then Yevlet told her, "Your son's condition is not good, it's very dangerous, so I will tear him apart, and then I will let him perform dangerous tasks, and he will be beaten up by everyone, and even beaten to death." Yevlet didn't dare to bet whether Mavis would cry while holding his legs, he was the one who couldn't stand it the most. This trick, especially when the opponent is an elder like Mavis. "Your companions are here." August sensed it. "Go do what you should do," Yevlet said. The endless yellow sand. The convoy had just started. I saw several proud figures faintly revealed in the dust in front. I got closer and saw the tallest woman, with long wavy golden hair, wearing a windbreaker and leather pants, looked very sassy. The second tallest woman, wearing a kimono, looked very kind, with drooping eyes, just looking at people calmly, revealing a sense of charm. She carried a long sword as tall as her, obviously a kendo master. The third woman was plump, the most safe delivery type, wearing the same sister dress as the other woman. The last woman was a legal Lolita type. The same clothes, when worn by the woman next to her, looked like a queen, but when worn by her, she looked very cute. The people in the convoy had no intention of whistling and teasing. These 4 people obviously came with bad intentions. Stop! The convoy that had just started stopped again. This time, the atmosphere was much more tense. When August came just now, they were reserved, but now they were on the verge of a fight. Love, beauty and swords are the fate of women like cherry blossoms. The woman in kimono and cherry-colored long hair was Banjiu. Her magnetic voice, borrowed from magic, spread to the whole convoy so that everyone could hear it, so that they understood, they were here to cause trouble. "I haven't fought with all my strength for a long time. Although I am not keen on fighting, in order to save my beloved man, I have to recall some of the things I did in my past identity today." The blonde windbreaker woman was Alice. She was once the trump card of the Roya organization, but she fell in love with Yefrit at first sight. Knowing that Yefrit was not a dark character, she tried to restrain her devil instinct. Until she met Emily, her human side completely prevailed. But the side that has the upper hand, and is not a demon, is completely eliminated. Just like the dove, although it is usually silly in front of Yefrit, it is as crazy as Urza when fighting. There have been some breakthroughs in magic recently. I heard that the legendary Magic King is here, so just come out and don't waste time. Yerusha said. Ditto. Melty said coldly. Her usual personality is very cute, but when facing outsiders, she takes out the style of the devil's heart, becomes very cold, and makes herself look hard to bully. I don't know if they have practiced any tricks this year. Yefrit said. Emily said, "We have all made progress. We have tricks and so on." She is very proud. This year, she slowed down the progress of being an angel and turned to study magic. Although she has not entered the 3rd stage of fraud magic, she has already reached a higher level in the realization magic that combines fraud magic and wish magic. Emily is now absolutely powerful provided she doesn't face someone as strong-willed as Urza. Urza is Emily's nemesis, no matter how much stronger she becomes than Urza, it's useless. Ahead. Knowing that the enemy is not friendly, and that they can't deal with it. But the general escorting the convoy still mustered up the courage and said, "You guys, get out of the way quickly, otherwise we will regard you as enemies and attack you." Then do it. As soon as Ultia finished speaking. Swish swish swish. Countless dark swords covered everyone in the convoy. Even Augusta was hit by a sword, of course, because he didn't dodge or defend. Do you feel magic? August was a little surprised that someone could do such unpopular magic, but he could do it too. Ah dash! There was a wailing at the scene, and all the guards were knocked down by this move. I thought they would hold out for a while longer. August shook his head, it seems that I have to go. He walked slowly towards the few people and said, I am August, the magic king of one of the 12 shields. Tell me your names. The maid of the Yevlet family, Alice Valier. Alice said, and added, half human, half demon. Mr. Yevlet's maid, Turtle Dove. Turtle Dove said, I only use swordsmanship. Yevlet's lover, Emily's friend, I am Yerusha. Yerusha said, I can do ice-shaping magic and time magic. Same as above, I am Melty, my magic is feeling magic. Melty said. I see. August was a little surprised. He turned his head and looked at the prisoner car and said, Are you all Mr. Yevlet's women? Yes. Yerusha nodded. August didn't think it was too strange. He has reached the top of the empire, and he was also very cool when he was young. Besides, whether it is the Albarez Empire or Ishgar, it is common for powerful people, both men and women, to have multiple spouses. There is no need to be too surprised. It is just that. The beauty of these people is still amazing. August smiled and said, Although I have a request to Mr. Yefrit, and although you are his women, but, in the battle, I will not be defeated. No need. Alice said. You are the best touchstone. Ultia also said proudly. Then let's start. August waved his hand, Land of Sin. It was the magic that Melty used just now. What? Everyone was surprised to see a large number of swords of pain flying. But remembering August's name, the Magic King, he controls most of the magic in the world. Although lost magic is rare, the lost magic of ordinary people may be the popular magic when August was young. For example, Dragon Slayer magic, when Natsu is old and no longer fights. For Romeo's children, Dragon Slayer magic is lost magic, but Romeo has seen Dragon Slayer magic with his own eyes. Therefore, it is not surprising that August can use most of the lost magic. Besides, he also has a strong learning ability and can learn it during the battle. The opponent's magic is extremely terrifying. What's more, Augusta also mastered copy magic. Except for prop magic and fraud magic, which are too weird, he can basically handle them. Speaking of this time, compared to Melty's magic, Augusta's magic is more exaggerated. The sky is full of sword rain, overwhelming and pressing down. Everyone feels a sense of despair as if a mountain of swords is pressing down. Even if they use magic to hedge, they can't hedge at all. They must give up defense and evacuate. Swish, swish, swish. Fortunately, several people are very fast and successfully dodge. At the same time, several people also launched attacks. Moonless flow yaksha flashes in the sky. The ultra-long distance slash even cracked the earth. Sin ray. Melty shoots out hundreds of rays of light, which will cause unbearable pain after hitting. Alice's magic is speed and sharpness. She holds a green short sword in her left hand, which represents speed, and a red long sword in her right hand, which represents sharpness. The combination of the two swords seems to have no special effects and is a pure sword attack, but if ignored, it will only take a moment to lose your life. It's a pity that Alice was still powerful 8 years ago, at least more powerful than Urza and Myra Jane at the time, but she is not a human, so her achievement ceiling is locked, and she has demon blood, not a pure human, and there is no way to use the second source of human magic and the devil contract, so there is no additional combat power. So Alice's current combat power is actually lagging behind. Alice rushed towards Augusta with her speed advantage, but was immediately knocked back at a faster speed. August was also good at fists and feet. The moment Alice approached, he knocked the knife out of her hand. If it weren't for the strength left, this blow could directly break Alice's bones. Then he kicked Alice out with one kick. The fourth magic came. Glorious gods! Countless crystal balls rushed towards Augusta. Glorious gods! August raised his hand and said calmly. Boom boom boom. The two magics collided, but suddenly there was an ice block like the crystal ball, breaking through August's defense. After all, he used the glory of the gods to defend against the glory of the gods, but the ice block was a real physical attack. When he got close, Urusha released his second hidden magic, hitting August with an ice ball, which was obviously a stupid idea. Urusha would not do such a thing. Bloom, Rose Garden of Thorns and Love. Swish swish swish. All the ice blocks instantly turned into vines with thorns and roses, entangled August. Oh! August was slightly surprised. Attack together. Arusha shouted. Moonless Flow, Infinity, Garuda Flame. Turtledove's ultimate move, Garuda Flame, can burst out a powerful slash with a flame attack, and after she upgraded it, it can send out hundreds of equally powerful slashes. Sin Ray. Sin Land. Melty held the sword in her left hand and the light in her right hand. Return to the original form. Alice took a deep breath. She actually didn't like to return to this form because she thought it was ugly. Leopard King. Powerful magic burst out, and smoke and dust rose. Then, the smoke and dust were scattered. A demon in the form of a white leopard girl appeared, with a streamlined figure, perfect limbs, convex front and back, compact muscles, and extremely long Achilles tendons. Purple blades grew on the claws, elbows, knees, etc., shining with a cold knife light in the sun, and the purple leopard tail shook like a snake bone. Few people can withstand it. Opening his mouth slightly, 4 small tiger teeth were revealed. Second stage returned to the original form. Alice is the perfect test subject of the Roya organization, although before that, she only showed the first stage of the regression, and she was a failure in the eyes of her father Roya, so he paid more attention to the development of one. But later in the battle, seeing Alice's second stage of regression, the defeated Roya could rest in peace. After the second stage of regression, the body did not change much, but the magic power increased several times. Is this Roya's demon? August obviously knew Roya's organization. After all, in this era, only Jalal, Yefrit, and Roya were studying demons. At this time, the attack he had come to Augusta, and he was still tied up. But the next second, his figure became bigger. It was the giant magic that directly broke the vines. Then he waved his hand, and a dark barrier like Hades blocked everyone's attack. At this time, Alice had already come close. She waved her hand to slap, but Augusta punched her on the ground at a faster speed. Boom! The earth shook, and people would not doubt the power of this punch. Even if he turned into a giant, his speed did not slow down at all. Compared with Makarov, Augusta was obviously much more flexible and powerful. Even if this was Makarov's famous skill, if the two of them also competed in giantization, Makarov would definitely lose. So strong, is this the 12 shields? Melty couldn't help but say. He is the leader of the 12 shields, the legendary magic king who knows all the magic in the world. Urusha said. We can't go on like this. Turtledove said, we know that we will lose the war. But Mr. Yevlet is in the prisoner car behind us. Emily is watching us too. Show your true abilities. Even if you lose, you can't embarrass Mr. Yevlet and Emily. That's right. Arusha and Melty nodded. As for Alice, she's still falling under August's fist. Although I am stupid, both Mr. Yefrit and Miss Myra say so. Banjiu stepped forward and said firmly, my best record is fighting with Miss Urza and losing to her, so everyone says that I am only weaker than Miss Urza. But I never thought so. I am much weaker than everyone else. But I don't care. Because my ideal is not fighting, but a peaceful life. But sometimes, I also think about not holding Mr. Yefrit back at the critical moment. But I don't have the ability and talent for magic, I know kendo, but I can only chop. If I want to become stronger, I can only chop continuously. The faster I chop, the stronger I will be. Emily chopped off a city with a casual slash at the great demon fighting exercise. I want to do the same, even though I can't. Then go in that direction. Try your best. Banjiu took a deep breath and held her hand on the hilt. Her magnetic and royal voice, with some soft and cute Kansai accent, made people care about her voice and become her voice control captive. She slowly said, withering is the fate of love and life, moonlight is the destination of romance and gratitude. Chapter 341, Kakejiu, Urusha, Melty, Alice's Battle, Part 2. Please take this move, Mr. Augusta. Moonless Flow. Withered Slash. Moonless. Buzz. There was no sight of the sword drawing and sheathing movements. There was no sight of the sword flying as before. The pale, film-like sword light slowly rose from the ground and pierced through Augusta's shoulder. What a pity, Kakejiu sighed. This was her ultimate move. She was confident that only when Laxus was at full strength would she have a chance to dodge slightly so that her heart would not be cut in half, but that was all. He would still be seriously injured. How fast is Laxus? But August was even faster than Laxus. At that moment, Augustus almost turned sideways, causing Banjiu to dodge the attack that was aimed at Augustus's heart and chest, and only hit his shoulder. Puff! Bleeding spurted from Augustus's shoulder, his arm fell off, and he was a little surprised, but he didn't feel panic. A good attack. If I was a little slower, you would have killed me. August praised generously, without any anger or rage. Then, his body began to heal slowly. As long as he didn't suffer a fatal injury that the body couldn't resist in an instant, such an injury, even if it looked serious, couldn't kill Augustus. It would be meaningless to continue to entangle. Banjiu walked aside. It's not that she didn't want to fight. But she was still standing, which was the last dignity. In fact, she was about to fall. The slash just now achieved the same effect as Emily's slash, but it was just Emily's basic attack, but she had already used up all her physical strength. At this time, Turtledove felt that she was supported. She turned her head in surprise and saw that it was Yevlet. Mr. Yevlet! Turtledove shouted happily, and was very touched. The other party was always so careful and gentle. Seeing that there were some biscuit crumbs on Yevlet's suit, it must not be Yevlet himself. Turtledove was so sure this was the fact. This was Emily who sprinkled it on Yevlet when she was feeding him. Turtledove stretched out her trembling hand, patted Yevlet's chest, and patted off the biscuit crumbs. She smiled tiredly and said, "Except when he is pressing me, Mr. Yevlet should always be elegant." Yevlet smiled, picked up Turtledove, and walked aside. There was a carriage parked there, and the driver was Asa, except Emily. No one noticed when the carriage arrived. Putting the Turtledove on the carriage, Yevlet said, "Turtledove, you did a good job." "I'm sorry, Mr. Yevlet, although I once said that I would become your sword, I have never done it," Turtledove said with his head down. "Don't worry." Yevlet pinched Banjiu's face and said, "I like you not because of your determination, or even your strength, but because you look silly. You are obviously a queen, with a perfect figure and voice, but you are a fool that makes people love you. Raise your head." Banjiu raised her head, and Yevlet approached and touched her, then said, "In the future, please continue to work hard as my maid. I think, I can't lose a maid like you, this life, please give me more advice." "Yes." Banjiu's eyes were filled with tears, and she was moved. "I will work hard as a maid, always, always. Have a good rest," Yevlet said with a smile. "Yes, Mr. Yevlet." Banjiu nodded. Yevlet turned and left. Banjiu looked at Yefrit's back, wiped his tears, adjusted his mood, and asked Asa curiously, "Didn't Mr. Yefrit ask you to monitor Ziref and the others?" Asa replied respectfully, "Mrs. Banjiu, my monitoring is all over the world." Since he was scared on Tianlang Island that year, Asa has been very honest. Although he is the king of the mirror world, he is very humble in front of Yefrit's people. Even if he is strong, what can he do? Even if he can beat Ziref or Aknologia, everyone thinks it is Yefrit and Hermes, but they don't know that it is actually Yefrit and Asa and Hermes, but what can he do? Asa's life and death is just a matter of Yefrit's thought. In his underlying logic, just like Ziref to his demon, Yefrit also wrote a code of absolute loyalty. Asa is much stronger than the demons created by Ziref, even stronger than End, but he has never thought of disobeying Yefrit. In fact, thinking rationally, Asa feels that he is about to make a name for himself, and betrayal is not worth it. As the butler of the Valier family, Asa stares at this position, and no one can shake his determination. "Butler, I am the ultimate demon, the king of the mirror world, Asa, I am determined." Battlefield. The blow of the dove saved Alice, who was forced to fall to the ground. "As a demon, I won't fall like that." Alice got up and looked pretty good. As expected of a demon, she can take a beating. "As a demon, even if I take advantage of others' misfortunes, don't blame me," Alice added. August gave up defense and was slashed by the dove. His arm was broken at the shoulder. Although it was not fatal, it was not something that could be fully recovered in a short time. Alice was not a man of honor. She followed Turtledove and poured all her magic and physical strength into the next move. "I don't have as many ideas as they do. I only felt at home in Valier's house. It doesn't matter what position I'm in. As long as I can be in Valier's house, as long as I can be with Yevlet. It doesn't matter what happens. I know today's battle will be lost, just like Turtledove said. This seems to be our last battle. I will let Mr. Yevlet see it." Although I am weak, but I am willing to sacrifice my life for his insignificant words. Both sides knew that this was a show. Emily might be caught, but how could Yevlet be caught? Are you more awesome than Jalal? The other side's second boss, Augusta, is a traitor. No matter how outrageous this answer is, as long as Yevlet says it, it is true. So, of course Alice knows that Augusta is acting. And their plan is to lose to Augusta. They are also acting. Of course, they can just mess around. It's just acting. They will lose if they act. They can't win in actual battle. Before coming, Altair said, after Zeref and Aknologia are solved, there will be no bigger battle in the world. You and I know the strength of the 12 shields. Only Urza, Natsu and others can fight. So, this battle against August may be our last battle before the end. It doesn't matter if it's acting or fake. But in name, we are here to save Yefrit and Emily. Come on, tell Yefrit with your own will. The memories end here. Alice shouted and added the last sentence, as long as it's about Yefrit, I will do my best. After that, Alice put all her magic power all focused on his knife. This knife has no name. It's just very fast, not slower than a dove. The voice fell. August stared slightly. Puff. One arm has not recovered yet. The other arm has been cut off. Alice is 100 meters behind him. Boom. At this time, a huge sound came, and the air was blowing August's hair and clothes wildly. Alice's magic power was emptied, she did not return to human form, but still maintained the state of a demon. This is natural. The so-called reversion is to suppress the demon on weekdays and become a human, and in battle, it is to open this lock and become the original appearance. The reversion is the real body, and the human is just a makeup. However, Alice in the reversion state is more attractive than the human state in some aspects. Yevlet didn't favor one over the other. He also hugged Alice and said in a strange tone, Alice, why didn't you serve me in this form before? Alice blushed. She actually hated herself in the demon state, so when she and Yevlet did that before, they maintained their human form, and Yevlet didn't think about it. Now that she saw it, the demon girl was also different. If Mr. Yevlet doesn't mind. Alice was a little embarrassed. She always felt aggrieved to serve Yevlet in the way she couldn't accept the most. But since Yevlet was willing, she could only endure it. Well, this look is pretty good. Yevlet said. Hearing this, Alice became more shy. Yevlet picked her up. I'm very heavy, in this state. Alice said quickly. Girls are more concerned about their weight. Alice is no exception. But Alice's body is nearly 2 meters tall, with a lot of armor and strong muscles. Although she looks thin and slender, she weighs more than 200 pounds. It's okay, it's very light. Yevlet comforted. Maiko next to her curled her lips, because it seemed that Yevlet was exerting force, but in fact she bore most of the weight. Yevlet also carried Alice to the carriage. Master Yevlet. Alice hugged Yevlet's arm and said, I will always travel with Emily outside. I can only do this, otherwise I am afraid that there will be no place for me in this family dash. But dash. As long as you want, no matter what I am doing, I will come to you as quickly as possible. Yerusha, Alice, and Melty will not live in the Valier family for a long time. This is the tacit understanding between them and Myra Jane. Myra Jane can allow them to exist. Myra Jane is very generous, but they should know what's interesting. So, even after marriage, in the Valiel family, only Milage and Turtledove will exist for a long time, while Arusha and the other two will travel with Emily to help support Emily's career. This is the best result for several people. Everyone is quite satisfied. Although they can't be together all the time, they actually have an advantage freshness. If they meet once every few months, how will Yevlet bully them? Every time Arusha and the others discuss this topic, they will be very excited and even can't sleep until midnight. Okay. Yevlet rubbed Alice's head, feeling quite touched and expectant. He is in his prime, what does it mean for him not to think about SESE? Thinking about SESE is a great contribution. Look at Jalal, it's too late to think about SESE. If he thought about SESE earlier, he would use up all the extra energy, go out for a date, and not concentrate on research. Maybe things wouldn't have come to this. Augusta was speechless. He had underestimated the opponent. Now both of his arms were cut off. There was a large pool of blood on the ground, which made him look very embarrassed and defeated. Of course, even in such a situation, he was still not defeated. It was just that what he thought was easy had become much more troublesome. Potential healing. August used a forbidden magic, and his body, which was originally healing slowly, recovered in an instant, including his 2 arms. For him, there was no need to care about the taboos of forbidden magic. This magic was to raise one's own potential in an instant and quickly recover from injuries, but it was a matter of damaging the foundation, and afterwards the injuries that had been suffered would be doubled. But so what? When Augusta used this magic, he didn't even need to consume his own potential, and the magic power could fully fill the magic. As for the double return after the battle, he would slowly heal. What a troublesome person! Urusha couldn't help but say. Let's do it together, Urusha. Melty said. Okay. Melty stepped forward and said, I don't have as much as they think. What the two said before was actually a confession to Yevlet. Melty said, I don't have as much entanglement as they do. I am a miserable person. My hometown was destroyed by the person I love the most. But I walked out after all. I think there is no dark corner in my heart anymore. Whether it's strength or ideals, I have no interest in pursuing them. I used to be a rational person, but now I'm too lazy to think about anything. For Melty, it would be very painful if she cared. Even if Urusha didn't do it herself, the one who destroyed Melty's hometown was Urusha's accomplice. The enemy who destroyed her hometown was her mother and sister, the person she loved most during her growing up period. Melty forced herself not to recall or think about it, so as time passed, she seemed to have changed her personality, no longer caring, no longer calculating, and even not thinking much. Living in a daze. Chapter 342, Turtledove, Urusha, Melty, Alice's Battle, Part 3. She couldn't really say that she loved Yefrit with her life. Like Turtledove, Yefrit saved her life and affirmed her personality, which made Turtledove crazy about it. Like Alice, she fell in love with Yefrit at first sight, and she is also a sickly girl. Although it is not obvious now, she has half of the devil's thinking. She is essentially a crazy person, even if she behaves very normally now. These two people are fanatical about Yefrit. But Melty is not, to be honest, she is more like a very ordinary lover, lacking great dedication and irresistible obsession, but also more rational and casual. Turtledove is cautious. Alice is always eager. Melty is indifferent, no fanaticism and worship, no caution and respect, just simple love. That's all. Because she was very tired before, she just wants everything to be simple now. Simple like, simple love, simple life, simple life. I'm sorry, Melty. Urusha knew Melty's mentality and why it became like this. It's because of her. Because she was caught in the rain in her childhood, she tore Melty's umbrella. Not only that, she also tore many people's umbrellas, so Melty accompanied Emily to do things, just to find something to do, and Urusha really regarded this as her own journey of atonement. But the past is the past. Once Yevlet used fraud magic to create a childhood memory for her deep in her memory, which did make up for her childhood regrets, but it did not mean that it made up for her childhood. It's okay, Urusha, at this point, there is no need to mention those things anymore, just focus on the present. Melty said. You're right. Urusha looked to the side, Yevlet was standing there waiting. Yevlet. Watch it carefully. My heart. I know I am deeply sinful, and I know I shouldn't beg for happiness. But since you promised to give me happiness, I will accept it shamelessly. Then, to protect that happiness for a lifetime, I'll show you my crazy look. This is all for you to see. Yevlet, you gave me some insignificant love, so I'll give you all my love. This is me, the pride of Urusha. Land of sin, triple sense sharing. Melty shouted, bringing Urusha back to her senses. She looked down and found a magic wrapped around her wrist. Yevlet also raised his hand and found that Melty had connected him too. Land of sin, shared sense. This magic can connect two people who love and trust each other, thereby greatly enhancing their combat capabilities, but if they don't love and trust each other, they will be backfired by the magic. Based on this magic, Melty developed a magic that connects three people. At this moment, the three people's magic power and senses are shared. Yevlet felt it. It was similar to the contract between him and Tiffany, but the two parties shared magic power and it was permanent. This magic was only temporary and the feeling was shared. Wait. Yevlet's face suddenly changed slightly. If the feeling is shared, then when Old Man August hits them, it will hurt me too. Hey! Melty smiled at him. Yerusha, take the magic power of me and Yevlet. Melty shouted. Super output. Fraudulent magic power infinite. Land of sin. Yevlet felt that the valve of his body was turned open, and the huge amount of magic power was like a torrent of water. When the dam was opened, it turned into a torrent and gushed out crazily. August immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Originally, Melty could summon hundreds of dark swords at most, and Augusta could summon several times more than her, but compared with the number of dark swords released by Melty after taking Yevlet's magic power, it was the difference between a small tree and a green mountain. Half of the sky was covered with black clouds. If you look closely, you will find that they are all dark swords. Mr. Yevlet's magic power. Sure enough, even if he doesn't use fraud magic, he will not be weaker than it is now when he uses any kind of magic. Turtledove and Alice were dumbfounded. This was too exaggerated. Fraud magic has never consumed a lot of energy. The magic of measuring magic power, or even the magic power output of a whole battle, may not be comparable to Natsu's Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. So, everyone has always had a habitual misunderstanding that Yevlet is a mechanical monster. In fact, it is ignored that he is also a numerical monster. Sorry, Yevlet, lend me some too. Yerusha smiled, and then also reached out to Yevlet. Fire. Melty waved her hand. Such a quantity, such a magic output. Even Augusta dare not be careless, not to mention the fraud magic. Natsu likes to use Yevlet's magic at the end, because the fraud magic can be hard controlled. August dare not be careless. If he really rolls over and dies here, it will be a shame. Super protective shield. Evil possession. Melting light column. Exploding storm. Electric current stab. In an instant, 5 super powerful magics were used by August. The protective shield blocked part of the dark sword. Evil possession made his whole body turn red. This is his strongest form, which can be immune to most damage. Melting light column, exploding storm, and electric current stab are all super large-scale magics with good power. Most of the dark swords were destroyed. August kept dodging the few, and dodged most of them. In the end, although he was hit by more than a dozen swords, it did not cause much damage to him, but he was still controlled for a moment. At this moment, Yerusha moved. Time cannot defeat it. It's ice. No matter how time moves forward or backward, ice will only turn into water, turn into steam, and finally turn into ice. The shape of ice. Ice, time, and the poem of the god of love. The name. Eternal Rose Garden. Bang! Half of Augusta's body exploded. At that moment, he used an escape speed beyond the limit, but was still hit. Half of his body was completely shattered, and cannot be repaired. It's a bug. Yerusha's move is to apply time to ice. Let the ice switch repeatedly between the states of ice, water, and steam. As long as it is hit, the body will continue to cycle through the 3 states of recovery, and injury. August can use healing magic, but when he heals his injuries, time goes on, and the injured part will collapse again. And even if you ignore it, the injury will be completely recovered later. Even if he used time magic, it would be useless. This move. It's the power of rules. So strong, August said, and then the remaining half of his body waved his arm, and a powerful magic force repelled Ultia and Melty. Plop! The two felt themselves falling into an embrace. Turning around, it was Yevlet. He stood behind the two and hugged them. The two were already exhausted and could not fight anymore. Very good. Yevlet praised. You still lost, even though you knew the ending early, and your plan was arranged in this way. Ultia forced a smile. Even if she used Yevlet's magic, she also put all her magic into it. She didn't have the talent like Urza, and her progress in crossing the rules was slower. Urza had already stabilized her realm, and Ultia had just crossed it, so she couldn't control the details and drained herself at once. I am very satisfied, or rather touched. Yevlet said, I'm sorry, I didn't consider your feelings before making this plan. When making this plan, to be honest, Yevlet did not consider the feelings of Urusha and others, including the feelings of everyone who would appear according to the plan later. It's not arrogance or contempt. Sometimes, he would appear less gentle or even unkind because of his rationality. Arrange a battle that will make people lose. In this plan, it is obvious that Yevlet occasionally commits this kind of arrogant sin in the eyes of others. They are all wizards, and they are S-level wizards. Who is not proud? Who doesn't want to win the battle? Although it's not to say that you lose your dignity if you lose, the taste of losing, even if it's acting, it won't be good. Yevlet's plan hurt Arusha and others. However, they are generous people, and they are not angry or sad because Yevlet arranged them to fight against enemies that they can't defeat. They didn't understand the whole plan, but they knew that they were not the protagonists in the plan, or even in the whole battle, and maybe not even the supporting roles. But they didn't take it to heart, but responded positively. It wasn't until the girls confessed to him one after another that Yevlet realized how stupid he was. Although he was not arrogant, he did act arrogantly. But now, the plan can't be changed, and we can only make mistakes again and again. No, Arusha shook his head, we don't care about this at all. We don't think there is anything wrong with your plan, but Arusha smiled and said, seeing you feel guilty will make us feel guilty. We obviously don't want this. We just hope. You can understand me if you interpret this behavior as dissatisfaction and complaint, then it really hurts our hearts. Obviously, Arusha said coquettishly, girls are the best at tolerance. Why does Yevlet not only not understand, but also wants to seize the advantages that belong to us? Sorry, Yevlet laughed, I didn't say anything before. Arusha and the others have never been angry about Yevlet's plan. They just think that if Yevlet has arranged it, then they will execute it. Just even if it is acting, they are here to save Yevlet and Emily. Since it is such a plan, there is no reason for them to just mess around and be done with it. Whether it is the outside world or themselves, they think that love is sincere. So, it has nothing to do with the plan, and it has nothing to do with acting. Even if this is not acting, it is really Yevlet who arranged for them to fight against Augusta, who is completely an enemy. Even if it means death. They can choose not to come, and it is not wrong. And if they choose to come, it means that they are willing to sacrifice their lives for this battle. So, Melty said, Yevlet, do you understand? This is our marriage proposal to you, if you dare to let us down. Melty thought about how to scare Yevlet. Arusha smiled evilly and said, then we will hire a marble master as a tutor for the children. Please don't do that. Yevlet was sweating all over. Marble tournaments are about dignity. Yevlet didn't say he would compete with professionals, but he was still among the top few in the amateur group. If Arusha and the others had children and asked experts to teach them, then in the future, wouldn't he be unable to beat his own children? How can he still be in the amateur group? Arusha looked at Melty proudly, see, I said Yevlet was easy to handle. Melty couldn't help but hold her forehead, Yevlet is so old, how could he be scared by such a thing? This made her originally say it very affectionately, and wanted to scare him with some words that were contrary to romance, but in the end it was better to hire a tutor for the child. Grandpa, are you okay? Do you need help? Emily stood beside Augusta and asked worriedly. Although she didn't know Yevlet's plan, from Yevlet's attitude towards Augusta, she knew, this was probably a similar character like Gray's father Silver, although he was hostile at present, he might become a friend in the future. No need. August waved his hand. He couldn't die for a while. Although Arusha's move was the power of rules, he could break it as long as he was given time. It was just that he looked too embarrassed at the moment. So far, Arusha and others had been defeated. Augusta won a miserable victory. According to the rules, they could not take Yevlet and Emily away. August asked the guards who had just gotten up to arrange a place to rest and stay where they were. On the surface, Arusha and others were defeated and fled in embarrassment. This battle ended. The story of this battle was passed on to all the wizards belonging to Ishgar on this continent. Of course, it was a text description, and many details were hidden, such as the confession to Yevlet. I only talked about the general process, what magic was used, and how the battle went. Everyone had mixed feelings when praising Arusha and others for the battle. Even with such strong strength, they still couldn't defeat Augusta. Especially Arusha's move, many people wondered if they could crack it if it was used on them. The final answer was that most people couldn't. But this move, still couldn't defeat Augusta. It seems that the 12 shields are much stronger than they imagined. Chapter 343, The Battle Between Fried, Elfman, and Begusro. It's our turn next. Fried, Begusro, and Elfman were ready. There was not much time for August to rest. He had just recovered from his superficial injuries, but in fact, his health was not yet fully restored, and he only had about half of his health left. Boom! The carriage he was riding in was suddenly hit by a long-range laser cannon. The carriage was annihilated in the laser cannon, and August reacted quickly and dodged the cannon. Dark light bullets. Countless light bullets attacked the convoy, but they all avoided the prisoner car. This convoy was also unlucky. It had just been beaten by Urusha and the others, and now it was bombarded by Fried's magic. Enough, don't hurt them, August said, and then released several magics to block Fried's magic. He flew in front of the convoy and saw 3 people in the distance. Leave Jeffrey and Emily behind. Fried held the sword in his hand, full of fighting spirit. August, the leader of the 12 shields, is said to know all the magic in the world and can copy the enemy's magic. He is very good at dealing with the attacks of Urusha and others. More than enough, even the power of rules can't kill him. Such a strong enemy. Let's not talk about whether we can win or not. Since we are standing on the opposite side of them, let's give it a try. Challenge the strongest human in the world. August can definitely be called the strongest human. The devil Hades doesn't count. He is a devil, and those who are stronger than August are not human. Yeflet is not taken into consideration. In everyone's mind, he is a god in human skin, just like Jalal. You are very eager to fight, but I'm sorry, no matter what, I will defeat you young people here. August said, I'm sorry, but I am a mountain that you can never climb over in your life. Mr. August. Fried said, you will know after the fight. We also say sorry here, we will go all out for an old man like you. Come on. August nodded slightly, your companions are in the prison car behind. If you defeat me, you can rescue them. Although his injuries have not healed, August is still confident that he can defeat Fred and his team. Darkness. Fried shouted, and used forbidden magic as soon as he came up, turning himself into a demon-like form. Disintegrate. Then, he used the second magic. Fried's second magic is a telescope, which can be used with Bigasro to achieve ultra-long-range sniping, but after disintegration, it can greatly enhance his vision. It greatly improved Fried's fighting skills, with strong dynamic strength and quick reaction. Although it only caused a slight difference in the results, it could often change the outcome of a battle. My dears, do your best. After saying this, Bigasro left his 5 puppets and ran away. When he reached a place where even Augusta could not attack him in a short time, he chose a high slope and took out the big sniper. Although Bigasro looked burly, he was actually a pure mage, and his physical strength was at the level of being knocked down by Gray's punch. He could control 5 puppets to attack, and the second magic was long-range sniping. And his disintegration was nothing more than loading more powerful magic bullets into the sniper rifle. This was his trump card. If Augusta was not careful, he would suffer a great loss. So he did not play all his cards like Fried did at the first time. He even chose a sniping location in front of Augusta. In fact, this is also a misleading. As a character who plays a big sniper, how could he really choose a location in front of the enemy? Not bad. Augusta looked at the magic of Fried and Bigasro, nodded, and then looked at Elfman and said, where is your magic? Receive the whole body Elfman's magic burst, Beast King. Torres. Elfman's body has not changed much, but his magic power has skyrocketed, close to the ultimate, very exaggerated. This is a gift from Jeffrey. The King of Warcraft Torres. 7 years ago, Lysina asked Jeffrey and Laxus to take her to do a commission. Then he found a low-profile version of Zirav, the evil wizard, who studied Warcraft in order to revive his brother, and finally created a humanoid Warcraft, which was very top level at the time, equivalent to the strength of the 9 Ghost Gate demon. However, because the controller's skills were not good, the demon was defeated by Laxus and Speed. Jeffrey took it and later gave it to Asa as a body. When fighting the Roya organization, Asa also used it to appear in battle. However, 7 years later, Asa evolved into a complete form and he no longer needed the body of a demon beast. And this body was a bit behind the technology controlled by Jeffrey. He couldn't use it, but for others, it was a great thing, a holy level 10 combat power. Wouldn't it be crazy to grab it outside? Even the fairy tale during the great demon fighting exercise was very envious of the holy level 10 combat power. So Jeffrey gave this body to Elfman. They are like this, it depends on what they absorb. But there is also a talent gap. Mirage has the strongest talent and can absorb demons. The upper limit is the upper limit of demons, the ultimate. Elfman can absorb monsters, and this monster body is the top monster king in the world. Lysina can only absorb some animals. For Elfman, Beast King Torres is enough. Yefrit will not open up the ultimate path of monsters for him alone, and create another ultimate monster? To be honest, it is difficult, tiring, and unnecessary. The upper limit of monsters is so high. The mutated flesh and blood body is not as friendly to magic as humans. It is much more difficult to increase the upper limit of the race than demons, humans, or dragons. Humans can enter the ultimate by learning forbidden magic. The dragon race only needs a dragon-killing magic to make Aknologia a great terror that suppresses the world for 400 years. Demons also have Hermes, Natsu, and Asa, the three ultimate demons. The Warcraft is not as magically friendly as humans, not as strong as dragons, and not as superior as demons in terms of life level. It can be said that it has no advantages. It is much more difficult to upgrade to the ultimate level than the first three, unless, stop being a Warcraft. In short, for Elfman, Torres it was also the limit of his talent, which was enough. Just activating Beast King Torres was not the end. Shua! A wolf claw popped out from Elfman's hand. Most, it's up to you disintegrate. Elfman also used the second magic. The wolf claw that popped out from his hand was disintegrated, but in return, his physical strength and magic power were restored, as well as his vitality and exaggerated healing ability in the guild's endurance. He was only inferior to Wendy. And sharp wolf claws could pop out from all parts of his body at any time, which was impossible to defend against. If anyone dared to be careless in close combat with him, Elfman would seize the opportunity and directly attack him. Very powerful momentum. August nodded in appreciation. It's incredible that Warcraft can be so powerful. An existence like August naturally knows the upper limit of Warcraft. Torres in front of him is definitely the only king of Warcraft. The power that Yefrit gave me. Elfman said, now I am going to use it to rescue Yefrit. I'm looking forward to it. August nodded. Let's go. Fried and Elfman burst out at the same time. Fried was faster and arrived in front of August with his sword. But August also raised his magic wand and posed as if he was using a rapier. Then, the outer wood of the magic wand broke, revealing the rapier inside. Of course, this was created by the magic effect, not that August really needed to make a sword inside in advance. Painful. Fried stabbed with a sword. Rebound. August swung the sword directly and touched the tip of Fried's sword with the tip of the sword. With such a casual move, Fried's eyelids jumped. How much ease does it take to block the attack by touching the tip of the sword in a duel of weapons? Fried's magic effect was not released successfully. Instead, because August was able to rebound his magic, he had to retreat and defend, reject. The magic was rebounded again, and the power was further enhanced during this period. Go back. August drew a circle with the tip of the sword, and then guided the magic power to attack Fried again. What a terrible guy! Fried was shocked and quickly released all his magic power to rebound the magic. If you don't want to take it, let your companion take it. August said, then he shook his wrist and guided the magic with the tip of the sword, directly hitting Elfman who had just rushed in front of him. Ah! The magic power superimposed several times strengthened the effect of the painful magic itself, making Elfman feel extremely painful all over his body. The memory of being defeated by Fried, that unforgettable painful memory, came to his mind again, causing him not only to be stiff physically, but also to be sluggish in his mind. Seeing this, August casually slapped Elfman with his long sword. But this also left him with a flaw. August was not using double swords, so when attacking, he certainly could not use the sword to defend, which gave Fried an opportunity. Death. Fried, holding a rapier, made a handsome charge and wanted to hit August's heart. Death can stop the enemy's heart and kill him directly. Even August's heart is his weakness. But August actually stretched out his hand and slapped the tip of Fried's sword. Bang! Fried's long sword was almost slapped away, and he managed to stabilize his body with great difficulty. Now! At this time, August held a long sword in one arm and just slapped Elfman away, and the other hand slapped Fried's long sword away. Now his chest was completely exposed to Begusro's vision. Buzz! A magic bullet, at a speed that is difficult to catch with the naked eye, hit Augusta's chest. I have been keeping an eye on you. Augusta said, and then a protective shield lit up in front of him. But I am a sniper, how could you know my position? Far behind Augusta, there was no figure at all, but suddenly a piece of cloth was lifted, showing that the person lying underneath was Bigusro, and the cloth was an invisible cloak. Bigusro aimed at Augusta's back and pressed the trigger. Buzz! A bullet injected with disintegration, under Augusta's carelessness, directly penetrated his chest. What a pity! Bigusro said. After all, Augusta was an old hand. He was not deceived by the illusion left by Bigusro. So when he was attacked, he analyzed that Bigusro was probably behind him. So when the bullet was fired, he slightly turned his body, thus avoiding the fate of being shot directly in the heart. Bigusro changed his position after firing a shot, and immediately dropped a card on the spot, generating an illusion of himself while being invisible for 5 seconds. This was a skill he designed for himself, and the person who created it was naturally Yevlet. During the 5 seconds of invisibility, Bigusro changed his position again and used the invisibility cloak. While transferring, Bigusro was still controlling the puppets to attack August. Unfortunately, the puppets could not keep up with the intensity of the battle. Not only would they not be injured even if August did not defend, but all his puppets would explode as soon as August just waved his hand. Fortunately, Bigusro was not the main force in the battle. The main forces were Elfman and Fried. Bigusro was delaying the time, and August was injured by a pierced chest, so his speed was a little slower, and Elfman and Fried seized the opportunity. Fist of the Beast King. Elfman punched August hard and flew away. Fried took advantage of the victory and chased after him, waving his rapier. Horror! At this moment, even August was affected by the magic and was controlled and stunned for a moment. Found the opportunity. Fried swung his sword again and stabbed directly into August's heart. He didn't hold back. Even if they should have lost to Augusta according to the plan, they should have gone all out in the battle. If Augusta was killed like this, it would be because he was incompetent. August was of course a capable man. At this time, his life was threatened and he didn't dare to play around anymore. Electric current stab. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions. Fried didn't dare to resist. He was also a fragile skin, so he retreated quickly. But Elfman was not afraid and rushed in despite the magic attack. Elfman, calm down. Fried was shocked and reminded him, but it was too late. To chase me in this situation, isn't it just a one-on-one fight with me? From inside came the voice of Augusta speaking with a smile, you are very brave, but you made the wrong choice. Boom. The next second, Elfman was blown away. Elfman! Fried exclaimed. Buzz Bigusro fired a bullet to prevent August from chasing. I'm fine. Elfman fell to the ground like a meteor, but he immediately climbed out and reported that he was safe. After all, the king of monsters with thick skin and flesh is not so easy to be defeated. Chapter 344, The Battle Begins. Buzz buzz buzz. As soon as Elfman got up, he launched many magic attacks from the smoke. Reject. Fried hurriedly used magic to intercept these attacks. It's not my purpose to hit him. August's voice came from behind. Not good. Fried was shocked, and it was too late to defend and dodge. Boom. A huge force came from behind, and Fried was directly blown away by August. Bang. The long-range Bigusro quickly fired a shot to resolve Fried's crisis. August slapped backhand and directly smashed the magic bullet. Sorry, I don't think I can play a long-lasting battle with you. August felt that his physical condition was declining. The shot from Bigusro just now still caused him a lot of damage. He was not healed from his injury, and thought he could play with Fried and others for a while longer, but he was shot again. He felt that it would be a bit dangerous to drag it on. If he fought a few more battles later, he might really fall. August had no doubt that if he really couldn't beat a wizard from the Fairy Tale Guild, even if he was a member of the Yevlet clan, the other party would never intervene. So, you still have to rely on yourself. Then use all your strength. Although I am an old man, but August said, actually, my legs and feet are also very fast. Boom. The next second, he cast countless speed magic on his body, and then in an instant, he appeared in front of Elfman. What a fast speed, comparable to Laxus. Bigusro in the distance was shocked and wanted to turn the gun around, but it was too late. August pierced Elfman's shoulder with one shot, and then kicked him down from the sky. At this time, Bigusro fired a shot, and he easily dodged it sideways, and then caught up with Elfman again and cast a magic. Pain spiral. Puff. The terrible magic damage immediately hit Elfman's true form, and the magic was lifted. Elfman was officially defeated. Sorry. Alpa Green. I really want to prove myself. I have waited for a long time before I have the opportunity to go on a mission with everyone, but I am still too weak. Elfman, lying on the ground, couldn't help but stretch out his arms to cover his eyes. Yevlet watched this scene from a distance and sighed silently. As expected. Because of his arrogance, this series of plans are indeed a bit hurtful. Don't think too much, Master. Emily said, failure is not a big deal. If you are not strong enough, you can still save your life after failure. It is also a lucky thing you don't have to be responsible for everyone's failure, even if it is the battle plan you proposed. There has never been a perfect battle plan. Emily hugged Yevlet's arm and said, I believe that this battle plan is absolutely the best solution. Even if Emily smiled, I also think it is reasonable to be sacrificed. After all, I can't gain everyone's trust, and I can't let my battle plan be accepted by everyone. Accept it. The elected wise man should never feel guilty about his decision, because he represents the will of everyone. So, don't take it to heart. Yevlet rubbed Emily's head and smiled. Yet. In fact, everyone is not that fragile. His decision has been made, so there is no need to worry too much. Just treat it as a prank. After Elfman was defeated, leaving Fried alone, it is also difficult to support. His strength is not as good as Elfman, who can use Beast King Torres. Soon. He also faced the same fate and was defeated by Augusta with one punch. Finally, Augusta released a large-scale magic directly in the direction of Bigusro. He did not look for it accurately at all, and directly blew Bigusro unconscious. August won again. He returned to the team, built a new car, and continued to recover. Next, Augusta faced several rounds of battles, and without exception, he won. But he was also dragged into a seriously injured body. At the same time, there is a new report from Ishgar. Fairy the Tale of Fairy Tale failed miserably. The report said that Fairy Tale formed a rescue team, but they were defeated by Augustus. Although they also seriously injured Augustus, they could not save their companions. So Fairy Tale decided to attack with all members and rescue their companions. At the same time, the Albereth Empire also issued an order. Since Fairy Tale entered the Albereth Empire, there was no guild in Ishgar that could stop their army and strong men. Then let's declare war. The Albereth Empire had been prepared for a long time, and Ishgar was still confused. The battle began like this. But it seemed that there was a lot of thunder but little rain. Although there were a large number of troops, they did not penetrate into Ishgar, not only because Ishgar had the help of natural demons, but also because the other side did not seem to have any strong men. No. How come there are only some weak chickens in the 700 guilds of your Albereth Empire? And what about the 12 shields? Let's make a big fuss. Only when we fight hard here will Ishgar be safe. All the teams that sneaked into Albereth have started to move. Now that the two continents have entered a state of combat, their offensive behavior is very reasonable. Boom! The huge flames engulfed an entire guild, and the hundreds of wizards in this guild were defeated before they could react. Ha ha ha! Natsu laughed wildly. Okay, Natsu, hurry to the next guild. Lucy pulled him and said. Juvia, let's try that trick together. Okay, Grey-sama. The huge flood destroyed half of the town, and the wizard guild was completely defeated. I'll be back soon. Laxus left a sentence and turned into a golden light. In a few breaths, he ran through several towns and destroyed 7 or 8 guilds. Laxus, so strong. Listen, I couldn't help but admire him. It's not good if I take action, so you guys should do it. Gildart scratched his head. The result of his slap was very exaggerated. Okay. Stinger and Roger nodded. It's not just the people from Fairy Tale. There are also powerful guilds such as Snake Princess Scale and Blue Pegasus, which have also sent elites. Last time, I caused trouble for everyone. A tall and burly figure walked on the street. Who is it? Don't stop us from going to the station. Attack Ishgar, our guild's development opportunity has come. A large group of wizards, carrying large and small bags, plan to go to the station, take a bus to the border, and then follow the army to fight in Ishgar. Sorry, I won't get out of the way. The tall and burly man stretched out his palm and clapped his hands. Boom! The whole street was turned upside down. This person is the fourth of the 10 saints, Jura. After Serena, the first of the 10 saints, ran away, Jura moved up one place. This is also because the Magic Council invited Laxus, Gildarts, Yefrit, Urza, and others several times, but they were unwilling to serve as the 10 saints. Otherwise, Jura might have fallen behind a few places. However, after all, apart from the group of people in fairy tale, Jura is definitely a person with strength worthy of the 10 saints. Status. There is new report from Ishgar. The battle situation is completely clear. It turned out that Fairy Tail and the main forces of the guilds took the initiative to attack the Albereth Empire in order to prevent the war from spreading to Ishgar, risking their lives and directly cutting off all traffic fortresses, destroying roads, bridges, train tracks, spaceship docking stations, teleportation arrays, etc., resulting in most of the 700 guilds in the Albereth Empire being unable to rush to Ishgar in the first place. Even if a small number of guilds followed the troops to Ishgar, they could not advance the front line in the face of the coalition forces of various countries in Ishgar and the help of natural demons. Then, Ishgar is safe now. The problem lies in Albereth. With the help of Fairy Tale's wizards, can the elite wizards of the major guilds escape successfully? Ordinary people think that they must have escaped. After all, they are in the opposite nest, and the opponent is outnumbered and difficult to fight. But only when you reach the Saint 10 level and the Heavenly King level, you will know that the number of people is actually not very useful. Even if there are tens of thousands of troops, even if there are wizard teams, facing a character like Jura, they can just cover the whole team with a flip of their hands. So, anyone who knows a little bit knows. The problem is not the troops of Albaraz, or even the 700 guilds, but the strongest 12 shields. Can they defeat the 12 shields? Too much bullying. Serena said, I can't stand it anymore, I want to attack. August, who had just returned to the palace, glanced at him and said, Okay, you go and deal with these people. Okay. Serena was so happy that he made a middle school gesture and then danced with joy. Irene was in a bad mood and said, Let's go quickly. Don't worry, those bastards. Serena stopped her movements and said cruelly, I will defeat them and kill them soon. August and Irene didn't look at him. Kill? Their battle was just a warm-up match. With the guy in the dungeon, they couldn't kill anyone. Think about it, it's really a bit sad. The battle where the 12 shields risked their lives was just a side dish for those people. Yevlet and Emily were imprisoned in the dungeon, but no one dared to mock them or even approach them. They all knew that even August couldn't catch these two people who played fraudulent magic. They must have some conspiracy. Since Yevlet was brought to the palace, except for August and Irene who were very calm, everyone was actually a little bit on pins and needles, always feeling that there was a mine under the seat that was easy to explode. No one responded to this middle school and noisy guy. Serena was a little bored, so he turned around and left here, heading for the mission point assigned to him by August. I'll stay in the palace, and everyone, go out. August said, defeat those arrogant guys. Yes. Everyone nodded, and then took their own missions. Erin also got the mission. As soon as she stood up, she was stopped by August. Erin just stopped and didn't turn around. August said, what do you think? August had made a decision himself. He actually wanted to protect everyone, including Erin, Brandish, Timaria, and in short, many people in the 12 shields, in his opinion, had reasons for him to protect. But it was useless for him to think about it. In the end, it all depended on Yevlet's attitude. However, Yevlet was not responsible for his plan. So, he was a little biased when arranging opponents. Naturally, he owed another group of people, but this was the limit of what he could do. The fairy tale was coming fiercely, and they had to fight back. There would always be people who could survive, and there would always be people who would be killed. As for Irene, like Augustus himself, she had the power of self-selection. Because he was Mavis's son. Irene was Urza's mother. Because of these 2 points, Yefrit gave them a chance. August finally chose to betray Ziref and got this opportunity. What about Irene? What she needed was to betray herself. So, Augustus knew that Irene would be even more entangled. Irene said, let's talk about it after meeting Urza. Is that guy important to me? After meeting, maybe I will have the answer. Irene's voice was very cold. Her enemies arranged by Augustus were Urza and Natsu and Lucy and Gray and Juvia. In this battle, if Irene chooses to betray herself, then when Urza speaks, Natsu and Grey will definitely support Urza, who is like a sister, and let Irene survive. But if Irene insists on winning, she will be defeated by Urza and Natsu and Grey, who are closest to Urza, or even, let her die. Is this my fate? Irene sighed and left. August was silent for a long time, and then said, Mr. Yefrit blocked me. What? Irene turned her head in confusion. August explained, that was before entering the city. He said even if you choose to live, it is not betrayal. He said that is the real you. So, he blocked me, and you will eventually accept the defeat with a smile. Haha. Irene laughed twice, said nothing, and turned away. August shook his head. He did not understand the meaning of Yefrit's words. After all, this was related to Irene's deep heart. In the palace garden. Ha 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 ha. A cheerful laugh came from a young girl. Master, push it higher. It was Emily. She was sitting on the swing, and Yevlet was pushing her from behind. Master, why did you say that to Aunt Irene? Emily asked curiously. Although Yevlet also called her auntie. But Emily also called Urza sister. In short, the way of calling was a bit confusing, and there was no need to be too strict. Yevlet asked Emily to choose the one she liked. 345. Yevlet smiled and rubbed her little head, then handed his knife to Emily and said, no matter who is in the 12 shields, it will be a tough battle, be careful. Thank you, master. Emily's swordsmanship is very strong, and her knife is also made of acknowledges bones, the same as Yevlet's. In battle, she can kill one with one knife, and nothing can stop her. However, Yevlet had no plans to fight for the time being, so he lent his knife to Emily as a backup. Maybe it would be useful. It would be better if you can defeat the enemy yourself instead of getting help. Now, I can show off the double sword style I practiced. Emily said with a smile, and then put Yevlet's honey on her waist. The two knives, one long and one short, made Emily look very heroic. I'm off. Emily said, and her figure disappeared. Outside the palace. Except for August, all members of the 12 shields rushed to their destination. Stop. Suddenly a voice stopped Neinhart. Dressed like a shamet, with long blue hair covering half of his face and wearing green armor, Neinhart, one of the 12 shields, has very troublesome magic, which is why Emily went to him. Realize corpses, can peek into the enemy's mind, materialize the powerful enemies he has defeated, and make them have full combat capabilities. Let him go to anyone, it will be troublesome. The stronger the person, the more powerful enemies he has defeated. If the 9 ghost gates and the demon Hades of the gate of the underworld are all materialized, it will be a big trouble. So Emily stopped him. She didn't have such a strong desire to fight. Her current best record was to kill a demon of the 9 ghost gates in seconds. Even if Neinhart materialized, it didn't matter. It was nothing more than another instant kill. What's more, Aaron and Lakide are all beings with extremely strong willpower. Emily picked and chose, and Neinhart's willpower was weak. The weakness of Emily's fraud magic is much more fatal than that of Yevlet. It is difficult to work on those with strong willpower. It doesn't matter if Neinhart has strong willpower. His combat power is not that strong. Emily will definitely win in terms of endurance. Okay, Neinhart looked at Emily who showed up and said helplessly, I got the worst luck. But then, Neinhart's eyes became firm, not necessarily. Your fraud magic is not as good as your master's. Of course. Emily said calmly. Then you got the worst luck. Neinhart also knew Emily's information. Her reputation was the greatest in the Fairy Tale Guild, but her record was not luxurious. Emily was not keen on fighting. As a wizard, she doesn't take on missions all year round, but travels around with Arusha and others to help ordinary people. Even if she encounters danger and enemies, they are all ordinary dark wizards, bandits, and the like. Although fraud magic is indeed a super magic that she has created, it is mainly due to her fame and magic characteristics. She is famous and doesn't want to be a saint. When people see that fraud magic can easily cure disabled people, they think it is really amazing, so they hype fraud magic without understanding its true nature. And the Magic Council really understands the power of fraud magic, so it also recognizes its status. But in general, Emily's record is far inferior to that of Natsu and others. Neinhart looked around and said, Are you here alone? Your master won't show up, will he? One-on-one, 1-on-1. Emily said, my master won't let me be killed by you, so to be fair, I will only defeat you, not kill you. Then come on. Is there such a good thing? Neinhart was immediately excited and shouted, let me see Manassi Shasang. There is a powerful magic coming. Gildarts said, everyone be careful. Here at Gildarts are Stinger, Swano, Rog, and Lucky. After listening to Gildarts' words, Stinger and Rog pulled their girlfriends behind them. Boom! A magic bombarded from a long distance. Gildarts stretched out his hand and slapped it away. Ha ha ha! You are finished. They. Judge is here. The surrounding wizards shouted. They were just wiped out by Gildarts and others, and now they all lay on the ground without the ability to fight. Seeing that it was Val, one of the 12 shields, who came, they were immediately excited and felt that he could avenge them. The judge. Give them a good show. Kill them. Especially those 2 guys with girlfriends. Be careful of that cripple, he's very strong. So noisy. Val, who came over, said lightly, releasing his magic power to suppress the whole scene. The battlefield, which was a little noisy just now, became quiet in an instant. The judge Val, an old Yinbai, did not really appear on the field at this time, but was a fat puppet, and he was observing carefully from a long distance. The puppet was arrogant, but the real body was very cautious. Val knew that his enemy was very strong. Not to mention the 2 Dragon Slayer wizards, Gildarts was definitely a king-level wizard with a strong reputation and record. Facing such a person, there was no chance for him to be careless. Gildarts, Stinger, and Rog looked at each other. They all had information and knew that the person in front of them was not a real person. However, they pretended not to know, but had already come up with a plan in secret. Gildarts and Stinger were responsible for the battle, and Rog was good at hiding. The task of finding Val's true identity was given to him. Huff, hi, hi. Yi was panting. He had just finished a battle. One of the allied forces of Blue Pegasus and Saberbite Tiger was composed of Yi, Rufus, and Oga. I'm sorry, guests from Ishgar, I can't give you time to rest. A gentle voice sounded. Yi immediately turned into a muscular man and stood up. Oga and Rufus also looked at the man vigilantly. The man was very handsome, with white hair, wearing a cassock, with a gentle face and a little pious, just like a lay monk. Are you 12 shields? Yi asked. Rakt Dragneel. Rakt said lightly. Tell me, what's your last name? The 3 of them were shocked. Dragneel. This is not the fire dragon of fairy tale. Dragneel, this is a last name that makes me proud. Rakt said. What is your relationship with Natsu? Ichiya asked. If you want to say it, he is my uncle. Rakt said. Before, Magir, the Hades of the Gate of Hades, claimed that he was the masterpiece closest to end in Ziref's hands, which was purely flattering himself. Ziref built an empire in Albaraz and cultivated 12 shields, but he ignored him. What's more, Rakt also has the last name Dragneel given by Ziref. Old man August was envious. Being able to give a last name, Rakt is the masterpiece closest to end in Ziref's hands. Rakt regards Ziref as his father and worships him very much and is even pious to him. Natsu is Ziref's younger brother, and in terms of seniority, he is his uncle. After receiving this answer, the 3 of them were stunned for a moment as they saw Aket's calm face, not like he was spreading rumors out of guilt. Don't tell me. One Knight said in a serious tone, Natsu is Ziref's younger brother. So you didn't know? Laket tilted his head slightly. The pupils of One Knight and others were shaking. Then they took out the communication crystal and planned to pass on the message. No matter what Natsu's position was, or even whether he knew it or not, this information must be told to everyone. But before they could contact each other, they felt something strange in their bodies. The 3 of them were shaking violently, and waves of pleasure swallowed them. It was like facing Yevlet. My magic, Laket said lightly, it's happiness. If you keep giving people happiness, what will be the result? Plop. The 3 of them fell down without any resistance. Everyone's face was filled with expressions of struggle and lust, and in the end, reason was defeated by the continuous outpouring of happiness. No men Yi made a strange sound. Hello, ladies. Kagura and Anna, formerly Minerva, had just destroyed a guild when a strange-looking but gentlemanly man appeared in front of them. He had a flat head, a skull mark in the middle of his forehead, no eyebrows, a lot of stubble, a suit and gloves, and looked a bit like Yevlet. He looked very gentlemanly, but he must not be careless, because the magic fluctuations on his body far exceeded those of ordinary wizards. Kagura and Anna looked at the newcomer vigilantly. "Sorry, you can't go any further," the man said. Kagura put her hand on the hilt and said, "The assassin of the Holy 12 Shields, Jacob." "That's right. I didn't expect to be known by the two ladies." "It's my honor." Jacob bowed slightly and said, "But, unfortunately, I am your enemy." "Two beautiful ladies, please stop here, so I won't hurt you." "Stop talking nonsense." Kagura drew her sword directly, and Minerva also released magic. "It's a pity that it might stain your clothes." Jacob sighed and shook his head. "Damn woman! Even if you are very beautiful, we will never forgive you. Since you are an enemy, then die." Many wizards rushed out of the guild, and they were furious. Just now, a wizard saw a peerless beauty at the door, so he flirted with her, but then he was beaten with broken bones all over his body, and he was completely disabled. The peerless beauty who came was tall, with hair that was a gradient from white to green, and 2 elf ears. Tiffany. She looked at the hundreds of wizards and guild buildings in front of her, she took a step back, took a deep breath, and then punched. Forest Fire Fist of Destruction. One punch, the world was quiet. Everyone was defeated, and the wizard guild was destroyed. "She looks like such a beautiful woman, but in fact she is a violent maniac." A voice sounded from the shadows of the ruins. "If you want to fight me, come out, you hiding guy," Tiffany said coldly. "Okay." A black shadow emerged from the shadows. This person was wrapped in a black cloak and had a red skull mask on his face. He looked sinister. 12 shields?" Tiffany asked. "Death God Bradman." Bradman launched an attack as soon as he finished speaking. Explosive spiral. Tiffany also stretched out her hands and pulled out 2 rock chains from the ground. "Kneel down, I won't kill you." Jalal and Cobra looked at the guy standing high on the pillar in the distance in silence. Yellow appearance, bronze skin, yellow headscarf, and oversized red earrings like a clown's nose, with an arrogant expression as if looking down on everyone. "I am Agil, the king of the desert." "You too, kneel down, I won't kill you." "What a self-talking guy." Jalal frowned. "Such a guy is suitable to be buried in a grave." The cobra next to him said, and then rushed up directly, "The fangs of the poisonous dragon. Be careful, after all, it's the 12 shields." Jalal hurriedly followed. Even though this guy named Agil is very arrogant, the strength of the 12 shields cannot be underestimated, and it will overturn if you are not careful. What a beautiful woman, with a gentle temperament. A beautiful woman walked towards Myra Jane and said, "It's boring here, compared to Ishgar." This woman was dressed revealingly, her long golden hair was very dazzling, and her figure was very good. Once people saw her, it was difficult to look away. "Are you Miss de Maria, one of the 12 shields?" Myra Jane asked. "Yes, it's me, the War Princess de Maria." De Maria nodded. Myra Jane looked at de Maria and praised, "Miss de Maria has a great figure. But the skin quality is a little worse, ha ha ha." De Maria smiled and said, "As the legend says, you are indeed very gentle." "Miss de Maria is also." Mirage said. "I am not gentle, especially to beautiful women." De Maria said, "Are you Yevlet's girlfriend?" "Yes." Mirage nodded. "That guy, some time ago, really made us suffer." De Maria said. "Sorry, he always likes to do something like this." Mirage said with a smile. The two of them talked happily, just like best friends shopping. If you can ignore the destroyed wizard guild and the hundreds of defeated wizards behind Mirage, then can I vent my anger on you? De Maria still smiled, but her words were not friendly. "If you can do it." Mirage smiled, still gentle, without even a hint of caution. "Let's get started." Timaria said, "Be careful, my magic is." "Time." "My magic is," Mirage introduced, "not to be outdone, receive magic."